Chapter 1. Jiang Han. Please, Elder San, show mercy. Spare my sister. Outside an aged courtyard in Jiang family town, a black-clad youth knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication to a middle-aged man. The youth, named Jiang Han, was a member of the Jiang clan. Having just returned from a hunting expedition, he was met with the devastating news that Elder San had forcibly taken his sister, Jiang Li. It was rumored that a powerful figure from Yunmeng Pavilion, Han Shiqi, had taken a fancy to Jiang Li and intended to take her as a concubine, with the wedding scheduled in a fortnight. This revelation struck Jiang Han like a bolt from the blue, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. 6 years ago, Jiang Han's parents had mysteriously disappeared, leaving him and his sister, Jiang Li, to rely on each other. In his world, Jiang Li represented everything. Now, Elder San sought to forcibly marry her off, making her a concubine to a man well into his 50s. How could he possibly acquiesce? What was most infuriating was that Jiang Li was merely 11 years old, still just a child. Brother. The door to the inner room swung open, and a beautiful little girl rushed out, crying. Before she could run far, a middle-aged woman emerged from within, roughly pulling the girl back inside. The sound of a sharp slap echoed, followed by the child's sobs. Jiang Li. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Han's vision turned red with rage, and he surged forward, but the cold glare of Elder San forced him to suppress his fury and return to his place. Jiang Han. Elder San, a man in his 40s clad in resplendent garments, had a robust physique and a scar on his left cheek resembling a centipede, rendering him a fearsome figure. He regarded Jiang Han with indifference, stating, "Have you finished your outburst? The matter concerning Jiang Li is a decision made by the Elder Council and is non-negotiable. If you persist in your insolence, do not blame the clan's laws for being merciless." The Elder Council? Upon hearing Elder San's words, Jiang Han clenched his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust. Was this a mockery of his youth and ignorance? The clan leader had been in seclusion for half a year, and the Grand Elder had been bedridden for over a month, reportedly with little time left. The second elder was far away in Yunmeng City, leaving Elder San as the sole member of the council. The so-called council decision? This was clearly the idea of Elder San alone. Gazing at the cold visage of Elder San, Jiang Han mustered the courage to retort, "Elder San, my sister is still so young, please spare her. I know you have grievances with my father, take it out on me instead, but let Jiang Li go." Jiang Han was not well versed in the enmity between Elder San and his father. He only knew that his father had been an unseen-a-century genius martial artist, achieving the 4th level of the mysterious realm by the age of 30, second only to the clan leader and Grand Elder in combat prowess, surpassing his peers. It seemed that the clan leader had promoted his father to captain of the hunting team, inciting jealousy among many of his contemporaries, leading to several conflicts. The scar on Elder San's face, which had accompanied him for over a decade, was said to have been left by his father. Preposterous. Elder San's scar twitched as his fury erupted, and he raised his hand, delivering a heavy slap to Jiang Han's face. Instinctively, Jiang Han raised his arm to block, but Elder San's speed was too swift. He received a resounding blow, sending him crashing to the ground 2 zhang away. Wow. Jiang Han struggled to rise, his head throbbing painfully, and a deep ache radiated through his internal organs as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "What nonsense you dare to utter!" The third elder cast a cold glance at Jiang Han and admonished sternly, "This matter has been settled and no one can alter it. Lord Han will arrive at Jiang family town in half a month, so you better behave during this time. Should you cause any trouble, I shall personally end your life. Moreover, Jiang Lixing belongs to Lord Han. Death is at his behest, and even in death his body must be sent to Yunmeng City." Jiang Long, the third elder, called sharply, and a lanky youth approached swiftly. He cast a casual glance at Jiang Han, his eyes filled with mockery, as he smirked, "Uncle, what is your command? From today onwards, you shall station people here day and night." The third elder spoke with his hands clasped behind his back. "For the next half-month, Jiang Li is not to step outside the courtyard. If Jiang Han dares to act recklessly, you are to deal with him according to clan rules." "Understood, Uncle." Jiang Long, being the third elder's own nephew, was assured of his loyalty. He shot Jiang Han another cold glance before striding away. Watching the third elder's retreating figure, despair engulfed Jiang Han's heart, his face a mask of hopelessness. Though a member of the Jiang clan, Jiang Han's lineage had been passed down for 3 generations without a proper successor. After his parents went missing, he and his sister were left vulnerable in Jiang family town. Lacking access to the clan's resources for cultivation, he remained weak and without status among his kin. While the Jiang family boasted numerous skilled practitioners, the Third Elder's faction was particularly domineering, and none dared to stand against him. The realms of cultivation: Purple Mansion, Profound Abyss, Mountain Sea. Each realm divided into 9 levels. Jiang Han was merely at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, while the Third Elder was at the 3rd level of the Profound Abyss realm. Jiang Long, before him, had reached the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. The disparity of 4 realm levels rendered Jiang Han no match for Jiang Long. Should he attempt to forcefully take Jiang Li away, the only outcome would be his own demise at Jiang Long's hands. Jiang Xiaotian, you seek personal revenge, may you meet a wretched fate. Jiang Han gritted his teeth, seething with hatred within. The Third Elder, Jiang Xiaotian, harbored a personal grudge against his father, and this was clearly an act of malicious retribution. Jiang Li had never left Jiang family town. How could Han Shiqi, from afar in Yunmeng City, possibly know her? It was evident that Jiang Xiaotian had intentionally offered Jiang Li as a concubine to Han Shiqi. In doing so, he could both avenge past grievances and curry favor with a significant figure from Yunmeng Pavilion. A well-calculated scheme indeed. I must return. After standing in a daze for a moment, Jiang Han forced himself to regain composure, enduring the pain as he slowly made his way back to his small courtyard. At that moment, many members of the Jiang clan passed by, casting sympathetic glances his way. Yet, none dared to approach him in the Jiang family's elder hall. The elders were akin to deities, and no one would dare defy them. Returning to his small courtyard in a daze, Jiang Han sat motionless in a chair like a statue. After sitting for an hour, despite racking his brain, he could devise no feasible escape plan. To take Jiang Li away, his overall combat prowess would need to reach the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Otherwise, he could never surpass Jiang Long. It had taken him 6 years to barely attain the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. How could he possibly elevate himself to the 9th level within half a month? Remaining behind, he could only helplessly witness Jiang Li being sent to the human pavilion, subjected to the vile and degrading whims of an old lecher, enduring a fate worse than death. Is there truly no way out? Jiang Han murmured in despair, his hand instinctively clutching tightly to a jade pendant shaped like a ding that was the sole relic left to him by his mother. His gaze drifted towards the window as he muttered in confusion, "Father, Mother, where have you gone? Are you alive or dead? What am I to do? What can I do?" With a sudden clap, perhaps driven by overwhelming emotion, he squeezed the pendant with such force that it shattered in his grasp. Suddenly, the pendant erupted with a blinding radiance, illuminating the entire room in a brilliant light. What is this?" Jiang Han was startled, looking down in bewilderment. Although he had crushed the jade pendant, no remnants remained. His hand was left empty. The once formidable pendant had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 1. Jiang Han. "Please, Elder San, show mercy. Spare my sister." Outside an antiquated courtyard in Jiang family town, a young lad clad in black knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head to a middle-aged man, beseeching fervently. The boy, Jiang Han, was a member of the Jiang clan. Upon returning from a hunting expedition that afternoon, he was struck by the dreadful news the clan's elder San had forcibly taken his sister, Jiang Li. This was all due to a prominent figure from Yunmeng Pavilion, Han Shiqi, who had taken a fancy to Jiang Li and intended to take her as a concubine, with the wedding set to occur in a fortnight. The revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. 6 years prior, Jiang Han's parents had mysteriously vanished, leaving him and his sister Jiang Li to rely solely on one another. In his world, Jiang Li was everything. Now, Elderson sought to marry her off against her will, compelling her to serve as a concubine to a man well past his 50s. How could he possibly acquiesce to such a fate? What was most infuriating was that Jiang Li was but 11 years old, still a mere child. Brother. The door to the inner room was flung open, and a beautiful little girl rushed out, crying for her sibling. Before she could take more than a few steps, a middle-aged woman emerged from the room and roughly pulled the little girl back inside, followed by the sharp sound of a slap and the girl's anguished sobs. Jiang Li. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Han's heart seethed with rage, and he stood to charge inside. Yet, a cold glance from Elder San compelled him to stifle his fury and return to his place. Jiang Han. Elder San, a man in his 40s clad in ornate attire, possessed a robust physique. A scar resembling a centipede marred the left side of his face, rendering him a fearsome sight. He regarded Jiang Han with indifference, stating, "Have you finished your tantrum?" The matter concerning Jiang Li has been decreed by the Elder Council and is irrevocable. Should you continue to cause a disturbance, do not blame the clan's laws for their severity. The Elder Council? Hearing Elder San's words, Jiang Han clenched his jaw, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Was this a ploy to exploit his youth and naivete? The clan's patriarch had been in seclusion for half a year, and the Grand Elder had been bedridden for over a month, reportedly not expected to last much longer. The second elder was far away in Yunmeng City, leaving Elder San as the sole representative of the council. A council decree? This was clearly the machination of Elder San alone. Gazing at the elder's cold visage, Jiang Han mustered the courage to retort, "Elder San, my sister is still so young, please spare her. I am aware of the grievances between you and my father. If there is any retribution to be exacted, let it be upon me, but spare Jiang Li." Jiang Han was not entirely privy to the enmity between Elder San and his father. He only knew that his father had been an exceptionally talented martial artist, achieving the 4th level of the mysterious realm by the age of 30, second only to the clan leader and Grand Elder in strength, unrivaled among his peers. It seemed the clan leader had once promoted his father to the captain of the hunting team, sparking jealousy among many of his contemporaries, leading to several conflicts. The scar that had adorned Elder San's face for over a decade was said to be a mark left by his father. Impudent. Elder San's scar twitched with rage as he raised his hand and struck Jiang Han across the face with considerable force. Instinctively, Jiang Han raised his arm to shield himself, but Elder San's speed was too swift. The blow landed squarely, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground 2 yards away. Wow. Jiang Han struggled to rise, his head pounding, and his insides felt as though they were being pierced with a dagger as he spat out a mouthful of blood. What utter nonsense! The third elder cast a cold gaze upon Jiang Han, his voice sharp as he declared, "This matter is irrevocable, no one can alter it. Lord Han will arrive at Jiang family town in half a month. During this time, it would be wise for you to behave should you act recklessly. I shall personally end your life. Moreover, Jiang Lixing belongs to Lord Han. His death is on Lord Han's conscience. Even in death, his body must be sent to Yunmeng City." Jiang Long, the third elder, called sharply, and a lanky young man approached with long strides. He glanced at Jiang Han with derision, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he inquired, "Uncle, what is your command? From this day forth, you are to station your men here day and night." The third elder declared, hands clasped behind his back. "For the next half-month, Jiang Li is not to step outside this courtyard. If Jiang Han dares to cause trouble, you are to handle him according to clan regulations." "Understood, uncle." Jiang Long, the third elder's own nephew, was trusted implicitly. He cast one last cold look at Jiang Han before turning and striding away. Watching the third elder's retreating figure, Jiang Han's heart sank into despair, his face etched with hopelessness. Though he belonged to the Jiang clan, his lineage had been passed down through 3 generations without a male heir, and after his parents disappeared, he and his sister were left vulnerable in Jiang family town. Lacking access to clan resources for cultivation, he remained feeble and held no standing within the clan. While the Jiang family boasted numerous experts, the third elder's faction was particularly domineering, leaving no one brave enough to stand up for him. The realms of cultivation were divided into levels: Purple Mansion, Mysterious Abyss, and Mountain Sea, each with 9 stages. Jiang Han was merely at the 5th stage of the Purple Mansion realm, while the third elder was at the 3rd stage of the Mysterious Abyss realm, and Jiang Long stood at the 9th stage of the Purple Mansion realm. There was a 4-stage disparity between them, rendering him utterly incapable of contending with Jiang Long. Should he force his way in to rescue Jiang Li, the outcome was certain would be beaten to death by Jiang Long. Jiang Xiaotian, you seek personal revenge, may you meet a terrible fate. Jiang Han gritted his teeth, harboring deep resentment within. The third elder, Jiang Xiaotian, held a personal grudge against his father, and this was clearly a malicious act of retribution. Jiang Li had never left Jiang family town, and how could Han Shiqi, so far away in Yunmeng City, possibly know her? It was evident that Jiang Shaodian had deliberately offered Jiang Li to Han Shiqi as a concubine. This way, he could avenge past grievances while currying favor with a powerful figure from Yunmeng Pavilion. A shrewd calculation indeed. First, I must return. After standing in a daze for a while, Jiang Han compelled himself to regain his composure, enduring the pain as he slowly made his way back to his small courtyard. At this moment, many members of the Jiang clan passed by, most casting sympathetic glances his way. Yet, none dared to approach him within the Jiang family. The elders reigned supreme, and no one would dare defy them. Returning to his small courtyard in a daze, Jiang Han sat motionless on a chair like a statue. He sat for an hour, racking his brain, yet failing to devise any means of escape. To abscond with Jiang Li, his overall combat prowess would need to reach at least the 9th stage of the Purple Mansion realm, otherwise, he would not even surpass Jiang Long. After 6 years of cultivation, he had only just attained the 5th stage of the Purple Mansion realm. How could he possibly elevate to the 9th stage in just half a month? Remaining behind, he could only watch helplessly as Jiang Li was sent to Yunmeng Pavilion, subjected to the vile torment of a lecherous old man, enduring a fate worse than death. Is there truly no escape? Jiang Han murmured in despair, his hand unconsciously clenching the only relic left to him by his Mothera pendant shaped like a cauldron. He cast his gaze out the window, murmuring in confusion, "Father, Mother, where have you gone? Are you alive or dead? What am I to do? What can I do?" Suddenly, perhaps due to the overwhelming surge of emotion, he squeezed the pendant with such force that it shattered in his grip. In an instant, the cauldron pendant erupted with a blinding radiance, illuminating the entire room in a brilliant glow. "Ah, what is this?" Jiang Han exclaimed in shock, looking down with bewilderment. Although the pendant had been crushed, no remnants remained. His hand was left empty, for the cauldron pendant had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 2, Bloodline Mystique. Moments later, Jiang Han's body trembled violently, his face contorted with a look of sheer astonishment. For within the recesses of his mind, a bronze cauldron suddenly manifested, identical in shape to the vanished jade pendant, both featuring 3 legs and 2 ears. The bronze cauldron exuded an ancient and majestic aura, as if it had withstood the test of endless ages. Jiang Han could even discern, with striking clarity, that the side of the cauldron was intricately engraved with over 20 vividly depicted mythical beasts. These creatures appeared almost lifelike, their fierce eyes glaring with a predatory intensity, as though they were ready to devour anyone in their path. The Celestial Beast Cauldron. The outer rim of the bronze cauldron bore 3 elegantly inscribed characters, their strokes soaring and dancing like dragons and phoenixes, imbued with a gracefulness that was breathtaking. Accompanying the emergence of the cauldron, an inexplicable piece of information flooded Jiang Han's consciousness. By vanquishing the beasts inscribed upon the Celestial Beast Cauldron and refining their 10 drops of essence blood, one could awaken the bloodline abilities of those beasts. This was indeed a rare treasure. Jiang Han's breath quickened. He had encountered numerous mythical beasts before, especially in the Tianhu mountain range to the north of Jiang family town, where wild creatures abounded. Being designated as mythical beasts indicated the possession of bloodline abilities. For instance, some beasts could unleash toxins, others could emit electricity, some could breathe fire, while others could summon water. Even the most formidable beasts could annihilate a powerful figure like Elder San in the Xianyu realm with a mere breath. Of course, it was not solely the mythical beasts that possessed bloodline abilities. Nearly every warrior on the Jiuzhou continent had the potential to awaken such powers. Bloodline abilities were the primary means of combat for all martial artists. Many warriors, as they ascended in rank, could awaken multiple bloodline abilities. It was said that the patriarch of the Jiang clan possessed a bloodline ability known as Flames of the Inferno, while the elder had one called Thorny Growth. However, Jiang Han had never heard of anyone in the Zifu realm being able to awaken such powers. The minimum requirement for awakening bloodline abilities was typically the Xianyu realm. Now, with the Celestial Beast Cauldron in his possession, could he truly awaken the bloodline abilities of the mythical beasts? Most intriguingly, there were 27 beasts on the cauldron, which meant he had the potential to acquire 27 bloodline abilities. Was this not a bit too extraordinary? Silver-horned rhinoceros, shadow mouse, earth dragon beast. Jiang Han scrutinized the cauldron and recognized only 3 of the 27 mythical beasts depicted within it. These 3 species were prevalent in the nearby Tianhu mountain range, all being first-tier mythical beasts. He had yet to encounter stronger ones, as meeting them would most likely spell his doom. He resolved to ascend the mountain at dawn to ascertain the truth. Jiang Han suppressed his impulse to rush out immediately. The sun was about to set, and given his current strength, venturing into the mountains at night could lead to dire consequences. That night, Jiang Han tossed and turned, scarcely managing to sleep. His worries about Jiang Li, his thoughts on the celestial beast cauldron, and his analysis of the current situation weighed heavily on his mind as he contemplated his future course of action. The following day, before the break of dawn, Jiang Han arose, hastily frying some cold rice to quell his hunger. He then gathered all his family's savings and hurriedly departed. He first purchased 11 tianxiang fruits and a type of herb from the town's shops, then left Jiang family town without looking back, heading towards the northern Tinhu mountain range. Elder brother. Not long after Jiang Han departed from the town, a stout and short youth arrived outside the courtyard where Jiang Li was imprisoned. He leaned towards Jiang Long and remarked, "I just saw Jiang Han leave the town and head towards the Tianhu mountains." He even purchased 11 tianxiang fruits from Uncle Zhang at the shop. The stout youth, named Jiang Hu, was Jiang Long's younger brother. The two brothers appeared entirely different. One was tall and slender while the other was short and robust, seemingly lacking any familial resemblance. Rumors circulated among the townsfolk, suggesting that their mother, in her youth, possessed a mesmerizing beauty akin to a blooming red apricot. Upon hearing Jiang Hu's words, Jiang Long furrowed his brow in concern and questioned, "What could Jiang Han possibly want in the Tinhu mountains? Tianxiang fruits? Is he attempting to lure and slay a silver-horned rhinoceros?" The tianxiang fruits were quite precious, valued at 1 Xian stone each. Since their parents disappeared, Jiang Han's family had fallen on hard times. Thus, the 11 fruits likely represented all his savings. While the fruits were delicious, they offered little aid in cultivation. Their primary purpose was to entice the silver-horned rhinoceros, a first-tier beast endowed with a bloodline ability that granted it ferocious strength. Upon unleashing its power, its strength would quintuple, capable of shattering trees large enough for 3 men to embrace, a truly formidable foe. However, the silver-horned rhinoceros possessed a critical weakness. It had a particular fondness for tianxiang fruits. By applying a sedative to the fruits, one could easily lure and kill the beast. The materials obtained from the rhinoceros were not particularly valuable, equating roughly to the worth of the tianxiang fruits. Consequently, local warriors seldom pursued the silver-horned rhinoceros, as the effort hardly justified the risk of injury. Jiang Han left Jiangjia town early in the morning, spending all his savings on 11 tianxiang fruits. This behavior struck Jiang Long as exceedingly peculiar and raised his suspicions. Thus, Jiang Long pondered, feeling a sense of unease. He instructed Jiang Hu, "Take Jiang Bao with you and follow Jiang Han. If he exhibits any unusual behavior, bring him back at once. We cannot afford to jeopardize Uncle San's important matters. If we can win Lord Han's favor this time, it might lead to my admission into the human pavilion, allowing us to enjoy boundless wealth and prosperity thereafter. What should we bring him back for?" Jiang Hu inquired, stroking the flesh on his face, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "The Tianhu mountains are so far away. What if we simply eliminate him? Have you forgotten how his father once suppressed our lineage? If it weren't for his father, our grandfather would never have risked entering the mountains only to be killed by a beast. If we were to dispose of him in the wild and feed him to the beasts, who could possibly prove our involvement? Besides, the Grand Elder is on the brink of death. No one else will concern themselves with this matter." Jiang Long's gaze flickered as he contemplated, ultimately refraining from opposing Jiang Hu's plan. He merely cautioned, "Be careful. Do not let your ambition blind you and suffer the consequences." "Is he truly a threat?" Jiang Hu scoffed. "Both Jiang Bao and I are at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. He is merely a 5th-level waste. Either of us could easily crush him. Rest assured, elder brother, next year on this day shall be his day of reckoning." With that, Jiang Hu hastily departed, while Jiang Long did not dwell on the matter further. In a world teeming with ferocious beasts, many perished annually at the hands of these creatures in Jiangjia town. Besides, the only person in the family who cared for Jiang Han, the Grand Elder, was nearing death. No one would pursue the incident. At that moment, Jiang Han had already entered the Tianhu Mountains, and Jiang Long's suspicions were indeed correct. He had come to lure and slay the silver-horned rhinoceros. He exhausted all the family's savings for a final gamble. He wagered that the celestial beast cauldron was a rare treasure, capable of granting him the bloodline abilities of mythical beasts. Should he acquire these powers, his combat prowess would ascend rapidly. He needed to elevate his strength to that comparable to a ninth-tier warrior of the Purple Mansion realm within half a month, thus affording him the opportunity to escape Jiang Family Town with Jiangli. Staying in Jiang Family Town was no longer feasible. If they remained, the third elder would undoubtedly bring about their demise. The Tianhu mountain range stretched infinitely, boasting 500 peaks and 300 valleys. Legends spoke of a celestial fox dwelling at its deepest depths, capable of transforming into a human and wielding immense magical prowess. Jiang Han dared only to traverse the outermost peaks of the Tianhu mountain range, as he was merely at the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion realm. When confronted by powerful first-tier beasts, he could only flee. Only warriors of the 8th or 9th tier could vanquish such formidable foes. Cautiously, Jiang Han approached Haida Peak. Recalling that silver-horned rhinoceroses had once roamed this area, he retrieved a wooden box from his bosom, taking out a fragrant fruit, and delicately applied a green liquid onto it before placing it in a carefully chosen spot. He then swiftly ascended a nearby tree. Just after a brief moment, a colossal rhinoceros charged forth, its massive frame resembling that of an elephant, adorned with 3 silver horns. The silver-horned rhinoceros rushed directly towards the fragrant fruit, devouring it in one gulp before continuing to rummage nearby, seemingly in search of more. Boom! The potent effects of the drug he applied to the fruit took hold, and after a short while, the silver-horned rhinoceros collapsed to the ground. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scanned the surroundings, ensuring no other beasts were nearby, and leaped down from the tree. He brandished his blade and struck fiercely at the rhinoceros's neck, slaying it with relentless determination. Quickly, he extracted the beast's core, slicing it open to reveal a drop of dark golden blood, the essence of the silver-horned rhinoceros. Channeling his inner energy, Jiang Han enveloped the precious blood and began the rapid process of refinement. Success! A tremor of exhilaration coursed through him as he noticed the color of the silver-horned rhinoceros engraving on the celestial beast cauldron deepening, as if it were on the verge of awakening. Splendid! Jiang Han felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, clenching his fists tightly. There were still many silver-horned rhinoceroses on Haida Peak. With a stroke of luck, he could slay up to 10 within half a day, thus acquiring the ferocious power of their bloodline abilities. Time was of the essence. He departed swiftly, aware that the scent of blood would attract other beasts, leaving him no time to engage with them. Half a day later, after dispatching another silver-horned rhinoceros and retrieving its core, his heart raced with exhilaration. Having refined 9 drops of silver-horned rhinoceros essence previously, he noted that the engraving on the celestial beast cauldron had transformed with each refinement, growing ever more vibrant. Now, he could finally refine the last drop of essence. Without hesitation, Jiang Han committed to the final refinement. Moments later, a tremor resonated within his mind as the celestial beast cauldron emitted a dazzling golden light. Remarkably, the engraving of the silver-horned rhinoceros soared from the cauldron's surface, rapidly coalescing into a tangible form before merging into Jiang Han's consciousness as a wisp of azure smoke. Meanwhile, an extraordinary energy surged forth from the celestial beast cauldron, swiftly enveloping Jiang Han's entire being. Standing still with his eyes closed, Jiang Han remained motionless, attuned to the subtle changes within his flesh, bones, and meridians. After a moment, the stillness of the forest was broken by faint footsteps, as 2 figures emerged from the thicket. The foremost figure, short and stout, bore a face marked by a multitude of fleshy folds. It was none other than Jiang Hu. Chapter 3. The Price of Blood. Jiang Hu cast a glance at the silver-horned rhinoceros lying on the ground, his face displaying a look of astonishment. Jiang Han had indeed lured and slain the silver-horned rhinoceros, seemingly extracting its primal essence for refinement. Though the purpose of Jiang Han's actions remained unclear, their enigmatic nature stirred a murderous intent within Jiang Hu. With deliberate slowness, Jiang Hu unsheathed his longsword, his facial muscles twitching as he approached Jiang Han. His voice cold and commanding. Jiang Han, you dare practice dark arts here? Return with me to Jiang Family Town for an elder's scrutiny at once, or you shall not blame me for forgetting our kinship. Both Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao had entered the Tianhu mountain range quite some time ago. The reason they had only now located Jiang Han was due to their exhaustive search of the preceding 4 peaks, during which they had wasted considerable time at Haida Peak. In a bid to save time, Jiang Han had left the carcass of the silver-horned rhinoceros unattended, its blood attracting numerous beasts. During their search, Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao encountered several of these creatures, resulting in a rather disheveled state, with Jiang Hu sustaining a minor injury. Upon sighting Jiang Han, Jiang Hu, already brimming with anger, felt an inexplicable sense of unease upon discovering Jiang Han refining the rhinoceros's primal essence. Jiang Han's father had been a once-in-a-century genius of the Jiang clan. Could it be that he had bequeathed Jiang Han some arcane and formidable techniques? Han Shiqi was due to arrive in half a month to wed Jiang Li, a matter of great significance to the lineage of the third elder, leaving no room for error. Jiang Hu advanced step by step, sword in hand, while Jiang Han stood still with closed eyes, his muscles undulating slowly. His complexion growing increasingly flushed, an inexplicable aura swirling around him. Die. A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Hu's eyes as he surged forward, his longsword transforming into a streak of radiant light, thrusting directly at Jiang Han's chest. In that instant, Jiang Han's eyes snapped open, a silver gleam illuminating them as he brought his dagger crashing down towards Jiang Hu's head. Jiang Han's sudden strike was astonishingly powerful, seemingly infused with the force of wind and thunder. Jiang Hu, still executing his technique, bent his legs, converting his thrust into an upward jab, opting for a direct clash with Jiang Han's dagger. Being at the 6th layer of the Purple Mansion, and with his techniques granting him strength beyond that of a typical practitioner at the same level, he was confident that he could easily deflect Jiang Han's dagger, leaving him wide open for a lethal strike. One must commend Jiang Hu for his commendable combat experience and flawless approach. However, at the moment of collision between blade and sword, an overwhelming force surged forth, shattering Jiang Hu's grip. The ferocity of the impact sent him hurtling backward, akin to being struck by a rampaging beast. Boom. Jiang Hu crashed heavily against a massive rock 2 yards away, his head colliding with a protruding stalagmite, blood gushing forth in an instant. Brother Hu, Jiang Bao, who had been watching the battle nonchalantly, gaped in disbelief at the sight of the wounded Jiang Hu, then glanced at the formidable Jiang Han, rubbing his eyes as if to dispel an apparition. He was acutely aware of Jiang Hu's combat prowess. As a fellow 6th layer of the Purple Mansion, he believed himself to be no match for Jiang Hu. Now, Jiang Hu has been sent flying by Jiang Han's single strike despite having sustained only minor injuries earlier. How could this happen? Jiang Bao and Jiang Han both stood in shock, staring at the bloodied and howling Jiang Hu on the ground, unable to believe the power wielded by Jiang Han. Incredible! My strength has at least quintupled, perhaps even surpassing that of a 9th layer Purple Mansion practitioner. Jiang Han calculated internally, feeling a surge of exhilaration. The heavenly beast cauldron is indeed a treasure. Having refined 10 drops of the silver-horned rhinoceros essence blood, he had indeed acquired its innate divine ability, furious strength. Upon manifesting this power, he felt an explosive force coursing through him, confident that he could cleave through a tree that 3 men could embrace. Suddenly, hurried footsteps roused Jiang Han from his reverie. He looked up to see Jiang Bao charging at him with sword in hand. Witnessing Jiang Hu's tragic state, a fierce expression overtook Jiang Bao's sharp-featured face as he bellowed at Jiang Han. Jiang Han, you vile cur, how dare you harm Brother Hu? I will take your life. In the face of Jiang Bao's wrath, an insatiable killing intent surged within Jiang Han. The third elder's faction had brazenly forced his sister to become a concubine for Han Shiqi, and now they sought his life. Die, Jiang Han roared, striking with his long blade like a streak of white lightning. Jiang Bao intended to employ his profound techniques, yet Jiang Han's onslaught was too swift and relentless. His internal power surged wildly, leaving him no choice but to meet Jiang Han's attack head-on. With a resounding crash, Jiang Bao could not withstand such ferocious force. His sword was instantly sent flying, and the remaining momentum of the long blade struck him violently. Jiang Bao fell to the ground. A massive gash carved into his chest and abdomen, his ribs shattered, and even the remnants of his internal organs were faintly visible. He convulsed and cried out twice before falling silent. Jiang Bao? Jiang Bao. Jiang Hu struggled to rise, clutching Jiang Bao's lifeless body and shaking it frantically. He then turned to Jiang Han, his fury boiling over. Jiang Han, you despicable wretch, how dare you slay Jiang Bao? You are audacious beyond measure, utterly insane. You shall surely die. No one can save you. Is that so? Jiang Han advanced slowly, his expression cold and stern. Audacious? You seek to kill me. Should I simply wait for my demise? Insane? It is righteous for you to kill me, yet my act is one of unforgivable evil? Who could save me? With a swift motion, Jiang Han darted to Jiang Hu's side, sweeping his long blade towards Jiang Hu's neck. Whether slaying 1 or 2, it is still murder. Having crossed the line, Jiang Han felt no reservations. Sensing the chilling intent emanating from the blade, Jiang Hu's spirit shattered in terror. He instinctively rolled on the ground to evade Jiang Han's strike. However, his injury slowed him just enough. The blade's tip grazed his neck, severing his head cleanly from his body, blood erupting like a fountain from the decapitated corpse, staining the ground crimson. Drip, drip. The blood from the blade pooled, falling upon the withered leaves, producing an eerie sound. Jiang Han's complexion was ashen as he silently gazed towards the direction of Jiangjia town. His eyes, devoid of any emotion, murmured softly, "Jiang Shaodian, you have forced my hand in all of this. You seek to seize the most precious aspects of my life, and for that, you shall pay a blood price. Jiang Li, await your brother." Jiang Han pressed his lips together and continued to murmur, "Once I awaken the 3 bloodline abilities, I shall return to Jiangjia town to take you away. At that moment, anyone who dares to obstruct me shall meet their demise." Chapter 4. Luring the shadow mouse. As twilight descended and the night grew cool, the lights of Jiangjia town began to flicker to life. Jiang Long sat cross-legged beneath a grand old tree outside the small courtyard, feeling inexplicably restless. Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao had not returned all day, nor had Jiang Han, which unsettled him. Tasked by the 3rd elder to guard the courtyard, he dared not leave his post, anxiously awaiting their return. After half an hour, a tall and robust young man approached briskly. Jiang Long hurried to meet him, inquiring, "Jiang Xiong, have Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao returned?" The towering youth, Jiang Xiong, Jiang Long's cousin, had recently advanced to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. True to his name, he appeared as formidable as a bear. He shook his head and replied, "No, I just checked again. Neither has returned. I even made a special visit to Jiang Han's house, but found no one there. Could something have happened?" Jiang Long frowned, a hint of worry in his voice. What could possibly happen? Jiang Xiong shrugged. Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao are both at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion, and Jiang Han is at the 5th. Don't worry too much, Dragon Brother. I suspect they simply slipped away to the gambling house in Dujia Town for some fun. They should be back by morning. Well, Jiang Long pondered, finding some sense in Jiang Xiong's words. Given Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao's penchant for gambling, it was indeed plausible they had ventured to Dujia Town. He waved dismissively. "All right, you may return. If they haven't shown up by morning, bring Jiang Xie and the others to search for them." Jiang Xiong obliged and left, while Jiang Long conducted a brief patrol before retiring to his room for a deep slumber. However, Jiang Long's sleep was restless, while Jiang Han barely slept a wink that night. After hastily burying Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao in a shallow grave, Jiang Han chose not to return to Jiangjia Town, but instead sought refuge in a dilapidated temple at the foot of the mountain for the night. After consuming some provisions and practicing his mystical energy for a while, he lay down on a broken wooden plank, preparing to sleep. It was his first experience with murder, and to commit it twice was overwhelming. Awakened by a potent bloodline ability, he felt exhilarated yet anxious about the reactions back in Jiangjia Town, his sister Jiang Li, and how to hunt the shadow mouse effectively. His mind swirled with turbulent thoughts, preventing him from finding rest. It was not until the latter half of the night that he finally succumbed to a deep sleep. At the break of dawn, Jiang Han awoke. After much contemplation regarding how to hunt the shadow mouse, he realized he lacked a solid plan. The shadow mouse, being a first-tier beast, held little value and possessed weak combat abilities, yet its name suggested extraordinary speed. Jiang Han had glimpsed the shadow mouse several times, but it vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving him no chance to react. Over the years, he had never heard of effective methods for hunting the shadow mouse. This first-tier beast was highly vigilant, fleeing at the slightest hint of human presence. With Jiang Han's current strength, he could easily slay a shadow mouse using his violent power. But the creature would not grant him an opportunity to attack. It would escape at once, making it impossible to catch up. I should purchase a mystic iron beast cage, Jiang Han mused, arriving at a singular solution: to use a beast cage for luring the creature. If he could entice the phantom mouse into the beast cage, the hunt would become significantly easier. After replenishing his energy, Jiang Han dared not return to Jiangjia Town. Instead, he journeyed for half an hour to the west, arriving at Dujia Town. Upon reaching Dujia Town, he spent some silver coins to purchase a mysterious iron beast cage and some provisions before hastily venturing into the mountains near Turtle Ridge. This time, fortune smiled upon him. Early that morning, upon realizing that Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao had not returned, Jiang Long dispatched Jiang Xiong along with 3 cousins to search for them. Jiang Xiong and his companions entered the mountains from the Jiangjia Town side. If Jiang Han were to take the same route, the likelihood of encountering them would be substantial. After entering Turtle Ridge, Jiang Han meticulously searched the surroundings for quite some time, but found no trace of the phantom mouse. He promptly resolved to explore the adjacent peak. The second mountain also yielded no sighting of the phantom mouse. After half an hour, Jiang Han finally discovered a phantom mouse on the third peak. Alas, just as he spotted the little creature, it transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished. He quickly pursued it, scouring the vicinity, but to no avail. The phantom mouse was not small, measuring about a foot in length, its body covered in white fur, with a barbed tail. Their speed could rival that of a martial artist at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, making Jiang Han's search exceedingly challenging. Continuing his search for another half hour, Jiang Han encountered several phantom mice on this peak, but each time he laid eyes on them, they would flicker away, leaving him no chance to hunt. After a day of frantic searching, feeling both hungry and fatigued, he consumed some provisions and climbed a large tree to rest. Soon falling into a deep slumber. Before long, he was stirred from his dreams by a faint rustling sound. He opened his eyes to investigate. Soon, he spotted a phantom mouse in a nearby thicket, gnawing on the roots of a plant, producing a subtle noise. Jiang Han refrained from recklessly attacking the phantom mouse. Instead, he patiently observed. After a moment, his heart leaped with joy. He made a remarkable discovery. The phantom mouse seemed exclusively interested in the roots of a particular brown plant, showing no interest in other flora or wild fruits. Excellent. Jiang Han was greatly encouraged. He swiftly leapt down from the tree, but the nearby phantom mouse sensed danger. Darting away in an instant, Jiang Han approached, uprooted the brown plant, and swiftly searched the area for more of it. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, he collected several roots of the brown plant, placed them into the mysterious iron beast cage, and tossed the cage into the thicket before climbing back up the tree to wait in silence. He waited for half an hour. Finally, a white shadow flashed by, dashing into the iron beast cage. As soon as the white figure entered, it triggered the cage's mechanism, and the iron door slammed shut. Inside, the phantom mouse scurried in a frenzy, its fleeting forms scattered throughout the cage, as if there were a dozen of them. Success! Jiang Han leapt down from the tree, his heart brimming with joy at the sight of the trapped phantom mouse. It was time to strike. Jiang Han cautiously inserted his long blade through the gaps of the beast cage, striking wildly at the shadow mouse within. Once he confirmed its demise, he opened the cage to collect the creature's pristine blood. Refinement. After he had successfully refined the shadow mouse's essence, he immediately visualized the celestial beast cauldron. Noting that the representation of the shadow mouse upon it had grown clearer and more vivid. Satisfied, he began to tidy up, carrying the beast cage. He made his way to a nearby brook, where he meticulously washed away the bloodstains. Following the same method as before, he continued to set traps, biding his time for the next shadow mouse to unwittingly fall into his snare. As 2 hours passed, the sky gradually darkened. Jiang Han stowed away the iron beast cage and descended the mountain with a sense of fulfillment. Having lured and slain 4 shadow mice in just one afternoon, he had mastered the technique. With hopes of successfully hunting 6 more the following day, he anticipated awakening yet another bloodline divine ability. Chapter 5, Shapeshifting in the Early Morning. In Jiangjia town, a middle-aged woman entered the courtyard where Jiang Li was imprisoned, carrying 2 steamed buns. Upon entering the room, she scanned the surroundings and located Jiang Li, who was huddled in the corner, her disheveled hair obscuring her face. Jiang Li curled up tightly, hugging her knees, her head bowed, her body trembling slightly. Resembling a quail shivering in the frigid winter, a pitiful sight. However, the middle-aged woman showed no trace of compassion upon seeing Jiang Li. Instead, she approached with a fierce expression and stood above her, declaring, "Jiang Li, you haven't eaten anything all day yesterday. Are you trying to starve yourself to death?" Jiang Li's head twitched slightly, yet she did not lift it nor respond. She merely curled up tighter. "Have you gone deaf?" the woman bellowed, gripping Jiang Li's hair and yanking her head up. Jiang Li's delicate face, slender and beautiful, was suddenly exposed, her strikingly clear black and white eyes glaring defiantly at the woman. Slap, slap. The woman raised her hand and struck Jiang Li's face twice, leaving 2 vivid red handprints on her youthful complexion. With a venomous roar, she warned, "Dare to glare at me? Do you believe I could kill you right now? If you know what's good for you, eat the buns immediately." Though Jiang Li's face throbbed with pain, she did not rub it nor reach for the buns. Maintaining her fierce gaze on the woman, enraged, the woman raised her hand again to strike. But recollecting that Han Shichi would be taking Jiang Li away in a few days, she restrained her anger and withdrew her hand. Pacing back and forth, the woman grew increasingly agitated and hurled the bowl to the ground, causing the buns to roll across the floor. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She pointed a finger at Jiang Li with a sinister smile. You refuse to eat, do you? Fine. I shall inform the third elder and have your brother beaten to death. After all, both of you are worthless wretches with that. She turned to leave. And Jiang Li's small frame trembled, panic flashing across her face as she called out desperately, I'll eat. I'll eat. Please don't harm my brother. As she spoke, Jiang Li crawled over to retrieve the dusty buns from the ground and began to eat them voraciously, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded. I'll obey you. I'll marry, whatever you want. Had you been obedient from the start, we wouldn't be in this situation. The middle-aged woman scoffed. You're a little wretch, spit. As Jiang Li endured her torment, Jiang Han remained blissfully unaware of her suffering. After spending another night in the dilapidated temple, he ascended the mountain early that morning, just as he had done the day before. Jiang Han sought out the roots of brown plants and set traps in areas frequented by the elusive shadow mice. Unlike the fragrant tianxiang fruit, the roots emitted no peculiar scent, making the entrapment process more challenging. Jiang Han could only settle down and wait patiently. Fortunately, this mountain was home to a considerable number of shadow mice. After a morning of waiting, he successfully hunted 3 more. The patterns of the mice on the Tian beast cauldron deepening in color. His anticipation grew within him as he pondered what kind of bloodline abilities he might acquire after refining 10 drops of the shadow mice's essence. Time slipped by, and as the sun began to set, Jiang Han finally fulfilled his quota of 10 shadow mice. Refined, cradling the last drop of the ethereal mouse's blood in his hands. Jiang Han's eyes blazed with fervor, and an exhilarating energy coursed through his being. Closing his eyes, he immediately envisioned the celestial beast cauldron. As before, the cauldron radiated a resplendent golden light, and the lifelike ethereal mouse soared from the walls of the cauldron, transforming into azure smoke that merged into Jiang Han's very soul. Simultaneously, a peculiar energy enveloped his entire body. Moments later, Jiang Han opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with vitality, and uttered a commanding shout, shift and shadow. A hum resonated as his body trembled slightly, and to his astonishment, he found himself standing a yard away. Even more astonishing was that in the spot he had just vacated, another Jiang Han remained. However, after a brief moment, the figure standing still gradually became ethereal, slowly dissipating into nothingness. Jiang Han stared at the vanishing duplicate of himself, rendered speechless. He had initially believed that this art of shifting shadows merely enhanced his speed for instantaneous movement. Yet he had not anticipated that a lingering shadow would remain in his original position, persisting for a brief moment. In this vast world, wonders truly abound. Jiang Han reflected for a long while, his heart stirred with excitement. While this technique may prove ineffective against formidable opponents, due to the limited distance of the shift allowing them to swiftly react and eliminate him, it would wield considerable advantage against martial artists of comparable strength. Without further delay, Jiang Han hastened down the mountain, clutching the iron beast cage. Indeed, in this realm, mystical abilities served as the primary means for martial artists to confront adversaries. The arcane arts paled in comparison. As he walked, he pondered the myriad astonishing capabilities of different mystical arts, recognizing that his own was relatively weak. Should one possess a truly powerful mystic art, could they not cause the very heavens to tremble and the earth to quake with a mere gesture? It seemed the legends of formidable demonic beasts being able to extinguish the lives of elders with a single breath were not mere fabrications. In the continent of Jiuzhou, where martial artists abound and the strong flourish like clouds, those capable of instilling true fear across the lands possessed not only exceptional cultivation, but also extraordinarily potent mystical abilities. Merely having a high cultivation level without mystical arts is akin to a castle in the air, beautiful yet utterly ineffective. Soon, Jiang Han reached the foot of the mountain. Upon arriving, he hesitated briefly before deciding to return to the dilapidated temple for the night. This forsaken shrine, seldom frequented by others, could provide shelter from the wind and rain, allowing him a relatively peaceful slumber. He casually munched on some dry rations during the journey, and by the time he arrived at the temple, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. The night was still and the air stifling, heralding the impending arrival of a heavy rainstorm. Jiang Han silently rejoiced, realizing that had he chosen to spend the night elsewhere, he would likely have been drenched to the bone. However, as he approached the temple, his steps halted suddenly, and his gaze turned icy. He tossed the iron beast cage aside and unsheathed his battle knife, glaring at the temple, demanding, "Who goes there? Step forth." A cold snort echoed in response, and 2 figures emerged from the temple. At the same time, 2 more figures appeared behind Jiang Han, encircling him and sealing off all possible avenues of escape. Jiang Xiong, Jiang Scorpion, Jiang Snake, Jiang Monkey. Jiang Han surveyed the 4 individuals surrounding him, recognizing them instantly. The lineage of elder Jiang Shaodian thrived with 6 brothers, and the second generation boasted as many as 17 male descendants. The 4 men who arrived today are all cousins of Jiang Long and Jiang Hu. Among them, Jiang Xiong possesses the strongest combat prowess, being at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, while the other 3 consist of 2 at the 6th level and 1 at the 5th level. Jiang Han, so you are indeed here. Jiang Xiong, tall and imposing with a rugged beard, spoke coldly. Confess honestly, where have Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao gone? The 4 of them had scoured the mountains for 2 days and even visited the gambling den in Du Family Town. Yet they found no trace of Jiang Hu or Jiang Bao. Initially, they had resolved to abandon their search and return to report to the 3rd elder, intending to muster more manpower for a broader search the following day. However, while descending the mountain, Jiangxi recalled the existence of a dilapidated temple nearby. They decided to try their luck there and discovered remnants of leftover food. Thus, they resolved to wait, and unexpectedly, they encountered Jiang Han. After tirelessly searching for 2 days, traversing countless mountains and feeling utterly exhausted, they were somewhat invigorated to finally find Jiang Han. Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao had not visited the gambling den. Rather, they had gone to pursue Jiang Han. Their mysterious disappearance naturally led the 4 to believe that it was closely linked to Jiang Han. Had they not found the bodies of Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao? A slight sense of relief washed over Jiang Han as he tightened his grip on the battle knife in his hand, maintaining a stoic expression as he replied, "How would I know where they have gone? I have never seen them." "Nonsense," Jiang Xiong retorted angrily. "Those 2 were trailing you, and now they have suddenly vanished. Your reluctance to return to the town for the night clearly reveals your guilty conscience. You refuse to speak, do you? Then do not blame us for being unkind." "Jiang Han, I give you one last chance." Jiangxi, true to his name, emanated a chilling and sinister aura as he approached Jiang Han, sword in hand, sneering. "If you do not speak, we shall have no choice but to sever your tendons and bring you back to the Elder Hall for my uncle to interrogate." Chapter 6. He is a ghost. The arrival of Jiang Xiong and the others was something Jiang Han had anticipated. He had killed Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao, and such a matter could not remain concealed for long. It was only a matter of time before it would be revealed. He initially believed that Jiang Long would personally lead a search party, which would soon alert the 3rd elder, but to his surprise, only Jiang Xiong and 3 others had come. This gave him a sense of relief, for the earlier the matter was discovered, the swifter the clan's pursuit of him would ensue. He was in dire need of time to rapidly enhance his combat prowess, and thus, the longer he could delay, the better. Not a single one of these 4 could be allowed to escape. As his mind raced, Jiang Han scanned the 4, seeking the first target for attack, ultimately setting his sights on Jiang Xiong. He was the strongest among them, and once Jiang Xiong was dealt with, the remaining 3 would be far easier to handle. Why waste words with him? Subduing him was the priority. A sinister smile flickered in Jiang Xia's eyes as he brandished his blade and strode forward. Jiang Xiong and Jiangxi exchanged glances, and Jiang Xiong bellowed, "Let us attack together." With that, both Jiang Xiong and Jiangxi simultaneously brandished their long swords, executing a series of dazzling sword flourishes before lunging towards Jiang Han from 2 directions. Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao, both at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion, had mysteriously vanished. Adding to this was Jiang Han's father, Jiang Hinxue, who had been a genius rarely seen in a century. Though Jiang Xiong appeared to be a rough-hewn man, he was nonetheless cautious. He struck with all his might from the very start, a lion seizing its prey. As he swiftly closed in, he shouted, "Jiang Han, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. You brought this upon yourself." Almost simultaneously, the remaining Jiang Ho also advanced, with all 4 attacking Jiang Han from different directions. Jiang Han stood still, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiong felt a flicker of doubt. Had he been too cautious? With 4 of them attacking in unison, was there truly any chance of Jiang Han escaping? With a fierce yell, Jiang Xiong's long sword approached Jiang Han's body, his internal energy radiating as he thrust the blade mercilessly towards Jiang Han's left shoulder. From other directions, Jiang Xie swung his horse-slaying knife viciously towards Jiang Han's back. Jiang Shi lunged with his long sword aimed at Jiang Han's right shoulder, while Jiang Ho's blade sealed off Jiang Han's lower defenses. Though the 4 did not strike simultaneously, their assault converged with astonishing precision. indicating that this was not their first joint effort and that they possessed considerable combat experience. In the next instant, all four felt a fleeting pause within their hearts, especially Jiang Xiong and Jiang Shi, who were confronted with an inexplicable sense of unease. For throughout the encounter, Jiang Han had not moved an inch, not even lifting the battle knife in his hand. Just before their weapons could strike, they even caught a glimpse of a mocking expression on Jiang Han's face. Bang! What transpired next astonished the four. As their weapons struck Jiang Han, they encountered no resistance whatsoever. His body seemed as fragile as paper, effortlessly pierced through. No, this was not right. In an instant, Jiang Shi bellowed in alarm, for he perceived that Jiang Han's form was akin to an ethereal flower in a watery dream, gradually dissipating before their very eyes, vanishing into thin air. The eyes of the four narrowed simultaneously, and Jiang Shi, catching a glimpse of a glinting blade behind Jiang Xiong, displayed a countenance of dread as he shouted, "Brother Xiong, be cautious." Without needing Jiang Hu's warning, Jiang Xiong had already sensed the whoosh of a weapon slicing through the air behind him. In a life-or-death moment, he executed a remarkably swift reaction. His body lunged forward rapidly, while he exerted force to twist his waist abruptly, allowing his longsword to rise in a defensive arc from below. Indeed, Jiang Xiong's reflexes were commendable, had he successfully blocked Jiang Han's strike. Jiang Shi and Jiang Scorpion would have promptly come to his aid, granting him ample time to evade the impending attack. Clang! A slender, formidable blade descended with great force, clashing against Jiang Xiong's longsword. What Jiang Xiong did not anticipate was the torrent of ferocious power emanating from the blade, a strength 2 or 3 times greater than his own. A jolt of pain surged through his hands as the longsword was sent flying, the blade's momentum unrelenting as it struck heavily against his chest. Jiang Xiong's response was not at fault. The issue lay in his misjudgment of the force behind the blow. A piercing scream erupted as Jiang Han unleashed his violent might, amplifying the strike's power fivefold, thereby eviscerating Jiang Xiong. As they beheld Jiang Xiong, sprawled on the ground with a gaping wound across his chest, ribs and entrails crushed, convulsing in a pool of blood, Jiang Shi and the others stood in stunned silence. For a moment, they were oblivious to their intent to continue attacking, their gazes fixed upon the tragically gasping Jiang Xiong. Their faces drained of color, terror etched across their features. Jiang Xiong was their cousin, a companion since childhood. Witnessing his brutal murder before their eyes was a reality they struggled to fathom. How could this be? Wasn't Jiang Han merely at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion? How could he possibly slay their brother Xiong, who was at the 7th level? How had he suddenly appeared behind him? Jiang Shi and the others were gripped by fear, as though encountering a specter in broad daylight. They were paralyzed by disbelief, yet Jiang Han was unfazed. His gaze swept towards Jiang Scorpion, his energy radiating with a menacing glimmer, and the murderous intent surged once more as he swiftly struck with his blade. Jiang Scorpion turned just in time to catch a glimpse of the blade's arc and hastily rolled away to evade the attack, simultaneously roaring, "What are you waiting for? Let us all attack together. I'll slay you, you wretched cur. Kill." The group unleashed their most ferocious onslaught upon Jiang Han. However, as they made contact with his form, an uncanny phenomenon unfolded once again. Jiang Han's figure began to dissipate, only for him to materialize abruptly behind Jiang Scorpion, delivering a rapid and fierce strike. Boom! Jiang Scorpion was sent flying by Jiang Han's blade, his pitiful state reminiscent of Jiang Xiong's demise. A ghost. He is a ghost, if the first occurrence could be attributed to chance. The consecutive manifestations of Jiang Han's shifting technique thoroughly terrified Jiang Shi and Jiang Ho. They had clearly struck Jiang Han, yet he instantaneously reappeared elsewhere, while the shadow in this place slowly dissipated. Such an extraordinary occurrence was utterly unprecedented. This left Jiang Ho in a state of sheer terror, nearly causing him to lose his wits. He shouted in panic, discarding the sword in his hand, and abruptly turned to flee desperately into the distance, disregarding everything as he escaped. As Jiang Ho fled, Jiang Shi became flustered, glancing at Jiang Scorpion, who lay in a pool of blood, clearly on the brink of death. Gritting his teeth, he too turned to flee. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him, followed by a flash of blade light. In that moment of haste, Jiang Shi could not react in time. Jiang Han struck him down with a single blow to the head, and he perished without even having the chance to scream. Determined to pursue, Jiang Han, consumed by bloodlust, quickly chased after the direction in which Jiang Ho had fled. He had slain 3 individuals today. His secrets were now fully exposed, and he could not afford to let even one escape. Should Jiang Ho evade him, he would face relentless pursuit from the formidable forces of the Jiang family. Chapter 7. A tiger's son is not a dog. Jiang Han was resolutely pursuing, yet his speed gradually diminished. The power of his ferocity could only be sustained for the duration of a single incense stick's burning. After that, a sense of weakness enveloped him, compelling him to halt. As he gazed at the indistinct figure of Jiang Ho fading into the distance, a grim expression overtook his countenance. Allowing one to escape would undoubtedly expose everything. He bore no burden for the deaths of Jiang Xiong and the others. From the moment he had slain Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao, he had positioned himself in opposition to Elder Three and, indeed, the entire Jiang clan. This was merely the beginning. Countless fierce battles awaited him, and any hint of mercy would only lead to his utter ruin. After a brief respite, he decisively turned and sprinted into the distance. He understood that the clan's formidable warriors would soon arrive, and he could not afford to linger here. His immediate plan was to seek a secure hiding place, evade the pursuit, and then find a way to enhance his strength. The twin techniques of ferocity and shadow shifting had significantly augmented his combat prowess. However, he was acutely aware that with his current capabilities, he stood a chance against 2 or 3 high-level Purple Mansion cultivators. But should he confront 7 or 8, his demise would be inevitable. In the face of the mysterious Abyss realm, he surmised he would be swiftly vanquished. Thunder rumbled overhead as a torrential downpour ensued. Jiang Han raced through the rain-soaked night, the deluge drenching his hair and garments, rendering him a pitiful sight akin to a homeless stray dog. Upon returning, Jiang Ho was soon followed by Jiang Long and a contingent of men, heading straight to the dilapidated temple. Once the bodies of Jiang Xiong, Jiang Scorpion, and Jiang Snake were brought back to the ancestral hall, chaos erupted within the Jiang family, with the hall and its surroundings teeming with people. Several women clutched the corpses of Jiang Xiong and the others, wailing inconsolably, their cries mingling with fervent curses. Elder Three has arrived. A commanding shout silenced the tumult within the hall. The crowd outside parted, revealing Jiang Xiaotian, his expression as grim as a winter-esque frost, stepping inside. As he entered, the grieving women who had been sobbing on the ground surrounded him, beseeching him to avenge Jiang Xiong and the others. Silence, Jiang Xiaotian bellowed, restoring quiet to the hall. He inspected the corpses of Jiang Xiong and the others before turning his piercing gaze towards Jiang Ho, coldly stating, "How could Jiang Han, a mere 5th-layer Purple Mansion cultivator, have slain Jiang Xiong and the others? Speak in detail, leaving no aspect unaddressed." Under the weight of Jiang Xiaotian's fierce gaze, Jiang Ho trembled slightly and began recounting the events. He altered certain details, claiming that Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao had gone missing, prompting their search, only to discover Jiang Han's suspicious movements. Thus, the four had inquired whether Jiang Han had seen Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao, only for Jiang Han to unleash a massacre when a disagreement arose. Had he not fled swiftly, he too would have perished. Jiang Han's 2 techniques were described by Jiang Ho as sinister sorcery, particularly the shadow-shifting technique, which he portrayed as extraordinarily arcane. Upon concluding, a profound silence enveloped the ancestral hall. Countless members of the Jiang clan exchanged glances, and the older generations found themselves pondering an astounding thought. Could it be that the Jiang family had once again birthed an unparalleled genius? In those years, Jiang Han's father, Jiang Henshui, similarly emerged as an extraordinary figure, his combat prowess soaring to unprecedented heights, eclipsing his peers, with none of the younger generation within 100 miles daring to challenge him. A tiger father begets no dog son. Although Jiang Ho maligned Jiang Han for practicing demonic arts, many clansmen remained unconvinced. Such sorcery existed solely in legends, practiced by the demon and monster clans. How could the human race possibly master it? Jiang Han's sudden surge in strength naturally evoked thoughts of Jiang Henshui among many clansmen, speculating that he must have inherited his father's extraordinary techniques. Could his power rival that of the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion realm? Could he teleport? Leave behind a shadow in his wake? Could it possibly be a bloodline divine ability? Jiang Xiaotian murmured softly, his expression shifting continually, a profound wariness flickering in the depths of his eyes. He too recalled Jiang Henshui, the man who had once overshadowed him and his entire clan. Jiang Henshui had vanished, yet his son, like him, had emerged mysteriously, his strength escalating dramatically. Faced with 4 martial artists of higher realms, he effortlessly swept them aside. At merely 16 years of age, if given a few more years, he might well become another Jiang Henshui. Moreover, he realized that Jiang Han was even more ruthless. While Jiang Hinshui had engaged in numerous conflicts with their lineage, he had never taken a life, at most leaving his opponents gravely injured. His own scars were testament to this. Jiang Han, however, was different. He had killed 3 outright upon his first strike, and Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao had yet to be seen or heard from, likely victims of his wrath. Should Jiang Han continue to grow in power, their lineage could face total annihilation. A profound sense of dread surged within Jiang Shaodian, a fierce glint emerging in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared loudly, Jiang Han practices demonic arts and slaughters his kin. His crimes are unforgivable. Jiang Long, Jiang Shi, you shall each lead a hunting party and set forth immediately. Upon encountering Jiang Han, you are to eliminate him on sight and return his remains to be displayed for 10 days, as per clan law. Understood. Jiang Long and a middle-aged man clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Jiang Long, unable to contain himself, dashed out at Jiang Shaoyan's command, commencing the assembly of forces to pursue Jiang Han. Beyond the Elder Hall, the Jiang family had a hunting squad divided into 4 smaller teams, totaling 60 members. The members of the hunting squad were the clan's elite, each small team consisting of 15 individuals, all at least at the 7th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, with the team leaders at the 9th layer. 30 skilled individuals from 2 small teams, all above the 7th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, pursued Jiang Han. And Jiang Shaodian was resolute in his intent to eliminate him. Old 6. Once Jiang Long and the others departed, Jiang Shaodian issued another command, have portraits of Jiang Han made. Tomorrow, you will take a group to Do Family Town, Guan Family Town, Wang Family Town, and other places to post notices. Declare that Jiang Han has betrayed our clan. Anyone who shelters him shall be considered an enemy of the Jiang family. Those who provide clues will be rewarded with 100 Xian stones, while those who kill Jiang Han shall receive 500 Xian stones. Understood. Another member of the Jiang clan departed in compliance. Many Jiang clansmen, both inside and outside the ancestral hall, sighed inwardly upon hearing Jiang Shaoyan's words. His strategy was ruthless. Once the bounty notice was posted, Jiang Han would have nowhere to hide within hundreds of miles. 500 pieces of mysterious stones is no trifling matter. It is likely that martial artists from many nearby families will soon take notice. Furthermore, after escorting Jiang Li to the back courtyard of the Elder Hall, she must be placed under strict surveillance. Jiang Shaodian pondered for a moment and addressed the middle-aged woman assigned to guard Jiang Li in the coming days. You are to eat and reside with Jiang Li day and night, ensuring she faces no issues. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Jiang Li represents the soul bond of Jiang Han, and Jiang Shaodian fears that Jiang Han might secretly infiltrate Jiang Family Town to take Jiang Li away. With Jiang Long dispatched to pursue Jiang Han, he lacks confidence in the remaining guards. Thus, he has opted to relocate Jiang Li to the back courtyard of the Elder Hall, ensuring that any attempt by Jiang Han to rescue her must first contend with him. Very well. Jiang Shaodian's gaze again fell upon the lifeless bodies of Jiang Xiong and the others on the ground, and he shook his head with a sigh. Let us first place their bodies in fine coffins for preservation, and do not hasten to bury them. Once we retrieve Jiang Han's corpse, we shall honor their spirits with a sacrifice of Jiang Han's head before bestowing upon them a proper burial. Chapter 8. Moving at the whisper of the wind, 30 members of the Jiang family's hunting team, under the leadership of Jiang Long and Jiang Shi, ventured out of Jiangjia town amidst the pouring rain, embarking on a search for Jiang Han. They did not hasten into the mountains, for the treacherous Tianhu mountain range posed a grave danger at night. They believed that Jiang Han lacked the audacity to brave the peril of countless demonic beasts and spend the night in the mountains. They centered their search around an abandoned temple, with Jiang Long and Jiang Shi dividing their subordinates into 3 groups, each equipped with signal flares for separate searches. Upon encountering Jiang Han, they would release the flares, summoning swift reinforcement from the others. The torrential rain persisted throughout the night, and Jiang Long, Jiang Shi, and their companions searched tirelessly, yet returned empty-handed. The downpour had washed away any trace of Jiang Han, and the poor visibility of the night rendered their search futile. On the following day, notices bearing Jiang Han's likeness were posted in all nearby villages and towns. The announcement ignited a fervor among the surrounding families. Many martial artists, indeed, sprang into action. 500 Xian stones was no trifling sum, sufficient to purchase a fine Xian artifact or several superior medicinal pills. Most notably, the notice stated that Jiang Han was merely at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion, albeit with the cultivation of demonic arts and some peculiar techniques. This stirred the interest of many. After all, how formidable could one be at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion, even with a few tricks up their sleeve? It is known that hunting a powerful second-tier demonic beast hardly fetched 500 Xian stones. Jiang Han was worth more than a second-tier demonic beast. In an instant, the wilderness surrounding the Tianhu mountain range became teeming with martial artists seeking Jiang Han, with estimates suggesting over 100 individuals from nearby villages and towns were in pursuit. After half a day, sensational news spread. Jiang Han had killed 5 members of the Jiang family, and, most crucially, his father was none other than Jiang Henshue. Who was Jiang Henshue? He was a dominant figure, overshadowing the various families for an entire generation. Had he not gone missing, he might have ascended to a high-ranking position within the Yunming Pavilion, potentially even becoming an elder. Yet, how could Jiang Henshue's son be so audacious? How could he dare to slaughter his own kin? Moreover, Jiang Shaotian was equally fierce, issuing a kill order without hesitation. Did he not fear the possibility of Jiang Henshue's return? The prospect of being torn apart upon his return to Jiangjia town did not faze him. The town's gambling house had already opened bets on how many days Jiang Han could survive, with the odds heavily favoring his demise within 3 days. Of course, if he managed to endure for half a month, the odds would soar to 100 to 1. No one held high hopes for Jiang Han. Even as the son of Jiang Henshue, the Jiang family had dispatched 30 martial artists, with over 100 others joining the manhunt. It seemed Jiang Han's ability to evade capture for more than 3 days was a tall order. However, a perplexing event unfolded. Despite the extensive search conducted by so many, while the bodies of Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao were discovered, Jiang Han seemed to have vanished as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm. The terrain surrounding Jiangjia town was indeed peculiar, resembling a vast valley encircled by mountains on 3 sides, with dozens of villages and towns under the influence of the Yunming Pavilion, all ensconced within the embrace of the Tianhu mountain range. In order for Jiang Han to escape this area, he has only 2 paths to choose from. The first involves traversing dozens of villages and towns to exit through the Soul Valley entrance, while the second entails entering the Tianhu mountain range and crossing it to reach the territories of other formidable powers. The first option is evidently impractical. To silently navigate through so many villages and towns would require at least 2 days, a feat that is simply unattainable. The second route presents even greater challenges, as crossing the Tianhu mountain range necessitates scaling several towering peaks, each teeming with second and third-tier demonic beasts, making Jiang Han's survival highly improbable given his current strength. Thus, it is certain that he has concealed himself, though it remains a mystery as to his exact hiding spot. Hang in there, little Jiang Han. Many patrons in the gambling houses silently prayed for him, having placed bets on his ability to endure for more than 3 days, with some even wagering on his resilience lasting half a month. The longer Jiang Han could hold out, the greater their potential winnings. In truth, Jiang Han had not ventured far. He could not afford to do so as Jiang Li remained in Jiangjia town. He had hidden himself in a location known only to him and Jiang Li, situated merely 7 or 8 miles from the town. He concealed himself in a cave behind a small waterfall, a place he had stumbled upon years ago while exploring with Jiang Li. Jiang Han was not foolish. Rather, he was quite astute, understanding that the deaths of Jiang Hu and his companions would incite tremendous wrath in Jiang Shaotian. It was inevitable that the Jiang family would send assassins after him, though he had not anticipated that Jiang Shaotian would issue a bounty, thereby inciting martial artists from nearby villages to join the hunt. At this moment, Jiang Han nestled within the cave behind the waterfall, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Beside him lay several vials and jars, all acquired from the bodies of Jiang Hu, Jiang Xiong, and others. Among them were healing potions, elixirs to aid in cultivation, and even a vial of an aphrodisiac. Initially intending to remain hidden for a day or 2, he resolved to enter a 4-day seclusion after organizing his spoils. Fortunately, he had ample provisions and need not worry about sustenance. Han Shiqi would not arrive for another 12 days, granting him sufficient time. He understood that he had but one chance to rescue Jiang Li, necessitating careful planning to avoid unnecessary risks. Since the disappearance of their parents, Jiang Han and his sister had been left vulnerable and alone, struggling with the most basic necessities, let alone daring to dream of cultivating with elixirs. In contrast, Jiang Hu and his cohorts, supported by powerful allies, had no such concerns, possessing as they did 5 vials of elixirs. Jiang Han had already attained the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm for some time. With the assistance of these elixirs, he believed that breaking through to the 6th level would not pose significant difficulty, thereby increasing his chances of successfully rescuing Jiang Li. In the realm of Jiuzhou, the cultivation system for humanity is largely uniform, revolving around the opening of 9 secret chambers within the body. Each chamber unlocked signifies a breakthrough to a higher realm. Purple Mansion, Xianyu, Shanghai, Reincarnation, Tianren, Paksu, Dixian, Shenlin, and Immortal. Once a martial artist opens a secret chamber, they must construct a 9-layer divine altar within it. This not only stabilizes the chamber but also accumulates vast amounts of mysterious energy, thereby augmenting their physical prowess and enhancing their combat capabilities. Each layer of the divine altar signifies a breakthrough to a minor realm. Jiang Han has unveiled the secrets of the Purple Mansion, erecting a 5-tiered altar. He now seeks to cultivate his profound power to construct the 6th tier. Upon its successful completion, he shall ascend to the 6th level of the Purple Mansion. As he refines pill after pill, the reservoir of his profound energy gradually swells. Above the 5-tiered altar within Jiang Han's secret vault, the 6th tier begins to take shape slowly. Time passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed. Throughout this period, Jiang Han has not set foot outside the cave. Occasionally, passers-by have wandered nearby, merely casting a fleeting glance at the waterfall before hastily departing. At an indeterminate moment, Jiang Han's eyes suddenly snap open, radiating brilliance, and a smile graces his face. After 3 days and nights of arduous cultivation, coupled with the refining of 5 vials of elixirs, he has successfully constructed another altar, thereby breaking through to the 6th level of the Purple Mansion. He plans to venture out tonight. Jiang Han estimates that the search efforts have likely diminished significantly after 3 days. Thus, it is time for him to return to the mountains. He is determined to hunt the 3rd beast from the heavenly beast cauldron, the Earth Dragon Beast. Chapter 9. As the saying goes, those who do not offend me shall not be offended. Among the 3 types of 1st-tier monsters on the beast cauldron, only the Earth Dragon Beast remains. Jiang Han is not particularly familiar with this creature, having only glimpsed it from afar once. Not only he, but also the warriors from nearby villages seldom hunt the Earth Dragon Beast, as it lurks beneath the ground for extended periods, launching sudden and perilous ambushes on its prey. Jiang Han meticulously attuned his body and mind to their pinnacle before commencing his endeavor under the veil of night. Cautiously, he made his way toward the Tianhu mountain range, pausing at every rustle of wind or shift in foliage to scrutinize his surroundings, ensuring safety before proceeding. After more than an hour, he reached the foot of the Tianhu mountain range. However, rather than advancing into the mountains, he sought refuge in an ancient tree at the base, binding himself with vines to rest. As dawn broke, Jiang Han awakened and spent the better part of the morning observing his surroundings, before cautiously making his way to the Shuangtuo peak of the 7th summit. Throughout his journey, he exercised extreme caution, instantly retreating at the slightest sign of any monsters, determined to leave no trace of his presence, until he successfully hunted 10 Earth Dragon Beasts to acquire the 3rd bloodline divine ability. He could not afford to reveal his whereabouts. Surviving the journey to Shuangtuo Peak without incident, Jiang Han began his search for the Earth Dragon Beast. Regrettably, this elusive creature spends most of its life hidden underground. After an hour of fruitless searching, he encountered 2 other types of 1st-tier monsters instead. He had no choice but to proceed to the 8th peak. Moments after entering the 8th peak, the ground before him suddenly erupted, and a colossal beast resembling a crocodile, adorned with black scales, burst forth from the earth, its gaping maw lunging toward him. The Earth Dragon Beast, remaining in a state of heightened vigilance. Jiang Han was not alarmed. Rather, he felt exhilaration. Instantly, he employed the shadow shift technique, appearing behind the Earth Dragon Beast in an instant, unleashing his ferocity as he brought his blade crashing down upon its neck. With a resounding thud, the Earth Dragon Beast was sent flying, a deep gash opening along its neck, yellow blood oozing forth. Miraculously, it did not perish. Instead, it rolled on the ground twice, its claws radiating a crimson glow as it attempted to burrow back underground. Swiftly, Jiang Han could not allow his quarry to escape. He darted forward, grasping the Earth Dragon Beast's tail and yanking it forcefully, propelling the creature into the air before striking down with his blade once more. This time, the Earth Dragon Beast could not withstand the blow. After crashing to the ground, it convulsed briefly before succumbing to death. Elated, Jiang Han reveled in the triumph of having slain his first Earth Dragon Beast. Quickly, he shattered the inner core of the spirit beast and refined the beast's essence before discarding its corpse into a nearby ravine. Subsequently, Jiang Han scoured the entirety of the 8th peak, ultimately locating 3 more Earth Dragon Beasts. After a brief recovery of his stamina, he set forth toward the 9th peak. Fortune smiled upon him as he encountered yet another Earth Dragon Beast at the 9th peak, and as dusk approached, he had already hunted down 7. Tomorrow should bring him closer to his goal. Observing the fading light, Jiang Han resolved to descend the mountain. He had no intention of returning to the cave behind the waterfall for the night, yet he dared not remain atop the mountain either. For many monsters preferred to ambush by night after lying in wait during the day. He prepared to seek refuge beneath a grand tree at the foot of the mountain for the night, where he would be considerably safer. Even if there were monstrous beasts lurking about, they would likely be of a lowly rank, posing minimal danger. As twilight descended, he surmised that those searching for him must have already descended the mountain, prompting him to hasten his pace toward the base. Suddenly, as he reached the second peak, a booming voice resonated ahead. Jiang Han's gaze flickered like lightning, and he discerned 2 figures emerging from the thicket under the dim moonlight. A sinking feeling gripped his heart. He recognized them as members of the Jiang clan. Jiang Han, one of them bellowed with unrestrained glee, rushing toward him. The other did not charge forward, but swiftly produced a bamboo tube, violently uncapping it. A beam of light surged skyward, illuminating half the heavens. This is dire. Jiang Han's spirits plummeted. He estimated that the Jiang clan members searching nearby would soon converge upon him. If things went awry, this night could mark his demise. Stay back. Jiang Han shouted as he realized that the approaching clan member was not from the Jiang Shaotian branch. We are the same clan. I do not wish to kill you. Do not force my hand. Force you? The man sneered, his lips curling into a malicious grin. You practice dark arts and slaughter your kin. Your sins are unforgivable. The 3rd elder has decreed your expulsion from the clan lineage. From this day forth, you are no longer a member of the Jiang clan, but our sworn enemy. Prepare to die. With a swift motion, the long blade sliced through the air, emitting a shrill whistle as it aimed directly at Jiang Han. Jiang Han ceased his futile words, since the Jiang clan had deemed him an enemy. There was nothing left to discuss. As the blade neared its target, a faint glow enveloped his form, and he swiftly employed the art of shadow shifting, reappearing behind the assailant, leaving only an illusory remnant in his wake. Unaware of Jiang Han's presence at his back, the man brandished his weapon. In a flash, Jiang Han unsheathed his blade, a glimmer of cold light illuminating the air as the man's head soared aloft, lifeless. The second assailant, just having released the signal flare and brandishing a spear, rushed forward, only to witness Jiang Han's lethal act, sending a shiver through his spine. As he hesitated between fleeing and fighting, Jiang Han turned his attention towards him, dashing forth with ferocity, fleeing upon locking eyes with Jiang Han's gaze. Cold and predatory as a beast, the man was paralyzed with fear and turned to escape. Yet, in the next instant, a figure materialized before him. With a resounding thud, Jiang Han's blade cleaved through his skull, extinguishing his life in an instant. Over here. Quickly. Do not let Jiang Han escape. Distant cries echoed, and Jiang Han could see numerous torches converging like a legion of fire dragons, weaving a deadly net determined to ensnare him. Come forth. Jiang Han's eyes flared with murderous intent as he declared, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Whoever dares pursue me, Jiang Han, must be prepared to meet their end. Let it not be said that I did not forewarn you. Chapter 10. Fragmented Remains on the Mountain, Jiang Han roared, his voice echoing across the vast expanse. By the time the members of the Jiang family rushed over, Jiang Han had long since vanished. Upon witnessing the gruesome state of the 2 slain clan members, the onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions fraught with unease. Those who dared to pursue Jiang Han were seasoned in combat. They immediately discerned that both individuals had met their demise from a single, lethal strike. What did this signify? It indicated that Jiang Han's combat prowess far surpassed that of these 2. Despite being at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, they had been dispatched by Jiang Han in a mere instant. Had Jiang Han's strength ascended to the 9th level of the Purple Mansion? Chase after him. Jiang Long, slender as a bamboo pole, had been scouring the world for days with his men, yet found not. Now, having finally tracked Jiang Han's whereabouts, he was consumed with rage upon discovering that 2 more clan members had been slain by Jiang Han. Without uttering a word, he swiftly ascended towards the mountain's peak. The others exchanged glances, leaving 2 to tend to the bodies while the remainder followed Jiang Long in pursuit. The night in the Tianhu mountain range was perilous, particularly with so many individuals moving together, which could easily attract the attention of demonic beasts. However, they could not afford to dwell on such concerns any longer. At that moment, Jiang Han was sprinting at full speed, his mind racing as he contemplated how to evade his pursuers. Although he had reached the 6th level of the Purple Mansion, he was still too slow to escape from someone like Jiang Long, who was at the 9th level. Despite the poor visibility of the night, It was only a matter of time before he would be caught. Should he be apprehended, his demise would be inevitable. Eureka! After much contemplation, Jiang Han finally devised a plan. He recalled that on the third peak dwelled a pack of azure demonic wolves, which rarely ventured out during the day but were exceptionally active at night. By leading his pursuers towards them, he could surely rouse the pack. In no time, Jiang Han passed the second peak, heading straight for the third. He could faintly hear the heavy footfalls of his pursuers behind him, indicating that they were drawing ever closer. He frantically channeled his energy, enhancing his speed, and let out a series of long howls. Is Jiang Han mad? The Jiang family members in pursuit, upon hearing his howls, were filled with suspicion. Was he afraid they would not catch him? How could he dare to howl? You cannot escape. Accept your fate. As they rushed up the third peak, they finally caught sight of Jiang Han's distant figure. Jiang Long's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he bellowed, Jiang Han, today I shall ensure your dismemberment. At that very moment, a series of colossal roars erupted not far away, the sounds intertwining and resonating in a continuous wave. The faces of the Jiang clan members shifted dramatically, and someone exclaimed, Jiang Han's howls were meant to attract the wolves. There were hundreds of azure demonic wolves on the third peak, and the Jiang family was well aware of this fact, now that the pack had been stirred. Judging by the roars, there were at least 100 of them. If they were to become entangled with the wolves, they would face dire consequences. Jiang Long, someone suggested. Let us pursue him tomorrow. This is far too dangerous. Indeed, another echoed in agreement. After all, where can Jiang Han flee to within these mountains? We shall guard the entrances tonight. He cannot escape. If you are afraid, then be gone. With a fearsome countenance, Jiang Long roared, Tonight, I shall slay him. I shall slay him. After several days of fruitless searching, he had finally located Jiang Han, and so close at hand, Jiang Long could not bear to relinquish this opportunity. As a ninth-tier cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, he was confident that even if he attracted dozens of demon wolves, he could eliminate Jiang Han and retreat unscathed. Thus, they pressed on. Seeing Jiang Long's unwavering resolve, the others exchanged glances, gritting their teeth and continuing the relentless pursuit. However, mere moments later, they were astonished to see a shadow racing towards them. It was none other than Jiang Han. Behind him surged a pack of demon wolves, their massive bodies resembling that of bulls, their eyes glinting with a chilling green light. Death! Jiang Long paid no heed to the roaring wolves behind him. He swiftly unsheathed his long sword, his form akin to a bolt of lightning, infused with boundless murderous intent as he charged at Jiang Han. Whoosh! A faint glow enveloped Jiang Han's body, and Jiang Long's sword effortlessly pierced through his afterimage, while Jiang Han's true form reappeared a yard to the left. Jiang Long and his companions were momentarily taken aback, but before they could resume their hunt for Jiang Han, a cacophony of roars erupted ahead as the pack of demon wolves charged towards them, intent on overwhelming them. Get back! Jiang Long bellowed, plunging his sword into a demon wolf. Yet, the sheer number of wolves quickly engulfed him. Whoosh! Jiang Han executed the technique of shadow shift twice in rapid succession, his figure materializing several yards away. Jiang Long and his companions found themselves surrounded by the pack. Jiang Han had the opportunity to ambush and eliminate a few of them. However, he refrained from taking such risks. The duration of his berserk power technique was nearing its end, and once he entered a state of weakness, he would either be slain by Jiang's family or fall prey to the wolves. We must go. With more reinforcements inevitably on the way, Jiang Han dared not linger. Darting swiftly into the vast mountains under the cover of night, he could not dare descend to the foot of the mountain. He would have to take the risk of spending the night within the mountains, not just for this night, but for the following days and nights. He would be confined to the mountains, for the Jiang hunting team would undoubtedly set up defenses at the foot, leaving him no chance to slip away unnoticed. Was there a small cave on the fifth peak? Jiang Han recalled a piece of information, hesitating briefly before setting a determined course forward. Retreat. Quickly retreat to the foot of the mountain. Amidst the bloody struggle, Jiang Long finally regained his composure. Jiang Han had escaped, yet the number of demon wolves only grew. Several members of the hunting team had sustained serious injuries, and he dared not continue the engagement. He could only lead his men in a strategic retreat while fighting. After a moment, more members of the hunting team arrived to reinforce them, and together they repelled the wolf pack and hastily descended the mountain. Set up defenses. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Jiang Long commanded, seal off all paths down the mountain to prevent Jiang Han from escaping. Additionally, spread word of Jiang Han's presence here, calling upon the martial artists from nearby families to encircle and annihilate him. At dawn, we shall enter the mountains to search. I vow that I shall not be human until Jiang Han is torn to pieces. Chapter 11. A river of blood. Jiang Han had emerged, having once more slain 2 members of the Jiang clan, only to find himself ensnared upon the mountain. This news swiftly disseminated among the Jiang clansmen, inciting a throng of hundreds to converge upon the site. They engaged in a relentless search for 3 days, yet yielded no results, leaving them understandably discontented. Now that Jiang Han had resurfaced, they all yearned for a chance encounter, even if they could not slay him themselves. Witnessing his demise would suffice to assuage their grievances. Last night, Jiang Long had witnessed the peculiar prowess of Jiang Han, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Nevertheless, his objective remained singular, to ensure Jiang Han's death, regardless of the hand that dealt it. Into the mountains. Once the multitude of foreign warriors had entered the mountains, Jiang Long exchanged a brief nod with Jiang Shi before leading his squad into the depths to commence their pursuit. Jiang Han had discovered a cave on the 5th peak, sealing it with a massive boulder and meditating throughout the night. Before dawn, he set forth, making his way directly to the 9th peak. He needed to hunt 3 more earth dragon beasts to awaken his 3rd bloodline ability. Aware of the imminent danger, he contemplated the number of pursuers that would soon flood the mountains. The path down would undoubtedly be barricaded, and to survive, he needed to enhance his combat prowess. Upon reaching the 9th peak, he tirelessly searched for the earth dragon beasts. Unfortunately, he found none and instead encountered several other beasts, compelling him to engage and injure them before retreating swiftly. After a brief period, he successfully hunted an earth dragon beast on the 10th peak. Half an hour later, he claimed another. Were Jiang Han able to ascend to the heavens, he would observe that from the 1st peak to the 6th, warriors were scouring the terrain in search of him. In truth, among the hunters were some warriors with only the cultivation of the 3rd or 4th level of the Purple Mansion, merely mingling amongst the larger forest to witness the spectacle. The Jiang family's hunting team, comprising 28 members divided into 7 smaller squads of 4, conducted their search with meticulous attention, leaving no stone unturned. With so many entering the mountains, the local beasts were inevitably stirred, resulting in skirmishes erupting in various locales. However, the peripheral beasts were of little threat, typically either fleeing after sustaining injuries or being slain. As half a day passed, the foremost Jiang hunting squad reached the 8th peak. There, they stumbled upon the carcass of an earth dragon beast, a victim of Jiang Han's assault from the previous night. Though the body had been partially devoured by other beasts, the marks of Jiang Han's blade remained evident. The beast had clearly perished not long ago, indicating that Jiang Han was likely nearby. They dispatched 1 member to relay the news while the others continued their search. Shortly after, they again discovered the remains of an earth dragon beast and proceeded to the 9th and 10th peaks, uncovering several more carcasses. This particular beast had died recently. Jiang Han must be in the vicinity. Quick, send up a signal flare. At the 10th peak, they located a carcass of an earth dragon beast, freshly slain by Jiang Han. This revelation invigorated the Jiang clansmen, who promptly launched a signal flare into the sky, a brilliant firework illuminating the air. Signal flare. At the 10th peak. Quickly, to the 10th peak. We have found Jiang Han. Let us hasten, for I shall slay him. As the members of the Jiang clan searched the remaining peaks, other warriors rushed towards the 10th peak. A signal flare? At that moment, Jiang Han spotted the signal flare from the 11th peak, his expression darkening and his heart racing with anxiety. The enemy was perilously close. Yet he had only hunted down 9 earth dragons, with 1 remaining. The adversaries would soon reach this peak, leaving him with no avenue of escape. He pressed deeper into the mountains. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Han leaped from the 11th peak, sprinting towards the 12th peak. He was acutely aware of the dangers lurking deep within the Tianhu mountain range. Venturing further increased the likelihood of encountering second-tier monsters. The combat prowess of second-tier beasts matched that of the Xianyu realm, and if he encountered one, his demise was certain. Boom. Shortly after entering the 12th peak, the ground erupted violently. A massive beast opened its blood-red maw and lunged fiercely at Jiang Han. Upon sighting this earth dragon, tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. He had finally found the 10th one. Die. In an instant, he unleashed 2 divine abilities, swiftly slaying the earth dragon. Without hesitation, he broke open the beast's core and refined its primordial blood essence. Mountain traversing technique. After assimilating the information in his mind, a look of ecstatic joy illuminated Jiang Han's face. As he had surmised, upon refining the earth dragon's blood, he acquired the ability to traverse underground. Ha ha! Jiang Han laughed heartily, releasing the pent-up tension within him. though this ability seemed of little use, offering no enhancement to strength, speed, or attack power. It was invaluable to him at this moment. This technique was exceptional for fleeing and launching ambushes. Possessing it significantly increased his chances of survival. Let us give it a try. Jiang Han activated the mountain traversing technique, his hands glowing with two dark yellow lights as strange energies twisted around his fingers. Reaching for the ground. Astonishingly, as his hands made contact with the earth, the soil felt as fragile as paper, crumbling into powder. He swiftly maneuvered his hands, his body diving into the excavated hole beneath. He traversed the underground with remarkable agility, as though walking on solid ground. After a brief period, a hole suddenly appeared on the side of the 12th peak, and Jiang Han shot out from it, landing atop a massive boulder. Unfortunately, for warriors were descending from the 11th peak, racing towards the 12th peak, their gazes locking with his from a distance of 100 yards. Jiang Han, it's him. Exactly as depicted in the image. Kill him, and we'll secure 500 Xian stones. Quickly, don't let him escape. The four began to shout energetically. And Jiang Han glanced at them. Finding them unfamiliar, they were not members of the Jiang clan. This time, he did not flee. With a cold demeanor, he regarded the approaching four and slowly drew his battle blade from his back. 500 Xian stones. Jiang Han began to piece together the situation, speaking icily. I harbor no grudges against you. If you seek to kill me for the Xian stones, do not blame me for being ruthless. Today, I shall turn the Tianhu mountain range into a river of blood, with corpses strewn across the land. Chapter 12. No Mercy and Silence. One either erupts or succumbs to death. Jiang Han's character does not embody brutality. During the 6 years following his parents' mysterious disappearance, he has endured the harshness of human nature and faced countless humiliations, yet he seldom resorted to violence. When insulted or beaten, he bore it all in silence, rarely even displaying anger. The only instance he retaliated was when a child struck Jiang Li, prompting him to engage in a fight. Throughout these years, his greatest desire remained the safe return of his parents. Aside from this, he focused solely on caring for his younger sister, ensuring she grew up healthy and happy. With no word from his parents for 6 long years, he had all but lost hope. It was highly probable they had perished, otherwise they could not have abandoned him and Jiang Li for so long. The hope of their return extinguished, Jiang Li became the sole beacon of his existence. Now, as someone sought to strip away the most significant aspect of his life and subject Jiang Li to humiliation, bringing her to the brink of despair, what emotions swirled within Jiang Han? Moreover, with Jiang Hu and his companions intent on killing him, resistance would only lead to death. A river of blood? Corpses strewn across the ground? The 4 individuals charging from a distance laughed heartily at Jiang Han's words. Hailing from the nearby Shirtu village, they were not scions of grand families, yet their notoriety for bravado was well known in the area. Leading them was a burly man at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, the oldest among the group, named Shiryu. As he swiftly approached, a cold smile adorned his face. Jiang Han, do you have any idea how many martial artists are atop the mountain right now? At least 150. With nearly 100 surpassing your realm. You wish to turn the Tianhu mountain range into a river of blood? A field of corpses? How laughable. Today, your demise is inevitable. Even the gods cannot save you. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not resist, and we shall grant you a swift end. Should you fall into Jiang Long's hands, he will subject you to 1,000 cuts, executing you through the most excruciating torture. Why endure such suffering? Indeed, Jiang Han, do not resist. Dying at the hands of the 4 heroes of Shirtu village is not a disgrace. Boss, stop toying with him. Let us act swiftly. Jiang Han remained motionless, standing atop a boulder, coldly observing the 4. While Shiryu and his comrades spoke, their inner energy surged with rapidity. Hailing from a humble village, they were accustomed to battling the martial artists of nearby noble families. Their current prowess was a testament to their survival. Their combat abilities were not to be underestimated, earning them a modest reputation in the vicinity. Jiang Han, it's time for your end. Seizing the opportune moment, Shiryu propelled himself into the air, his battle knife aimed at Jiang Han's legs. Simultaneously, the other 3 leapt as well, each targeting different parts of Jiang Han's body. Their coordination surpassed even that of Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao, while Shiryu initiated the attack as a feint to capture Jiang Han's attention. The true lethal strikes came from the others. As anticipated, the 4's assaults effortlessly pierced through Jiang Han's form. Jiang Han summoned the art of transformation, materializing behind Shiryu. With a surge of ferocious power, he unleashed a blade against Shiryu's back. Shiryu's reflexes surpassed even those of Jiang Xiong from before. Sensing the chilling intent of death, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. The blade struck him, and had it not been for his swift reaction, it could have easily claimed his life. Gasping, Shiryu rolled on the ground, blood gushing from his back, a bone shattered by the impact. Staring at Jiang Han in astonishment, he exclaimed, "A divine ability? You have awakened a divine ability? Shi Chang, flee. You are no match for him." Shi Chang and another exchanged glances, swiftly positioning themselves to shield Shiryu, one of them hoisting him to escape. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Han appeared before them, striking down with his blade. The one carrying Shiryu was slain in an instant, causing Shiryu to tumble once more to the ground. Witnessing the death of his brother, his eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "Ah, Jiang Han, I will fight you to the death." A killer must be met with death. Jiang Han remained impassive, his voice cold as ice. "Since you wish to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed in return. I have declared that today, the Tianhu mountain range will be littered with corpses, and you shall be the first." Ignoring his wounds, Shiryu charged at Jiang Han, who once again employed the art of transformation to eliminate another foe. Shi Chang. Shiryu's eyes were filled with rage as he swung his blade once more at Jiang Han, simultaneously shouting to the last remaining comrade, "Shiryu, flee quickly." This time, Jiang Han did not use transformation. Instead, he met Shiryu's blade head-on with his own. Shiryu, merely at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion and already grievously injured, could not withstand Jiang Han's overwhelming strength. He collapsed, regret evident in his eyes. Shiryu, paralyzed with fear, had lost all will to fight. Gripping his weapon, he turned and fled in a frenzy, crying out, "Help! Jiang Han is here! Someone, please!" Before he could finish, Jiang Han's figure suddenly materialized before him. With a swift motion, Jiang Han lunged forward, his blade sweeping sideways, severing Shiryu's head. The headless body gushed blood, resembling a crimson fountain. At that moment, from within a thicket on the 11th peak, a group of individuals emerged. Witnessing Jiang Han's execution of Shiryu, Jiang Han stood, expressionless, beside the headless corpse. Once the body collapsed, he lowered his gaze, tearing a piece of cloth from his attire to methodically wipe the blood from his blade. After cleansing the weapon, he turned his cold, iron gaze toward the group from the 11th peak, showing no signs of panic. Raising his bloody blade, he pointed at them and declared in a deep voice, "Have you come to hunt me as well? I am Jiang Han. Anyone wishing for my life, step forward and face me in battle." The sound of his powerful voice resonated as his blood-stained robe billowed in the wind, while the headless corpse continued to bleed at his feet, freezing the moment in time. The 5 individuals emerging from the 11th peak stood paralyzed in fear, none daring to move or utter a word. The prowess of the 4 warriors of Shiyu is well known, and not long ago, Jiang Han had a direct encounter with them. To have annihilated them all in such a brief span of time speaks volumes about Jiang Han's formidable strength. The allure of 500 mysterious stones is indeed compelling, but it is contingent upon one's survival to enjoy them. Observing the crowds in action, Jiang Han sneered with disdain, sheathing his battle blade behind him before leisurely making his way towards the 12th peak. After taking a few steps, he turned to the individuals atop the mountain and proclaimed, "Convey this message for me. Those who remain in the Tianhu mountain range half an hour hence shall be deemed my sworn enemies, to be mercilessly eradicated." Chapter 13. Rising to fame in the Great War, Jiang Han refrained from further bloodshed, for he required time to recuperate and restore his vitality, ensuring he remained in peak condition to face the arduous battles ahead. Upon reaching the 12th peak, he discovered a concealed thicket and employed his earth-burrowing technique to delve into the subterranean depths. He traversed several hundred meters underground, excavating a vast cavern where he sat in meditation to rest. This sanctuary was exceptionally secure, even if someone were to discover the cave. Who would dare to pursue him within? Entering the cave would create noise, allowing him ample opportunity to retaliate or escape. From his bosom, Jiang Han withdrew a piece of dried meat and, after uncorking his water flask, savored it slowly, lost in contemplation. At this moment, the expanse between the 11th and 12th peaks was teeming with people. Not only had Jiang Long and his companions arrived, but nearly 100 foreign martial artists had also gathered. The 5 individuals who had been intimidated by Jiang Han recounted their observations and his words to the others. Some gazed upon the corpses of Shiryu and his companions, their expressions flickering with uncertainty, contemplating retreat. Nonetheless, a greater number began to scour the 12th peak, convinced that under such overwhelming numbers, Jiang Han could not possibly turn the tide. They reasoned that his cultivation level, merely at the 5th or 6th stage of the Purple Mansion realm, could hardly contend with so many adversaries, even if he were at the pinnacle of the 9th stage. Yet, a throng of people swiftly combed through the 12th, 13th, and even 14th peaks, yet they could not catch a glimpse of Jiang Han. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. In Du Family Town, the Fortune gambling house stood as the largest establishment of its kind within 100 miles, a prized asset of the Du family, flourishing for decades with an impeccable reputation and thriving business. Today, the gambling house was bursting at the seams. Yet the patrons were preoccupied with a singular anticipation, awaiting news of Jiang Han's demise. Numerous gamblers placed bets on Jiang Han's death, while others wagered on his ability to endure. They sought the latest updates, yearning for the ultimate outcome. Suddenly, a homing pigeon fluttered into the room, prompting the crowd in the gambling hall to rise in unison, their eyes fixed on the bird with bated breath. The Fortune gambling house had dispatched 5 individuals to the Tianhu mountain range, not to pursue Jiang Han, but to ensure the swift relay of information. One of the attendants seized the pigeon, extracting the message affixed to its leg. Upon unfolding it, he read aloud, "Jiang Han has surfaced at the 100 Ghosts Peak, having slain Shiyu, Shichang, Shiyun, and Shiqi before making his escape. The search party has yet to locate any trace of Jiang Han." A tumult erupted in the hall. A cacophony of exclamations ensued, with many cursing vehemently while others could not contain their exhilaration, cheering for Jiang Han. Those who lambasted him were naturally the bettors on his demise, while the cheers came from those who had staked on his prolonged survival. Soon after, discussions ignited throughout the hall. Shiyu and his companions were considered formidable figures in the nearby villages and towns, yet Jiang Han had single-handedly vanquished them. Speculation regarding Jiang Han's true strength began to swirl. Previously, when members of the Jiang family had been slain, many had dismissed it, believing that the Jiang family exaggerated to elevate Jiang Han's prowess and mask their own inadequacies. Some speculated that Jiang Han had mastered dark arts, while others suggested that Jiang Henshui had bequeathed him extraordinary techniques, propelling Jiang Han's combat abilities to new heights. However, the prevailing sentiment in the hall was that Jiang Han could not survive much longer. Having revealed himself, how could he possibly escape the clutches of over 100 pursuers? As the crowd murmured in anticipation, time slipped away amidst their anxious waiting. An hour later, a messenger pigeon returned, carrying the latest battle report from the Tianhu mountain range. The manager of the gambling house, amidst the eager eyes of the crowd, unfolded the letter. Upon a brief glance, disbelief washed over his face. Under the urging of the onlookers, he read aloud, "Jiang Han has appeared at Longya Peak, slaying 3 from Lu family village and 2 members of the Jiang clan's hunting team, who have once again gone missing." Over 100 individuals attempted to encircle Jiang Han. Not only did they fail to eliminate him, but he also claimed 5 more lives. The news felt somewhat dubious. Even the manager of the gambling house could not believe it. In the hall, a cacophony of skepticism erupted, with many voicing their outrage. Another hour passed. A pigeon arrived once more, and this time, a gambler took it upon himself to seize the bird, swiftly retrieving the message. After a mere glance, he bellowed in fury, "False, false. Impossible. How could a practitioner at the Purple Mansion realm possess such strength? Divine abilities? I refuse to believe that someone at the Purple Mansion realm could awaken divine powers." The manager snatched the letter, proceeding to read, "Jiang Han has surfaced at Tian'ai Peak, having slain Guan Lu, Guan Xiao, and Guan Xing, along with 3 from the Ma family village, before vanishing swiftly. It is suspected he has mastered some form of earth-shifting divine ability, allowing him to come and go without a trace. Additionally, he may possess a peculiar ability for teleportation, greatly advantageous for ambushes." Silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to one another, and after a moment of stillness, the hall erupted into chaos. Most harbored doubts about the authenticity of this news. Even those who had wagered on Jiang Han enduring a few more days began to waver. After all, the notion of a Purple Mansion realm practitioner awakening divine powers was unprecedented, let alone 2 abilities. Yet, the gravity of such news made it improbable for the gambling house's informants to lie. The information could be easily verified. The names of the slain were meticulously listed in the letter. How could this be fabricated? The news spread rapidly throughout the gambling house, reaching countless individuals in Du Family Town, igniting a frenzy. Many flocked to the gambling house, crowding the premises, seeking to ascertain the truth of the reports while awaiting further updates. As night fell, another message arrived. Jiang Han had slain 4 more individuals, 3 of whom were members of the Jiang clan's hunting team, leaving no room for doubt regarding the authenticity of the information. The crowd was rife with astonishment. How could Jiang Han, at the Purple Mansion realm, awaken divine powers? This reality transcended their understanding. Once the darkness enveloped the sky, 7 or 8 martial artists returned from the Tianhu mountain range, specifically those dispatched to hunt Jiang Han. They brought back precise information that sent Du family town into a fervor. Jiang Han is not human. He has surely cultivated malevolent arts. He has gone mad, killing indiscriminately. Jiang Han could traverse the earth, appearing and vanishing at will, instilling fear that no one dared pursue him underground. Yet he could effortlessly surface anywhere. Wielding the ability to teleport, his strength surpassed that of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, rendering any ambush futile. All from the Tianhu mountain range had descended. Remaining there would lead to certain death at Jiang Han's hands. He was too formidable, unmatched among practitioners of the Purple Mansion realm in the wilderness. Unless a formidable expert from the Xianyu realm intervened, any Purple Mansion realm pursuer would only be courting death. Jiang Han was ruthless, dispatching his victims with the ease of slaughtering chickens, one swift strike at a time. Not only in Du family town, but also in the nearby Guanjia town, Wangjia town, and other locales, the news has spread far and wide. In every bustling town and each village, countless individuals have gathered together. Some are recounting the events of today's battle in the Tianhu Mountains, others are speculating whether Jiang Han has awakened his bloodline powers. While a portion of the crowd deliberates on whether they should pursue Jiang Han once more on the morrow. That night, the name of Jiang Han resonated through dozens of villages and towns, having slain 19 individuals in a single day. The young scion of the Jiang family has risen to fame through his formidable prowess. Chapter 14. Fear in the Ancestral Hall of the Jiang Family. Lifeless bodies lay side by side, with the recently interred Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hu among them, bringing the total to 12. Within just a few days, the Jiang clan had suffered the loss of 12 members, most of whom were formidable hunters. This catastrophic event marked a significant loss for the Jiang family. A tragedy not witnessed for many years. The hall was lit brightly, with torches flickering against the walls, their flames dancing in the wind. While the space was crowded with mourners, many women weeping inconsolably. At the far end of the hall stood Jiang Shaodian alongside several elders, pacing back and forth in a fit of rage. The death of 12 elite clan members in such a short span was a grave matter for any community. An elder had already suggested summoning the clan leader from seclusion to take charge of the situation. This only further darkened Jiang Shaodian's mood. He had also heard that people from Guanjia town, Shizhuan, and Majiakan intended to come to Jiangjiazan the following day to seek an explanation. This unrest stemmed from a bounty notice issued by Jiangjiazan, following the deaths on their end, leading them to demand compensation. Yet, these were mere trifles. What truly ignited Jiang Shaodian's fury was the realization that over 100 men could not vanquish a mere 6th-tier cultivator of the Purple Mansion, and instead, they had been decimated by Jiang Han, who had slain 19 of them. Fear and unease began to swell within him, as the image of Jiang Henshui, the prodigious talent who had overshadowed them since childhood, haunted his thoughts. 6 years had elapsed since Jiang Henshui's disappearance, a void that had never been filled. That very year, he had broken through to the Xianyu realm. With Jiang Henshui gone, a position in the Elder Council had opened, allowing him to ascend as the 3rd elder of the Jiang family. Upon becoming an elder, the clouds of doubt that had shrouded his heart dissipated. He believed that in the years to come, no one would be able to suppress him, that he would soar to great heights, ultimately becoming the clan leader. He envisioned leading the Jiang family to become the most formidable clan within 100 miles, ensuring that his name would be etched prominently in the annals of Jiang family history. However, Jiang Henshui had vanished, and his son had risen with an unprecedented vigor, surpassing even Jiang Henshui's early prowess. Deep down, Jiang Shaodian understood that Jiang Han had not cultivated any dark arts. What are dark arts? If not sinister and malevolent practices that alter one's very essence, easily recognizable at a glance. Jiang Han possessed an array of uncanny abilities that seemed more akin to bloodline supernatural powers. He himself wielded a bloodline power, the Fiery Embrace, and had witnessed numerous formidable warriors display their supernatural gifts. Jiang Han's ability to shift forms was indeed peculiar, yet he had heard of the earth-penetrating technique. It was said that a powerful entity from the Tianlang Hall, located north of the Tianhu mountain range, possessed a similar ability to traverse walls and earth. The more he pondered, the greater his dread and anxiety grew. If these were indeed supernatural powers, then Jiang Han was truly defying the heavens. He had never encountered anyone capable of awakening such powers at the Purple Mansion level. And it seemed that Jiang Han had awakened too? Was this still human? He had already resolved to offer Jiang Li to Han Shiqi, a decision that could not be altered. Thus, a deadly enmity had formed between him and Jiang Han, leaving no room for reconciliation. Jiang Han surpasses his father in ruthlessness, embodying a veritable harbinger of death. Should he be allowed to mature, the entirety of his lineage may well face utter annihilation at his hands. Indeed, if Jiang Han were to become even more ferocious, the entire Jiang clan might be extinguished. Jiang Han must perish. His demise is imperative. The scar on Jiang Xiaoyan's face twitched incessantly, yet his gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. He surveyed the assembly and barked, "At dawn tomorrow, I shall personally ascend the mountain to hunt down Jiang Han. Jiang Long, you are to keep a vigilant watch over Jiang Li with 10 men, day and night. As long as Jiang Li remains, Jiang Han will not escape." Third uncle. Jiang Long, clad in tattered garments, bore eyes rimmed with crimson. Having endured a sleepless night and an arduous day on the mountain, he was utterly fatigued. He understood that his third uncle's insistence on his remaining behind was rooted in concern for his safety, fearing that Jiang Han might slay him. After receiving a fierce glare from Jiang Xiaotian, he reluctantly clasped his hands in submission and acquiesced. Understood. Disperse. The third elder, observing the tearful women, waved his hand in irritation. The town must be on high alert to prevent an ambush by Jiang Han. Tomorrow, I shall personally behead him. Offering solace to the spirits of the many deceased, a flicker of hope ignited among the grieving clansmen. After all, Jiang Xiaotian was a formidable presence at the third level of the Profound Abyss realm. 2 years prior, during a conflict between Jiang Family Town and Wang Family Town, he had led the clan in a decisive victory, leaving the Wang family in disarray. In the hearts of the Jiang clan, his prowess was even considered superior to that of the second elder. While Jiang Han was undoubtedly a prodigy, he remained at the Purple Mansion realm. Confronting him would be a mere formality for Jiang Xiaotian. Simultaneously, in Wang Family Town, Du Family Town, Guan Family Town, and various other clans, leaders convened in the depths of night to convey a subtle yet unmistakable message. Those who pursued Jiang Han into the Tianhu mountain range did so out of greed for the bounty and would bear the consequences of their folly. No one else was to pursue Jiang Han. Otherwise, they would be held accountable for the repercussions. Such decree stirred discontent among many clan members. After all, Jiang Han had slaughtered 19 individuals in the Tianhu mountain range that very day. The leaders and authorities of the various families, instead of avenging their fallen kin, were now attempting to thwart any retribution. How could this be justified? In Guan Family Town, 3 lives had been lost, and their relatives, unwilling to accept this fate, gathered to demand answers from the clan leader. The leader, however, did not emerge, merely conveying a message that quelled the unrest. Should Jiang Henshui still be alive, he would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle of the Profound Abyss realm, if not a formidable force within the sea and mountain realm. Setting aside Jiang Henshui, even Jiang Han himself was astonishingly gifted, rivaling his father in prowess. Should they fail to eliminate him this time, and should enmity be fully established, granting him a few years to grow would spell disaster for their very existence. Indeed, the leaders of various families were gripped by fear. They feared Jiang Henshui's survival. And more so, they feared that Jiang Han might evade death this time. Chapter 15. The girl riding the white tiger Jiang Han remained within the Tianhu mountain range, though he was not deep within its recesses, but rather on the 5th peak. Possessing the miraculous ability to traverse mountains, he felt secure in this terrain. Having slain 19 individuals in a single day, he understood that the situation had escalated significantly. Not to mention the other clans, the Jiang family would undoubtedly seek retribution, and he could expect to be pursued by formidable experts from the Xianyu realm. The human body harbors 9 secret repositories, unlocking even one greatly enhances combat prowess. Those in the Xianyu realm have already accessed a second repository, rendering them vastly superior to those in the Z realm. Moreover, individuals in the Xianyu realm typically awaken supernatural abilities, differing only in potency. Even the weakest supernatural ability, when combined with the strength of the Xianyu realm, poses a substantial threat to Jiang Han, who resides in the Z realm. Thus, he resolved to linger in the mountains for a few more days to assess the situation. Additionally, he needed to devise a plan to rescue Jiang Li, who was certainly under heavy guard. Extracting her quietly would be a formidable challenge. In a cave on the 5th peak, he had excavated a tunnel spanning several dozen meters. He had set up various warning devices at the cave's entrance, ensuring he would be alerted if anyone approached. At present, Jiang Han was immersed in cultivation. After slaying 19 foes, he had casually collected some spoils, which included over 20 vials of medicinal elixirs. Unlike others of the Z realm, he was not impoverished. Most individuals possess some elixirs on their persons. After swiftly refining 2 vials of elixirs, he succumbed to a deep slumber. As dawn broke, he emerged from the cave, having neglected proper sustenance for several days and now feeling ravenously hungry. A thick fog enveloped the mountain, severely limiting visibility. Jiang Han surveyed his surroundings, his expression grave, aware that such conditions made him susceptible to ambush. As he searched diligently while remaining on high alert, he noted that the mountain's beasts had largely been eradicated the previous day. After a thorough inspection, he managed to find only 2 types of edible fruits. Suddenly, while consuming the fruits, he heard footsteps nearby. Jiang Han swiftly drew his battle blade from behind, lightly descending, poised to employ his mountain traversal technique should the need arise. A beast? Through the dense white mist, a colossal figure gradually became discernible. It was an enormous white tiger, measuring over 10 feet in length. Upon catching sight of it, Jiang Han's expression shifted dramatically, and he summoned a dark golden glow in his hand, intending to plunge underground. This beast was undoubtedly a second-tier creature. Exuding a fearsome aura akin to that of an expert in the Xianyu realm, he was no match for it. Wait, something was amiss. A look of astonishment crossed Jiang Han's face as his eyes narrowed slightly. Astonishingly, there was someone atop the massive white tiger, a beautiful young girl. Hey, the girl. Noticing Jiang Han, called out with excitement from a distance, "Little brother, don't run. There's no need to be afraid. Shall Bai won't harm you." Little brother? Shall Bai. Jiang Han's forehead was adorned with beads of black lines. This girl appeared younger than him, yet she addressed him as little brother. Furthermore, this over 10-foot-long beast was a second-tier creature. What was her background that allowed her to tame such a beast as a mount? Though the girl spoke in a friendly manner, Jiang Han remained cautious, maintaining the dark golden glow in his hand, ever ready to escape. The young girl donned a delicate pink pleated skirt, her features exquisitely crafted, resembling a porcelain doll. Alas, her chest was as flat as a board, seemingly yet to reach the age of development. The maiden guided a colossal white tiger to approach slowly, halting at a distance of 10 paces from Jiang Han, the beast's imposing presence making it difficult for him to breathe. "Little brother," she exclaimed, grasping a tuft of white mane on the tiger's head with both hands, revealing 2 adorable little fangs as she smiled at Jiang Han. "Do you know where this place is?" Jiang Han blinked, realizing that this beautiful girl was undoubtedly not from the nearby villages. He replied, "This is Haida Peak." Haida Peak? A ring on her finger shimmered brightly, and a map materialized in her hand, which Jiang Han regarded with astonishment. Could this ring be the legendary spatial ring? A high-level artifact that creates its own space for storing myriad items? It was said to be extraordinarily expensive, with only a few elders and the clan leader of the Jiang family being eligible to possess one. Haida Peak, this is quite close to Du Family Town. It has been half a month. I have finally emerged. The girl glanced around before the ring flashed again, causing the map to vanish from her grasp. She patted the white tiger, which then circled around Jiang Han and dashed down the mountain. "Thank you, little brother. Until we meet again." Jiang Han grimaced, feeling quite awkward being addressed as little brother by a girl. After standing in contemplation for a moment, he ventured deeper into the mountains. Jiang Han's decision proved to be astute. Approximately half an hour after his departure, a throng of individuals ascended the mountain in great numbers. Jiang Shaotian personally led 30 members of the hunting patrol alongside 40 ordinary clansmen, each possessing at least the combat strength of the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Jiang Shaotian divided these 70 individuals into 7 groups of 10, initiating a thorough search. One must admit, Jiang Shaotian's approach was remarkably effective. Even if Jiang Han could eliminate 4 or 5 from a group, he could not possibly eradicate all 10. Jiang Shaotian was confident that if he could locate Jiang Han, a single strike would suffice to vanquish him. "Search thoroughly," Jiang Shaotian commanded in a low voice. "If you find Jiang Han, do not engage, immediately signal with a flare. Be attentive to caves, and report any underground entrances promptly. Does he believe he can hide underground and rest easy? Even if he can soar through the skies or burrow into the earth, I shall ensure his demise today." Chapter 16. Despite the threat of death yesterday, Jiang Han employed his earth-burrowing technique multiple times, creating numerous subterranean tunnels. The 3rd elder had thoroughly inspected the tunnels and the surrounding peaks. To him, Jiang Han's magical abilities were mere trifles, easily suppressed by overwhelming power. Thus, despite some tunnels being quite deep, The third elder proceeded without hesitation, delving deeper into the exploration. After a morning's search, the front line had already reached the 8th peak, where Jiang Han was concealed. Where on earth is this fool hiding? He must be within the mountains. There were guards at the foot of the mountain last night, so he certainly did not descend. But who has to say? He can burrow underground. What if he evaded the sentinels and escaped? Are we not wasting our time here? Enough of your bickering. If the third elder hears your foolishness, you will regret it. On the 8th peak, several members of the Jiang clan searched intently while engaging in heated debate. Unbeknownst to them, a hollow bamboo tube stealthily emerged from the ground behind them, retracting swiftly once they moved away. Moments later, it reappeared from behind, maintaining a careful distance. Honestly, the best course of action would be to bring Jiang Li up the mountain. We can force Jiang Han to reveal himself. If he does not emerge within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, we shall sever one of Jiang Li's hands. Let us see how he hides then. Have you lost your mind? Jiang Li is favored by Lord Han. If she dies, how shall we explain that to him? You are the one who is mad. If Jiang Han is not dealt with, he will become an unending source of trouble for our clan. We can always offer Lord Han another woman. 2 Jiang clan members began to quarrel loudly, causing the others to pause their search and ponder the implications. While Jiang Li's death could allow them to find another girl from the Jiang family to present to Han Shiqi, Jiang Han's survival would spell perpetual unrest for the Jiang clan. Suddenly, the ground beneath the one advocating for Jiang Li's demise erupted violently, and a battle blade shot up from the earth. The force of the strike cleaved the man in half, starting from his groin. Gory rain and entrails mingled with the dirt as a figure burst forth, momentarily suspended in the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Jiang Han. The others were instantly struck with horror, especially upon witnessing Jiang Han's eerie suspension in midair. What kind of sorcery is this? Allowing him to freeze in such a manner? Wait, that's an afterimage, one person realized, quickly scanning the surroundings before shouting at another, Jiang Shu, watch out. A small-framed Jiang clan member appeared bewildered, only to be swiftly overtaken by terror. Boom. His reaction was too slow. Jiang Han's figure appeared behind him and dispatched him with ruthless efficiency. Kill. The others charged towards Jiang Han, one among them drawing a signal flare and launching it into the sky. Boom. The flare exploded in midair, alerting the nearby Jiang clan members, who immediately rushed towards the 8th peak at full speed. Detain him. Jiang Shaodian roared from the 6th peak, his voice echoing through the mountains. Come and kill him. Jiang Han plunged downward, employing his earth-burrowing technique, vanishing from the ground in the blink of an eye. The crowd rushed to the entrance of the tunnel, exchanging wary glances, none daring to follow him into the darkness. Before long, a throng of Jiang clan members arrived, yet none dared to pursue Jiang Han into the abyss, resorting instead to shouting their frustrations from the surface. After a brief interval, Jiang Shaodian, like a raging bull, charged forward, bellowing, "Where are you? Where is that scoundrel Jiang Han?" The crowd quickly parted, revealing a dark hole behind them. One individual reported, "Elder, Jiang Han emerged from the ground unexpectedly, killed Jiang Shu and another, and then burrowed back underground. Why did you not pursue him? Were you not instructed to detain him? Useless fools. What are you still doing here? Quickly surround the 3 nearby peaks." Jiang Shaodian berated them fiercely before plunging into the tunnel, pursuing Jiang Han with fervor. The others hastily came to their senses, scattering to encircle the 3 peaks. Jiang Shaodian was convinced that Jiang Han could not remain hidden underground indefinitely. He would inevitably surface near the 3 peaks. Shortly thereafter, he burst forth from the northern side of the 9th peak, his gaze scanning the surroundings with electric intensity as he soared through the air in search of his quarry. However, despite a thorough search, he found no trace of Jiang Han. This is not right. He must have dug a concealed tunnel to escape, Jiang Shaotian mused, returning to his original location. Indeed, moments later, he discovered a hidden passage within a thicket, a spot so obscured that it would have gone unnoticed without careful scrutiny. Without hesitation, he plunged into the tunnel, continuing his relentless pursuit. The tunnel was extensive, and he traversed it for a full incense stick's duration before emerging at the 7th peak. How can I pursue him now? Jiang Shaodian lamented, having scoured the vicinity without catching sight of Jiang Han. The earth-burrowing technique was formidable, rendering Jiang Han elusive and impossible to track. Unless fortune favored him with a chance encounter, he had no hope of eliminating Jiang Han. Let us continue searching. Thus began an exhaustive day of searching, the sky darkening as they yielded no results. Jiang Han had only shown himself once, subsequently vanishing as if he had evaporated into thin air. Let us descend. Jiang Shaodian, covered in dirt and with disheveled hair, was a sight to behold. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, night had fully descended. Jiang Shaodian stationed 20 men to keep watch, guarding several critical paths down the mountain. Although this action bore little significance, Jiang Han could easily traverse underground. It would exert some pressure on him, discouraging reckless descents. The rest of you, return with me. Having made arrangements, Jiang Shaodian gestured for his group to follow as they carried 2 corpses back toward Jiang family town. Not long after stepping outside, a sudden flare of light erupted in the direction of Jiangjia town, followed by a brilliant display of sparks illuminating the sky. Jiang Shaodian and the others were taken aback, their expressions shifting with alarm. This was a signal flare unique to the Jiang family, released only in times of significant distress. A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Shaodian as memories flooded back. He swiftly darted towards Jiangjia town like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 17. Jiang Long. Death. Jiang Shaoyan's conjecture proved correct. Indeed, Jiang Han had returned to Jiangjia town, and the signal flare was released by the members of the Jiang family's hunting team, serving to alert the clan members to bolster their defenses and draw them in for a rescue operation. In truth, Jiang Han had descended the mountain by noon. He had deliberately attacked and killed 2 members of the hunting team on the 8th peak to lure Jiang Shaodian and others to search for him on the mountain. Upon hearing that Jiang Shaodian had ascended, he resolved to stealthily descend to Jiangjia town to rescue Jiang Li. The Jiang family boasted 4 formidable practitioners of the profound obscurity realm. The clan leader was in secluded meditation, striving to reach the ocean and mountain realm. The elder was bedridden, the second elder was in Yunmeng City, and the only other practitioner of the profound obscurity realm, the third elder Jiang Shaodian, had also gone up the mountain. This was an unparalleled opportunity. Should he rescue Jiang Li, he could whisk her away to freedom. After all, with the ability to traverse mountains, none could impede him. Upon arriving at Jiangjia town, Jiang Han did not act immediately but patiently awaited the opportune moment. It was only after darkness fell that he utilized his mountain traversing technique to navigate underground and emerge near the courtyard where Jiang Li was held, only to find it empty. Jiang Li had already been relocated to the elder's courtyard. In desperation, Jiang Han resorted to force, quietly subduing a member of the hunting team to extract the location of Jiang Li's confinement. To be prudent, he sent the man directly to meet the King of Hell. Alas, before he could reach the elder's courtyard, a flare shot up into the sky, followed by a burst of sparks illuminating the night. It seemed fortune was not on his side. Perhaps the body of the hunting team member had been discovered. Gazing at the fireworks in the sky, Jiang Han's expression was one of turmoil. To flee or to fight? The elder's courtyard lay ahead, not far from the residence of the clan leader. If the clan leader were to be alarmed, the consequences would be dire. One must remember, the clan leader was a master of the 9th level of the profound obscurity realm, capable of ending his life without a second thought. With a resolute expression, Jiang Han steeled himself. He had come all this way, now on the verge of seeing Jiang Li. He couldn't bear the thought of leaving empty-handed. He resolved to gamble, hoping that the clan leader remained in deep meditation and would not be disturbed. With a swift leap, Jiang Han no longer concealed his presence, vaulting onto the courtyard wall. He surveyed the surroundings, quickly identifying a location bustling with activity, likely the place where Jiang Li was held. With determination, he darted towards the left courtyard, the most direct route. Jiang Han. Torches flared to life on either side of the courtyard entrance, and several individuals stood guard, with Jiang Long at the forefront. Upon seeing Jiang Han charging towards him, a wave of murderous intent surged in Jiang Long's eyes as he unsheathed his longsword with a flourish. Exuding an aura of lethal intent, you choose not to walk the path to heaven and instead crash through the gates of hell. Since you have come, do not expect to leave. As Jiang Han advanced rapidly, he shouted back, I merely wish to take Jiang Li. Do not force my hand to unleash a massacre. Step aside. The others exchanged glances, their hearts racing. Jiang Han had been on a killing spree these past few days, and far too many had fallen by his hand. In the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Han was no longer the simple, weak, and easily bullied youth he once was. He had transformed into a formidable deity of death, a veritable demon. Altogether, let us slay him. Jiang Long bellowed, leading the charge. The others, though trembling with fear, followed suit. They could not allow Jiang Han to escape, for failure to apprehend him would leave them unable to account to the third elder. With a fierce resolve, Jiang Long unleashed a profound technique, his sword slicing through the air like a relentless tide aimed at Jiang Han. In response, Jiang Han leapt high into the air. evading Jiang Long's assault and momentarily suspending himself in the sky. This was a newly acquired combat technique, enabling him to project an illusion in midair, captivating his adversaries and inducing a momentary stupor in their reactions. Jiang Han's true form materialized beside one of his foes, and with a swift stroke, he sent the man flying. He held nothing back. His recent experiences had taught him that when confronting enemies, one must either refrain from action or strike with unrelenting ferocity. To show mercy would only invite one's own demise. With a swish, he darted to the left, his blade arcing like a meteor towards another adversary's head. The man, terrified, recoiled, prompting Jiang Long and the others to rush in for support. Yet, Jiang Han suddenly became still once more. He employed his illusionary technique again, instantly appearing behind a member of the hunting squad, delivering a fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Han had slain 2 men, drawing gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. His prowess was astonishing, dispatching those in the Purple Mansion realm as if they were mere cattle. Hold on. Reinforcements are on their way, Jiang Long shouted, striking again and calling out, Jiang Han is here. Die. Jiang Han fixed his gaze on Jiang Long and, performing another illusionary shift, materialized behind him. Jiang Long reacted swiftly, employing evasive maneuvers, yet he still felt a sting as Jiang Han's blade grazed his back. He retaliated, thrusting his sword through what he assumed was Jiang Han's corporeal form, only to discover it was another illusion, the sound of slicing air ringing out behind him. Bang! A tremendous force struck his back, accompanied by excruciating pain. Terror gripped his heart as despair washed over his features. He comprehended that this blow would cost him his life. His insides felt as if they had been shattered. With every ounce of strength, he roared, "Let us perish together," disregarding his safety. Jiang Long swung his sword back at Jiang Han with reckless abandon, adopting a truly desperate fighting style. Boom! Jiang Long's eyes blazed crimson, fixed upon Jiang Han as his sword effortlessly passed through Jiang Han's form once more, striking nothing but air. Then, his body collapsed heavily to the ground. His eyes wide open, fixated on the dissipating illusion, filled with hatred and resentment. Gradually, the world around him faded to darkness. Jiang Long was dead. The strongest among them had fallen effortlessly to Jiang Han, and those remaining knew they could not escape their doom. The few left were paralyzed with fear, turning to flee. Jiang Han did not pursue. Instead, he kicked open the grand door and rushed into the courtyard. However, the hall lay desolate, devoid of any presence. In his anxiety, he cried out, "Jiangli, where are you? Jiangli, where are you?" No one responded to him. His voice echoed through the vast hall of the elders. "Jiangli! Jiangli!" Jiang Han bellowed hoarsely, smashing the doors of each chamber with his torch. Yet, after searching every room, he found no trace of Jiangli. In the distance, heavy footsteps and raucous shouts resounded. Jiang Han realized he was running out of time. He had just expended a significant amount of mental energy through his teleportation, and the duration of his berserk power was nearing its end. He tossed the torch onto the bed and leaped through the window, seeking a soft patch of earth to burrow away. What is happening? Why is it so loud? At that moment, a middle-aged woman from the adjacent courtyard came rushing over. Upon seeing the flames engulfing the room, she cried out urgently, "There's a fire. Quickly, come help." Hearing this, Jiang Han's killing intent surged. The woman was the very one who had overseen Jiangli. He vividly recalled the moment she had roughly dragged Jiangli away, accompanied by the sound of a slap. What? Jiang Han flashed in front of the woman, who was still shouting. When she suddenly saw him, she was taken aback and gasped in shock. With a swift motion, Jiang Han's blade pierced through her, delivering a chilling end. He then executed his earth-burrowing technique, vanishing into the ground. Chapter 18. A touch of intrigue at the Lucky Inn. This establishment stands as the finest inn in Du Family Town, adjacent to the Lucky Gambling House. A lovely young maiden, adorned in a pink pleated skirt and sporting a bun hairstyle, descended from the second floor while yawning. She was the very girl whom Jiang Han had encountered in the Tianhu mountain range, having rushed to Du Family Town upon her descent and subsequently sleeping until now. The inn's first floor served as a dining area, where she chose a table and beckoned the waiter. "Do you have any flower antelope meat? Bring me 2 pounds. And a whole deep-sea sturgeon as well. Oh, and a fine jade-carved wine, please." The maiden listed 4 or 5 dishes along with a fine wine, leaving the waiter perplexed. He blinked and hesitated, responding, "My lady, we do not have any of those dishes. In our humble little town, where could we possibly procure such delicacies?" With a look of impatience, the maiden replied, "Then bring me the 5 best dishes you have and your finest wine. As long as they are meat-based, no vegetables." Certainly, my lady, please hold on a moment while I arrange that for you. The waiter, astute in his observations, quickly recognized that this young lady was no stranger to wealth, and he hurried to fulfill her order. Soon, the table was laden with food and drink. The maiden grasped a hefty pork knuckle, thicker than her arm, and began to devour it. Despite her delicate appearance, her manner of eating was far from graceful, resembling that of a famished man who had not eaten for days. In no time, a significant portion of the knuckle was consumed, and she washed it down with large gulps of wine. Onlookers at nearby tables exchanged astonished glances, speculating about the identity of this audacious young lady who displayed such unrestrained exuberance. Unperturbed by the gazes of fellow diners, she continued to feast, her hands and lips glistening with grease. After another jug of wine, her translucent face flushed a delightful shade of crimson, making her all the more endearing. Suddenly, an uproar erupted from the lucky gambling house next door, causing the patrons in the inn to exhibit expressions of excitement as they swiftly left for the commotion. How annoying, the maiden remarked, still indulging in her meal. The noise persisted, prompting her to scowl and summon the waiter again. What is happening over there? Why is it so loud? It is disturbing my meal. Please accept my apologies, my lady. We are unable to intervene in such matters, the waiter replied, bowing and apologizing while explaining. The lucky gambling house is next door, and it seems that Jiang Han, the so-called killing star, has stirred up yet another ruckus, hence the excitement among the gamblers. Killing star? What is this killing star? The maiden asked, pursing her lips with skepticism. In such a remote place as this, could there truly be a killing star? How many has he killed? Ordinary folk, perhaps? No, not at all. The waiter shook his head earnestly. What you may not realize, my lady, is that he has only slain martial artists, many of whom are formidable beings at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. Over 100 pursued him, and he dispatched 19 powerful opponents in a single day. It is said that the waters of the creek in the Tianhu mountain range have turned crimson. Oh? The young girl displayed a hint of surprise on her face. She seized a piece of meat, took a sip of wine, and said, "Do elaborate. If your tale is compelling, I shall reward you with 10 mystic stones." 10 mystic stones. The innkeeper trembled, believing he had misheard. Earning merely 2 mystic stones through a month of grueling labor seemed a distant dream. He swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and promptly began recounting the events surrounding Jiang Han with vivid detail. The inn was bustling with patrons, a place where information flowed freely, should misfortune befall them. The nearby gambling house would surely possess any news worth knowing. The innkeeper was well versed in the intricacies of Jiang Han's saga, beginning with the tale of his slaying of Jiang Hu and his ilk, meticulously relaying the sequence of events while embellishing certain aspects to render the narrative as captivating as a traditional tale. After the burning of 2 incense sticks, the girl had dined to her satisfaction. She wiped her hands and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "The son of Jiang Henshui? Why would he slaughter his own kin? What is the reason behind it?" The innkeeper hesitated, leaning closer to whisper, "I have heard that the 3rd elder of the Jiang family intended to bestow Jiang Han's sister upon a prominent figure as a concubine, and Jiang Han was left with no choice but to rebel." Above, the girl's interest was piqued as she asked, "Which influential figure?" The innkeeper appeared hesitant, murmuring, "I dare not say, esteemed lady. Perhaps it is best not to inquire further." Producing 10 mystic stones from her bosom, the girl tossed them onto the table and declared, "These are yours, should you divulge the information." Upon seeing the 10 mystic stones, the innkeeper's eyes sparkled with delight. He quickly scanned the surroundings before leaning in closer to whisper, "This news originates from Jiang Family Town. It is said to involve Lord Han Shichi of Yiming Pavilion. Whether it is true, I cannot say. Rumor has it that Lord Han will soon arrive to wed Jiang Han's sister." Han Shichi. The girl's eyes flickered, and surprisingly, she refrained from further questioning. Pointing at the mystic stones on the table, she instructed, "These are yours now. Please find out what transpired moments ago and bring me a portrait of Jiang Han." "Thank you, miss." The innkeeper, elated, snatched the mystic stones and hurried off to the gambling house to gather information. In but a moment, he returned, bearing a notice emblazoned with Jiang Han's likeness. He whispered excitedly, "Fresh news has just arrived. Jiang Han launched a surprise attack on Jiang Family Town, slaying 4 individuals and setting ablaze the elder's residence. This is Jiang Han's portrait." The girl accepted the portrait and cast a glance, her expression revealing a sense of validation. A smile broke across her face, revealing her small canine teeth as she mused, "How intriguing." The innkeeper, having reaped significant rewards, was in high spirits. He flattered, "Miss, I know you hail from an extraordinary lineage. Do you think Jiang Han's peculiar abilities are indeed supernatural? I have yet to hear of anyone awakening such powers within the Purple Mansion realm. Could it be truly demonic arts? Most likely, it is supernatural. The girl pondered momentarily before responding slowly. What you have not heard does not imply its absence. The world beyond is vast and teeming with wonders, where prodigies abound. It is not just the awakening of supernatural powers in the Purple Mansion realm. There exist those born with innate abilities, known as the Heavenly Tao Embryo. Demonic arts. What utter nonsense. Even the lowest-ranked cultivators who practice such dark arts can sense that malevolent aura, since there is a spectacle to behold. I shall prolong my stay for a few more days. The young maiden rose, stretching languidly, and casually tossed a few mysterious stones before ascending to the second floor. In her chamber on the second floor, she gazed out the window, scoffing softly as she murmured, "Old dog Han. I have long heard of your nefarious deeds and the wickedness that surrounds you. At last, I have the opportunity to witness it firsthand. I shall relish the moment when you must explain yourself to the Hall of Justice." Chapter 19. Ashes to Ashes in Jiangjia Town. The inferno at the Elder's courtyard has been extinguished. Although one courtyard was consumed by flames, there were no further casualties among the populace. The bodies of Jiang Long and his companions have once again been returned to the ancestral hall. Previously, the remains of Jiang Hu and others had yet to be interred, as Jiang Shaotian had stated that they would wait until Jiang Han's body was brought back for a proper tribute before proceeding with the burials. Additionally, the corpses of the members of the hunting team and clansmen slain by Jiang Han now lay alongside Jiang Long and the others, resulting in nearly 20 coffins displayed within the ancestral hall. Upon returning with a large contingent, Jiang Shaotian was met with the sight of the charred courtyard and the remains of Jiang Long and his fellows. His face blanched with fury, and he swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. While the losses of Jiang Hu and Jiang Xiong were regrettable, Jiang Long had been one of his most esteemed juniors, a prodigy with the potential to break through to the Xianyu realm. With Jiang Long now slain by Jiang Han, he had not only lost a nephew but also a promising future powerhouse for his lineage. The only solace he found was that Jiang Li had not been taken by Jiang Han. Jiang Long had acted shrewdly, binding Jiang Li and concealing her in the shed of the large courtyard, anticipating a possible ambush from Jiang Han. However, Jiang Han indeed launched a surprise attack on Jiangjia Town, claiming Jiang Long's life in the process. "Convey my orders. All clansmen are to retreat." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shaotian issued the command for the hunting team stationed at the foot of the Tianhu Mountains to withdraw. Remaining stationed was futile. Jiang Han possessed the art of mountain traversal, appearing and vanishing without a trace, rendering any pursuit unrealistic. Those members of the hunting team left outside would only fall victim in vain. "Elder, shall we not pursue Jiang Han?" A middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot, gazed at Jiang Shaotian. His son was among the hunting team members, now laid to rest within the ancestral hall, and he was understandably reluctant to relent. "Not at all." Jiang Shaotian waved his hand dismissively. "Jiang Han possesses the ability to burrow underground. Pursuing him would be akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. Our clan has already suffered grievous losses. We cannot afford to send more clansmen to their deaths. Lord Han will arrive in a few days to wed Jiang Li, and at that time, we shall orchestrate a grand affair. Jiang Han cannot possibly stand idly by while Jiang Li is taken to Yunmeng City. He is bound to show himself. We need only to lie in wait for him to come to us. Rest assured, I will not allow Jiang Han to escape unscathed. The deaths of so many clansmen must be avenged." As he spoke of retribution, a weight settled in Jiang Shaotian's voice. The commotion caused by Jiang Han's surprise attack had attracted no appearance from the clan leader, indicating that he was likely at a critical juncture in his attempts to break through to the Shanhai realm and would soon emerge. With so many lives lost, it was imperative that he provide an explanation not only to the clansmen but also to the clan leader. Otherwise, his position as the third elder would be in jeopardy. With clenched fists, the scars on his face contorted, and his gaze turned venomous, he muttered, "Jiang Han, you must die. You must die." After fleeing Jiangjia Town, Jiang Han did not return to the Tianhu Mountains, but instead contemplated his next move and made his way to the secluded cave behind the waterfall where he had previously taken refuge. During this period, he had not afforded himself a proper rest, and with the night upon him and no sign of the river carp, he felt utterly exhausted, yearning for a deep slumber. Although he could burrow underground in the Tianhu mountain range, the presence of the earth dragon beasts rendered sleep a precarious endeavor. Silently, he arrived at the cave behind the waterfall, consumed a few wild fruits, and succumbed to a heavy sleep. Despite the safety of the cave, he awakened several times throughout the night. Even the distant call of a wild cat would rouse him, compelling him to prepare for battle at a moment's notice. As dawn broke, he awoke and, having eaten a few more wild fruits, chose to remain within the confines of the cave to cultivate rather than venture outside. The dangers of daylight were too great, especially after his nocturnal assault on Jiang family town, where he had slain Jiang Long and set the elder court ablaze. It was likely that Jiang Shaodian was nearing madness. Venturing out now would be perilous, as Jiang family town would be on high alert, denying him any opportunity for wanton slaughter. With over 20 vials of elixirs on his person, he resolved to refine them all in the coming days. Hoping to break through to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, each additional tier would enhance his combat prowess. In truth, the most effective method to augment his strength would be to awaken another divine ability. The dilemma lay in the fact that he did not recognize any of the remaining beasts on the Celestial Beast Cauldron, suggesting either their absence in the Tianhu mountain range or that they were at least second-tier beasts. The combat strength of second-tier beasts could rival that of the Xianyu realm. Encountering one would spell certain doom for him. Thus, acquiring another divine ability in the short term seemed all but impossible. Lacking knowledge of the Xian techniques and without any manuals, his only recourse was to fervently refine elixirs, hoping to elevate himself to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion within a brief span. After a day of cultivation, he set out once night fell. He treaded carefully, concealing himself at the slightest rustle of the wind or movement, ready to burrow underground if the situation seemed amiss. To his surprise, he found Jiang family town deserted. He circumnavigated the foot of the Tianhu mountain, discovering that the path upward was likewise unguarded. Returning cautiously to the outskirts of Jiang family town, he approached via the tunnel to investigate, ultimately confirming a significant development. The Jiang warriors had retreated entirely, and the town was under high alert. It was evident that Jiang Shaodian had likely abandoned the pursuit. Yet, it was implausible that Jiang Shaodian would let him slip away so easily. This maneuver could serve two purposes, either feigning a retreat while secretly tracking him, or completely relinquishing the hunt, waiting for the day when Jiang Li would marry, at which point he would deliver himself willingly. Jiang Shaodian had calculated that he would never forsake Jiang Li. He had never contemplated abandoning her. He would go to any lengths to rescue Jiang Li, even at the cost of his own destruction. The streets of Jiang family town were illuminated with torches, and hunting teams had mobilized, each comprising 10 men, patrolling day and night. After surveilling for a while, he recognized his lack of opportunity, knowing that even if one presented itself, it would surely be a trap, with Jiang Shaodian likely lying in wait with a blade. Without hesitation, he decisively withdrew, returning to the cave beneath the waterfall to continue his cultivation and rest. The subsequent days unfolded in a similar vein. No family members of the Jiang emerged, and the town remained in a state of heightened vigilance, ready to respond to any disturbance with an overwhelming force of hunters. Jiang Shaodian presided over the Elder Hall, personally guarding Jiang Li, leaving Jiang Han with no opportunity to exploit. Burdened with inner turmoil, Jiang Han found himself at a loss, resorting to foraging for wild fruits to stave off hunger, while spending day and night in the cave, diligently honing his skills. He rapidly refined over 20 precious bottles of elixirs, a feat unparalleled by anyone else in his cultivation endeavors. Even Jiang Shaodian's own son could hardly afford such extravagant consumption of medicinal potions. In this fervent pursuit of alchemical mastery, Jiang Han's cultivation speed surged remarkably. He had constructed more than half of the 7th-tier altar within the Purple Mansion's secret repository. It was estimated that once all the elixirs were consumed, the altar would be nearly complete. The Jiang clan remained inactive, and with Jiang Han seemingly vanished from the world, the nearby villages gradually returned to tranquility from their previous clamor. Nevertheless, everyone was aware that Han Shiqi was soon to arrive in Jiangjia town to wed Jiang Li. On that day, Jiang Han would undoubtedly make an appearance. When that moment arrived, the curtain would fall on this affair. However, no one held any optimism for Jiang Han, firmly believing that he would face utter ruin on that day. In the good fortune betting house, there existed an exceedingly high odds wager, 1,000 to 1, betting on Jiang Han's ability to rescue Jiang Li. Yet despite such enticing odds, not a single soul placed a bet, not even a solitary piece of mystical stone. Han Shiqi was a significant figure within the Yunming Pavilion, his cultivation level considered modest among the upper echelons of the pavilion, being merely at the 5th level of the profound ghost realm. Nonetheless, for Jiang Han, A practitioner at the 5th level of the profound ghost realm would be a formidable opponent, especially with a contingent of Yunming Pavilion warriors accompanying Han Shiqi, potentially including those of higher realms, coupled with Jiang Xiaodian and the patrol team from Jiangjia town. Such a convergence of powerful figures meant that should Jiang Han dare to emerge and seize Jiangli, the only fate awaiting him would be obliteration. Chapter 20. Han Shiqi arrives in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed. During this time, Jiang Han ventured out each night, diligently scouting the vicinity of Jiang family town, yet he encountered no opportunities. He was compelled to retreat to the cave behind the waterfall, where he spent his time either in slumber or in cultivation, occasionally dedicating half a day to traverse the Tianhu mountain range. In Jiang family town, aside from the vigilant defenses, Jiang Xiaodian was busy preparing the hall and arranging a feast. He placed immense importance on the arrival of Han Shiqi. Winning his favor would yield considerable benefits for both himself and the Jiang family. The most evident advantage was that his son, Jiang Ping, who was under the auspices of the Yunming Pavilion, could receive focused cultivation. Being his only son, a year older than Jiang Han, he had already reached the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the Profound Abyss realm. Such talent was regarded as top tier within Jiang family town, yet it paled in comparison to the standards of the Yunming Pavilion. Thus, Jiang Xiaodian was paving the way for his son within the Yunming Pavilion. Should his son receive prioritized training, his combat prowess and realm would skyrocket, potentially elevating him to a high-ranking position within the Yunming Pavilion, from which the entire Jiang clan could benefit in return. The burned Elders Hall was swiftly repaired, and the entire Jiang family town was adorned with festive decorations. The streets were meticulously cleaned, and many residents donned new robes, reminiscent of a grand celebration. On that morning, Jiang Chanfeng, the captain of the hunting squad, stood at the southern gate of the town, poised to welcome esteemed guests. Simultaneously, all members of the hunting team, along with hundreds of clansmen summoned by Jiang Xiaodian, were dispersed throughout the town, keeping vigilant watch. Should Jiang Han appear, he would be detected immediately. As the sun rose high, numerous guests had already arrived. The first to arrive were individuals from nearby villages, comprised of elders or clan leaders from smaller clans. They were well aware of Han Shiqi's visit, coinciding with the auspicious occasion of Han Shiqi taking a concubine, and could not afford to arrive empty-handed. While Han Shiqi might not remember those who brought gifts, those who failed to do so would face severe consequences if he were to find out. One by one, representatives from the neighboring smaller clans arrived, followed by delegates from several prominent families. Notable figures from Wang family town, Guan family town, and Du family town were present, accompanied not only by elders but also by elite youths eager to witness the event or simply to enjoy the spectacle. Upon the arrival of the elders from the major clans, Jiang Xiaodian personally went to greet them. However, upon noticing that only elders had come from these clans, a subtle displeasure crossed his face. Today marked not only Han Shiqi's significant occasion but also a momentous day for the Jiang clan. Ordinarily, the clan leaders would attend, not only to honor the Jiang family, but also to pay respect to Han Shiqi. Their absence was quite clear in its implication. They were reluctant to entirely offend Jiang Han, or perhaps they feared that Jiang Henshui was still alive, not wanting to irrevocably sever ties. Moreover, one particular matter exacerbated Jiang Xiaoyan's displeasure. That morning, he had knocked on the door of the residence of the Jiang clan leader, hoping to summon him to preside over the proceedings. After all, with Han Shiqi's arrival, it was utterly inappropriate for the Jiang clan leader to remain absent. However, the patriarch's young grandson emerged, proclaiming that the patriarch was still in deep seclusion, the doors of the secret chamber firmly shut, rendering it impossible for anyone to rouse him. Jiang Xiaodian was uncertain whether the patriarch's retreat was genuine or feigned. Nonetheless, the situation left him profoundly unsettled. In addition to representatives from various villages and towns, numerous onlookers had gathered. Naturally, these individuals lacked the qualifications to enter the hall, and instead flocked to the inns and taverns of Jiang family town, indulging in fruits and tea while eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, not only in the town but also in the adjacent groves and upon several small hills. Throngs of people congregated, countless souls, easily numbering 400 to 500, all there to witness the spectacle. It was a shared belief that Jiang Han would undoubtedly make an appearance today, a figure who dared to oppose an entire clan for the sake of his sister. A formidable warrior capable of slaying 19 foes in a single day. How could he simply stand by and watch as his sister was taken away? Hiss hiss. At noon, A cacophony of otherworldly beast calls echoed along the Southgate Avenue of Jiang family town. Jiang Shaodian and the various clan representatives, who had long awaited this moment, were invigorated, lifting their gazes toward the horizon. A cloud of dust arose in the distance as 5 carriages galloped forth, pulled by 2 immaculate white dragon horses at the front. The carriages, crafted from exquisite black pearwood, bore black flags that fluttered violently in the wind. Upon the flags, 3 grand characters danced like dragons and phoenixes, seemingly imbued with a mysterious power that commanded reverence from all present. Yunming Pavilion. This banner signified the might of the most formidable force within 100 miles, embodying immense martial prowess and unparalleled authority over life and death. Jiang Shaodian exchanged a glance with Jiang Chongfeng, the captain of the hunting team, who immediately brandished a command flag, signaling all team members to assume a state of high alert. Han Shichi had arrived, and there could be no missteps. Inciting his wrath would turn a day of auspiciousness into one of calamity. The 5 carriages moved with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving at the southern gate of Jiang family town. The splendid carriages exuded an air of majesty, and the dragon horses pulling them were nothing short of extraordinary. The drivers, clad in uniform black attire and equipped with long blades, displayed a demeanor of cold indifference. Everything spoke to the profound heritage and authority of Yunming Pavilion. With a swift motion, the curtains of the front and rear carriages were drawn back simultaneously, and 10 warriors clad in black with red embroidery emerged in an orderly fashion, standing vigilantly beside the carriages. Their vigilant glances swept the surroundings, and their synchronized movements, formidable presence, and icy gazes sent shivers through the onlookers. 2 were at the Xianyu realm's first level, while 8 were at the 9th level of the Zifu realm. The crowd silently sensed this and marveled anew. These were indeed Han Shichi's attendants. Although he held the position of a mere internal affairs hall master within Yunming Pavilion, the true elite were found in the battle hall. The fact that an internal affairs hall master could casually bring along 2 from the Xianyu realm and 8 from the 9th level of the Zifu realm spoke volumes of Yunming Pavilion's profound foundation. As the curtain of the central carriage was lifted, a handsome young man stepped out. He first surveyed the assembly from a position of elevation, then bent to lift the curtain, declaring, "Master, we have arrived at Jiang family town." From behind the curtain emerged an elderly gentleman, adorned in a crimson robe, with silvery hair and beard, crowned with a jade tiara, and clad in golden embroidered boots. His complexion was vibrant, his gaze penetrating, and his demeanor exuded an air of arrogance. With the assistance of a handsome young man, he descended from his carriage, prompting Jiang Shaodian and others to promptly kneel on one knee in a gesture of respect, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to Lord Han." Lord Han Shichi cast a fleeting glance, noting the absence of several prominent clan leaders, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. However, his expression swiftly transformed. A hearty laugh escaped him as he surveyed the crowd, stating, "Rise. For we are all allies here, and such formalities are unnecessary." As Jiang Shaodian and the others stood, they approached the various elders of the clans, showering compliments that elicited hearty laughter from Han Shichi. A throng of admirers surrounded him as they made their way toward the town's hall, with 10 martial artists from Yunming Pavilion ever vigilant around him. Concurrently, the town of Jiang became enveloped in the highest level of alertness. The onlookers in the inns and taverns, as well as the villagers in the surrounding woods, were invigorated. Han Shichi had arrived. Surely the grand spectacle was about to unfold. Yet, they pondered when Jiang Han would make his appearance amidst such a gathering of formidable figures, and in what breathtaking manner would he emerge? And what tragic fate might await him in his inevitable downfall? Chapter 21. Unwavering resolve in a modest courtyard of the Jiang family's elder hall. The atmosphere was thick with tension. This stronghold was the most securely guarded location in Jiang family town, housing a total of 20 individuals. Among them, 10 were formidable experts at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, while the remaining 10 were warriors of at least the 6th level. Within the confines of the house, 3 women were meticulously adorning Jiang Li, an 11-year-old girl who, though not yet fully matured, already exhibited the features of a budding beauty. Her eyes sparkled with the purity of a child, captivatingly lovely. Dressed in a resplendent red bridal robe, adorned with gold and silver, she radiated an alluring charm. However, after being confined for half a month, Jiang Li had lost considerable weight, her expression forlorn, with tears welling in her eyes, evoking sympathy from all who beheld her. The 3 women attempted to console her, instructing her on how to behave and what to do upon arriving in Yumeng City. Jiang Li remained silent, her head bowed, prompting the women to grow anxious. If Jiang Li were to defy them today, inciting the wrath of Han Shiqi, there would be no escaping the consequences from Jiang Xiaotian. Jiang Li, stop sulking like a ghost, one of the women exclaimed, hands on her hips and finger pointed at her. What is so terrible about marrying into the Han family? You will enjoy the finest of luxuries, and your brother will benefit immensely. If you can win Lord Han's favor, he may even recruit your brother into Yunming Pavilion, allowing him to soar to greatness. Indeed, another woman chimed in. All women must marry eventually. What difference does it make who you wed? Look at me. I married your Uncle Gu, and I have never known a day of comfort, toiling endlessly just to afford a decent outfit. If my daughter were as beautiful as you, and if Lord Han were to take notice, I would have long been living a life of luxury. The women continued their relentless persuasion, yet Jiang Li remained unresponsive, her face devoid of any semblance of joy. After a prolonged silence, when the women finally grew weary of their appeals, she lifted her head and declared, I want to see my brother. If I cannot see him, I will not marry. That night, Jiang Han launched a surprise attack on Jiang family town, bellowing Jiang Li's name, and she heard him. She was confined in a nearby woodshed, bound and gagged. The anguished cries of Jiang Long and others echoed in her ears, as well as the screams of the woman who had guarded her. She witnessed flames engulfing the courtyard where she had been imprisoned. Though she was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, she surmised that Jiang Han was undoubtedly attempting to rescue her. Concern for her brother compelled her to stubbornly insist on seeing him. The three women exchanged glances, and one hesitated momentarily before her expression darkened as she said, To be frank, your brother has been restrained. The third elder fears he may cause trouble today. Another woman nodded in agreement, adding, A few days ago, your brother created quite a disturbance, and the third elder was infuriated. If you do not cooperate, your brother will be subjected to a gruesome fate today. Indeed, the last woman asserted with unwavering conviction. The third elder has decreed that if you do not comply, your brother's limbs will be severed, and his body will be placed in a jar. He will then be subjected to a colony of man-eating ants, allowing them to slowly devour him alive. No, please. No. Jiang Li, her delicate face as pale as a ghost, clutched the hand of a woman beside her in fear, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. With a trembling voice, she pleaded, Please do not harm my brother. I will do as you say. I will marry. That's the spirit. One of the three women responded with a satisfied smile, reassuring her, Rest assured, if you obediently comply and marry Lord Han, your brother will become Lord Han's brother-in-law. How could the third elder dare to touch him? Isn't that the logic of the matter? Jiang Li, with her innocent heart, was easily deceived by their words. Yet, despite her attempts to restrain her tears, they continued to fall. She gazed out of the window, murmuring softly, Brother, you must be safe and well. At noon, a grand banquet was laid out in the courtyard of the Jiang family's elder residence. Jiang Xiaotian had sent someone to procure an abundance of delicacies and several hundred jars of fine wine, while various clan elders and representatives presented numerous precious gifts of congratulation. Jiang Li was brought forth, and upon seeing her in person, Han Shiqi, who had only seen her portrait before, could not contain his smile, especially when he noticed her strikingly clear, pearl-like eyes. In his life, he had few preferences, but he had an undeniable fondness for young girls and boys, particularly enjoying the slow cultivation and nurturing of them. Indeed, his tastes were not limited to females alone. He also had a penchant for males. The handsome young man beside him, ostensibly his disciple, was, in truth, his treasured possession. At that moment, his disciple, Han Renfeng, cast a glance at Jiang Li, a flicker of jealousy and animosity flashing in his eyes. He understood Han Shiqi better than anyone. Jiang Li's large, watery eyes were so enchanting that they had completely captured Han Shiqi's soul. Were it not for their current location in Jiang family town, Han Shiqi might have already taken her to the bridal chamber. As the banquet progressed, both hosts and guests reveled in the festivities. Jiang Han did not make an appearance, which only deepened the smile upon Jiang Xiaoyan's face. As long as Jiang Han stayed away from Jiang family town, even if he were to ambush them on the road, it would no longer concern him. The heavy stone of anxiety resting on his heart finally lifted. Surely Jiang Han would not fail to show up? Oh, what a wasted day this would be. It was not entirely his fault. He was merely a cultivator at the Purple Mansion level. And with so many strong individuals present today, it would be foolish for him to seek his own demise. There was some sense in that, given his talent. After 10 years of hidden cultivation, he could certainly become a formidable force. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late, even after a decade. Throughout the numerous inns and taverns in Jiang family town, as well as in the surrounding woods, whispers of speculation filled the air, especially among the onlookers in the woods. Their stomachs grumbling with hunger, anxiously waiting for Jiang Han, their hearts inevitably grew restless in anticipation. Once well-fed and satisfied, Han Shiqi, surrounded by the crowd, gradually ascended the carriage. Jiang Li was placed in a second carriage, accompanied by two middle-aged women of some martial prowess, tasked with ensuring she would not escape or harm herself. The martial artists from Yunming Pavilion all boarded their carriages, which then departed from the elder hall, slowly making their way toward the southern gate of Jiang family town. Jiang Shaodian, alongside the elders and representatives from various clans, followed closely behind, ready to escort them to the town's entrance. Many patrons from the inns and taverns trailed behind, their hearts beginning to race with nervous anticipation. Han Shiqi was about to depart with Jiang Li, and if Jiang Han did not appear soon, it seemed he would not come at all today. 5 horse-drawn carriages rolled out of the gates of Jiang family town. With the assistance of Han Rifeng, Han Shiqi stepped down from the carriage once more, waving in gratitude to Jiang Shaodian and the elder leaders who came to bid farewell. Nearby, villagers from the surrounding hills stretched their necks and scanned the area, their eyes filled with anticipation. "Brother, you must take care of yourself." Inside the second carriage, Jiang Li leaned against the window, her gaze fixed on the direction of Jiang family town. Her large eyes sparkled with longing and hope, yearning for a glimpse of Jiang Han, wishing to see him one last time. Alas, outside the town's entrance stood nearly 100 people, yet she could not catch sight of that familiar figure. Her eyes gradually dimmed, and tears uncontrollably began to stream down her face, washing away the rouge and leaving 2 pale trails on her cheeks. Suddenly, a clamor erupted from the distance, and the noise quickly spread. The nearby hills and the crowd at the town's entrance became a cacophony, as if a pot had boiled over. It was Jiang Han. He had arrived. Jiang Li faintly heard a voice, and in delight, she lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze into the distance. When she spotted a young man clad in black, bearing a long, slender blade on his back, striding towards her from afar, the tears in her eyes surged forth like a torrent breaking through a dam. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds, Jiang Han approached slowly, his posture upright, steps resolute, his gaze indifferent, and his expression determined, resembling a moth drawn to a flame. Without hesitation. Chapter 22. The first use of your head. Many speculated that Jiang Han would make an appearance today. Otherwise, such a crowd would not have gathered to witness the spectacle. However, they did not anticipate that Jiang Han would arrive in such a brazen manner. He strode in confidently, drawing the attention of hundreds, causing an uproar the moment he appeared. The martial artists of Jiang family town braced themselves as if facing a formidable foe, while Jiang Shaoyan's expression darkened ominously. In contrast, the elders from the Du, Wang, and Guan families exchanged glances, retreating a few steps discreetly, their faces betraying an amused anticipation. Han Shiqi, initially intending to re-enter the carriage with the assistance of Han Rifeng, was taken aback by the surrounding commotion. The warriors from Yunming Pavilion swiftly emerged from their carriages, forming a defensive perimeter while casting wary glances at Jiang Han in the distance. Upon overhearing some nearby discussions, Han Shiqi furrowed his brow slightly. Standing on the carriage step with his hands clasped behind him, he directed his gaze toward Jiang Shaodian and inquired, "Who is this individual?" The third elder awkwardly clasped his hands in greeting and replied, "This individual is Jiang Han, a traitor of our clan, who has forsaken his ancestry, slaughtered his kin, and practiced dark arts, rendering him utterly irredeemable. There is no need for you to concern yourself. We shall deal with him." Ha. Jiang Han had approached, standing a little over 10 zhang from the carriage. He laughed heartily and addressed Jiang Shaodian and Han Shiqi. "I concede to the accusation of slaughtering my kin. However, I refuse to accept the claims of forsaking my ancestry, practicing dark arts, or being irredeemable." Afterward, he respectfully gestured towards Han Shiqi, saying, "Greetings, Lord Han. I am Jiang Han, originally a member of the Jiang clan, and the elder brother of Jiang Li. In an attempt to curry favor with you, Jiang Shaodian pledged Jiang Li to you without my consent as her brother. I was unwilling, he injured me, and even dispatched his nephews Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao to assassinate me. In a bid for survival, I was compelled to retaliate against Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao. Subsequently, Jiang Shaodian issued a warrant for my assassination, even placing a bounty on my head, inciting various clans to hunt me down if I wished to escape death. I had no choice but to resist, hence the unfortunate demise of several individuals. May I inquire, Lord Han, have I erred? Is it wrong for a man to rise in defense of his sister and to fight for his life? Han Shichi's countenance darkened, and he remained silent. Casting another look at Jiang Shaotian. Jiang Shaotian's eyes brimmed with hatred and murderous intent, with so many high-ranking members of the clans present today. Jiang Han's words were akin to rubbing his face in the dirt. His internal energy surged violently, almost compelling him to charge at Jiang Han and end his life. Seeing Han Shichi glance in his direction, he could only grit his teeth and retort, Jiang Han, do not twist the truth and speak nonsense. Were it not for the protection of the clan, you and your sister would have long since fallen prey to wild beasts. Now that the family requires a modicum of sacrifice from you, you show ingratitude and instead act against your own kin. You audaciously demand 1,000 mysterious stones in exchange for Jiang Li's marriage. Such insatiable greed. Who can possibly satisfy it? You have cultivated your dark powers, and were discovered by Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao. In order to silence them, you resorted to murder, leaving the corpses of over a dozen clan members displayed within the ancestral hall. Such undeniable evidence renders your attempts to distort the truth utterly futile. Jiang Changfeng. After the third elder's incessant ramblings, he did not grant Jiang Han the opportunity to speak, instead bellowing, seize Jiang Han. Should he dare to resist, execute him on the spot. No, do not kill my brother. Upon hearing Jiang Shaotian's words, Jiang Li, confined within the second carriage, cried out desperately. Attempting to escape, the two women inside pulled her back forcefully, one striking her on the back of the head, rendering her unconscious. Whoosh! Jiang Changfeng, accompanied by 20 elite members of the hunting team, charged forth, weapons drawn, exuding an aura of murderous intent as they advanced towards Jiang Han. Wait! Jiang Han's voice boomed, and Han Shichi raised his hand slightly, causing Jiang Changfeng and his men to halt mid-stride. Jiang Han clasped his hands towards Han Shichi, his eyes gleaming with hope as he proclaimed, Lord Han, I am 16 years old, currently at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, with an overall combat strength that is unmatched. Just days ago, in the Tianhu Mountains, I was pursued by over 100 martial artists, and I slew 19 of them in a single day. Give me 5 years to cultivate, and I am confident I can sweep through the Xinyu realm. If you return my sister to me, my life shall henceforth belong to you, Lord Han. I will be your loyal servant. Whoever you wish me to kill, I shall do so. Ha ha. Han Shichi remained silent, while the handsome young man beside him, Han Renfeng, glanced at Han Shichi's expression. He scoffed mockingly, looking down upon Jiang Han with disdain, and said, What are you? A mere figure in the Purple Mansion realm dares to boast so? To sweep through the Xianyu realm in 5 years? Why not proclaim that you will ascend to the immortal realm instead? A treacherous wretch like you, betraying your clan, is not worthy of even being a dog for my master. Depart now, and you may yet spare your life, but otherwise, you shall die. Finally, Han Shichi spoke, his expression impassive. Young man, begone. Today, I am in a good mood and wish to avoid bloodshed. At his words, Jiang Han's gaze dimmed swiftly, his complexion paling. He understood the presence of numerous formidable individuals today, and the prospect of rescuing Jiang Li seemed as daunting as scaling the heavens. Hence, he resolved, if Han Shichi would spare his sister, he would willingly devote himself to Han Shichi, even if it meant becoming a mere hound. Regrettably, he closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Under the gaze of the crowd, he slowly turned, silent, and began to walk towards the distant grove. Jiang Changfeng and the others watched Jiang Han depart, their expressions tinged with anxiety as they cast worried glances at Jiang Shaotian. Jiang Shaotian, alarmed, looked at Elder Han and said, My lord, this youth harbors a deep-seated desire for vengeance. If we allow this tiger to return to the mountain, it will surely become a threat in due time. Han Shichi did not deign to look at Jiang Shaotian, merely waving his hand dismissively. Jiang Shaotian may abandon his dignity, but he himself valued his reputation. To steal another's sister and then resort to murder would undoubtedly tarnish his name. And thus, he let Jiang Han walk away? The son of Jiang Henshui lacks the spirit. I had anticipated a grand confrontation today. Alas, I wasted an entire morning waiting in vain. One cannot entirely blame Jiang Han, though, with so many formidable figures present, if one possesses the capability, let them take action. The surrounding woods buzzed with murmurs, disappointment evident in many eyes, while others turned to depart. With no spectacle to behold and hunger gnawing at their bellies, why linger here as if awaiting the new year? This young brother is rather lacking. On the right, perched upon a grand tree, a lovely maiden, clad in a pink pleated skirt and adorned with 2 buns atop her head. held a large piece of meat in one hand and a jug of wine in the other, her mouth glistening with grease. She watched as Jiang Han ventured into the nearby grove, her face betraying her disillusionment as she murmured, "Wasn't he supposed to be formidable? Didn't they say he slaughtered 19 men in a day? Where is his valor? Where is his pride? Why is the son of Jiang Henshui so timid? Come on, vanquish that old dog Han." Jiang Han's figure had vanished into the thicket, and the warriors of Yunming Pavilion sheathed their swords and boarded their carriages. Han Shiqi and Han Renfeng entered their carriage, and Han Shiqi waved a farewell once more as the vehicle gradually departed. Many onlookers shook their heads in dismay and began to rise, preparing to disperse. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, just as the carriage had traveled a mere 10 paces, the ground beneath the third carriage erupted violently. Amidst the swirling dust, a black battle knife gleamed with a chilling light, slicing forcefully into the carriage's underbelly. With a resounding crash, the opulent carriage crafted from precious black pear wood was shattered into splinters by the overwhelming force. The two dragon horse steeds reared in fright, whinnying skyward. A shadowy figure shot forth from the earth, the long blade radiating an air of murderous intent, aimed directly at Han Shiqi within the carriage. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Han's thunderous roar echoed across the land. "Old dog Han, I shall borrow your head for a moment." Chapter 23. A sufficient revenge. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a sudden clap of thunder on a calm day. The sound reverberated through the crowd, causing many to tremble, and even making the beautiful young girl drop the elbow of meat she held. All eyes turned towards the source of the noise, and they found themselves stupefied at the sight of the luxurious carriage, now in ruins, and the figure of Jiang Han charging towards Han Shiqi. Moments before, everyone had been filled with disappointment and prepared to disperse. In an instant, Jiang Han had delivered an astonishing surprise. Most importantly, Jiang Han had made his move, targeting none other than Han Shiqi, the most formidable combatant present, a fifth tier in the profound abyss realm. He was the head of the Internal Affairs Hall of the Cloud Dream Pavilion. Even if Han Shiqi did not hold the strongest position in the combat hall, and even if he had consumed a fair amount of alcohol at noon, he was still undeniably a fifth tier in the profound abyss realm. For a seventh tier in the Purple Mansion realm to dare strike at a fifth tier in the profound abyss realm was already an act of immense courage, let alone against a long-established powerhouse. The audacity of youth. Indeed, Han Shiqi had indulged a bit too much at lunch, causing a slight delay in his response. Otherwise, he would have reacted the moment Jiang Han burst forth from the ground. He had occupied a high position for years without engaging in combat, yet his foundation remained. As Jiang Han cleaved through the carriage, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Han Shiqi's eyes. He leapt into the air, his spatial ring glowing brightly, summoning a long sword into his grasp. His expression turned frigid, emanating a menacing aura as he executed a mid-air somersault, the sword radiating with profound energy. He swung the sword, enveloped in a dazzling light, aiming a fierce thrust downwards at the ascending Jiang Han. "On this joyous day, do you truly force me to unleash a massacre?" he roared, his terrifying presence swirling around him, the sword light radiating, engulfing Jiang Han entirely. He employed an immensely powerful technique, the sword light manipulating the surrounding air currents, ensuring that any martial artist ensnared within its glow had no avenue for escape. Only the grim fate of being pierced by his blade awaited them. This is the end. Jiang Han is doomed. How foolish of him to attack Lord Han. Was he seeking his own demise? Alas, a genius has fallen. Jiang Han was blinded by folly. He should have ambushed the second carriage and fled underground with Jiang Li. The onlookers, witnessing Jiang Han enveloped by the sword light, shook their heads in somber resignation. Han Shiqi's prowess was overwhelmingly formidable. Not even Zhang Xiaodian could withstand more than a few of his strikes, it seemed. But wait, Han Shiqi suddenly cried out as he struck. At the moment his sword pierced Jiang Han, he noticed Jiang Han's figure had abruptly frozen midair. His sword passed through Jiang Han's shadow without any obstruction, and the shadow began to dissipate slowly. Shadow shift. Jiang Han was not on a path to destruction. He had shattered the carriage and surged upwards. And upon witnessing Han Shiqi's attack, he swiftly unleashed the shadow shift technique. His true form materialized to the left of the shattered carriage, where Han Shiqi's disciple, Han Renfeng, was struggling to rise from the ground, disheveled and in distress. Han Renfeng has just broken through to the Xianyu realm, a feat accomplished with immense cost incurred by Han Shiqi. Since the tender age of 13, Han Renfeng has been Han Shiqi's favored companion, living a life of luxury and indulgence. Despite his recent breakthrough, his combat prowess remains lamentably feeble. Moments ago, when the carriage was shattered, the dragon lion horse was startled, and he was instinctively thrown off by the overwhelming force. Terrified, he scrambled to his feet, only to be met with a dazzling array of blades before him, nearly causing him to lose his composure as he cried out, "Master, save me!" Bang! A blade struck him, sending him flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily 3 yards away. Seeking death, Han Shichi glared, his fury igniting. He pivoted midair and shot towards Jiang Han like a swift arrow, his sword gleaming with radiant light as he lunged at Jiang Han's back. However, his sword struck nothing but air. Jiang Han's figure gradually faded, only to reappear moments later before Han Renfeng. With his long knife pressed against Han Renfeng's throat and a foot on his chest, Jiang Han glared at Han Shichi, his voice cold and menacing. "Old dog Han, do not move. Otherwise, I shall take his life. Master, save me, please." Han Renfeng, wounded by Jiang Han's earlier strike, bore a gash across his chest, 2 ribs shattered, leaving him writhing in agony. This was merely a fraction of Jiang Han's power. Had he unleashed his full strength, Han Renfeng might have met his demise. His face contorted in pain, trembling under the lethal edge of the blade at his neck, he dared not move. Casting desperate glances at Han Shichi, "Master, I do not wish to die. Please save me." In that moment, Han Shichi stood frozen, the atmosphere thick with tension. As silence enveloped the scene, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Countless eyes were transfixed upon Jiang Han, who stood defiantly with his foot on Han Renfeng. A mix of awe and fear washing over the crowd. Many held their breath, hearts racing, blood surging with fervor. Just moments ago, some had deemed Jiang Han insane for daring to confront Han Shichi. Now, they comprehended that Jiang Han's true target had never been Han Shichi, but rather Han Renfeng. The shattering of the carriage and the assault on Han Shichi were but a diversion, meticulously orchestrated to capture Han Renfeng. Many had heard of Jiang Han's elusive teleportation technique, a subject of much speculation in recent days, and now, witnessing it firsthand, they felt their journey had been worthwhile. A few gazed enviously, marveling at the sheer prowess of this technique, which had even evaded Han Shichi's keen perception. In a moment of levity amidst the tension, a charming young girl with her hair styled in a bun grinned, revealing her small fangs as she took a hearty swig of her drink. Han Shichi's expression darkened as he looked down at the bleeding Han Renfeng, a flicker of compassion crossing his features. Gritting his teeth, he raised his gaze to Jiang Han and declared, "Release him, and I shall pretend this incident never transpired." Release him, indeed. Jiang Han remained on high alert, his energy surging, poised to strike down Han Renfeng at any moment. With an impassive expression, he replied to Han Shichi, however, "You must provide a carriage for my sister and me to depart. Once we reach a place of safety, I shall immediately release your beloved disciple." Han Shichi, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly. Jiang Han may depart, yet Jiang Li cannot. What is his purpose here today? It is to wed Jiang Li. Should she be taken away, where would he hide his aging face? He would become the laughingstock among the tens of thousands in these numerous villages. Shaking his head, he resolutely declared, "I offer you one final chance. Release him, and you may leave. As for the rest of the terms, there is nothing to discuss." "Nothing to discuss? Then let us cease this conversation." Jiang Han yanked fiercely on his long sword, the blade slicing through Han Renfeng's neck, and a pristine head tumbled forth, blood gushing from the severed neck. Jiang Han kicked the severed head, sending it hurtling towards Han Shichi. Armed with his bloodied sword, he charged relentlessly at Han Shichi, roaring once more, "Old dog Han, I have no intention of leaving here alive today. If I must perish, I shall ensure I claim enough lives in return." Chapter 24. Blood Battle. For this day, Jiang Han had pondered deeply for several days, devising a series of plans. He had also prepared for the worst, that of falling into demise. He chose not to directly assault the carriage where Jiang Li was located, fully aware that it would take him 2 or 3 breaths from emerging from the ground to abduct Jiang Li, a span ample enough for Han Shichi to pierce both him and Jiang Li with a single strike. Initially, he considered negotiation, contemplating the prospect of serving Han Shichi in exchange for Jiang Li's freedom. Unfortunately, Han Shichi declined, and upon discovering Han Renfeng, he thought to leverage her as a bargaining chip. However, the cold indifference in Han Shichi's gaze made him realize the futility of such a notion. Han Shichi cared little for Han Renfeng's fate. Using her as leverage was merely a waste of breath. His violent power could only last for a brief moment, and he had no time to squander. Thus, he resolutely severed Han Renfeng's head. As he declared, since he had come, he had no intention of leaving alive. If he were to die, he would take a few down with him. He swiftly charged towards Han Shichi, who at that moment had caught Han Renfeng's severed head with one hand. Gazing upon her contorted visage and her eyes wide open in death, Han Shiqi trembled slightly. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. With a thunderous roar, he cast aside Han Renfeng's head and surged towards Jiang Han. The 10 attendants beside him, shedding all restraint, rushed towards Jiang Han from multiple directions. As Jiang Han advanced, Han Shiqi bellowed, thrusting his sword. Yet, Jiang Han's figure suddenly froze in place, only to slowly dissipate the next instant. A swift warrior from Yunming Pavilion charged with a sword, but Jiang Han's form reappeared behind him, delivering a lethal strike. This warrior, at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, possessed commendable combat prowess. He instinctively drew his sword in a defensive arc and rolled to the left front. With a resounding clash, Jiang Han's battle blade met his long sword, unleashing a torrent of explosive force that sent the sword flying. After days and nights of arduous training and the consumption of over 20 bottles of elixirs, Jiang Han had ascended to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion. With his realm elevated, his strength naturally surged, and channeling his violent power, he now possessed the might comparable to that of the 1st level of the Profound Shadow Realm. After sending the warrior's long sword soaring, Jiang Han's long knife continued its relentless advance, cleaving down upon the warrior's neck, who could not evade this time. Collapsing to the ground with a harrowing scream, blood gushed from his neck, and it was evident he would not survive. In the distance, Jiang Chafeng, captain of the Jiang family's hunting squad, raced forward with over 20 elite hunters. However, Jiang Shaodian did not follow. Instead, he launched himself into the air, directly landing atop the city tower of Jiang Family Town. With a flicker of his spatial ring, a black longbow and a black feathered arrow materialized in his hands. He drew the bowstring, his gaze cold and predatory, locking onto Jiang Han below, biding his time for the opportune moment. This bow, an upper-grade mysterious artifact, boasted incredible speed and power, yet required a moment of charging energy after each shot. Thus, he refrained from launching an attack hastily, biding his time for the perfect opportunity to deliver a lethal blow to Jiang Han. Meanwhile, Jiang Han's form flickered incessantly, employing the art of shifting shadows. This technique could not be utilized indefinitely. Excessive use would lead to mental exhaustion. He had estimated that if he invoked it continuously for more than 30 times, he might succumb to unconsciousness. At this moment, however, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. Over 20 members of the Jiang family surged forth, while more people from the town continued to rush towards this location. The Yunming Pavilion, alongside Han Shiqi, comprised a total of 10 individuals, 3 of whom were at the Profound Ghost Realm, and Han Shiqi was at the 5th level of the Profound Ghost Realm, surrounded by adversaries. If he lingered for more than a breath, he would undoubtedly be struck by a weapon. Thus, he had no choice but to continuously employ his technique, shifting away immediately regardless of the outcome of each strike. Bang! Ah! The sounds of metal clashing echoed, accompanied by cries of anguish. Within a mere span of a few breaths, Jiang Han had executed his shadowy maneuvers a dozen times. His form flickered like a specter, each appearance followed by a swift slash. Regardless of the outcome, he would instantly teleport away. His strategy proved remarkably effective. He consistently evaded the range of attacks from Han Shiqi and the other 2 practitioners of the Profound Ghost Realm, targeting instead those beneath the Purple Mansion realm. In just a few breaths, he had struck multiple times, resulting in 6 fatalities and 5 injuries, an impressive tally. The sheer number of opponents and the chaotic scene worked to his advantage. Han Shiqi and the 2 practitioners of the Profound Ghost Realm were infuriated, yet they missed their targets repeatedly, hindered by their own comrades. Buzz, as Jiang Han shifted shadows once more, perhaps due to the continuous exertion, his mental energy waned. Just as his form solidified, a wave of dizziness overcame him, causing him to sway precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. At that very moment, Jiang Shaodian atop the city tower ignited with a fierce glint in his eyes. The black longbow in his grasp suddenly emanated a terrifying aura, accompanied by streaks of dark light. With a swift release of the bowstring, a bolt of black light shot forth, akin to a meteor chasing the moon, swiftly reaching Jiang Han's vicinity. Sensing the imminent peril, Jiang Han turned sharply, witnessing the dark light magnifying within his gaze. And a profound dread gripped his heart as he thought, "My life is forfeit." The arrow's velocity was astonishingly rapid, despite his continuous use of shadowy maneuvers. He felt disoriented and unable to teleport away again. There was no time to evade. He could only muster the strength to swing his blade, hoping to intercept the arrow. Alas, Jiang Han was doomed this time. Sigh. The martial artists observing from the periphery had long noticed Jiang Shaodian, aware that he awaited the opportune moment. They understood that the instant Jiang Shaodian released his arrow, it would signify Jiang Han's demise. Kiki. The beautiful maiden with her hair styled in a bun chuckled. Her gaze directed towards the opposite end of the Jiang family town's city wall. A white-haired elder, shrouded in a thick cloak and leaning on a staff, had appeared atop the wall, his murky eyes fixed upon Jiang Han below, his face, marked by age spots, twitching slightly. The staff in his hand emitted a faint green glow, and in the next moment, numerous vines erupted wildly before Jiang Han, swiftly coalescing into a formidable wall of foliage. Boom! A black arrow shot through the air, colliding with the vine wall. The wall shattered into countless fragments. Yet the terrifying force of the arrow was significantly diminished. Jiang Han swiftly slashed with his blade, sending the arrow careening away. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the left wall, where he beheld the elderly figure cloaked in white, a benevolent smile adorning his face. His heart quivered, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Elder? You old fool, what are you doing?" Jiang Shaodian shouted in a fit of rage, having regained his senses. The cloaked elder paid no heed to Jiang Shaodian. Instead, he cast a deep glance at Jiang Han, his eyes drifting towards the distant mountains, murmuring, "Hateful waters. I can assist your son no further." With that, the elder tilted his head back and collapsed upon the city wall, his eyes slowly closing, his life force gradually waning. "Elder!" Jiang Han cried out in sorrow upon witnessing the elder's fall. He understood that the elder had expended the last vestiges of his vitality, invoking the miraculous power of thorny growth to shield him from a fatal blow. Whoosh! A blade sliced through the air from the left, jolting Jiang Han back to reality. He once again activated the art of shifting shadows. This time, upon his reappearance, he refrained from attacking. Instead, a dark golden radiance enveloped him as he propelled himself downward, vanishing into the earth in an instant. Thinking of fleeing? It won't be that simple. Jiang Shaodian discarded his longbow and leapt from the tower, plunging directly into the hole where Jiang Han had disappeared. Jiang Changfeng and the others, awakening to the urgency of the moment, followed suit, racing towards the depths below. "Chase him. I command you to chase him." Han Shichi bellowed in fury. "If he escapes today, I shall ensure your demise." Chapter 25. The murder of Jiang Shaodian. Had he burrowed underground? Had he fled? Could he possibly escape? Regardless of his chances of evasion, this young man had already implicated far too many. The audacity of it all. 6 slain, 5 wounded. This boy is truly ruthless. At merely 16 years of age, if he were to survive this encounter and dedicate a few years to cultivation, how formidable would he become? How could he possibly survive? Jiang Shaodian had pursued him, and so had Jiang Changfeng and the others. Furthermore, 2 practitioners from the Yunming Pavilion had also descended in pursuit. His speed was limited. Could he truly elude capture? Such ferocity. Truly remarkable. This journey has not been in vain. As Jiang Han and his companions vanished into the depths, a chorus of murmurs erupted around them. The earlier battle had been so intense that the spectators held their breath, eyes wide in anticipation, terrified of missing any thrilling moments. Now, with Jiang Han's group gone, they could not follow into the subterranean realm and were left to wait patiently for the outcome, animatedly discussing among themselves. Perched upon a grand tree, a striking young girl furrowed her brow, neglecting her drink, her gaze flickering as if caught in a web of indecision. In the distance, Han Shichi refrained from pursuing, instead pacing furiously near the carriage, occasionally unleashing a torrent of curses. 4 of his companions had fallen, including those brought by Han Renfeng, leaving 7 to plunge into the abyss after Jiang Han. The tunnel was narrow, his presence was inconsequential, and he had no desire to venture underground, so he remained above, awaiting news. Time passed slowly. After a while, the silence of the tunnel was finally broken as a disheveled figure emerged, one of the practitioners from the Yunming Pavilion. Collapsing onto the ground, he could utter not a word, merely gasping for breath. Shortly thereafter, another practitioner crawled out, breathless, managing to utter, "Master, it's dire." That young man prepared a hallucinogenic smoke below. "Most of our brothers who ventured down may not return." What? Han Shichi's expression shifted dramatically, and the Jiang clan members in the distance were left utterly speechless. Jiang Shaodian and Jiang Changfeng had descended into the pit. Could it be that none would return? Hallucinogenic smoke? None would make it back? By heavens, Jiang Han had foreseen this. How ruthless indeed. A wave of commotion surged through the crowd. If Jiang Han succeeded in detaining Jiang Shaodian and his companions, the repercussions would be monumental. The Jiang clan might find it impossible to recover for at least 2 decades. The conditions underground were dire. In truth, the moment Jiang Shaotian plunged into the abyss, he sensed something amiss. The subterranean passages were numerous and expansive, clearly pre-dug by Jiang Han. Had he excavated these routes solely for the sake of escape? He did not dwell on this thought for long. One idea dominated his mind. He must not allow Jiang Han to escape. If he failed to eliminate Jiang Han now, allowing him to flee would spell endless trouble and make it impossible for him to justify his actions to Han Shichi. With unwavering resolve, he sprinted forward at breakneck speed, closely followed by Jiang Changfeng and the others. They could hear the heavy footsteps echoing from the depths of the cavern ahead, indicating that Jiang Han was near. After a short sprint, an unsettling feeling enveloped them. A faint musty odor permeated the air. At first, they attributed it to the oppressive heat and humidity of the subterranean depths, not paying it much heed. However, after traversing several dozen zhang, dizziness began to creep in, prompting them to realize something was amiss. There was hallucinogenic mist. We must retreat. Yunjing Pavilion's last runner, a well-versed practitioner of the Xianyu realm, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. With a shout, he turned to flee, but by the time he emerged from the cavern, he was utterly drained of energy, collapsing to the ground like a limp maggot. This is the effect of burning winter grass. Run! Jiang Shaotian suddenly came to his senses, unleashing a bellow as he held his breath. He did not turn back. With so many people pivoting, the passage was too narrow, and before they could escape, they would likely succumb to the mist. He chose to dash down another tunnel, desperately channeling his Xian energy to combat the intoxicating fumes within him, all the while seeking a way out. Ah, Jiang Han, may you meet a wretched fate. Jiang Han, I shall haunt you even in death. Jiang Han, I was wrong. Spare me, please. Soon, he heard a chorus of anguished cries and furious curses behind him. A chill gripped his heart as he realized Jiang Han had come back to retaliate. Jiang Changfeng and the others were likely in grave peril. The potency of the hallucinogenic mist was severe, and the air in the tunnel was already thin. He felt his Xian energy falter, his body growing feeble, akin to being profoundly intoxicated. Dig upwards, or I shall perish here. Jiang Shaotian swung his longsword, frantically churning the earth above him, transforming it into mere dust. He could not afford to linger. He had to break through to the surface. The longer he remained, the greater his chances of death. His only opportunity lay in the chaos created by Jiang Han as he slaughtered others, allowing him to carve a path to the outside. The cavern echoed with screams, and Jiang Shaotian's eyes widened in horror, his heart bleeding for his kin. Jiang Changfeng and the others were the elite of the Jiang clan. Their demise would spell catastrophic loss for the family, one from which they might not recover for decades. Prolonged breath-holding intensified the dizziness in the third elder's head, rendering his sword arm feeble. A wave of vertigo washed over him, and with determination, he bit down on his tongue to jolt himself awake. He continued to wield his sword with vigor, carving a passage upwards. At last, just as he felt he could bear no more and succumbed to unconsciousness, his sword pierced through the earth's surface. A beam of light flooded in, accompanied by a rush of fresh air. The third elder felt rejuvenated, tears almost spilling from his eyes. Suddenly, a piercing shriek of a long blade slicing through the air erupted from below, accompanied by a chilling aura of lethality. Jiang Shaotian was nearly paralyzed with fear, channeling his Xian energy furiously as he propelled himself upward. Bang! His body finally burst forth from the ground, soaring into the air amidst a shower of soil and grass. However, accompanying his emergence was a flash of cold steel. The long blade struck precisely between his legs, and a torrent of crimson surged forth as Jiang Shaotian let out a heart-wrenching scream. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Shaotian fell heavily to the ground, along with a blood-soaked figure. Jiang Han swung his blade from below, rendering Jiang Shaotian's lower body utterly mangled, and he could not evade the ensuing rain of blood, becoming drenched in it. The spot from which Jiang Shaotian had burst forth was not far from the southern gate of Jiangjia town. The onlookers gazed in silence at Jiang Shaotian, whose lower half was a gruesome sight, and at Jiang Han, whose form was stained with blood. Even Han Shichi was momentarily stunned, staring at the fallen Jiang Shaotian, who clutched his mutilated body and wailed in agony. A chill ran down his spine as he witnessed the scene unfold. Jiang Shaotian's lower body was beyond recognition, his pelvis cleaved apart, intestines spilling onto the ground. Even if he were to be saved, he would likely be left as a eunuch. With a hum, Jiang Han's figure flickered, leaving only a shadow in its place. before solidifying at Jiang Shaoyan's side. He brought his long blade down with force across Jiang Shaoyan's neck. The pain was so excruciating that Jiang Shaoyan nearly lost consciousness, unable to react in time. In an instant, his neck was severed and his head rolled away. Jiang Shaoyan could never become a eunuch, as Jiang Han had executed him before all. Jiang Shaoyan was dead. With a flick of his long blade, Jiang Han sent the blood into a fine mist, scattering it across the sky. He pointed his blade towards Han Shiqi, his expression as calm as a still lake, and coldly declared, "Old dog Han, do you dare to battle me?" Chapter 26. A true connection. A somewhat youthful voice resonated across the wilderness, striking with profound conviction. The audacity of such words was unparalleled. Had this occurred in the past, everyone would have scoffed, deeming him mad. Who would dare to challenge a formidable warrior at the 5th level of the mysterious realm from the Purple Mansion realm? Which individual would have the gall to publicly declare such a challenge? Even if the leaders of the Jiang, Du, Guan, and Wang families were granted 100-fold courage, they would not dare to utter such a statement. Yet, Jiang Han not only dared to proclaim it, but also brandished his blade at Han Shiqi in defiance. And the onlookers felt no sense of dissonance. They believed Jiang Han possessed that qualification. The 6 lifeless bodies sprawled in a pool of blood, alongside 5 severely injured individuals in the dismembered Jiang Shaoyan, along with the 2 or 3 dozen who had descended into the earth, with none emerging except for 2 from the mysterious realm. All of this served as irrefutable evidence that Jiang Han indeed held that qualification. Today, he had conjured an abundance of miracles, repeatedly reshaping the perceptions of those around him. Even if he were to slay Han Shiqi before their very eyes, the crowd would find it within the realm of acceptance. Could any other individual from the Purple Mansion realm effortlessly dispatch 6 among the mysterious realm before them, injuring 5? Could any other from the Purple Mansion realm slay over 20 of their own kind in the depths below? Could any other from the Purple Mansion realm bring down Jiang Shaoyan? This young man is remarkably fierce. I am quite taken with him. Within the thicket, a girl clad in a pleated skirt gazed on with sparkling eyes, breaking into a beaming smile as she murmured, "This young brother is already so formidable as a member of the Purple Mansion realm. Give him a few years, and he will surely ascend to the heavens." All eyes in the arena turned towards Han Shiqi, eager to witness his reaction. Internally, Han Shiqi felt a twinge of panic, primarily due to the uncanny abilities of Jiang Han, whose methods were exceedingly ruthless. Had he released a hallucinatory smoke in the cavern? Had he ambushed over 20 individuals in one fell swoop? Jiang Han exhibited no signs of poisoning, indicating he had come prepared. Indeed, Jiang Han had been preparing that hallucinatory smoke for some time, having specifically gathered it from the Tianhu mountain range. This particular smoke was exceedingly potent. Yet the antidote was quite simple, merely the consumption of another herbal remedy. Jiang Han's apparent immunity to the poison clearly indicated that he had anticipated this day well in advance. Cunning, strategy, and ruthlessness. In Han Shiqi's eyes, Jiang Han was not merely a reckless brute. His intellect and methods were exceptionally formidable. Otherwise, he would not have succeeded in slaying so many today, even ensnaring Jiang Shaoyan in his trap. Thus, Han Shiqi felt a measure of uncertainty within himself. Yet, with so many witnesses present, how could he, a senior member of the Yunmeng Pavilion, possibly show weakness? His long sword quivered as his form transformed into a wisp of shadow, swiftly gliding towards Jiang Han. Just as he neared, he suddenly roared, "Veil of Night, coalesce." A beam of black light ignited in his hand, swiftly expanding with terrifying velocity, enveloping both him and Jiang Han in a space of 100 feet. A divine ability. A dark attribute divine ability. This technique appeared to be of a high caliber. Yet, it was merely a standard ability, strikingly radiant in appearance. Its sole function was to temporarily deprive the enemy of their sight. The surrounding crowd buzzed with murmurs, their tension mounting to a heightened degree. Han Shiqi unleashed his divine powers, rendering the surroundings completely invisible. Jiang Han was likely to be flustered, and a moment's lapse could lead to his instantaneous demise at Han Shiqi's hands. To everyone's astonishment, the darkness dissipated after a brief moment, revealing Han Shiqi standing steadfastly with his sword. In stark contrast, Jiang Han had vanished without a trace, and a subterranean hole had emerged, indicating that he had utilized the art of tunneling to burrow beneath the surface. As Jiang Han disappeared into the abyss, Han Shiqi hesitated to pursue him, uncertain if a mist still lingered within. His inner fury reached a boiling point, yet he found no outlet for his rage. Gripping his sword, he paced anxiously around the cave's entrance, his features contorted in frustration. With so many spectators present, and as a high-ranking member of Yunming Pavilion, he felt not only his own humiliation, but that of the pavilion itself. Suddenly, a realization struck him, with the swiftness of lightning. He spun around and bolted towards the second carriage. Inside, two women clutched the unconscious Jiang Li, trembling in fear. Upon witnessing Han Shiqi's approach, their terror intensified. Boom! The ground erupted as Jiang Han soared from below, striking the carriage's base with his blade, shattering it into splinters. Die! Han Shiqi arrived just in time, his form merging with his sword as he sliced through the air, aiming directly at Jiang Han, who was reaching for Jiang Li. At that moment, Han Shiqi finally grasped the situation. Jiang Han had deliberately provoked him to lure him away while he navigated beneath the ground to abduct Jiang Li. Fortunately, Han Shiqi's reaction was quick. Had he delayed for just 2 more breaths, Jiang Han would have succeeded. If Jiang Han managed to tunnel away with Jiang Li, Han Shiqi could only watch helplessly as they escaped. Old dog. Sensing the lethal intent of the sword, Jiang Han roared in fury. He dared not linger and immediately employed his art of shadow shifting, reappearing a yard to the left. Nearby lay several martial artists, the same 5 he had previously wounded, now gathered to tend to their injuries. Jiang Han's sudden manifestation startled them, causing them to scatter in terror. Bang! Jiang Han struck one man on the back, sending him flying. Half of his shoulder cleaved off, collapsing into a pool of blood, unlikely to survive. Little bastard. Han Shiqi refrained from pursuing Jiang Han this time. Instead, he swatted a middle-aged woman aside and seized Jiang Li by the throat, lifting her into the air. Try moving again, and I will crush your sister. Coughing, Jiang Li, gasping for breath, awakened. Instinctively, she grasped Han Shiqi's hand with both hands, her legs kicking desperately. Yet, as a mere girl, her efforts were futile against Han Shiqi's strength, her kicks barely resembling an edge. Brother? Run, please. Cough, cough. Spotting Jiang Han, she noticed his body drenched in blood, mistakenly believing him to be injured. In a state of panic, she cried out, but the grip on her throat stifled her voice, leaving her to cough violently. Jiang Li. Jiang Han abruptly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot upon seeing Jiang Li's predicament. A wave of murderous intent surged within him. He brandished a knife, pointing it at Han Shiqi, and proclaimed, Old dog Han. As a prominent figure in the Yunming Pavilion, do you not have any shame? If you possess any courage, direct your wrath at me and release my sister. Han Shiqi felt a flush creep across his face. However, having already lost all dignity today, what did he have left to care for? He cast a glance towards the 2 practitioners from the Yunming Pavilion and the Xianyu realm not far away before turning his attention back to Jiang Han and commanding, You little wretch, drop your weapon and kneel. Otherwise, I will immediately crush your sister's neck. Jiang Han's countenance darkened, his body trembled slightly, and a look of turmoil flickered in his eyes. Upon noticing Jiang Han's inaction, Han Shiqi tightened his grip suddenly. Jiang Li convulsed in pain, her delicate face contorted. Her breathing became laborious, and her eyes began to roll back, as if she were on the brink of death. Veins bulged on Jiang Han's forehead. The long knife in his hand quivered slightly, and he painfully shut his eyes. He still had the strength to fight. He could continue to kill. Yet, if Jiang Li were to perish, what significance would that hold, no matter how many lives he took? Swish. Han Shiqi's spatial ring glimmered, and a divine talisman materialized, transforming into a beam of white light that swiftly struck Jiang Han. The white light enveloped him, forming a net that ensnared his entire being. An upper-grade Xian-tier divine talisman, the fishing net talisman. Die. Not far away, one of the Yunming Pavilion's Xianyu realm practitioners ascended into the air. Though the poison in his system had not been entirely purged, he had regained some combat strength after a brief respite. With Jiang Han ensnared in the fishing net, he felt confident in his ability to deliver a fatal blow. He streaked through the air, swiftly arriving at Jiang Han's back, his long sword gleaming with a chilling white light as he thrust it towards him. Jiang Han struggled fiercely, but the fishing net was exceptionally sturdy, tightening its grip with each futile attempt. He sensed the imminent threat behind him, but found himself unable to evade. Swish! Just as Jiang Han's life teetered on the edge, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air echoed. From the small grove to his left, a wine bottle hurtled towards him at a terrifying speed, striking the head of the attacking Xianyu realm practitioner. Bang! The practitioner, still suffering from residual poison and slow to react, was completely focused on Jiang Han and failed to evade the incoming bottle. The bottle shattered into countless pieces, releasing a fragrant aroma, and the Xianyu realm practitioner was sent tumbling away. He rolled to his feet, infuriated, and glared in the direction of the grove, bellowing, "Who dares?" Roar. A tremendous roar erupted from the grove, and a massive white tiger emerged, upon which sat a girl with a bun hairstyle, clad in a pink pleated skirt. She disregarded the furious Xianyu realm practitioner and, with a playful glint in her eyes, addressed Han Shichi, saying, "'Tis Xinghe, Master Han, you are so imposing within the pavilion. And it seems your arrogance extends beyond its walls as well. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand." After speaking, her gaze shifted to the kneeling Jiang Han. And with a smile revealing her small tiger teeth, she remarked, "Little brother, what a coincidence it is to meet you again." Chapter 27. Sui. Just when everyone assumed that Jiang Han was doomed, a twist of fate unfolded. A young girl riding a white tiger demon beast appeared, hurling a wine bottle that sent the Xianyu realm warrior from Yunming Pavilion flying, thus saving Jiang Han. The sight of the enormous white tiger elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. This colossal beast, exuding an imposing aura, was evidently a second-tier demon beast. The difficulty of slaying such creatures was immense, let alone taming them. Who could this enchanting girl be? How daring she was to assault the warriors of Yunming Pavilion and converse so boldly with Han Shichi. Could she possibly be the daughter of a prominent power? Indeed, some had seen this girl at the Fortune Inn, where she indulged in lavish feasts daily, her demeanor audacious as she relished a banquet of delicacies, naturally drawing considerable attention. Upon catching sight of the girl, Han Shichi's expression darkened, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. His eyes flickered momentarily before he spoke in a grave tone. How could the young pavilion master be here? The Xianyu realm warrior, who had been struck on the head by the wine bottle, paled upon recognizing the girl's features. He rose and respectfully bowed, saying, "Greetings, young pavilion master." Another Xianyu realm warrior, along with several injured Zifu realm warriors, also stood and bowed in deference, exclaiming, "Greetings, young pavilion master." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, many quickly adopting respectful expressions and bowing from a distance. The title Young Pavilion Master spoke volumes. Yunming Pavilion had 2 masters, 1 principal and 1 deputy. Yet there was only one young pavilion master, Ling Yuming's daughter, Sui. This extraordinary young lady was known by many, though even the elders and patriarchs of the Du, Wang, and Guan families had not laid eyes upon her. Most had merely heard whispers of her being the cherished only daughter of Pavilion Master Ling Yuming. It was no wonder. The crowd came to a silent understanding. It was hardly surprising for the young Pavilion Master of Yunming Pavilion to ride a second-tier demon beast. Furthermore, her indulgence in sumptuous banquets was entirely within reason, for this young lady was clearly not in want of wealth. Jiang Han raised his gaze, slightly taken aback. He recognized the girl distinctly, her image etched in his memory as she rode the white tiger, appearing alone in the Tianhu mountain range. He had not anticipated that she was the young Pavilion Master of Yunming Pavilion. A glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Sui had just intervened against the Xianyu realm warrior intent on killing him, and she spoke to him with such familiarity. Could it be that she intended to assist him? He quickly rose to his feet, once again brandishing his sword, though he remained silent, his gaze fixed on Sui, hope shimmering in his eyes. With a smile gracing her lips, Sui turned her attention to Han Shichi and said, "I happened to pass by and fortuitously witnessed the unparalleled grace of Hall Master Han. Please loosen your grip a little. You might crush this little girl." Han Shichi's expression shifted between shades of gloom and light, though he reluctantly eased his grip slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Since the young pavilion master is merely passing through, it would be best not to interfere in this matter. Once I resolve the situation here and return to Yunming City, I shall seek the young pavilion master's forgiveness." Han Shichi's attitude left countless onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Sui, as the young master, undoubtedly holds a prominent position within the Yunming sect. It is reasonable to assume that her status surpasses that of Han Shichi, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, by a considerable margin. How could Han Shichi dare to speak to her in such a manner? Does Han Shichi wield significant power within the Yunming sect? Or is Sui standing not as lofty as one might envision? The flicker of hope ignited in Jiang Han's eyes dimmed once more at this moment. Moreover, being a member of the Yunming sect, it would be inconceivable for them to turn against one of their own to assist an outsider, wouldn't it? With a light chuckle, Sui turned her gaze toward Jiang Han and said, "I apologize, Hall Master Han. Regarding other matters, I shall act as if I have seen nothing. However, Jiang Han is a member of my Shashan team, and as the captain of Shashan, I must intervene in this matter." The mention of the Shashan team stirred a wave of murmurs among the onlookers, for some were indeed familiar with this elite squad. The Yunming sect's battle hall boasts 10 distinguished teams, and to think that Sui is the captain of Shashan was quite unexpected. Furthermore, when did Jiang Han become part of the Shashan team? If Jiang Han belonged to the Yunming sect's battle hall, how could the Jiang family dare to send his sister away or pursue him? Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback himself. When had he joined the Shashan team? He had only met Sui once when she inquired about directions. Yet, his quick wit soon ushered in a wave of exhilaration, and he promptly expressed, "Thank you, Captain." Sui beamed with satisfaction at Jiang Han's understanding, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth with a bright smile. She then directed her gaze back to Han Shichi, stating, "Hall Master Han, may I ask for your consideration? Let today's events be forgotten." Suddenly, Han Shichi erupted into laughter, though his mirth was laced with fury, and his expression grew increasingly frigid. He looked at Sui and asserted, "Young master, you claim Jiang Han is a member of your Shashan team? Is there any formal record of this in the sect? As the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, how could I be unaware of the recruitment of a new member? Jiang Han has slain numerous disciples of our Yunming sect today, and you think we can simply let it go? What of the authority of our sect? Furthermore, do not speak as if he is a member of our sect. Even if he were, according to our regulations, he would undoubtedly face death for slaughtering his fellow disciples. No one can save him today, and I shall ensure his demise." Han Shichi's tone was resolute and uncompromising. For him, today's incident was insufferable. His favored male companion had been killed, along with many of his subordinates. With so many witnesses present, his dignity had been trampled before all. How could he swallow such indignation? Sui believed she could brush it aside with a few casual words? Absolutely not. The atmosphere in the room turned oppressive. Silence enveloping the gathering, with a palpable tension hanging in the air. Many began to sense that this spectacle was veering into dangerous territory. Witnessing a clash among the higher echelons of the Yunming sect, would it ignite catastrophe? Sui smiled once more, revealing her petite fangs, exuding an enchanting sweetness akin to that of a seemingly harmless and delicate maiden. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. Her demeanor darkened as she propelled herself into the air, darting towards Han Shichi with alarming speed. A menacing aura enveloped her, and as she hovered in midair, a spatial ring on her hand shimmered, summoning a colossal silver hammer that materialized in her grip. With fierce determination, she wielded the hammer and struck it down towards Han Shichi. The hammer's handle stretched over 10 feet in length, while its head was larger than two of Sui herself. A petite girl, brandishing a hammer twice her size, soared through the air. This stark contrast created an overwhelming visual impact, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished, especially given that just a moment prior, Sui had been smiling sweetly. Her sudden transformation into a fierce warrior, ready to strike Han Shichi with her immense weapon, caught everyone off guard, rendering them momentarily speechless. Chapter 28. Convincing with virtue with a thunderous roar, the hammer descended with tremendous force, moving at an astonishing speed, accompanied by a gale that heralded its might. Han Shichi understood all too well that if he did not resist, he would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh in the blink of an eye. Han Shichi seethed with rage, yet found himself powerless. He could only cast Zhongli aside, and as he summoned a golden talisman, he infused it with his mystical energy. The talisman ignited rapidly, conjuring a massive light shield that enveloped him. Boom! The colossal hammer struck the light shield with a resounding impact. To his astonishment, the shield did not shatter, though Han Shichi's legs sank deep into the ground, causing the earth within a radius of several feet to tremble, revealing the tremendous power behind that blow. After delivering a blow, Sui landed gracefully before launching herself once more, wielding the hammer as she aimed another devastating strike at the light shield. Boom! The shield quivered again, its vibrant hue dimming significantly, yet it remained intact. However, Han Shichi found himself further ensconced in the earth, the ground trembling once more beneath the force of the impact. Without uttering a word, Sui leaped into the air again, the hammer slicing through the atmosphere with formidable might as she continued her relentless assault on the light shield. Han Shichi's complexion turned pallid, dread filling his eyes. He realized that the shield could not withstand another blow. Should it shatter, he would undoubtedly be crushed to oblivion. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Stop! Young master, if you strike again, I shall not endure." Boom! The hammer showed no signs of halting, crashing down with a cataclysmic sound, shattering the light shield. Yet, astonishingly, the hammer halted just an inch above Han Shichi's head, the tempestuous winds it carried whipping his hair and beard into disarray. With the majority of his body buried beneath the earth, Han Shichi's face was devoid of color, his form trembling uncontrollably, lips quivering as fear filled his eyes. After a prolonged moment, he managed to twitch his face, stammering, "I concede, young master. I concede. Whatever you say shall be my command." Buzz. The immense hammer in Sui-Xinghe's grasp vanished abruptly, her icy demeanor transforming into a sweet smile, revealing her little tiger-like teeth. In a lowered voice, she remarked, "Master Han, your profound understanding of righteousness is truly commendable. I greatly admire this quality in you. Since you have submitted, then, your forcible abduction of women, tarnishing the reputation of my sect, acceptance of bribes, and clandestine alliances with underlings, these transgressions shall remain undisclosed to my mother. I trust that Master Han would not wish to report Jiang Han to the law hall. As for the casualties among the sect members, I believe you could conjure a suitable excuse to quell this matter entirely. Yes?" Han Shiqi's expression was more ghastly than one mourning a deceased father. Sui was utterly domineering. Not only had she nearly crushed him, but now she expected him to handle the aftermath? According to her terms, he could not trouble Jiang Han, nor could he account for the deaths of Han Renfeng and several subordinates, all while he bore the burden of providing an explanation to the sect. Their lives, it seemed, had been extinguished in vain. What now? Upon observing Han Shiqi's silence, Sui's spatial ring shimmered slightly, and the enormous hammer reappeared in her grasp. She gazed at Han Shiqi and remarked, "It appears that Master Han is still unconvinced?" "Convinced. I am convinced." Han Shiqi gritted his teeth and uttered a few words, taking a deep breath before continuing, "Very well. I shall handle this matter. Let it rest here. I trust that the young master will keep his word. And there is no need for this incident to reach Yumeng City." Of course. Sui's hammer vanished once more, and she patted Han Shiqi on the shoulder, saying, "I appreciate your efforts, Master Han. Once I become the master, I shall appoint you as an elder. I have high hopes for you, old Han. Do your best." With a clap of her hands, Sui stood up, casting her gaze toward Jiang Han. The mystical energy binding him had dissipated, and the net that ensnared him had vanished. He was now hastening toward Jiangli. Sui grinned, whistled, and the white tiger roared in response, soaring to her side as she mounted it. Guiding the tiger to Jiang Han and Jiang Li's vicinity, she cheerfully announced, "Jiang Han, Jiang Li, from now on, you shall accompany this young lady. Do you have any objections?" Gratitude filled Jiang Han's eyes as he bowed respectfully, stating, "I am willing to serve the young master with my life. What are we waiting for?" Sui urged, patting the white tiger's back. "Come aboard, let us depart." With a swift leap, Jiang Han, carrying Jiang Li on his back, ascended to the white tiger's back. Sui gave the tiger a gentle tap on the head, saying, "Let us go, little white." With a mighty roar, the white tiger transformed into a streak of white light, racing toward Du Family Town with incredible speed, vanishing from sight in mere moments. Suddenly, Han Shiqi shot up from the ground, his fury manifesting as he swung his longsword with force, cleaving a carriage in two. The dragon lion horse within meeting a dire fate. Still unsatisfied, Han Shiqi vanished from sight, appearing before another dragon lion horse, and with a single stroke, severed its head. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as if the air had thickened with tension. Some onlookers began to stealthily withdraw. The grand spectacle had reached its conclusion, and continuing to observe would only invite disaster. The day's events had provided ample entertainment, and this battle would be recounted for years to come. The young man had not disappointed them. The performance was nothing short of extraordinary. The image of that solitary figure charging into a throng of formidable opponents would be forever etched in their memories. In the span of half a stick of incense, the crowd dissipated entirely, leaving behind the elders and leaders of minor clans such as the Du, Wang, and Guan families, who found themselves unable to retreat, gritting their teeth at the town's entrance. "What are you still doing there?" Han Shiqi's gaze turned to the lingering figures, his voice booming, "Come here at once." The crowd hastened to comply, and Han Shiqi pointed at the fallen bodies, instructing, "Clear the area. All corpses must be collected and buried, and the wounded should be taken inside for treatment. Furthermore, relay my orders. No one is to discuss or disseminate today's events, and those who defy this command will face dire consequences." "Yes, yes, yes," the crowd promptly agreed, while Han Shiqi's countenance darkened as he addressed the other two members of the Xianyu realm. "You shall handle the aftermath here. Arrange everything properly. I must return to Yumeng City. This matter is far from resolved." With that, Han Shiqi leapt into a carriage, instructing the coachman to drive him away alone. In Jiangjie town, a middle-aged man hurriedly traversed the streets, swiftly entering the rear courtyard of a grand estate. Beneath a large tree in the courtyard, An elderly man with gray hair was leisurely sipping tea. The man approached the elder and, with a courteous gesture, spoke. Patriarch, the young master of Yuming Pavilion, Sui, has intervened, shattering the light shield that Lord Han had formed with a divine talisman. Lord Han. The gray-haired elder listened in silence, a faint sigh escaping his lips as he raised his teacup and took a sip. He remarked, the great rock rises with the wind, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles. Jiang Han has secured a line of opportunity through Sui, a chance to ascend. However, misfortune often conceals fortune, and fortune can harbor misfortune. The factions within Yunming Pavilion are numerous and rife with internal strife. It shall not be an easy path for him. Whether he can truly rise depends upon fate. Regardless, the elder shook his head slightly, sighing once more. Our clan has lost an extraordinary talent and forfeited a prime opportunity for ascendance. This is my fault. In a century's time, I shall have no face to meet the ancestors of the Jiang clan. Patriarch, I do not comprehend. The middle-aged man expressed his confusion, saying, you were clearly not in seclusion. You were aware of this matter from the beginning. Why did you not intervene sooner? The gray-haired elder, head of the Jiang clan, had indeed not been in seclusion over the past fortnight. Rather, he had merely pretended to be, abstaining from any involvement in clan affairs as he allowed events to unfold in this manner. I was powerless to intervene. The Jiang clan patriarch replied with a hint of resignation. When Jiang Shaodian offered Jiang Li to Han Shiqi, I was unaware. Once the offering was made and Han Shiqi set a date for the wedding, I could no longer stop it. To do so would have offended Han Shiqi. After the ensuing events, with so many lives lost, my intervention would have been futile. All I could do was feign ignorance and refrain from direct involvement. Otherwise, on the day Jiang Han set fire to the elder's hall, I would have already eliminated him. Moreover, the actions of the Grand Elder were also at my behest. I effectively spared Jiang Han once and allowed him to be saved. Whether he appreciates it is beyond my concern. I have done all that I could. Rising to his feet, the Jiang clan patriarch gazed into the distance, speaking solemnly. Should Jiang Han rise in the future and seek revenge against the Jiang clan, I can only offer my life in atonement. Ah, Hishui, do you realize how extraordinary your son is? If only you had not disappeared, how much better it would have been. Chapter 29. Yunming Pavilion. The terrain surrounding Jiangjia Town, Dujia Town, and dozens of other villages resembles an immense valley. Previously, it was mentioned that Jiang Han had only two paths to leave the vicinity, either traversing through several villages to exit the valley or crossing the Tianhu Mountains to reach the territories of other powerful factions. Yunming Pavilion is situated atop a colossal peak at the mouth of this valley. This faction has existed for several centuries. It was once known as Tianming Manor. 30 years ago, Zui's father, Sui Xinghe, led a group of formidable warriors to conquer Tianming Manor, seizing this auspicious location and subsuming the various families under its banner. Over 2 decades ago, Sui Xinghe met Zui's mother, Ling Yuming. The two fell in love and married, with Sui Xinghe doting on his wife, which led to the renaming of Tianming Manor to Yunming Pavilion. 4 years ago, Sui Xinghe met an untimely demise, and Ling Yunming ascended as the new pavilion master, designating Sui as the young pavilion master. The influence of Yunming Pavilion extends beyond the Jiang and Du families. Hundreds of villages outside the valley also belong to Yunming Pavilion. Within a radius of 300 miles, Yunming Pavilion reigns supreme, dominating the various family factions. At the foot of Yunming Mountain, 2 disciples stood guard. The rules of Yunming Pavilion are stringent, and the disciples were clad in immaculate black attire adorned with red embroidery. Swords at their waists, their postures erect. Their eyes scanned the surroundings with an electric intensity, exuding the authority befitting disciples of a powerful faction. Suddenly, a white figure dashed from the distance, accompanied by an overwhelming beastly aura. The 2 disciples immediately drew their swords, bracing for a potential confrontation. A colossal beast let out a thunderous roar, halting a few paces before them. Upon recognizing it, the disciples relaxed and quickly bowed, addressing her as young pavilion master. The beast was a magnificent white tiger, upon which 3 figures were seated. At the forefront was Sui, her hair styled in a bun and clad in a pink pleated skirt, followed by Jiang Han and Jiang Li. Both Jiang Han and Jiang Li had changed into fresh attire. Jiang Han donned a new black robe, while Jiang Li wore a white dress, purchased during their passage through Wangjia Town. Zui's face radiated joy, while Jiang Han's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and Jiang Li appeared timid, filled with trepidation. Zui responded, urging the white tiger to advance along the mountain path. However, The two disciples abruptly positioned themselves across the path, stating, "Young Pavilion Master." These two require a passage token to ascend the mountain. With a swift motion, Sui leaped from the white tiger, sweeping her legs to kick the two disciples aside, sending them flying. She landed gracefully back on the tiger and coldly declared, "If you still demand a token, I can offer you 2 more kicks." With a firm pat on the tiger's head, she commanded, "Go, bye-bye." The white tiger leaped over the fallen disciples and galloped up the mountain path. Jiang Han cast a glance at the two disciples sprawled on the ground, noting their dark expressions, which stirred a flicker of unease and suspicion within him. Reflecting on Han Shiqi's attitude towards Sui, Jiang Han's brow furrowed even more tightly. Under ordinary circumstances, Sui, being the daughter of the founder of Yunming Pavilion and the current head of the pavilion, held a position of remarkable stature as the young pavilion master. Yet, Han Shiqi, merely the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, dared to show her disrespect? Now, even the two disciples guarding the mountain were bold enough to trouble her? Sui's authority as the young pavilion master within Yunming Pavilion seemed far less significant than Jiang Han had imagined. In fact, Jiang Han even sensed that someone within Yunming Pavilion might be conspiring against Sui. Could it be that Ling Yunming did not possess absolute control over Yunming Pavilion? The mountain path twisted upward, its surface paved with smooth bluestone, likely due to years of maintenance. The white tiger raced swiftly, reaching the mountain's peak in mere moments. Upon leaping onto the summit, the view suddenly expanded, revealing a grand city ahead. To the north of this vast city stood a solitary small peak, crowned with countless buildings that appeared quite mystical. This was Yunming City. Sui introduced the city to Jiang Han and Jiang Li, explaining, "The northern part of Yunming City serves as the residence of Yunming Pavilion, where most disciples reside. The southern part is home to ordinary residents and relatives of the disciples. That mountain is known as Ascension Peak, where my mother and the elders reside and cultivate." Jiang Han nodded, appreciating the well-organized layout of Yunming City. The higher-ups lived on Ascension Peak, the disciples in the northern city, while the southern city accommodated ordinary residents and merchants, ensuring both order within Yunming Pavilion and a bustling atmosphere in Yunming City. Relatives' living quarters? Jiang Han pondered a question and inquired, "Young Pavilion Master, does this mean Jiang Li cannot live with me?" "What?" Jiang Li, startled like a frightened rabbit, clutched Jiang Han's robe anxiously. "Haha." Sui laughed at Jiang Li's expression and reassured, "Do not worry. I will help little Li obtain a menial identity, allowing her to stay with us. She won't have to do much, just tidy up the courtyard occasionally." "Thank you, young pavilion master." Jiang Han felt a wave of relief, while joy illuminated Jiang Li's face. Her big eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Sui and said, "Thank you, young pavilion master sister. I will certainly work hard. All right, let's go." Bringing Xiaobai into the city might startle the citizens. Sui leaped down, and Jiang Han quickly followed with Jiang Li. With a flick of her right hand, a ring glimmered, and a black light enveloped the white tiger, causing it to vanish into thin air. Jiang Han and Jiang Li stared in astonishment, and Sui smiled as she explained, "This is a beast war ring, which contains a unique space where we can keep the battle beasts." Having said that, Sui strode confidently toward the city with Jiang Han and Jiang Li in tow. The southern city gate was not guarded by any disciples of Yunming Pavilion, allowing the trio to enter the bustling southern city with ease. The streets were alive with various shops and a constant flow of people, leaving Jiang Han and Jiang Li, the country bumpkins, somewhat dazzled by the lively scene. Many are acquainted with Sui, who has graciously acknowledged countless greetings along her journey. The trio eventually arrived at the North City, entirely encircled by formidable walls, resembling a city within a city. At the entrance, 6 disciples of the Yunming Pavilion stood guard. "Greetings, young pavilion master." Upon seeing Sui, the 6 disciples bowed in unison. Sui slightly nodded and indicated towards Jiang Han, saying, "This one is a newly admitted disciple, and this one is a newly recruited auxiliary. I shall escort them inside to complete the formalities." "Apologies." One disciple clasped his hands and replied, "Young pavilion master. According to the pavilion rules, without a passage token, outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering North City." Sui's expression darkened. They had already been halted at the foot of the mountain, and now they faced another obstruction, particularly as Jiang Han was her freshly accepted junior. This was a significant embarrassment for Sui. With a hum, a massive hammer manifested in her hand, her mystical energy swirling around her, and her delicate face bore an intimidating glare as she addressed the 6. "Is this passage token sufficient? I shall ask once more, can they enter? The 6 disciples exchanged glances. One, gritting his teeth, clasped his hands, and said, Young pavilion master, this is the pavilion's regulation. If we allow them entry, we will be punished by the law enforcement hall. Please forgive us. If you insist on bringing them in, then tread over our corpses. Boom. Sui refrained from uttering another word, swinging her hammer with wild abandon, sending all 6 disciples flying. 3 of them were airborne, blood gushing, clearly suffering severe injuries. Sui had evidently controlled her strength, otherwise, those strikes would have likely resulted in fatalities. Jiang Han, Jiang Li, let us proceed. Sui retracted her hammer, casting not a glance at the injured disciples, her face devoid of expression as she led Jiang Han and Jiang Li deeper into the city. Jiang Han surveyed the scene, glancing at the wounded disciples, feeling a weightier burden settle in his heart. Initially, he believed that Sui was a robust ally, and by following her into the Yunming Pavilion, he would lead a life of comfort and ease. However, it now seemed he had been overly optimistic. As the young pavilion master, Sui herself faced such arduous challenges, having harmed several disciples of the Yunming Pavilion and offended Han Shiqi. His days in the pavilion were likely to become increasingly difficult. Chapter 30. A dismal future. The north city of Yunming Pavilion is vast, entirely occupied by the residences of its disciples. With over 800 disciples and a modest number of servants, the total population barely exceeds 1,000. Yet they command the entirety of North City, a testament to their opulence. Within the confines of North City, one finds an abundance of courtyards and buildings. Alongside a grand plaza that houses training rooms, martial arts halls, dining facilities, weaponry chambers, alchemy rooms, a library, a council hall, and the various halls of residence. The 5 principal halls of Yunming Pavilion, Combat Hall, Internal Affairs Hall, External Affairs Hall, Weaponry Hall, and Law Hall, are pivotal to its structure. Among them, the Combat Hall boasts the largest number of disciples, numbering 400 to 500, serving as the foundation of Yunming Pavilion. The Combat Hall is further divided into regular teams and elite squads. Jiang Han, this is the Weaponry Hall, which oversees all weapons, elixirs, and techniques within the pavilion. Said Sui. To the left is the Law Hall, which governs the penalties within the pavilion, presided over by the 3rd elder, known as the Cold-Faced Bear. You'd best refrain from violating the pavilion's rules, for the Cold-Faced Bear shows no leniency. Jiang Han, our team is called the God of Death Squad, one of the most elite teams in the Combat Hall, though our numbers are few, currently just 4. With you making 5, each member is a prodigy capable of facing 100 foes alone. We shall now proceed to the God of Death Squad's residence, where you and Jiang Li will be staying. I will introduce you to our members shortly and have someone assist you with your enrollment procedures. I'm not exaggerating when I say that despite our small size, the combat prowess of the God of Death Squad is unparalleled. We consistently achieve remarkable success in our missions, ranking among the finest of all elite squads. As they walked, Sui proudly pointed out the various courtyards and buildings, boasting of her esteemed squad. Jiang Han felt a growing sense of anticipation. If Sui's strength was any indication, the rest of the team must surely be formidable. Han Shiqi, at the 5th level of the Xianyu realm, was thoroughly subdued by Sui, indicating that anyone deemed worthy of her attention could not be weak. In the midst of their conversation, Sui guided him and Jiang Li into a spacious courtyard. The environment was delightful, with a grand entrance leading into a sizable foyer. To the left lay a small plaza adorned with an array of weapons, while to the right blossomed a charming garden, vibrant with a multitude of exquisite flowers. Suddenly, Jiang Han's gaze was drawn to a towering figure in the corner of the plaza, a giant standing a full 8 feet tall, his back to the onlookers, leaning against a massive sword. This was a true embodiment of strength. Jiang Han had never before encountered such a formidable giant. The sheer magnitude of his presence exuded an overwhelming pressure. Standing beside him would make one feel like a mere child. This is Niumang, nicknamed the Bull Brute, Sui boasted, clearly pleased by Jiang Han's astonishment. At just 19 years old, he has attained the 3rd level of the Xianyu realm and possesses a powerful divine ability. Under the influence of his divine power, even those at the 6th or 7th level of the Xianyu realm cannot inflict harm upon him. He serves as our indomitable shield in the God of Death Squad, with combat strength that is exceptionally formidable. Jiang Han was left in awe by Sui's introduction, feeling as though he stood before a towering mountain. To have reached the 3rd level of the Xianyu realm at merely 3 years his senior was nothing short of astounding. The most astonishing aspect is the possession of such formidable powers. Even warriors at the 6th or 7th level of the Xianyu realm cannot inflict the slightest harm upon him. One can only imagine the terrifying extent of his defenses. Niu Ming, allow me to introduce our new teammate. Zhuo Yi called out to Niu Ming, who, however, remained unresponsive. Silently turning his back to the group, Zhuo Yi's expression shifted slightly as she called out again, Niu Ming. Yet, there was still no reaction. Jiang Han smirked, finding it amusing that this seemingly aloof figure would even spare him a glance. Niu Ming ignored Zhuo Yi's call completely. Whoosh! Zhuo Yi darted forward, delivering a heavy sweep that struck Niu Ming's back. He staggered slightly, turning around in a daze to ask, "What is going on? Is it time to eat?" As he spoke, he absent-mindedly wiped drool from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of a person still caught in the embrace of slumber. Jiang Han felt 3 invisible black lines appear on his forehead, realizing that this giant was not merely aloof, but was actually asleep on his feet. What was more alarming was that when Zhuo Yi kicked him, he displayed no sign of alertness whatsoever, still groggily inquiring about food. If they were ambushed by an enemy or a beast, he would have surely perished dozens of times over. Was this truly the elite of the so-called God of Death Squad, a master with exceptional combat prowess? Bang! Zhuo Yi raised her leg and kicked Niu Ming's thigh several times, scolding him. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Apart from eating, you just sleep. I told you to practice diligently, and yet here you are napping? You truly are a hopeless case. I'm sorry, Captain. Niu Ming lowered his head like a chastised child, his face filled with shame. Captain, I will strive to cultivate diligently and not disappoint your high hopes. He paused. Is it mealtime? I must go eat now. With that, Niu Ming hurriedly dashed out, a look of urgency on his face as if fearing the food would be gone before he arrived, not even taking a moment to greet Jiang Han or Jiang Li. Zhuo Yi approached awkwardly and said, Niu Ming is simply fond of eating and sleeping. His character is genuinely quite good. He fights bravely and is fearless in battle. You will come to realize this. Jiang Han nodded in silence as Zhuo Yi led them toward the main hall, only to find it empty. After a moment's contemplation, she guided the two into the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, all 3 of their gazes simultaneously locked onto a figure. Among the several small courtyards in the rear, one courtyard housed a little rotund boy sprawled on the roof. He held a bamboo pole and was stealthily lifting an item from another courtyard. It was a delicate, embroidered silk garment, white in color. Jiang Han focused intently, then swiftly turned away, positioning his body to shield Jiang Li's view. For that embroidered silk garment was unmistakably a woman's belly wrap. Jiang, fat boy, Zhuo Yi seethed through gritted teeth. The little boy on the roof was startled, dropping the bamboo pole, and his round body tumbled off the roof. Then, he sprang into the air, leaping away into the distance, disappearing with a few bounds. Not only did a dark line appear on Jiang Han's forehead, but Zhuo Yi's face was also suffused with a deep blush of embarrassment, wishing fervently to burrow into the ground. Whoosh! In the next moment, a stunning woman clad in a white dress emerged from the courtyard where the chubby boy had stolen the pouch, swiftly seizing it. Her gaze turned icy, and a palpable chill radiated from her. This was genuine coldness. Her entire body began to freeze at a visible rate, frost forming on her hair and eyebrows. The temperature in the courtyard plummeted, and Jiang Han felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Jiang Pengzi, I shall end you. The woman in white brandished her sword and soared into the air, pursuing the direction in which the chubby boy had fled. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted, sending shivers down Jiang Han's spine. A lethargic giant who could fall asleep standing, a lecherous chubby boy who pilfered a teammate's pouch, a woman encased in ice, and a short-tempered young lord who wielded a hammer with reckless abandon. Was this truly the formidable and fearsome team of assassins that Zhuo Yi spoke of? An ominous premonition washed over Jiang Han. Aligning himself with these individuals, his future appeared exceedingly bleak. Chapter 31. The team members after a brief interlude. The striking young lady, who had previously appeared frozen in place, returned. The rather unsightly rotund fellow also made his entrance, sporting a bruised visage. For reasons unknown, the beautiful girl seemed to have calmed down and returned alongside him. Niu Ming, his face glistening with grease from his meal, happened to re-enter the courtyard just then. Zhuo Yi hastily gathered everyone, introducing Jiang Han. Jiang Han, this is Ice Sister, Qi Bing. She is the most formidable force in our Killing God squad, possessing the 7th level of the profound Shadow Realm and wielding ice-based divine abilities. Jiang Han felt a surge of respect. It was no wonder the entire backyard had transformed into a frigid chamber when Qi Bing had been enraged. She had indeed mastered ice-based powers. At merely 18 or 19 years of age, achieving the 7th level of the profound shadow realm was an extraordinary feat, a testament to her remarkable talent. Jiang Han promptly bowed in greeting, while Qi Bing, true to her name, offered no return gesture, merely casting a cold, indifferent glance in his direction. Sui smiled and added, "Ice sister has a rather frosty temperament, but she is truly the best at heart." She then pointed to Niu Ming, saying, "You've met Niu Ming. Though somewhat simple-minded, his combat prowess is quite considerable, as you will soon discover." Jiang Han clasped his hands in acknowledgement, while Niu Ming scratched his head and offered an awkward smile, endearing in its innocence. Finally, Sui indicated the unsightly rotund fellow, stating, "This is Jiang Lang, at the 3rd level of the profound shadow realm, and a proficient yellow-tier talisman master. Jiang Han, you ought to be cautious with him. He is quite crafty. So do not let him deceive you while you count the money he owes you." Jiang Lang, of a similar height and age to Jiang Han, yet weighing approximately twice as much, bore a face swollen like that of a pig. Upon hearing Zui's words, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor and addressed her. "Captain, what nonsense are you spouting? While I may enjoy a bit of trickery, it is always directed outward. I have never deceived my own team." Turning to Jiang Han with a grin, he then glanced at the timid Jiang Li standing nearby and exclaimed, "Brother Jiang Han, you are quite the dashing figure, like a jade tree swaying in the wind. I feel an instant camaraderie. Since you were brought here by the captain, you shall henceforth be my brother. I will call you Big Brother, and you may address me as brother-in-law." Jiang Lang's exuberance caught Jiang Han off guard, and he was about to offer a polite response when his expression darkened at the last remark. Before he could utter a word, Sui delivered a swift slap to the back of Jiang Lang's head, sending him stumbling out of the hall. With a fierce glare, Sui admonished Jiang Lang, "You fatty Jiang Li will henceforth be my sister. If you dare harbor any ill intentions towards her, I shall skin you alive." "Just a jest, just a jest." Jiang Lang chuckled as he re-entered, bowing and scraping. "Brother Jiang, please do not be upset. I am simply a playful spirit. Your sister is my sister. Should anyone dare to harm her, I will fight to the death for her." "Enough," Sui commanded Jiang Lang. "You will assist Jiang Han in completing the necessary formalities. He is now a member of our Killing God squad. Ensure Jiang Li receives a servant identity and figure out the details yourself. Also, help her tidy up a courtyard and familiarize her with the surroundings. I will be away for half a month. My mother must be worried. I shall go visit her first." At this moment, Qi Bing spoke up. "Did you not go to Longwang Peak to gather spiritual herbs? Why did it take you half a month?" Sui chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I got lost and ended up in Dajiatan. Fortunately, I encountered a genius like Jiang Han." "A genius?" Qi Bing glanced over again, somewhat skeptical, yet did not inquire further. Sui offered no explanation, waved her hand, and strode away. Qi Bing turned back to his dwelling, while Niu Ming's eyelids drooped, clearly starting to doze off again. Jiang Lang, with a smile, scrutinized Jiang Han and said, "Jiang Han, you are remarkable. Zhou Pingping seldom praises others, and yet she called you a genius, so you must possess extraordinary talent." "Zhou Pingping?" Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized that Jiang Lang was subtly mocking Zui's lack of curves. On the way here, Jiang Han had learned that although Zui appeared as a young girl, she was actually a year older than him. At 17, her lack of noticeable development indeed suggested limited potential. Zhou Pingping was a rather fitting name. As a newcomer, Jiang Han naturally refrained from being overly ostentatious. He shook his head and said, "That is merely a misjudgment from the young master. I am only 16 years old, at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Such talent would likely be considered mediocre at Yunming Pavilion." Jiang Lang's expression revealed skepticism. If Jiang Han's claim was true, then his aptitude would indeed only be regarded as average among the disciples of Yunming Pavilion. Why did Sui hold him in such high esteem? Why had she recruited him into the Godslayer team? Let's proceed with the formalities. Jiang Lang did not press further. Although Sui had a fiery temperament, she was not foolish. She would not recruit an incompetent individual into the Godslayer team. Otherwise, the team would not consist of just 4 members. He led Jiang Han and Jiang Li outward, encountering numerous disciples of Yunming Pavilion along the way. Upon seeing Jiang Lang, they either kept their distance or displayed expressions of disdain, resentment, contempt, mockery, and other negative sentiments. Throughout their journey, they encountered over 20 disciples. Yet not a single one was friendly. Jiang Han silently lamented the situation It seemed that Sui and the Godslayer team were not well regarded within Yuming Pavilion. Though the reasons remained unclear, Jiang Lang appeared unfazed, seemingly accustomed to it, and the trio arrived at the courtyard of the Internal Affairs Hall. Jiang Lang walked in confidently with the two. Inside the hall, a middle-aged man sat behind a desk, briefly glancing at Jiang Lang before returning to his documents. Pretending not to see him, Elder Chen, Jiang Lang clasped his hands together and said, "This is Jiang Han, our new recruit for the Godslayer team. I kindly request you to handle the formalities for his admission into the pavilion." Elder Chen ignored him, continuing to focus on his work. Jiang Lang shrugged, signaling Jiang Han to remain patient. After a considerable amount of time, he finally lifted his head, glanced at Jiang Han, and coldly inquired, "Name, age, realm, and origin?" Jiang Han promptly clasped his hands and replied, "Esteemed elder, my name is Jiang Han. I am 16 years old, at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm." From Jiangjiaten, 16? 7th level of the Purple Mansion? Deacon Chen muttered and waved his hand, stating, "This year, we have nearly completed the recruitment of new disciples for the sect. Your level is too low to meet the entrance requirements. You may leave." This left Jiang Han dumbfounded. How could the Internal Affairs Hall deny entry to a recruit personally selected by Sui? Was Han Shiqi back? Had this steward received orders from him? Jiang Han recalled that Han Shiqi was the head of the Internal Affairs Hall. Jiang Li's face turned pale. Jiang Han's inability to join the Yuming sect could result in their expulsion. The prospect of facing Han Shiqi's wrath was terrifying, and their lives would be in jeopardy. Jiang Lang patted Jiang Han on the shoulder and, clasping his hands towards Deacon Chen, said, "Deacon Chen, when our Godlayer team was formed, the sect master personally issued the order allowing us to recruit our own members. Are we to seek the sect master's intervention for such a trivial matter?" Indeed, the sect master had given such an order. Deacon Chen remained expressionless and replied, "However, the Godslayer team is an elite unit of the battle hall. Can just anyone be recruited? Not to mention, one must at least be at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, if not the Xinghe realm. How would the other elite team members perceive this? Let this matter rest. I share this opinion with the sect master." Jiang Han's expression darkened. It seemed that even if Han Shiqi had not returned, the Internal Affairs Hall had certainly received word. Otherwise, a mere deacon would not act so arrogantly, showing no mercy. He felt a growing suspicion. Could the sect master Ling Yuming be a mere facade? Why was Sui's position in the Yuming sect so low that even a deacon from the Internal Affairs Hall dared to undermine her? Very well. Jiang Lang, infuriated yet smiling, tugged at Jiang Han and began to leave. Upon reaching the door, he declared, "Then I shall summon the young sect master to personally discuss this matter with you. If you wish to join the sect, there are indeed ways to make exceptions." At that moment, Deacon Chen suddenly interjected, "If you wish to join the Godslayer team, you must possess extraordinary skills. If you can endure for the duration of an incense stick within the 7-kill array, I shall make an exception and allow your entry into the sect. Do not think me overly harsh. Is he not at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion? Let 7 7th-level Purple Mansion warriors test him. The 7-kill array?" Jiang Lang's expression shifted slightly, casting an uncertain glance at Jiang Han. Jiang Han blinked and inquired, "What is the 7-kill array?" Jiang Lang whispered a brief explanation. And Jiang Han smiled calmly, saying, "Very well, I accept the challenge. Are you certain?" Deacon Chen's eyes glinted with severity as he warned, "In the heat of the trial, if you are accidentally killed, do not blame fate." "Heh." Jiang Han shrugged and replied, "If they can kill me, then that is their skill." "Excellent." Deacon Chen rose, bellowing, "Summon 7 7th-level Purple Mansion warriors from the battle hall and prepare the 7-kill array." Chapter 32. A hint of substance. Han Shiqi serves as the head of the Internal Affairs Hall of the Yunming Pavilion. Jiang Han anticipated that upon arriving at the pavilion, he would encounter various overt and covert challenges. However, he did not expect them to manifest so swiftly, even before he officially entered the hall. Since trouble had come knocking, evasion was futile. He could not rely on Sui for everything, as that would render him ineffectual. Upon learning that his opponents were merely at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, Jiang Han felt a measure of confidence. Seeing Jiang Han's readiness to engage, Jiang Lang leaned in and quietly inquired, "Do you feel assured?" Jiang Han nodded slightly, but then asked, "Is the 7-kill formation truly formidable?" This formation was a creation of Sui's father. Jiang Lang whispered in explanation, "The 7 individuals move like phantoms, their offense and defense working in concert, their combat power multiplying exponentially. If one is not cautious, even a practitioner at the 1st or 2nd level of the Xianyu realm could suffer significant losses." Does your overall combat capability exceed that of a practitioner in the Xinyu realm? Jiang Han remained silent, his brow furrowing slightly. The unity of the seven in offense and defense presented a challenge, yet he was not devoid of opportunity. His cultivation had ascended by 2 levels, and his battle experience had been honed through numerous life and death struggles, enhancing his instincts manifold. Such skills were not merely acquired through training. They were forged through the crucible of survival. Before long, an individual approached, accompanied by 7 martial artists. Jiang Lang surveyed the group and nodded. All are at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. There is no need to proceed to the training hall. We shall conduct the duel here. Elder Chen rose and, with hands clasped behind his back, strode outside. The 7, casting disdainful glances at Jiang Han, followed suit. Brother, Jiang Li expressed her concern. Clutching Jiang Han's garment with her small hand, he gently patted her head and reassured her, have faith in me. Brother Jiang, please look after Jiang Li. Be cautious. Jiang Lang advised. If you find yourself in an inescapable predicament, concede immediately. We can devise another plan for your entry into the pavilion later. Preserving your life takes precedence. Jiang Han nodded and made his way outside. In an open grassy area, a considerable crowd had already gathered, with more people arriving continuously. Perhaps they had heard whispers of the event or were simply drawn by curiosity. The 7-kill formation? An assessment for new members of the pavilion? A new recruit for the God of Death team? At the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm? Surely there had been no mistake? It was said that the young pavilion master had personally recruited him. What was the young master thinking? How could he recruit someone of such caliber? Was he to do laundry and cook? Haha, I have heard some rumors. This individual is not to be underestimated. A group of disciples from the Yunming Pavilion clustered together, chattering incessantly. The majority regarded Jiang Han with disdainful and mocking gazes. The 7 had already positioned themselves outside in a line, each wielding a wooden sword. Jiang Han furrowed his brow and looked at Elder Chen, asking, "Is it necessary to use wooden swords?" "Of course," Elder Chen replied, taking a wooden sword from one of the others and tossing it to Jiang Han. "It is merely a sparring match within the pavilion. We shall avoid bloodshed if possible. However, do remember, wooden swords can still inflict harm. If you are afraid, now is the time to withdraw." Jiang Han accepted the wooden sword, noting its substantial weight, comparable to his battle blade. He was indifferent to whether it was a sword or a knife, for he possessed no understanding of profound techniques. Both could cleave and slash, thus the distinction was negligible. He drew the battle knife from his back and tossed it to Jiang Lang. Fixing his gaze on Elder Chen, he inquired, "Is it true that if I can endure against these 7 for the duration of a stick of incense, or vanquish them, I shall pass?" "Indeed." Elder Chen replied with an impassive expression. "Do not think that defeating them all is necessary. Even injuring half of them would suffice for you to succeed." Aha! Did he truly believe he could conquer 7? Such audacity was akin to a toad yawning. Where did such a fool arise? He seemed utterly unaware of the formidable nature of the 7 kills formation. Laughter erupted around them, unabashed and loud, with many voices dripping with contempt. Jiang Han, sword in hand, slowly advanced, his eyes narrowing as they fixated solely on the 7 before him. His back arched slightly, resembling a beast poised for combat. An invisible aura emanating from him that commanded an inexplicable respect. As he approached, the initially indifferent 7 began to lose their derisive demeanor. For Jiang Han exuded an aura of danger that resembled an encounter with a second-tier demonic beast in the Tianhu Mountains, stirring an unshakable sense of trepidation. This young man possessed something extraordinary. Jiang Lang stood in a corner with Jiang Li, his eyes revealing a flicker of intrigue. Jiang Han had merely taken a few steps. Yet his imposing presence was palpable. Such a dense aura of killing intent? Elder Chen's expression shifted slightly, while the other disciples might have been oblivious. He recognized the nature of Jiang Han's aura. It was the very essence of killing intent. This was no ordinary killing intent. It was a manifestation born from having slain numerous foes. Elder Chen had not secured his position through flattery. He had endured many fierce battles in his past, and he understood this phenomenon well. Form the formation. One among the 7, feeling their momentum stifled by Jiang Han alone, bellowed in displeasure. Kill. The 7 brandished their swords, immediately charging towards Jiang Han in a fan-like formation, meticulously arranged, with 4 at the forefront and 3 half a step behind. The 4 were designated for offense, while the 3 were tasked with defense, capable of seamlessly transitioning between the 2. Their movements were ghostly, their swordplay fluid as clouds, creating an illusion of countless blades aimed at Jiang Han. Wait, Jiang Lang suddenly thundered. These 7 have ingested elixirs. They are cheating. Their speed had surged considerably, and their strength felt vastly augmented, far beyond what was expected of the 7th level of the Purple Mansion. Numerous disciples around began to realize that these 7 moved at a pace that far exceeded that of the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, clearly having consumed potions that temporarily boosted their combat prowess. Such potions were not rare. Many disciples possessed them, using them in critical moments for desperate struggles or escapes. It was unexpected that these 7 had ingested their potions early, likely boosting their overall combat strength to that of the 8th or 9th level of the Purple Mansion. It was not uncommon to consume potions during battle. Jiang Han could do so himself. Would one truly admonish their adversary for utilizing potions amidst the chaos of combat? Deacon Shin spoke with a casual tone, prompting Jiang Lang to inwardly curse him as shameless. It appeared that Deacon Shin had long orchestrated this scheme, intending to ensnare Jiang Han. 7 warriors with comprehensive combat prowess rivaling those of the 8th or 9th realm in the Purple Mansion were engaged, utilizing the 7-kill formation. How could Jiang Han, being merely at the 7th layer of the Purple Mansion, possibly contend against such odds, though wielding a wooden sword? A single misstep could lead to his untimely demise. As he contemplated taking a pill, Jiang Han's gaze turned icy, his murderous intent intensifying. Initially, he had considered holding back, but it seemed he was now the target of this lethal trap. What mercy could he afford to show? With a shout, he suddenly soared into the air, leaping above the heads of the crowd. In midair, he reversed his stance, preparing to strike downward at his adversaries. Was this a display of folly? Amid the onslaught of the 7-kill formation, he had dared to take to the skies? Did he wish for an early demise? Gasps of astonishment erupted around him. His aerial stance appeared impressive yet was undeniably reckless. For in the air, controlling one's movements proved exceedingly difficult, rendering him a mere target. 7 swords were aimed at him. While he possessed but a single sword, a casual thrust could easily spell his end. The 7 attackers were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Jiang Han was inviting their assault? With no hesitation, 3 of them held their swords defensively while 4 others lunged forward with their blades. One assailant, particularly malevolent, aimed his wooden sword directly at Jiang Han's eye, while another unleashed all his might towards Jiang Han's heart. Though the weapon was wooden, under such formidable force, it could effortlessly penetrate Jiang Han's body, leading to his certain death. Jiang Li watched in horror, her fair face pale, ready to scream, but was swiftly silenced by Jiang Lang's hand over her mouth. His gaze did not linger on the airborne figure of Jiang Han, but rather focused on the backs of the 7 attackers. A knowing smile crept across his lips as he murmured, "Divine abilities? Indeed, there is something remarkable afoot." Chapter 33. The true leader behind the 7 adversaries, Jiang Han materialized, unleashing a tempest of fury as he swung his longsword with great force towards one man's head, simultaneously bellowing, "Die!" Infused with rage, Jiang Han's strike cleaved through the air, producing a shrill, piercing cry, coupled with his thunderous shout. It caused the eardrums of the 7 to ache, their expression shifting dramatically, while the targeted individual trembled in fear. Jiang Han's form began to dissipate in midair, and among the 7, 4 struck at the phantasm with their swords, too late to retract their attacks. The remaining 3 reacted swiftly, drawing their swords in unison to slash at the seemingly vulnerable Jiang Han behind them. However, just as one sword was about to descend upon a man's head, Jiang Han's figure abruptly stilled. The 3 swords swept through, only to find that this Jiang Han was but an illusion. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, 3 dull thuds resonated, followed by anguished cries. Jiang Han's figure re-emerged, and as soon as he appeared, his sword swept horizontally at the legs of the 3 assailants, his body rolling to the side effortlessly. How immense was the power Jiang Han wielded after unleashing his furious might. Previously, he had a 5-fold enhancement, and though his realm had since ascended, it might not remain at 5-fold, yet surely it was still 3 or 4 times greater. His current strength was at least comparable to that of a 2nd-tier Xianyu realm practitioner. With a furious sweep, 2 of the 3 assailants found their leg bones shattered from the impact, collapsing to the ground in agony, clutching their injured limbs. Rolling away with ease, Jiang Han positioned himself a yard to the left, his gaze icy and expression unyielding as he regarded the writhing figures on the ground. His sword pointed downward as he coldly inquired, "Do you wish to continue this fight?" Having endured countless bloody battles, Jiang Han's mastery of the shadow shift technique was exemplary. Initially, he leaped into the air, not only to capture the attention of the 7, but also to instill a sense of underestimation within them. Subsequently, he utilized the shadow shift to appear behind them, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The realization that the figure in the air was merely an illusion shocked them instinctively. Jiang Han's emergence behind them, poised to strike one down, would have startled them anew. Having experienced 2 successive shocks, their composure faltered, and they became flustered and chaotic. Jiang Han's second use of shadow shift, targeting the legs of 3, proved to be an easy victory. The results spoke for themselves. Jiang Han's strategy was flawless, effortlessly incapacitating 3 of his foes. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, many gazes wide with disbelief, their mouths agape. As disciples of the Yunmeng Pavilion, they were well versed in the extraordinary, yet none had ever heard of anyone awakening divine abilities within the Purple Mansion realm. The shadow shift technique felt exceptionally advanced, surpassing many abilities awakened by practitioners of the Xinghe realm. Brother is so impressive. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with admiration. Though she had been unaware of the bloody battle in Jiangjia town, witnessing Jiang Han's display of might now brought a radiant smile to her face. Elder Chen's countenance darkened. In mere moments, Jiang Han had severely injured 3 of the 7. Could the remaining 4 still contend against him? Continuing the confrontation would only serve to add to their ridicule. He pondered for a moment before gesturing. You shall carry them back to tend to their injuries. And upon your return, you may collect the medicinal pills from the Internal Affairs Hall. Although the remaining 4 harbored some resentment, they could not deny the formidable skill displayed by Jiang Han earlier. Since all 7 of them were unable to prevail, it served no purpose for the 4 to continue the confrontation. With fierce glares directed at Jiang Han, they hurriedly departed, bearing the injured 3. Disperse. Elder Chen waved his hand, prompting the onlookers to scatter. The space ring in Elder Chen's hand shimmered as he produced a token, a vial of medicinal pills, and 2 tomes, stating, Jiang Han, you have passed the assessment. Here is your identity token, along with medicinal pills, profound techniques, and the sect regulations. Familiarize yourself well with the sect rules. Should you violate them, no one will come to your aid. Jiang Han cast aside his wooden sword and picked up the token. Pills and tomes. Jiang Lang glanced over, visibly displeased, and remarked, Elder Chen, are not new members of the sect entitled to 5 vials of Xianling pills? Moreover, Jiang Han, as a member of the God Killer Squad, is being granted only yellow-tier techniques? This seems rather out of order. Out of order? Elder Chen turned his face slightly. His voice cold. Are you the head of the Internal Affairs Hall or merely a steward? How dare you meddle in our internal affairs? We have our reasons for acting as we do. If you are dissatisfied, take your grievances to the sect master. Elder Chen strode away, ignoring the 2. What nonsense! Jiang Lang scoffed, muttering under his breath. Jiang Han patted his shoulder and said, It matters not, Brother Jiang. Do not be upset. Let us first assist Jiang Li with her formalities. By the way, are her procedures also handled at the Internal Affairs Hall? No need. Jiang Lang waved his hand. Her status as a servant is sufficient to be registered with the Battle Hall. We should seek out Elder Yang from the Battle Hall. This will be simple, as Elder Yang is one of our own. Jiang Lang led Jiang Han and Jiang Li to the Battle Hall, drawing the attention of many onlookers along the way. Numerous disciples pointed at Jiang Han from a distance. After that battle, he had certainly made a remarkable impression in the Yunmeng sect. Upon finding Elder Yang, it was indeed a smooth affair. He readily facilitated the registration of Jiang Li as a servant dedicated to the God Killer Squad, complete with a monthly stipend. With Jiang Li's identity token in hand, Jiang Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. For him, ensuring Jiang Li's safe and joyful growth was the pinnacle of happiness. Now, the focus shifted to establishing their footing within the Yunmeng sect. If they could lead a stable and comfortable life there, he would desire nothing more. On their way back, he could not restrain his curiosity and asked Jiang Lang, Brother Jiang, it seems the sect is not very united? Jiang Lang cast a glance at Jiang Han, understanding his implication. After a moment of contemplation, he surveyed their surroundings and replied, The deputy sect master, Han Jinmao, is the strongest within the sect. The sect master has been recuperating from injuries sustained years ago and seldom concerns himself with sect affairs. The deputy sect master oversees most matters, and additionally, many elders and hall masters are aligned with him. Jiang Han suddenly grasped much of the underlying dynamics. He recalled a particular matter and inquired, What is the relationship between the deputy sect master and Han Shiqi? Jiang Lang elucidated, Master Han is the elder brother of the Vice Guild leader. Previously, Master Han was a formidable figure within the realm of Shanhai, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he shattered the Shanhai divine altar, resulting in his descent to the realm of Xianyu. It is no wonder. Jiang Han comprehended fully. It was clear why Han Shiqi displayed such arrogance, and why. Despite being merely at the 5th level of the Xianyu realm, he could hold the position of leader of the Internal Affairs Hall. Furthermore, Jiang Shaoyin's excessive flattery towards Han Shiqi made sense, for he is the elder brother of Vice Guild leader Han Jimao, surely a significant figure within the Yuming Guild. While the nominal head of the Yuming Guild is Ling Yuming, the true power lies with Han Jimao. This poses a predicament. A bittersweet expression crossed Jiang Han's lips. He harbors a deep-seated enmity with Han Shiqi, and with Han Jimao wielding such influence within the Yunming Guild, will his future be bearable? There is no need for excessive concern. Jiang Lang, perceiving Jiang Han's apprehension, remarked, the guild leader also has formidable backing, and the Grand Elder, who happens to be the grandfather of Qi Bing, has unwaveringly supported the guild leader. Additionally, the 3rd Elder, who oversees the Hall of Punishments, and the 4th Elder, responsible for the Hall of Artifacts, maintain a neutral stance. As long as the guild leader, the Grand Elder, the 3rd Elder, and the 4th Elder remain, the Vice Guild leader cannot dominate the Yuming Guild unchecked. Chapter 34. The old immortal hangs himself since the demise of Sui Xinghe, the father of Sui. Internal strife within the Yunming Pavilion has gradually intensified. Ling Yunming's combat prowess and stratagems are insufficient to subdue all the formidable figures within the sect, while the Vice Pavilion Master, Han Jimo, commands a prestige second only to that of Sui Xinghe, rendering the current predicament all but inevitable. In the midst of high-level conflicts and intrigues, Jiang Han finds himself lacking the qualifications to intervene. He can only silently resolve to cultivate diligently, aspiring to strengthen himself so that he may assist Sui Yi when the moment calls for it. Though Zhang Langren may be somewhat lecherous, he has proven to be quite accommodating. He has settled the Jiang siblings in a vacant courtyard and taken them to the southern city to procure a plethora of daily necessities. After a day of bustling activity, Jiang Han and Jiang Li have managed to establish a semblance of a new home. This modest courtyard boasts 3 rooms, a kitchen, and a shower, which, when compared to their dilapidated residence in Jiangjia town, can be considered a luxurious abode. Meals are provided by the dining hall located not far from the battle hall, though one may opt to prepare their own meals if they so desire. Since Jiang Han's funds for daily necessities were acquired through previous nefarious deeds, he finds himself lacking in Xian stones and thus chooses to dine at the dining hall rather than cook for himself. After finishing his meal, he retrieves the Xian technique given by Elder Chen and studies it. Upon completion, a frown creases his brow. The technique is indeed subpar, failing to pique his interest in cultivation. Next, he examines the pavilion's regulations, which consist of 63 articles. A dozen or so infractions warrant the death penalty, while others incur corresponding punishments. With penalties come rewards. Thus, the regulations detail a comprehensive merit system. Depending on the magnitude of one's contributions, one can earn corresponding merit points, which may be exchanged for Xian stones, elixirs, Xian artifacts, techniques, materials, and numerous other treasures. Advancement to the Purple Mansion realm grants 1 merit point, while breaking through the Xian Phantom realm yields 10 merit points. Each level gained within the Xian Phantom realm awards 5 merit points, and a breakthrough into the Mountain and Sea realm bestows 1,000 merit points. Submitting a single yellow tier Xian technique earns 5 merit points, while refining a yellow tier elixir grants 1 merit point, and producing a yellow tier talisman yields 3 merit points. Slaying a practitioner of the Xian Phantom realm nets 100 merit points. Jiang Han schemes through the regulations with a smirk. While there are numerous ways to accrue merit, the most straightforward method remains through murder. The merit gained from eliminating a practitioner of the Xian Phantom realm far surpasses that of submitting 20 yellow-tier Xian techniques. In this world, the path to wealth and prosperity lies in killing and pillaging. After perusing the regulations multiple times, Jiang Han retrieves a vial containing 10 white elixirs. A mere whiff reveals their potent efficacy, presumably tenfold stronger than any elixirs he has previously encountered. Cultivation. Newly arrived, Jiang Han understands well what he must do. With Sui absent, he naturally opts for seclusion and cultivation. The subsequent days unfold in this manner. Sui ascended to the immortal summit and has not descended since, while Qi Bing remains holed up in her courtyard, not showing herself even once. Niu Ming spends his time either eating or sleeping, offering only silly grins in response to conversation. As for Jiang Pongzi, he has mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace for several days. Aside from accompanying Jiang Li to the dining hall for meals, Jiang Han returned to his courtyard to engage in cultivation. He had completely refined all the medicinal pills he had previously concocted, as well as the vial provided by the Internal Affairs Hall. The elixirs from the Yunming Pavilion were indeed remarkable, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. Just one vial was equivalent to dozens of previous pills. However, without the assistance of these elixirs, his progress slowed down dramatically, akin to transitioning from a feast of sumptuous delicacies to merely nibbling on stale bread. He needed to find a way to procure more medicinal pills. Jiang Han paused his cultivation, contemplating that if he were provided with sufficient elixirs, he could swiftly ascend from the 8th to the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion. At that point, he would unlock the mysterious vault of the Xianyu realm, enabling him to break through into the Xianyu realm itself. However, the breakthrough into the Xianyu realm was not the primary concern. Rather, it was the immense combat prowess he would attain, allowing him to hunt the beasts inscribed upon the heavenly beast cauldron and acquire even more formidable abilities, thereby elevating his strength further. He must procure a bestiary of the monsters. Reflecting on the heavenly beast cauldron, Jiang Han realized he was unfamiliar with the other creatures depicted. His immediate task was to obtain a bestiary to identify the remaining beasts on the cauldron and ascertain their levels and strengths. He exited his courtyard and made his way to Jiang Lang's residence. He knocked on the door, only to find no response from within. Just as disappointment began to set in, a figure soared through the air and landed before him. It was none other than Jiang Lang, round and plump. Brother Jiang, what happened to you? Jiang Han inquired, noting the swollen left side of Jiang Lang's face, resembling that of a bruised pig, as if he had been struck. Jiang Lang covered his face with one hand, his gaze evasive as he replied, "It's nothing, just an accidental bump. Quick, chase after them. It seems they ran that way. Today, my lady must capture this lecher and ensure the law enforcement hall delivers him his due punishment. I smacked him once, and if one were to closely observe, they would surely recognize that it is the face of a thief." In the distance, hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by the cries of several female disciples. Jiang Han's expression turned skeptical as he glanced at Jiang Lang, when he caught sight of a piece of embroidered cloth peeking from Jiang Lang's sleeve. 3 invisible black lines appeared on his forehead. The first time he met Jiang Lang, he had been caught stealing Qi Bing's undergarment. Now, in broad daylight, he was attempting to pilfer another female disciple's garment. The most perplexing part was that he had been slapped by a female disciple, leaving his face swollen. Yet she had failed to recognize his identity, allowing him to escape with ease. Chuckling, Jiang Lang, realizing he had been discovered, no longer concealed the truth. With a grin, he said, "Please excuse my little hobby, Brother Jiang. I hope you can keep this secret. I would be immensely grateful." Naturally, Jiang Han had no intention of reporting him and was too indifferent to offer counsel. He shifted the conversation, asking, "Brother Jiang, do you possess a bestiary of the monsters? Or perhaps a book that introduces them?" Indeed, Jiang Lang's ring glimmered, and a thick tome appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Jiang Han, saying, "Here, consider it a gift. It isn't worth much." The book appeared quite exquisite and was undoubtedly expensive, showcasing Jiang Lang's generosity. Jiang Han had never heard of him being a descendant of any significant figure within the pavilion. It appeared he possessed a remarkable talent for making money. Contemplating this, Jiang Han earnestly sought advice. "Brother Jiang, my supply of medicinal pills has run out. Aside from exchanging merit points within the pavilion, can they be purchased with Xin stones?" "Of course," Jiang Lang replied with a casual shrug. "As long as you have a sufficient quantity of Xin stones, I can procure as many heavenly-grade medicinal pills as you desire." Then, Jiang Han said, feeling somewhat embarrassed, "How does one earn Xin stones? Do you have any good recommendations?" "Recommendations? You've come to the right person." Jiang Lang smirked slyly, pulling a pink belly band from his sleeve. "This is one avenue. Alternatively, why not sneak into the residence of the pavilion master, Ling Yunming, and steal one? I assure you, I can help you sell it for 100,000 Xian stones, enough to purchase 1,000 bottles of Xianling pills." "I haven't heard anything." Jiang Han rolled his eyes and turned to leave. What kind of person is this, daring to covet the pavilion master Ling Yunming's belongings? Does he wish to tempt fate, as if he were an old man hanging from a tree, weary of life? Chapter 35, Jiangping A Jest. Do not take it to heart. Jiang Lang pulled Jiang Han back into his courtyard. Seated in the main hall, he retrieved a medicinal pill from his spatial ring, crushed it, and mixed it with water to apply to his face. After meditating for a while, the swelling on his face remarkably diminished, leaving Jiang Han astounded. "Little Han," Jiang Lang remarked after washing his face, "I am a year older than you. From now on, I shall call you Little Han. Do you wish to earn Xin stones?" Having grown accustomed to Jiang Lang's irreverent demeanor, Jiang Han dismissed his informal address and nodded. Without the aid of medicinal pills, my cultivation speed is far too slow. Of course, Jiang Lang scoffed. Who would he desire to consume top-tier pills for cultivation? The speed would soar like the wind, but such conditions are necessary, aren't they? Pouring himself a pot of tea, he offered Jiang Han a cup and inquired, "Can you refine pills, forge tools, or create talismans? Those avenues yield quick profits." Jiang Han shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lang asked, "Can you charm women?" Jiang Han frowned, confused. What does charming women have to do with earning Xian stones? Much indeed. Jiang Lang grinned. To earn money swiftly, one either possesses a unique skill or a distinctive charm. Jiang Han remained perplexed, prompting Jiang Lang to clarify, "You have an appealing appearance. If you are willing to endure some discomfort, I can introduce you to wealthy ladies. You could earn several hundred Xian stones in a single night. Enough to buy a few bottles of Xianling Dan. Get lost." Jiang Han finally understood, feeling somewhat speechless. Let us talk seriously, avoid those dubious paths. In youth, one fails to recognize the allure of wealthy women, mistaking young maidens for treasures. Jiang Lang sighed, then continued, "There are 3 routes. First, gather herbs. Our Yunming Pavilion is positioned on the outskirts of the Tianhu mountain range, which is a treasure trove. Securing even a single rare herb can fetch a considerable sum of Xian stones." Jiang Han nodded. This was indeed a legitimate avenue. He asked, "And the second?" "Next, hunt Xian beasts," Jiang Lang replied. "Materials from high-tier Xian beasts are quite valuable. A formidable second-tier Xian beast can be sold for several hundred Xian stones." Jiang Han was well aware of this, having relied on it to support his family after his parents' disappearance. He inquired, "And the final option?" "Assassination," Jiang Lang said with a mysterious smile. "Take on missions in the Dark City, killing. This is the fastest way to earn money. Slaying a warrior at the first level of the Xian Yu realm can net you around 1,000 Xian stones. And if you manage to eliminate a formidable opponent in the Shanghai realm, the bounty could soar into the tens of thousands." "An assassin organization?" Jiang Han furrowed his brow, questioning, "What is the Dark City? Is it nearby? You haven't heard of the Dark City?" Jiang Lang rolled his eyes. "There are countless dark cities across the continent. It is the largest underground black market. Almost every major city has a teleportation array leading to a nearby dark city. Our Yuming city has one in the southern quarter, and it requires only a single Xian stone to teleport there." "Oh, I see." Jiang Han clasped his hands and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Jiang, for clearing my doubts. Should I wish to venture into the Dark City, I hope you will guide me." Of course," Jiang Lang replied with a broad smile. "There are many immensely wealthy noblewomen in the Dark City. If you come to a realization, feel free to seek me out at any time. I can take you around. Who knows, perhaps a noblewoman might take a liking to you, and you could earn several thousand Xian stones in a single night." With that, Jiang Han could no longer remain seated and turned to leave. Remarkable talent, indeed. Jiang Lang sighed, watching Jiang Han's retreating figure. Everything is commendable, but alas, he is just too serious. In this world, those who are overly earnest seldom find a promising path. Upon returning to his courtyard, Jiang Han exchanged a few casual words with Jiang Li before opening the Beast Compendium to peruse its contents. After flipping through the pages for a full half-hour, he completed his review. Of the 27 beasts documented within the Celestial Beast Cauldron, he identified 24. This aligned closely with his earlier conjectures. Among the 27 beasts, there were 3 of the first rank, 3 of the second rank, 3 of the third rank, and 3 of the 8th rank. The remaining 3 beasts were not recorded in the compendium, likely indicating they were 9th-rank beasts. The distribution was quite balanced, with 3 beasts at each rank from 1 to 9. His heart began to blaze with fervor. The higher the rank of the beasts, the more formidable their powers would be. If he could acquire all their abilities, how terrifying would his combat prowess become? However, 9th-rank beasts should be far superior to those at the immortal realm. Without cultivating to that stage, how could he hope to slay a 9th-rank beast? Thus, in order to gain greater abilities, he must elevate his own realm. For instance, to hunt 2nd-rank beasts, he must reach the Xianyu realm. Given his current capabilities, encountering a 2nd-rank beast would likely result in an 80% chance of demise. The Celestial Beast Cauldron housed 3 2nd-rank beasts, the Spirit-Devouring Python, the Rending Soldier Ape, and the Demon Sound Beast. The compendium provided descriptions of these creatures. The Spirit-Devouring Python might be somewhat easier to defeat, but the Rending Soldier Ape and the Demon Sound Beast were exceedingly terrifying entities. Particularly, the Demon Sound Bat emitted a chilling and terrifying screech, which could incapacitate weaker individuals upon hearing it. Therefore, Jiang Han had no intention of hunting these three beasts in the near term. He needed to devise a way to swiftly advance to the Xianyu realm first. The spiritual herbs at the periphery of the Tianhu mountain range had long been harvested, and venturing deeper could lead to encounters with powerful beasts. With his current combat strength, becoming an assassin in the Dark City seemed unfeasible. Jiang Han pondered deeply and ultimately resolved to hunt lower-ranked beasts instead, focusing on the first-ranked creatures for a numerical advantage. Given his current prowess, defeating first-ranked beasts was exceedingly simple, posing little danger. Accumulating some Xian stones to purchase medicinal pills would significantly accelerate his cultivation. Having made up his mind, Jiang Han ceased his musings, seated himself, and commenced his practice. After nightfall, Jiang Han, accompanied by Jiang Li, made his way to the dining hall for a meal. Although the hall offered complimentary food, it was primarily frequented by members of the battle hall, few of whom shared Jiang Han's impoverished status. Most opted not to dine there. Upon entering the dining hall, Jiang Han spotted Niu Ming, who was voraciously devouring a large basin of food, akin to a pig at a trough. Jiang Han exchanged greetings and ordered meals for both himself and Jiang Li before retreating to a corner to eat. Normally, as a menial laborer, Jiang Li wouldn't have been permitted to dine there. However, perhaps the attendants had heard of Jiang Han's formidable reputation and dared not obstruct the siblings, especially since leftover food was abundant daily. After finishing their meal, the siblings rose to leave. Niu Ming, having devoured his enormous portion, wiped his mouth and followed them. Just as they stepped out of the dining hall, four figures approached. Jiang Han locked eyes with one of them, and both their expressions darkened instantly. The other man's gaze burned with murderous intent, his eyes crimson with rage. Jiang Ping. Jiang Han's grip tightened around the hilt of his blade. The young man before him was none other than Jiang Ping, son of Jiang Xiantian, the third elder of the Jiang clan. Jiang Peng had joined the Yunming Pavilion years ago. His recent absence likely meant he had returned home for mourning. Jiang Han. With a furious roar, Jiang Ping lunged forward like lightning. Unarmed, he swung his fist with brutal force toward Jiang Han's head. Chapter 36. Han Linfeng. Jiang Han had anticipated that he would encounter Jiang Ping. Given their shared affiliation with the Yunming Pavilion, it was merely a matter of time. He had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality. If Jiang Peng refrained from instigating trouble, he had no intention of provoking him either. The matter concerning Jiang Li was entirely orchestrated by Jiang Shaodian and had no bearing on Jiang Peng. However, should Jiang Ping choose to confront him, he would not hold back. As Jiang Peng lunged towards him, Jiang Li was directly behind, leaving Jiang Han with no avenue for retreat. He had no choice but to meet the challenge head-on, unsheathing his long blade with fervor, unleashing a ferocious strike aimed at Jiang Peng's shoulder. Lacking a weapon of his own and cognizant of the constraints within the Yunming Pavilion, Jiang Han opted to target Jiang Peng's shoulder, hoping he would reconsider and refrain from further provocations. To his astonishment, Jiang Ping did not evade the attack. Instead, he charged forward without hesitation. Jiang Han's blade struck true, the forceful blow landing heavily upon Jiang Peng's shoulder. A cry of agony escaped Jiang Ping as he was hurled backwards, blood gushing from his left shoulder as he collapsed over 10 feet away, clutching his wound in excruciating pain. Jiang Han's eyes flickered with unease, sensing an ominous turn of events. He was familiar with Jiang Ping and could not fathom such reckless behavior, despite the death of his father at Jiang Han's hands. Surely his intellect remained intact? Such audacity! You dare to resort to violence within the pavilion? Captain, trouble brews. Jiang Peng has been injured by Jiang Han. Where's the breaking army squad? Our comrade has been harmed. In that instant, Jiang Han discerned the crux of the dilemma. The three companions who had accompanied Jiang Peng erupted in furious shouts, and from a distant courtyard, a throng of over a dozen individuals ascended into the air, swiftly converging upon the scene. Among them stood one whose presence was formidable, clearly having attained the realm of Xianyu. Unlike the ordinary disciples of the Yunming Pavilion, he donned a resplendent robe adorned with gold trimmings, his countenance striking and his demeanor extraordinary. Grasping a massive silver ruler, he radiated an imposing aura, casting a glance at Jiang Ping that exuded a palpable sense of lethal intent. The ruler gleamed ominously as he pointed it at Jiang Han, declaring, "What audacity! You dare to injure a member of my breaking army squad within the Yunming Pavilion. All of you. Seize this man and deliver him to the Hall of Justice for interrogation. Should he dare to resist, execute him on the spot." At once, the assembled group complied, brandishing their weapons without uttering a word as they advanced menacingly towards Jiang Han. His expression darkened, and he turned to Niu Ming beside him, speaking in a grave tone. "Brother Niu, I implore you to look after Jiang Li. This was clearly a trap. Jiang Han understood that surrender was not an option. To do so would risk not only his life, but potentially render him crippled by this hostile faction. The events in Jiangxia town had imparted a crucial lesson. Yielding to oppression served no purpose. When faced with adversaries, the only recourse was to eliminate them. I will not tend to others. As Jiang Han prepared to charge forth, Niu Ming unexpectedly voiced his resolve, and in the next moment, his towering figure surged ahead. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a burst of energy, his skin emanating a yellowish glow, intricate patterns resembling scales manifesting across his body. Boom! He swung his fist, as solid as a clay pot, forcefully striking the foremost warrior, while several others beside him brandished their weapons, aiming to deliver heavy blows. A startling occurrence unfolded before Jiang Han's eyes. 2 battle blades and a long sword struck Niu Ming, yet it felt as if they had clashed against cold iron. Remarkably, the areas of impact on Niu Ming's body bore no traces of blood or even a mark, impervious to blades. Previously, Sui Xinghe had mentioned that Niu Ming possessed an extraordinary power. Once he unleashed this ability, his defensive capabilities became immensely formidable, rendering him nearly invulnerable to ordinary warriors. A revelation Jiang Han truly witnessed today. A warm surge of emotion welled up within him. Niu Ming, perpetually indulging in food and slumber, exhibited a sullen demeanor akin to a brooding gourd. When conversing with him, he would merely respond with an innocent smile, rarely engaging in dialogue. Yet in this critical moment, without uttering a single word, he boldly charged forward to shield Jiang Han from harm. This act of camaraderie evoked a unique warmth in Jiang Han, who had never known friendship in his youth. Kill. A warrior charged at Jiang Han, his eyes glinting with malice as he swung his long knife, sending the assailant and his weapon flying. Why slay the brute? Target Jiang Han. A powerful figure from the Xianyu realm roared, leaping over a throng of ordinary disciples. The iron ruler in his grasp stirred a tempest of energy as it descended upon Jiang Han. Jiang Han's expression shifted, and he swiftly pulled Jiang Li back. Although he harbored no fear of the Xianyu realm warrior, possessing the ability to escape effortlessly with his mountain-penetrating technique, his concern lay with Jiang Li, whom he could not protect adequately amidst the chaos. With so many present, relying solely on Niu Ming and himself would prove insufficient. Even a desperate struggle would be futile. His own injury or demise mattered little. His sole dread was that Jiang Li might be slain in the fray. Han Linfeng, dare you lay a hand on a member of my killing god squad? Do you seek death? At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted from the north as a figure darted forth with astonishing speed. In midair, a colossal hammer materialized, emanating a dazzling dark golden light, bearing down with incredible force upon the Xianyu realm warrior wielding the iron ruler. Jiang Han, now retreating swiftly with Jiang Li, watched as the iron ruler wielder, with no other option, swung his weapon to counter the descending hammer. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air, sending a fierce gust that forced nearby disciples to stagger back. The youth wielding the iron ruler plummeted from the sky, half of his body embedded in the ground. Whoosh! From the rooftop of a nearby courtyard, a graceful figure soared into view. Clutching a cerulean sword, she exuded an aura of icy chill, her gaze fixed on the youth with the iron ruler as she declared, Han Linfeng, do you wish for death? Simultaneously, from a rightward pavilion, a rotund, unsavory figure appeared. Brandishing 3 silver talismans, he grinned mischievously and said, Han Linfeng, what prowess is there in a dozen people besieging little Han Han? How about we pit our 2 squads against each other in a life-or-death duel on the battle platform? Zhuyi, Qibing, Zhang Lang. While Jiang Han faced the onslaught of the breaking army squad, every member of the Killing God squad made their presence known, fiercely stepping in to support him. A warm surge enveloped Jiang Han's heart once more. It was the first time he had sensed the warmth of the Killing God squad. Particularly striking was Qi Bing, who had merely exchanged a fleeting glance with him upon his entrance to the Yunming Pavilion, without uttering a single word. To his astonishment, she appeared at the most critical juncture, exuding an aura of undeniable authority. Moreover, the seemingly cowardly little chubby fellow, who appeared to be driven by a fear of death, unexpectedly stepped forward at the first opportunity, boldly declaring his intention to engage in a life-and-death battle with the Broken Army squad. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Zui Xinghe and Qi Bing, Jiang Han might have escaped unscathed, but the fate of Jiang Li would have been uncertain, as a single misstep could lead to her demise amidst the chaos. Zui gracefully descended, landing before Jiang Han and Jiang Li. Her petite figure seemed incongruous with the massive hammer she wielded, yet she handled it with remarkable ease. With an icy gaze directed at the youth wielding the iron ruler, she stated, "The people from the law enforcement hall are on their way. Han Linfeng, are you certain you wish to continue this? Or, as Jiang Lang suggested, shall our two squads engage in a life and death contest at the battle hall?" With a smirk, Han Linfeng struck the ground, propelling himself into the air. As the ring on his finger shimmered, the iron ruler vanished. His cold, piercing gaze fell upon Jiang Han as he declared, "Jiang Han, this matter is far from settled. Mountains may rise and rivers may flow. We shall see how this unfolds." With that, Han Linfeng swiftly departed with his group. Sui, her giant hammer now vanished, waved at Jiang Han, urging him, "Let us return. If we are caught by the law enforcement hall at the scene, it would spell great trouble." Chapter 37. Too precious. Upon returning, Qi Bing went directly to her room without even encountering Jiang Han. Niu Ming, after his return, settled beneath a grand tree in the courtyard, basking in the sun and dozing off. According to Sui, he needed to rest and recover his strength after expending his divine powers. Jiang Han instructed Jiang Li to return to her room while he, along with Jiang Lang and Sui, entered the hall. He recounted the events that had transpired, to which Sui confidently responded, "This is clearly a setup. Jiangping intended to provoke you. Later, when Han Linfeng kills or incapacitates you, they can claim you acted first, thus ensuring a lighter punishment." Jiang Han furrowed his brow and inquired, "What relation does Han Linfeng have to Han Shiqi?" Jiang Lang explained, "He is the grandson of Han Shiqi. His son perished many years ago, leaving only the sole grandson. Han Linfeng is at the 4th level of the Xianyu realm and possesses a fire-type divine ability. He is the captain of the Broken Army Squad." It all made sense to Jiang Han. Jiangping harbored a vendetta against him for the murder of his father, and he bore deep-seated animosity towards Han Shiqi. It was entirely reasonable for Han Linfeng to conspire with Jiang Peng to eliminate him. Sui waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You need not worry too much, Jiang Han. The Yuming Pavilion is not yet under the complete control of the Han family. I will report this matter to the third elder, and the law enforcement hall will issue a warning to Han Linfeng. Of course, you should exercise caution and refrain from unnecessary outings. Your primary task now is to cultivate and strive to break through to the Xianyu realm." With a hum, Zui's ring glimmered, and a slender black combat knife appeared in her hand, resembling Jiang Han's weapon. She tossed it to him, stating, "This is a Xuanyo-grade weapon. Your current combat knife hardly qualifies as one, and you would be at a disadvantage in battle." "Xuanyo-grade?" Jiang Han caught it, his eyes lighting up. This was indeed a fine weapon. His previous knife had sustained damage, and he had not had the means to procure a new one. With another hum, Zui's ring shone once more, revealing 20 vials of elixirs and a small booklet on the table. She remarked, having just joined the Broken Army Squad, "I find myself lacking in resources, but I shall gift you 30 vials of Xian Spirit elixirs. This booklet contains a terrestrial-grade martial technique named Sevenfold Blade, a gift from my mother. And I also present it to you." Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. 30 vials of Xian Spirit elixirs were worth 3,000 Xianshi. The terrestrial-grade technique must also hold significant value. Feeling a bit uncomfortable accepting such generous gifts from Sui, especially after she had previously saved both him and Jiang Li, he quickly rose and said, "Captain, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." "Indeed," Jiang Lang interjected, pouting, "Captain, you are showing favoritism. When I joined the squad, you only gifted me 5 vials of Xian Spirit elixirs. Is it because Jiang Han is more handsome than I am?" Bang! Sui smacked Jiang Lang on the back of his head, sending him flying. She glared at him, saying, "Can Jiang Han even be compared to you? You are a master of mystical symbols, yet you find yourself in need of arcane stones. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your clandestine dealings, selling invisibility talismans to those male disciples at exorbitant prices. Those very disciples then use these talismans to surreptitiously observe the female disciples while they bathe. Should this scandal come to light, prepare yourself for a grim fate at the hands of the female disciples of the sect." "Aha." Jiang Lang let out an awkward chuckle and inquired, "Captain, from whom have you heard such rumors?" "The invisibility talisman is of such high caliber that I could never craft one myself." "It wasn't me. You must be mistaken. Well, I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Enjoy your conversation." With that, Jiang Lang hastily departed, leaving Sui fuming as she shot a glare at his retreating figure. She then turned to Jiang Han and said, "Jiang Han, take these items. You must strive to break through to the profound shadow realm swiftly. Only then can you assist us." You are aware that my mother and I have not been faring well within the sect. Very well, thank you, Captain, Jiang Han replied. Recognizing that further delay would be ungracious, he gathered the items and bowed, declaring, I shall endeavor to break through to the profound shadow realm within 3 months. The potency of the Xianling elixirs is remarkably strong, far surpassing those he had previously used. With these 30 bottles of elixirs, overcoming the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion should pose little challenge. Within the secret treasury of the Purple Mansion, he has already begun constructing the 8th tier of the Divine Altar. Once successfully completed and augmented by an additional layer, this altar shall reach its full potential. Upon the successful establishment of the first altar, he will seek a means to unlock the second treasury. Once the Profound Shadow Treasury is opened, he shall ascend to the rank of a Profound Shadow Realm Warrior. You can do it. Sui Xinghe beamed, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. Jiang Han. Once you reach the Purple Mansion realm, you will awaken 2 divine abilities, which signifies your extraordinary talent. With diligent practice, you may awaken even more abilities in the future, potentially becoming a formidable protector of our Yumeng Pavilion. When I become the Pavilion Master, I shall appoint you as my deputy. Jiang Han, though humbly downplaying her words, felt a twinge of disbelief. Sui Xinghe seemed somewhat naive. Ling Yumeng was in the prime of life, and barring unforeseen circumstances, she would likely occupy the position of Pavilion Master for several decades. Her remarks about becoming Pavilion Master seemed to suggest a desire for Ling Yumeng's early departure. I will kill him. I must kill him. In the hall of the Breaking Army courtyard, Jiang Ping, his shoulder wrapped in bandages, was seething with rage. What are you shouting about? Han Lifeng, seated at the head of the table, replied darkly. Do you think that your shouting will bring about his demise? Do I not wish for his downfall as well? A member of the Breaking Army team attempted to mediate, saying, Captain Jiang Peng, let us not allow our tempers to flare. If not for Sui Xinghe and Qi Bing arriving promptly, we would have succeeded. After all, Jiang Han has been within the sect. He cannot escape us, and we shall have ample opportunities. Sui Xinghe cannot follow him everywhere, can she? It is precisely within the sect that we encounter complications. Han Linfeng scoffed, adding, the fools at the punishment hall have been persistently troubling me. This incident has undoubtedly attracted the attention of the Third Elder. Henceforth, we must exercise caution within the sect. If we are caught with evidence, even my great-uncle will be unable to protect us. Keep your eyes wide open, Han Lifeng commanded as he rose to his feet. Stay vigilant regarding Jiang Han, and ensure that the guarding disciples extend a cordial greeting. If Jiang Han departs from Yumeng Mountain, notify me at once. The captain. A team member expressed his concern. Captain, if Jiang Han goes out, will you personally take action to kill him? If caught in the act, it would be a death sentence. Are you out of your mind? Han Linfeng smacked the back of the man's head and retorted. Do I need to personally take action to eliminate him? With so many assassins in Dark City, isn't it a trivial matter to issue a task to eliminate a mere Purple Realm cultivator? That makes sense. The team member nodded in agreement and clasped his hands. Captain, I will make the arrangements immediately. I am well acquainted with the disciples guarding the mountain. As soon as Jiang Han descends, we will receive news promptly. Go ahead. Han Lifeng waved his hand, casting his gaze toward the direction of the Killing God courtyard, muttering, Jiang Han, you may have the ability to remain hidden in the pavilion for a lifetime, but should you dare to descend from the mountain, your demise is assured. The events in Jiang Family Town have not spread within Yumeng Pavilion. As the only grandson of Han Shiqi, Han Lifeng is certainly aware of this. Han Shiqi, fearing trouble from the Third Elder in charge of the law, has been reclusive since his return, unwilling to show his face. As for revenge and retribution, Han Lifeng will not yield. Chapter 38. The Dark City. Han Linfeng and Jiang Ping sought vengeance against Jiang Han, yet 2 months swiftly elapsed. Jiang Han, not only confined to the mountain, but also seldom graced the northern city with his presence. During this time, his endeavors were solely dedicated to the alchemical refinement of pills and the construction of a divine altar, alongside mentoring Jiang Li in her cultivation. Previously, in Jiangjia Town, he had refrained from encouraging Jiang Li to pursue martial arts, desiring instead for her to grow up comfortably and find a suitable partner within the village or its vicinity. However, now residing in Yumeng Pavilion and sequestered within the confines of the Killing God courtyard, Jiang Han believed it prudent for Jiang Li to cultivate diligently. With some level of attainment, she could eventually transcend her menial status and become a formal member of the pavilion. In the span of 2 months, Jiang Han had successfully refined all 30 bottles of Xianling pills gifted by Sui Xinghe, culminating in the construction of a 9-tier divine altar. The first altar, the Purple Mansion altar, was nearing completion, awaiting the opening of the Xianyu secret repository to break through to the Xianyu realm. Jiang Li displayed considerable talent. Having unlocked the Purple Mansion secret repository merely half a month after commencing her training, the foundational construction of her first altar was nearly complete, marking her initial foray into the realm of cultivation. The sevenfold blade, an esoteric skill of the Earth grade, comprises 7 tiers. Each successful advancement significantly enhances the power of the strike. If mastered fully, the wielded blade would manifest 7 overlapping shadows, tripling its force, rendering it an impressive martial art. After 2 months of diligent practice, Jiang Han could only claim a minor achievement in this skill. He could unleash a strike with 3 overlapping shadows, augmenting its power by over 50%. With his cultivation level at the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, coupled with the violent force in the sevenfold blade, his power became formidable, rivaling that of martial artists in the 3rd or 4th layer of the Xianyu realm. Yet, amidst the joy, there lingered a cloud of worry. 10 days prior, Jiang Han had reached the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion, yet despite multiple attempts at breakthrough during this period, he remained unable to unlock the Xianyu secret repository. Seeking counsel from Jiang Lang, he was advised against impatience, for such breakthroughs could not be forced. Many who aspired to transcend substantial realms often found themselves stagnated, with numerous disciples within the pavilion remaining at the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion for years. The more one yearns to succeed, the harder it becomes to unlock the repository. At times, it is achieved effortlessly when least expected. Humans, being the spirit of all beings, are said to possess bodies akin to natural treasures. With dedicated exploration, one can continuously grow stronger. To fully unlock the 9 repositories and construct 9 divine altars is to attain the state of immortality, wielding the power to obliterate heaven and earth. This understanding is a shared belief among the martial artists of the Jiuzhou continent, forming the foundation of their cultivation system. Knowing the general location of the Xianyu secret repository, Jiang Han recognized that with the successful construction of his Purple Mansion altar, he had laid the groundwork for unlocking this repository. Yet, he had yet to discover the door, rendering him unable to access this hidden treasure. In front of Zui, Jiang Han pounded his chest, asserting a 3-month timeline to breach the Xianyu realm. Now, with 2 months elapsed, his impatience was palpable. Observing Jiang Han's furrowed brow, Jiang Lang rose and said, "Little Henin, do not overthink it. How about I take you for a stroll in the dark city to lift your spirits? Perhaps inspiration will strike you, effortlessly unlocking the enigmatic treasures within." Indeed, Jiang Han pondered for a moment. It was clear that isolating himself in closed quarters was not a viable approach. The renowned dark city intrigued him, and he yearned to witness it firsthand. Rising, he exchanged a few words with Jiang Li, instructing her to accompany Zhou Ming for dinner. And then he and Jiang Lang made their way outside. The moment they stepped out, they were immediately scrutinized by members of the Broken Army Squad. Initially, these individuals assumed the two were descending the mountain and were about to report to Han Linfeng, only to discover that the pair headed straight for the South City. Within the South City Square, 2 teleportation arrays stood, one black and the other white, both guarded by disciples of the Yumeng Pavilion. Jiang Lang tossed 2 mysterious stones to the guarding disciples and, with Jiang Han, stepped into the black teleportation array. The guarding disciple activated the array, and a flash of white light enveloped them. Jiang Han felt a slight dizziness as the scenery shifted, revealing an expansive underground metropolis. What is this? Jiang Han surveyed his surroundings, astonished to find that black stone loomed overhead at a height of 3 zhang. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Is this dark city located underground?" "Indeed. All dark cities reside beneath the earth," Jiang Lang responded as they walked away from the teleportation array, explaining further. Across the entire Jiuzhou continent, there are no fewer than 1,000 dark cities, all constructed underground. Remember this, within the dark city, killing is strictly forbidden. Violators, regardless of status, face certain death, while any act of violence invites severe punishment. Is the dark city truly that powerful? Jiang Han silently marveled, realizing that the ability to establish thousands of such cities across Jiuzhou was not a feat achievable by ordinary factions. The force behind the dark city must be among the highest echelons of power on the continent. The dark city, though not expansive, presented a vast square as its focal point, surrounded by 4 streets lined with numerous buildings, all illuminated by flickering torches that bathed the entire city in brilliant light. Despite its subterranean nature, the atmosphere felt far from oppressive. As he roamed, Jiang Han sensed a resemblance to the nighttime ambience of South City in Yumeng. This street is a hub for food, drink, and entertainment. Jiang Lang gestured toward the southern street. As long as you possess mysterious stones, your desires for sustenance and amusement can largely be fulfilled. Even if you crave the meat of a 7th-tier demon beast, they can procure it for you. If you wish to indulge in the company of quintuplets, just give them a few months, and they will deliver. Jiang Han rolled his eyes, somewhat exasperated by Jiang Lang's frivolity. Pointing to the northern street, Jiang Lang continued, "This area is known as the Assassin Street, where you can undertake or accept missions. Numerous assassin organizations operate here, including the most renowned factions from the Jiuzhou continent." Next, he indicated the Western Street, stating, "The West Street is a marketplace for various mysterious artifacts, elixirs, materials, and talismans. If you have enough mysterious stones, you can even acquire low-grade heavenly artifacts." Finally, he gestured toward the Eastern Street, saying, "This street is rather chaotic, a free market. There are no shops. You can set up your own stall to sell your treasures, should you have any. However, be cautious. If you lack discernment, you may easily fall victim to deception. In the Dark City, violence is strictly prohibited, and if you are deceived, you can only lament your misfortune." After Jiang Lang concluded his introduction, he led Jiang Han directly towards South Street, a vibrant thoroughfare renowned for its myriad of culinary delights and entertainment, and the most bustling street in the Shadow City. As they strolled, Jiang Han observed a plethora of individuals of various ranks, including those of the Purple Mansion realm and the Profound Shadow realm. Moreover, some exuded a formidable presence, their vitality robust and their aura impressive, likely indicating they were formidable figures of the Mountain Sea realm. Jiang Han discreetly followed Jiang Lang as they meandered through the lively street, experiencing a broadening of his horizons. Jiang Lang treated him to an extravagant meal, spending several Xian stones in the process. Subsequently, he led Jiang Han to a gambling den where they engaged in a game of stone betting. Jiang Lang invested 50 Xian stones to procure 5 large, obsidian-like stones, only to discover, upon cutting them open, that they were entirely devoid of value, resulting in a rather disappointing experience. "Let us return. Enough of this," Jiang Lang declared, expressing his desire to continue purchasing raw stones. Jiang Han promptly grasped his arm, urging him to exit. He sensed that these gambling establishments were rife with deception. Should they persist, he feared Jiang Lang might end up losing everything. "What do you know?" Jiang Lang murmured with a hint of dissatisfaction. "With one cut, one can become impoverished or prosperous. With one slice, one may ascend to the path of immortality." Jiang Han, there's no need for exaggeration. Years ago, I once cut a piece of Xian crystal the size of a fingernail, worth 60,000 Xian stones. "Very impressive," Jiang Han replied with a resigned smile. "I am merely concerned that if you continue, we might deplete our funds for the return trip. I have no Xian stones on me. We may end up having to sell ourselves at the Yichuan courtyard to earn our fare back." Yichuan courtyard? A sudden thought struck Jiang Lang, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he leaned closer to Jiang Han and whispered, "Little Han Han, how about I help you arrange something at Yichuan courtyard? Just consider this. Your inability to access the Profound Shadow secret repository might stem from your failure to locate its entrance. If you cannot find the door, how can you enter? Perhaps when you open a door at Yichuan courtyard, the grand entrance to the Profound Shadow secret repository will quietly reveal itself." Chapter 39. Something amiss. Jiang Han did not accompany Jiang Lang to Yichuan courtyard. From a young age, his parents instilled in him principles that forbade such behavior, prompting him to take Jiang Lang back to Yameng City. After a brief excursion, which broadened his horizons, Jiang Han resumed his arduous cultivation. The divine altar within the Purple Mansion's secret repository had been successfully constructed. Thus, further training in profound energy seemed futile. Unable to unlock the mysterious depths of the repository, he realized that his progression would be halted henceforth. Consequently, apart from seeking methods to unveil the enigmatic repository during his seclusion, he devoted the remaining time to diligently practicing the sevenfold blade, occasionally mentoring Zhang Li in her cultivation. Zhang Li exhibited remarkable diligence, mirroring Jiang Han's commitment to seclusion. While Jiang Han practiced his swordsmanship, she quietly observed, never expressing a desire for leisure outings with him. Her maturity was both admirable and heart-wrenching. Recently, the Yunming Pavilion had been unusually tranquil. Since Jiang Han's entry, the Killing God Squad had not undertaken any missions. Zhuo Yi either accompanied Ling Yuming to the Ascending Immortal Peak or returned to her own secluded training, she being rarely made an appearance in 2 months. Jiang Han had only seen her once, and she had said not a word, her demeanor cold to an extreme. Niu Ming remained unchanged, indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping, apparently not engaging in any cultivation. According to Jiang Lang, he claimed to be able to cultivate even while asleep. Though the veracity of this assertion was uncertain, Jiang Lang appeared to be enjoying a leisurely life, frequently coming and going mysteriously. Sui mentioned that he was a talisman master capable of crafting high-grade yellow talismans, yet Jiang Han had never witnessed him in the act of creation. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Jiang Han felt restless. Previously, he had boasted to Sui of breaking through to the mysterious realm within 3 months. Now, with only half a month remaining and no progress in unlocking the secret repository, he felt an understandable sense of urgency. He had perused several volumes on cultivation in the Yunming Pavilion's library, which indicated that mere hard work was insufficient for unveiling the repository. Instead, it suggested that venturing out and engaging in battles could spark inspiration, potentially leading to a moment of enlightenment. He decided to explore the Tianhu mountain range. However, Jiang Han possessed few profound stones. He couldn't afford a quality weapon for Jiangli, let alone any medicinal pills for cultivation. He resolved to hunt some demonic beasts in the Tianhu mountain range and sell their materials in Nanqing or Anqing. The Tianhu mountain range was akin to a treasure trove for Yunming Pavilion, frequented by disciples, including Sui and her peers. It provided opportunities to gather rare materials as well as hunt demonic beasts, thereby enhancing their combat prowess through real-world experience. After giving Jiangli a few instructions to accompany Niu Ming for meals daily, he sought Sui to inform her of his plans, only to find her absent. Jiang Lang was also nowhere to be found, leaving Jiang Han to relay his intentions to Niu Ming before descending the northern city alone. After Jiang Han's departure down the mountain, it took merely a short incense stick's time for Han Linfeng to receive definitive news. Energized by this information, he summoned the members of the Breaking Army Squad and commanded, Jiang Ping, Yu, and the Gan brothers, Gan Yu and Gan Mao, are to proceed to Anqing immediately. Here are 1,000 profound stones. Be cautious not to reveal your identities and leave behind any evidence. Han Lifeng tossed a bag of profound stones. But Jiang Peng displayed a pained expression, saying, Captain, 1,000 profound stones may not suffice to hire a high-level assassin. What level are we seeking? Han Lifeng scoffed, remarking, 1,000 Xian stones can indeed summon a killer of the first level of Xianyu, but Jiang Han is merely at the Purple Mansion realm. Although he possesses some minor skills, every assassin has their unique techniques. If you are still uneasy, feel free to contribute Xian stones to hire another one. Surely, 2 assassins of the Xianyu realm could eliminate him. Jiang Ping's expression shifted as he contemplated, eventually gritting his teeth and saying, Very well. I shall provide the Xian stones to hire 2 assassins from the Xianyu realm should suffice. Brother Ganyu, Gan Mao, let us proceed to the Dark City. Jiang Ping departed with 2 cultivators at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. With Jiang Shaotian deceased, he had inherited some assets, including a number of Xian stones, which he was willing to expend for vengeance. Long Ju, divide into 3 teams and scout the Tianhu mountain range. Han Linfeng commanded the remaining 11 members. Remember, your sole purpose is to hunt demon beasts. Should you encounter Jiang Han, refrain from conflict or confrontation. Simply roam around and provide the assassins with Jiang Han's location. Do you understand? Understood. The 11 team members exchanged smiles, finding the task exceedingly simple, devoid of any risks, as they would not be held accountable should any issues arise. The 11 hastily departed, while Han Linfeng remained, striding leisurely within the pavilion, even practicing Xian techniques in the martial arts hall, distancing himself from any potential fallout. After descending the mountain, Jiang Han entered the range from a peak to his left, employing the mountain traversing technique to navigate underground. After several uses of this technique, he emerged from within a mountain. His caution stemmed from concerns regarding Han Shiqi and Han Lifeng. He had refrained from stepping outside the Yunming Pavilion for over 2 months. Wary of their potential treachery, he proceeded with utmost vigilance, advancing swiftly. The outer peaks bore few demon beasts, as they were in proximity to the Yunming Pavilion, where disciples frequently ventured, exterminating any lurking monsters. After traversing over 20 peaks for more than 2 hours, Jiang Han finally encountered a significant number of demon beasts. Suddenly, a massive ghost leopard launched a surprise attack on Jiang Han. Utilizing the shadow shifting technique, he evaded and struck with his blade, reducing the beast's head to a pulp. Without even employing his furious strength, his 9th level Purple Mansion prowess allowed him to effortlessly dispatch a 1st level demon beast. Extracting the demon beast's core, Jiang Han continued on his way. Throughout his journey, he faced numerous demon beasts, and with the shadow shifting technique, 1st level beast proved nearly incapable of harming him. After 2 hours, he rested by a small stream, consuming some food. His backpack now contained over 20 demon cores. While first-level demon cores held little value, approximately 1 or 2 Xian stones each, Jiang Han aimed to hunt 200 to 300 first-level demon beasts on this outing. Hoping to earn several hundred Xian stones to purchase ordinary pills for Jiang Li's cultivation. After a brief respite, Jiang Han resumed his quest for demon beasts. Throughout the afternoon, he encountered dozens more, and by the time dusk settled, his bag contained a total of 67 cores, filling it significantly. If only there were a spatial ring. Jiang Han sighed as he gazed at his bulging backpack. A spatial ring is a rare artifact, with even the most basic ones costing at least 1,000 or 2,000 profound stones, far beyond his means. Should he spend the night in the outer mountains? Although he possessed the skill to traverse through the earth, Jiang Han decided to exercise caution and swiftly made his way towards the periphery. As darkness enveloped the land, he scaled over a dozen peaks, finding solace in a cavern devoid of any lurking beasts. At the break of dawn, Jiang Han rose early, emerging from the cave to freshen up in a nearby stream. After consuming a modest portion of dried rations, he heard faint footsteps nearby, prompting him to draw his long blade in readiness. Moments later, his expression darkened as 3 figures approached from the left, clad in the attire of the Yunming Pavilion. However, these individuals were members of the Broken Army Squad. Upon spotting Jiang Han, they merely scoffed and turned to leave. Despite their departure, Jiang Han did not lower his guard. What a coincidence! He had only entered the mountains yesterday, and now, at the crack of dawn, he encountered members of the Broken Army? He needed to retreat. Thoughts raced through Jiang Han's mind. His whereabouts had been compromised. What if Han Linfeng had laid an ambush for him? Or worse, what if Han Shiqi had taken matters into his own hands? Jiang Han, unwilling to take risks, dashed down the mountain. However, barely having traversed 2 peaks, he stumbled upon another trio of Broken Army members. Much like the first, they avoided him, opting to take a detour without uttering a word. Something was amiss. Jiang Han's gaze turned steely. This time, he hesitated not. He sprinted for a distance before employing his earth traversal technique, diving underground with the intent of hastening his return to Yunming Mountain. Utilizing the earth traversal technique 3 times, Jiang Han found himself at the outermost region. After scaling another 5 or 6 peaks, he would be nearing Yunming Mountain. Just as he emerged from the ground, he heard soft footsteps to his left. A figure in black garb, wearing a ghostly mask, materialized before him. Jiang Han locked eyes with the masked assailant and, in a sudden burst of instinct, unsheathed his battle blade, charging towards the figure. In the depths of the masked man's gaze, he discerned a chilling intent to kill. This specter was coming for him. Chapter 40. The assassin. The figure emerged from the thicket 2 zhang to the left, just as Jiang Han had climbed out of the subterranean tunnel, leaving him with no time to return. Should he employ his earth-piercing technique to burrow underground, his back would be entirely exposed to the masked figure, who could easily strike him down with a single blow. Thus, he had no choice but to charge at this individual. Although uncertain of the man's prowess, Jiang Han sensed an imminent threat. His true intention was not to engage in a life-and-death struggle, but rather to escape. To flee, he needed to create an opportune moment. Hence, his proactive assault. The masked figure remained stationary, his back slightly arched, wielding a pitch-black sword, his gaze fixed on Jiang Han with a predatory intensity. A master. Recognizing the man's demeanor and expression, Jiang Han discerned that he was a seasoned warrior, battle-hardened through countless confrontations. Although he remained still, his sword was poised to deliver a lethal strike at any instant. 2 zhang, 1 zhang. Jiang Han leaped high into the air, his body suspended as he swung his long knife from behind with tremendous force, accompanied by a piercing whistle through the air, aiming a heavy blow at the masked figure. Yet, the man remained unmoved, his eyes locked onto Jiang Han, drawing nearer. Just as the blade was about to cleave his forehead, he rolled to the ground, swiftly arcing his sword backward. Behind him, Jiang Han's figure was just coalescing, when he caught sight of a blinding flash of sword light. A surge of panic gripped him. Had this man anticipated his true trajectory? Was he adept at the art of shadow shifting, or did he possess extraordinary reflexes? Jiang Han was uncertain. He could only retreat hastily. His response, however, was too late, or perhaps the man's attack was simply too swift. The sword light flickered before him, and a sharp pain surged through his lower abdomen. The blade had sliced open his flesh, leaving a long, narrow gash. Buzz! Instantly, he unleashed the shadow-shifting technique. Reappearing 2 zhang away, one hand pressed against his abdomen, blood gushed forth, and his complexion turned ghastly pale. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly, after shifting He had opted not to attack but to retreat explosively. Otherwise, that strike could have severed his intestines, turning the mountain into his grave. Whoosh! The masked figure showed no signs of hesitation, darting toward him with blinding speed, his sword twisting like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at his face. A second-tier master of the mysterious abyss realm, Jiang Han sensed that the masked man was indeed a formidable opponent of considerable strength. Yet, it was not merely his realm that posed a threat. The man's combat capabilities were exceptional, his reflexes alarmingly rapid. Buzz! With gritted teeth. Jiang Han was compelled to unleash the shadow-shifting technique once more. The frequent use of this skill would rapidly deplete his mental energy. If he continued to activate it repeatedly, he would soon find himself dizzy and potentially unconscious. Yet, he had no other options. Failing to employ this technique would mean certain death. Whoosh! As he materialized several zhang to the left, a sound of slicing air reached his ears, and a brilliant sword light expanded rapidly within his vision. Jiang Han inwardly lamented. This man's reaction speed was indeed monstrous. Could he truly perceive the trajectory of his instantaneous movement? Thus, Jiang Han continuously employed the technique of shadow shifting. Each time his true form barely materialized, the sword of the ghost-faced man would lunge toward him. Jiang Han had no respite to catch his breath. He was compelled to repeatedly invoke his divine abilities, lest he be fatally struck. The blood from his abdomen flowed increasingly, and although he possessed healing elixirs, he lacked the time to consume them. His complexion paled, and his heart raced with anxiety. If this continued, he would inevitably be slain by the ghost-faced man. Ahead, there lay a cave. After another swift teleportation of 3 zhang, Jiang Han suddenly beheld a dark cave several zhang to his left. It likely served as the lair of a beast. Elated, he again utilized the shadow-shifting technique twice. Finding himself within the cave, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately employed the mountain-boring technique to excavate a passage, plunging into the depths of the mountain. The ghost-faced man soared toward him, arriving at the entrance of the tunnel Jiang Han had burrowed. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. He paused for a few breaths. Then, sword in hand, pursued him through the tunnel. As the ghost-faced man entered the tunnel, 3 figures emerged from the nearby thicket. Leading them was Jiang Peng, accompanied by the 2 Gan brothers. Jiang Han is truly formidable. He has not perished. Gan Yu quietly marveled, reflecting, this assassin is a bronze-ranked killer. He managed to injure him in a single encounter, yet still allowed him to escape. Those 2,000 Xian stones were not spent in vain. Jiang Ping remarked coldly. Was my decision incorrect? Rather than hiring 2 iron-ranked killers, it is wiser to enlist a bronze-ranked one. Jiang Han cannot escape this time. His speed is limited. And even if he can burrow underground, where can he evade to? It won't be long before his corpse is brought back. Let us wait here. Wait here? Gan Mao expressed concern. Shall we not return to the pavilion first? The assassin has completed his task and will bring back Jiang Han's head to the Dark City. There is no need for us to waste time here. If we are discovered, it could spell trouble. What is there to fear? Jiang Ping snorted derisively. We have not engaged. We are merely passing through here. It has no bearing on us. Moreover, the captain has assigned someone to monitor Left Yi and the others. They will notify us as soon as they descend the mountain. I shall remain here today. When Jiang Han's corpse is returned, I will have him dismembered 1,000 times to avenge my father's murder. Very well. Gan Mao and Gan Yu, who had arrived at the pavilion later, acknowledged Jiang Peng's higher status, having reached the 9th level of the Purple Mansion before them. With Jiang Peng's declaration, they refrained from further argument. The 3 retreated into the thicket, quietly awaiting the assassin's return with Jiang Han's body. Boom. Deep within the mountain, several zhang beneath the surface, Jiang Han struck the top of the tunnel behind him with a mighty punch. His strength was formidable. With one blow, he collapsed a significant portion of the tunnel ceiling, sealing off a section behind him. After obstructing the tunnel, he immediately resumed digging forward. His cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, and naturally, he could not match the speed of the ghost-faced man pursuing him. He needed to continue excavating the tunnel, which would inevitably take some time. He was determined not to be caught and had no choice but to collapse the tunnel behind him. Boom. A sudden explosion echoed from behind, as the tunnel he had collapsed was effortlessly breached by the ghost-faced figure. However, the speed of this specter was inevitably hampered. Damn it, the vengeful spirit just wouldn't relent. Jiang Han retrieved a healing elixir and swallowed it, feeling the commotion behind him. Gritting his teeth, he continued to excavate the tunnel. It seemed that the ghost-faced figure was determined to pursue him until death. Unafraid of demise, was it? Then let the chase continue. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. After delivering 2 powerful punches that further caved in the tunnel behind him, he began to dig at a downward angle. The deeper he descended, the thinner the air would become, making each breath increasingly laborious. If he were to dig down 1,000 or 2,000 zhang, both of them might suffocate. Jiang Han found himself in a dire situation. His mountain-moving technique was not an ability he could wield indefinitely. Prolonged use would drain his stamina, leaving him too weak to even walk, since he couldn't shake off the ghost-faced figure in the short term. He had no choice but to take a risky gamble. If it came to it, they would perish together. In the tunnel, merely 5 or 6 zhang behind Jiang Han. The ghost-faced figure had just breached the passageway and noticed it slanting further downward. Hesitation flickered in his eyes. The deeper he went, the more difficult breathing would become, and the invisible pressure would mount, rendering the situation uncontrollable. The dilemma was that if he did not pursue, Jiang Han would easily escape, resulting in the failure of his mission. Pursue. A glint of determination gleamed in his eyes. As a killer, he possessed a fundamental esoteric skill, the turtle breathing technique. His mastery of this technique was quite advanced. He could survive without breathing for 2 to 3 incense sticks worth of time. He refused to believe that Jiang Han could endure longer than he could. Chapter 41. The Golden Ancient Coffin 300 zhang. At a depth of 300 zhang beneath the surface, Jiang Han found it increasingly difficult to breathe, his pace beginning to slow. The lack of oxygen rendered his mind somewhat hazy. The bleeding from his abdomen, a result of swallowing healing medicine, had begun to subside. Yet he had already lost a considerable amount of blood, leaving his body gradually weakened. The specter of the masked assassin behind him also felt the strain of breathlessness. His caution as a killer prevented him from pursuing too closely, lest Jiang Han, in his final moments, strike back with all his might, leading to mutual destruction. He sensed Jiang Han's diminishing speed and perceived his frailty. Bloodstains marked the ground along their path. And with Jiang Han's physical strength as a mere 9th level of the Purple Mansion, how could he not be weakened after losing so much blood? Thus, the assassin remained patient, confident in his mastery of the tortoise-breathing technique. He did not believe Jiang Han could endure longer than he could. He intended to wait until Jiang Han suffocated under the oppressive weight of the earth. At 500 zhang, Jiang Han gasped for air, yet it felt utterly insufficient, as if a soaked cloth had been pressed over his mouth and nose. His complexion turned crimson, and his eyes bulged slightly. He had once entertained the thought of digging down 1,000 or 2,000 zhang, but now that seemed like the ravings of a madman. Deep down, he understood that if he continued to dig downwards, at most 300 zhang more, he would suffocate to death. The dilemma was, what could he do? The masked figure relentlessly pursued him, maintaining a distance of about 7 or 8 zhang. Collapsing the tunnel proved futile. He did not possess the mist from Jiang family town, which could have been useful in this situation. He had no choice but to continue digging downwards. With bloodshot eyes and gritted teeth, Jiang Han repeatedly unleashed his earth-boring technique. His stamina severely depleted. Gritting his teeth, driven by an indomitable will, he pressed on. At 700 zhang, Jiang Han felt himself nearing his limit, hallucinations clouding his mind. His vision blurred, revealing a parade of familiar yet strange faces. He saw the imposing visage of his father, Jiang Heshui, the gentle smile of his mother, and the clear, childlike eyes of Jiangli. Perseverance. Behind him, the masked assassin gasped for air, his tortoise-breathing technique having been in use for quite some time. He was nearing his breaking point, astonished that Jiang Han below was still managing to dig. He decided to wait for just half a stick of incense longer. The assassin's eyes flickered as he made a decision. He could not afford to wait any longer. If Jiang Han had not lost consciousness after half a stick of incense, he would have to force a kill. Below, Jiang Han's eyes had closed, his body limp, yet his hands continued to radiate a dim yellow glow, instinctively swinging downwards. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, a fierce determination compelled him to keep digging. Suddenly, Jiang Han felt his grip loosen, as if he had hollowed out the mountain itself. A rush of cold, fresh air enveloped him, instantly reviving his dazed senses. What was happening? He then realized that his body was plummeting uncontrollably, having breached the top of a vast underground cavern. What lay below? In the next moment, Jiang Han was struck by a jolt, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, he found himself within a cavern, an expansive one at that, measuring approximately 100 feet in length and width. At the cavern's base lay a pool of water, which appeared anything but ordinary. It resembled a liquid akin to mercury, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the enormous golden coffin that floated atop the mercury-like liquid. Each corner of the golden coffin was bound by massive golden chains, secured to the colossal stones at the four corners of the pool. Jiang Han had unearthed a cavern, within which lay a small pool brimming with this mercury-like liquid, upon which rested a colossal golden coffin, measuring 2 to 3 yards in length. The bizarre spectacle sent shivers down his spine. Furthermore, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him, an instinctive urge warning him to keep his distance from the golden coffin. He inhaled deeply, casting his gaze around, contemplating the use of a teleportation technique to position himself in a far corner of the cavern. But at that very moment, the golden coffin suddenly emitted a faint glow, illuminating the cavern more brightly. Then, from the pool beneath the coffin, countless slender green vines shot forth at a terrifying velocity, racing towards Jiang Han. What was happening? Jiang Han's expression changed drastically, and he brandished his blade, severing several of the green tendrils. However, there were simply too many, at least tens of thousands. He was soon ensnared by the vines, which swiftly dragged him toward the depths of the pool. Whoosh! As Jiang Han was pulled into the water, the tunnel above the cavern was breached, and the ghost-faced man shot out, witnessing Jiang Han being engulfed by the tendrils. What was going on? The ghost-faced man was taken aback, his body uncontrollably descending. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, thousands of vines surged towards him from below. Bang! 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 He swung his sword in a frenzy, severing over a dozen vines. Yet, there were simply too many, and he too was soon ensnared. Dragged downwards to the depths of the pool, just like Jiang Han. Cursing under his breath, the ghost-faced man was utterly blindsided by this turn of events. In pursuit of Jiang Han, he had unwittingly stumbled into a bizarre tomb. With such peculiar vines lurking within, he found himself powerless, unable to retaliate, and helplessly watching as he faced a watery demise. Death was not something he feared. As an assassin, he had long prepared himself for the inevitability of death. However, to perish in such a sinister manner, in such an extraordinary fashion, was beyond his comprehension. Bang! Both Jiang Han and the ghost-faced man were dragged to the bottom of the pool, struggling like two drowning children. Yet, no matter how fiercely they fought, the countless vines held them fast, relentlessly pulling them deeper into the abyss. This was not right. These vines were siphoning my life force. Moments later, the ghost-faced man discovered a more terrifying truth. Each vine bore tiny, sharp thorns that pierced his skin, visibly draining his life essence at an alarming rate. It was not just him. Similarly, Jiang Han found himself in a dire predicament. The skin of both individuals rapidly succumbed to the ravages of age. As their once robust muscles began to gradually wither, though they had yet to drown, they soon transformed into gaunt, elderly figures. Their hair is stark white and their brows devoid of color. Their faces were etched with deep wrinkles, resembling the gnarled bark of ancient trees, presenting an exceedingly terrifying visage. It was over. Jiang Han weakly closed his eyes, feeling the essence of life swiftly ebbing away, to the point where he lacked even the strength to move a single finger. At that very moment, a radiant golden light erupted from the celestial beast cauldron within his mind, and the cauldron began to whirl rapidly. The images of various mythical beasts etched upon its walls seemed to come alive, moving restlessly. An extraordinarily bizarre phenomenon unfolded. Initially, Jiang Han's life force was being incessantly drained by the creeping vines, but as the celestial beast cauldron spun, the very essence that had been siphoned away began to flow back into him. A torrent of potent life energy surged from the vines, infiltrating Jiang Han's body. His corporeal form restored at a visibly astonishing pace, his muscles regained their former vitality, and his aged visage was rejuvenated in an instant, transforming from white hair and beard to a deep, lustrous black. In the blink of an eye, silken tresses turned white as snow, only to revert to youthful brilliance once more. Chapter 42. Only death in the next moment. An astonishing event unfolded before Jiang Han. The heavenly beast cauldron spun incessantly, and Jiang Han discovered that the white liquid within the pool surged violently towards him, being rapidly absorbed by the cauldron. In mere moments, the water level of the pool, spanning several meters in diameter, had astonishingly diminished by half. With a resounding splash, the golden giant coffin that floated upon the water's surface was left suspended in the air due to the drastic drop in water level. The coffin quivered slightly, and the four golden chains rattled ominously. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura emanated from within the golden coffin, suffocating Jiang Han with its oppressive force. In that instant, it felt as though a superlative beast was awakening from within the coffin, causing Jiang Han's body and spirit to tremble. The heavenly beast cauldron continued to whirl madly, voraciously absorbing the white liquid from the pool, causing the water level to plummet further. Jiang Han's body descended rapidly along with the receding water. The ghastly figure beside him shared a similar fate, though now he had been reduced to mere skin and bones, his eyes filled with terror. His breath flickering like a dying candle, teetering on the brink of oblivion. He fixated on Jiang Han, a flicker of astonishment and reluctance flashing in his gaze. Bound by the creeping vines, his life force had been drained. Why was Jiang Han seemingly unscathed? He could not pass into the afterlife in peace. In 30 breaths, the white liquid within the pool was entirely consumed, revealing a barren bottom. The vines ensnaring Jiang Han had transformed from a vibrant green to a parched yellow, resembling desiccated tree roots that would crumble to dust at the slightest touch. With a tumultuous clatter, the golden giant coffin trembled even more violently. Its 4 iron chains thrashing fiercely, the aura emanating from within growing increasingly terrifying. It seemed as though a colossal beast was sealed within the golden coffin, poised to break free at any moment. Drawing in deep breaths, Jiang Han gritted his teeth against the overwhelming pressure. His inner energy surged rapidly as he shook his arms and legs, shattering the vines that ensnared him. Elation surged within him. Without hesitation, he charged towards the wall. A dark yellow glow emanated from his palms as he employed the tunneling technique to carve out an escape route and dashed inside. As he fled, the golden giant coffin swayed violently, releasing an aura of unspeakable terror. Yet, aside from that, it exhibited no further actions. Jiang Han had successfully escaped, and the golden coffin gradually returned to a state of tranquility, suspended in midair. Below, only the desiccated pool remained, along with the ghastly figure. A withered corpse with wide-open eyes, staring up at the giant coffin above. After traversing several dozen meters, Jiang Han gasped for breath, his body still trembling, and his eyes filled with fear. The aura from within the golden ancient coffin was overwhelmingly terrifying, akin to a 3-year-old child confronting an ancient dragon, causing his very soul to shudder. Buzz, the heavenly beast cauldron, having absorbed all the white liquid from the pool, gradually slowed its rotation, ultimately returning to a state of calm. Jiang Han sensed a change and had just begun to relax when, to his astonishment, the heavenly beast cauldron began to exude streams of peculiar white energy. This energy rapidly enveloped his entire being, vanishing without a trace in an instant. This. Soon, Jiang Han felt an intense heat surging through him, as if he had been tossed into a furnace, writhing in agony within the cave. His pores began to exude streams of black liquid, enveloping him in a foul stench. The searing sensation persisted for what felt like an eternity, and Jiang Han felt as though he had been rolling in a cauldron of oil, covered in black grime and emitting a putrid odor. However, once the heat subsided, he sensed a remarkable transformation within himself, as if he had been reborn. His body was infused with explosive power, feeling 2 to 3 times more potent than before. With a resounding roar, he struck the wall of the passage behind him with a powerful fist, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. And a section of the wall collapsed, measuring over 2 yards in length. Indeed, Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with realization. His strength had indeed doubled at the very least. The white energy emanating from the heavenly beast cauldron had metamorphosed his physical form, granting him a profound transformation. The eerie underground cavern, the mysterious silver liquid, the terrifying green vines, and the spine-chilling golden ancient coffin all contributed to an atmosphere of dread. Moreover, the sudden activation of the heavenly beast cauldron had saved his life, absorbing a pool of white liquid and now transmitting enigmatic energy that facilitated his physical evolution. Jiang Han's mind was inundated with an overwhelming sense of shock and confusion. Yet he had no time to ponder further, as the tunnel began to collapse and the air grew thin, situated over 700 yards beneath the surface. And now perilously close to the golden coffin, Jiang Han dared not linger. He commenced a swift ascent, digging upwards for several dozen yards before adjusting his direction towards the original excavation. The subterranean air was too sparse, and having expended considerable energy, he could no longer sustain the mountain-piercing technique. Thus, he continued to excavate until he rediscovered the original tunnel, following it upwards. Having narrowly escaped death, he was still haunted by the experience, racing forward without pause. After 3 incense sticks worth of time, he had traversed 600 or 700 yards, and the air began to grow fresher, indicating that the cave's exit was near. He inhaled deeply, replenishing his strength, his pace gradually slowing. Yet the horrific images from earlier lingered in his mind. A glimmer of light appeared ahead, and Jiang Han touched the black grime on his face, instinctively preparing himself. Although the ghostly figure had only manifested once, who could say if there were others lurking nearby? As he approached the cave's mouth, he discerned the sound of footsteps pacing outside. His gaze turned icy as he halted, crouching low and straining to listen to the commotion beyond. It had been quite some time. Why hadn't the assassins emerged? Could it be that Jiang Han had fled to another peak, and the assassins had pursued him there? Jiang Ping, let us return to await news. After all, if the assassins have succeeded in eliminating Jiang Han, the Dark City will surely inform us. These few murmured words penetrated Jiang Han's consciousness, igniting a fierce wave of murderous intent within him. The revelations contained within those 3 sentences illuminated many truths for him. The ghost-faced man is the assassin summoned by Jiang Peng and his companions from the Dark City, which explains his formidable prowess. Had it not been for the serendipitous discovery of a cavern beneath, along with the enigmatic vines, and had he not possessed the celestial beast cauldron, he would have already succumbed to death. After residing in Yuming Pavilion for over 2 months, Jiang Han's bloodlust had diminished compared to before. However, upon hearing the words of Jiang Ping and the others, the pent-up resentment buried deep within him could no longer be contained. Ignoring his weakened state, he swiftly advanced towards the cave's entrance. At the cave's mouth, Jiang Ping and his 2 companions heard the sound of footsteps, and a flicker of hope ignited within them, believing the ghost-faced man had emerged. Yet, they were not foolish enough to approach the cave's entrance. Instead, they cautiously peered from a distance. Whoosh! Jiang Han shot out from the cave, his entire form smeared with dark stains, resembling a figure made of mud. Jiang Ping and the others were momentarily taken aback, struggling to recognize Jiang Han, who hardly resembled an assassin from the Dark City. Die! Jiang Han roared, refraining from employing his shadow-shifting technique. Instead, he unleashed the power of his fury and executed the 7-fold blade technique, striking directly at the foremost figure, Gan Mao. Clang! Gan Mao, no fool himself, swiftly drew his longsword, gripping it firmly with both hands. The glow of his mystical energy illuminating the blade as he angled it to parry Jiang Han's strike. Upon invoking the power of his fury, Jiang Han's strength surged exponentially, surpassing that of a mere 3rd layer of the mystical abyss realm. Coupled with his recent physical transformation, the force behind this strike was nothing short of terrifying. Boom! Gan Mao's sword was instantly wrenched from his grasp as Jiang Han's blade pierced through, cleaving into Gan Mao's chest. Gan Mao was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the stone wall of the cavern. His chest became a grotesque mess of blood and flesh as he rolled twice on the ground, convulsed momentarily, and then fell lifeless. Second brother! Gan Yu's eyes blazed with fury. His visage contorted in anguish as he let out a mournful cry and charged at Jiang Han with reckless abandon. Whoosh! Meanwhile, upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Peng trembled, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled frantically from the cave. He recognized Jiang Han. The ghost-faced man had not emerged, but Jiang Han had. Regardless of whether Jiang Han had slain the ghost-faced man, they were no match for him. To remain would mean certain death. Chapter 43. A Glimmer of Hope. Jiang Han, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion, faced off against Gan Yu, who merely months prior was at the 7th layer. Striking down Gan Yu was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. In mere moments, Jiang Han evaded one of Gan Yu's attacks and retaliated with a swift, lethal blow, ending Gan Yu's life. During the fray, he astonishingly realized that after the metamorphosis of his physical form, not only had his strength significantly increased, but his reaction speed had also seen a remarkable enhancement, akin to experiencing a 2-tier ascension in his realm. After dispatching Gan Yu, Jiang Han hastily fled. For having crossed the threshold of bloodshed, he could not allow Jiang Peng to escape. In Jiang Family Town, he had acted similarly. Either he refrained from striking, or he ensured his adversaries met their demise. Jiang Peng had a brief head start, but Jiang Han's newfound speed, a consequence of his physical transformation, allowed him to close the distance swiftly. Hearing the ominous sound of Jiang Han's approach, Jiang Peng was engulfed in dread. Upon glancing back, he saw Jiang Han mere yards away and cried out in desperation, "Jiang Han, spare me. We are both part of the Yuming Pavilion. The ironclad laws of the sect forbid us from killing one another, or you will surely perish." With a cold laugh, Jiang Han retorted, "When you hired assassins to eliminate me, did you not fear the laws of the pavilion? Is it permissible for you to kill me while I am forbidden to retaliate? Such logic is utterly nonsensical." "I was wrong." Jiang Pu shouted again, "My father left me 3,000 Xian stones. I have spent 1,000. But I can offer you the remaining 2,000. We are of the same Jiang clan. There is no need for such enmity. I assure you, I shall no longer target you. I will return to Jiang Family Town, and for the rest of my life, I will never cross paths with you again. Please, do not kill me." It was too late. In a swift motion, Jiang Han appeared before Jiang Ping, his blade imbued with a chilling intent. aimed directly at Jiang Peng's face. Overwhelmed with terror, Jiang Peng was unable to react, and Jiang Han's strike sent him flying, shattering his skull in the process. Jiang Han, holding the bloodied blade, approached Jiang Peng's lifeless body and spoke with a stoic expression. Had you returned to Jiang family town and refrained from seeking trouble, I might have shown mercy, but if you wish to take my life, be prepared to lose yours. As he surveyed the scene, Jiang Han noticed a spatial ring on Jiang Peng's finger, likely belonging to Jiang Xiaotian. The 2,000 Xian stones Jiang Peng had mentioned were likely contained within. Without hesitation, Jiang Han removed the spatial ring and then dragged Jiang Peng's corpse toward the cave. Having taken a life, he could not abandon the body here. The presence of numerous members from the Broken Army squad the previous day posed a grave risk. If they discovered the bodies of the three, he would be the prime suspect. Thus, he needed to dispose of the remains and leave no evidence behind. Upon returning to the cave, Jiang Han pondered briefly before binding the three corpses with some vines and dragging them toward the earlier passage. As he descended, nearing the entrance of the cavern housing the colossal golden coffin, he cast the three bodies into the abyss below. Lying nearby, he sensed the encroaching vines below swiftly entangle the corpses, which reassured him enough to make his way back. As he retraced his steps, he collapsed the passageway behind him. 700 fathoms beneath the earth, he could scarcely believe that anyone could excavate their way to this point. The air was far too thin. Even those of the profound abyss realm would likely struggle to endure it. Even if one were to reach this depth, would they dare descend further? The menacing vines posed a grave threat. It was likely that even two practitioners of the mountain sea realm would find it perilous to survive here. Moreover, the terrifying entity contained within the golden giant coffin was a daunting prospect. Should it break free from its seal, who could withstand its wrath? After collapsing the tunnel entirely, Jiang Han proceeded to cleanse the cavern and the blood outside before hastily departing. Nearby, he discovered a small stream to wash himself, utilizing profound energy to dry his garments. Without further delay, Jiang Han swiftly made his way down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of Yiming Mountain, he was met with the astonished expressions of two disciples guarding the area. They dared not inquire or obstruct him, allowing Jiang Han to ascend the mountain unimpeded. He returned smoothly to the God of Death courtyard, where everything appeared normal. Niu Ming was still basking in the sun, dozing off, while Jiang Li remained in seclusion, diligently cultivating his profound energy. After taking another cleansing bath and donning a fresh set of clothes, Jiang Han sat on his bed, reflecting on the events that had transpired earlier. Meanwhile, Han Linfeng received word of Jiang Han's return and cursed Jiang Ping and his companions for their incompetence. He promptly instructed someone to summon the breakthrough squad back, as Jiang Han's return rendered their wandering aimless. Sitting on his bed for an hour, Jiang Han's mind gradually settled. He sorted through his thoughts, deciding not to disclose the deaths of Jiang Ping and the others to anyone, including Zuoyi and the others. It was not a matter of distrust. Rather, he believed that their knowledge of the incident would only bring them trouble. He was the one who had committed the act, and he would bear the consequences alone. Furthermore, he opted not to report the existence of the golden giant coffin. As the bodies of Jiang Ping and his companions lay there, reporting it would expose his crime. Additionally, the place was too enigmatic. He feared that Ling Yuming might not withstand the revelation, and reporting it could endanger her. What secrets lay within the golden giant coffin? Jiang Han was intensely curious. Yet he understood that his current strength was insufficient for such an exploration, which would likely lead to his demise. Therefore, this secret must remain locked within his heart, to be revisited only when he possessed formidable power. This ring cannot remain. Jiang Han retrieved Jiang Peng's spatial ring, which, despite containing 2,000 profound stones and likely many treasures, had been bound to Jiang Peng's blood. To erase the mark of ownership, he would need to consult a weapon master. Otherwise, he would be unable to extract its contents. Seeking a weapon master posed a substantial risk of exposure. The ring also contained Jiang Peng's belongings, which, if discovered, would serve as damning evidence of his crime. With a firm grip, he crushed the spatial ring. Upon its shattering, the contained space would collapse, and all items stored within would be ground to dust by the overwhelming force of space. Engaging in closed-door cultivation, Jiang Han settled into a meditative position, resolving to practice for 2 hours, striving to completely forget the morning's events. Overthinking served no purpose. He had resolved to deny everything. He could not cultivate profound energy, but sought a means to unlock the secrets of the profound abyss. His consciousness immersed in the depths of the purple mansion. He contemplated the divine altar before him. Subsequently, he focused his spirit on the path of his mysterious energy. contemplating his entire body in search of the hidden depths of the enigmatic abode. After a brief interval, his energy flowed through a principal meridian located in his lower abdomen, where it narrowed significantly. Upon navigating this constricted segment, the meridian made a sudden and pronounced turn, causing it to expand, and the speed of his energy circulation increased exponentially. At that moment, a vivid image unexpectedly flashed in Jiang Han's mind. He recalled the harrowing pursuit by the masked figure, on the verge of losing consciousness. As his hands tore through the cavern that housed the colossal golden sarcophagus, the instant he inhaled the fresh air of that expansive space, he felt as if he had been reborn. Winding paths led to hidden wonders, the willows cast shadows, and flowers bloomed brightly, revealing a world of clarity. Jiang Han's soul trembled. He was suddenly imbued with an enlightening sensation, as the perplexing dilemmas that had long plagued him began to unravel at this very moment. He hastily channeled his energy, forcefully striking the corner of the principal meridian. Gradually, an opening emerged, allowing a continuous influx of energy to surge through. The aperture widened, revealing the mysterious entrance to a hidden sanctuary. With the unlocking of the enigmatic abode, Jiang Han transcended into the realm of profound mysteries. Chapter 44. Cultivating strawberries. At the moment the secret vault of the mysterious depths opened, a torrent of energy surged forth, enveloping Jiang Han entirely. He felt his physical form undergoing a profound metamorphosis. This is the advantage of unlocking a secret vault. Both the body and soul are transformed upon its revelation. The vast disparity between the purple abyss and the mysterious depths is attributed to this phenomenon. Ancient sages have long proclaimed that within each person lies an innate divine formation. Upon birth, this formation commences its operation, autonomously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to transmute it into formidable power, which remains sealed within the individual. Opening a secret vault is but a partial activation of this celestial formation. The energy sealed within for countless years are released, nourishing the corporeal vessel. Furthermore, with a portion of the innate divine formation activated, one's alignment with the cosmos is enhanced, facilitating accelerated cultivation. There exists a timeless adage among the folk: human potential is boundless. This potential is akin to a secret vault. As one continuously excavates it, they become increasingly formidable. This encapsulates the essence of cultivation. Jiang Han paid no heed to the energy engulfing him. He summoned a substantial amount of profound strength and channeled it into the mysterious depths, striving to stabilize and gradually enlarge the vault. Once a secret vault is opened, the unique energies within begin to dissipate, leading to a gradual contraction until it ultimately vanishes. Therefore, warriors must construct a divine altar within to secure the vault. Upon the successful establishment of a 9-tiered altar, the vault will be thoroughly fortified, providing an unending source of energy and unleashing formidable combat prowess. Jiang Han remained undisturbed, dedicating an entire afternoon and night to his seclusion. Jiang Li was unaware of his return and did not interrupt him. It was not until dawn the following day that Jiang Han concluded his cultivation. At the moment he opened his eyes, his aura had undeniably intensified. Additionally, due to the extraordinary energies transmitted by the celestial beast cauldron, he underwent a profound cleansing of his marrow and channels, leading to significant changes in his complexion and overall demeanor. Jiang Han's appearance, which could only be considered above average with a hint of youthful elegance, now bore a strikingly ethereal quality post-transformation. Perhaps his features were not exceptionally handsome, but at this moment, an extraordinary aura emanated from him, enhancing his allure. He rose and made his way outside, his stomach growling after a prolonged period of cultivation. He found Jiang Li, who was already awake and beamed with joy upon seeing him. Oh! Jiang Li gazed intently at Jiang Han, quickly noticing the difference. With her beautiful, pearl-like eyes widened, she exclaimed, "Brother, you seem somewhat different. You look even more handsome." Jiang Han offered a gentle smile, ruffling Jiang Li's hair as he replied, "Perhaps it is due to my breakthrough into the mysterious depths? Wow, brother, you are truly impressive." Jiang Li's eyes curved into crescent moons, her face radiant with admiration. After exchanging a few casual words, Jiang Han led her towards the dining hall. Upon their arrival, they spotted Niu Ming sitting alone in a corner, devouring steamed buns with great enthusiasm. "Niu, brother," Jiang Han greeted, to which Niu Ming responded with a hearty smile, continuing his meal without uttering a word. Niu Ming, whether due to his character or a lack of mental acuity, was a man of few words. He primarily engaged in eating and sleeping, rarely dedicating time to cultivation. Strangely, however, his progress in cultivation was remarkably swift, which piqued Jiang Han's curiosity. After finishing his meal, Jiang Han escorted Jiang Li back and then made his way to the administrative hall. According to the regulations of the sect, there were rewards for successfully breaking through to the Xianyu realm. The standard rewards included 10 bottles of medicinal pills, a volume of earth-tier techniques, and a piece of Xian crystal. While the pills and techniques were of little consequence, the Xian crystal was of utmost importance. It was an essential component for constructing the Xianyu altar. Building the altar within the Zifu secret treasury was straightforward, requiring only the condensation of Xian power. However, the altars beyond the Xianyu realm were a different matter. Each layer of the altar required Xian crystal and other special materials. Otherwise, the altar would be unstable and prone to collapse. Jiang Han was not entirely versed in the specifics and planned to claim his reward first before consulting with Sui Xinghe and others. After all, having just broken through, he was in no rush to construct the altar. Solidifying the Xianyu secret treasury would take at least 10 days to half a month. Upon arriving at the administrative hall, he encountered the same steward, Steward Chun. After explaining his purpose, Jiang Han noticed a flicker of surprise as Steward Chun raised an eyebrow. It was remarkable that Jiang Han had advanced from the 7th layer of the Zifu to the Xianyu realm in just over 2 months since entering the sect. Typically, progressing from the 7th to the 9th layer of the Zifu was relatively simple, but breaking through to the Xianyu realm was no small feat. Many disciples had languished at this threshold for over a decade. Was Jiang Han's talent truly so extraordinary? Having awakened his divine powers in the Zifu realm and then breaking through to the Xianyu realm, he was now akin to a tiger with wings. It seemed that within a few years, he could overshadow his peers and rise as a paragon among the younger generation of the sect. If it were anyone else, Steward Chin would have been elated. However, Jiang Han was associated with Zhuoyi, and by extension, with Ling Yuming. This connection left Steward Chin feeling somewhat disgruntled. He scrutinized Jiang Han with a stony expression, confirming his breakthrough to the Xianyu realm. With a flick of his wrist, a spatial ring appeared, producing 3 bottles of pills and a booklet. He tossed them to Jiang Han, saying, "This is your reward for breaking through to the Xianyu realm. Return and cultivate diligently." Jiang Han accepted the pills and the booklet, casting a cursory glance at them before his expression darkened. The booklet contained a technique of high-grade yellow tier. According to sect regulations, he should have received a volume of earth-tier techniques. Moreover, there were only 3 bottles of medicinal pills. Where was the Xian crystal? Suppressing his indignation, he clasped his hands and said, "Steward Chin, there seems to be an error. According to sect regulations, shouldn't there be 10 bottles of pills? And shouldn't the technique be of earth tier? Additionally, what about the Xian crystal?" Steward Chun's countenance darkened as he replied coldly, "The sect has recently faced excessive expenditure, and the higher-ups have mandated frugality. You will not be shortchanged, remember this. And once the treasury is replenished, you will naturally receive the remainder." Jiang Han was left speechless. Steward Chin's blatant dishonesty was outrageous. Promising to make up for it later? That was hardly likely. He could not be bothered to argue over such trivial matters, not wanting to cause a stir with Zhuoyi. He simply clasped his hands again and turned to leave. Humph, as if he could have it all. Steward Chin scoffed twice. Had he not feared the repercussions from the punishment hall, he would not have even given Jiang Han those 3 bottles of pills. He would have to find a way to earn Xian stones himself. On his way back, Jiang Han pondered deeply. The internal affairs hall was the domain of Han Shiqi, and the allocation of resources within the hall was entirely at their discretion. If he wished to obtain resources for cultivation through the Cloud Dream Pavilion, it seemed he would never rise to prominence in this lifetime. However, in the Xianyu realm, he could devise a plan to hunt the demonic beasts on the heavenly beast cauldron to acquire divine powers. Jiang Han recalled another matter. His physical body had undergone 2 transformations, greatly enhancing his combat prowess, and he should now be capable of slaying ordinary 2nd-tier demonic beasts. Rustling sounds echoed as he arrived outside the Killing God courtyard, just in time to see Jiang Lang returning. This chubby fellow had a red mark on his neck, a clear sign that he had been indulging in the dark city the previous night. "Brother Jiang." Jiang Han approached him, pointing at the mark on Jiang Lang's neck. "You still have traces of rouge that you haven't wiped off." "Do I?" Jiang Lang's spatial ring flickered, producing a bronze mirror to check. He rubbed at the red mark, but it remained. In frustration, he exclaimed, "That little minx, she dared to give me a strawberry mark? Just wait until I get my hands on her. I'll make her weep for her mother." Jiang Han blinked, somewhat puzzled, and inquired, "What does give a strawberry mean?" "Ha." Jiang Lang waved his hand dismissively. "You are still young. You'll understand when you grow up." Jiang Han did not press further, surmising that it was not something pleasant. He shifted the conversation to serious matters. Have you heard of any locations where the spirit-devouring python can be found? The spirit-devouring python? Jiang Lang furrowed his brow and replied, "Why are you asking about that? It's a low-tier demonic beast. Its flesh is unpalatable, and its inner core fetches a meager price. Well, it seems there are many in the Tianyuan mine. There was even a python disaster in the past. Last year, Ping Ping and the others were dispatched to exterminate them." Excellent. Jiang Han's eyes brightened. It appeared that the fourth divine power would soon awaken. Chapter 45. The Devouring Spirit Python. The devouring spirit python is a rather commonplace beast, predominantly found within the recesses of mines. Under the auspices of the Yunming Pavilion, there exist 7 or 8 mines, each harboring these serpents, leading to frequent assignments for disciples to exterminate the python hordes. Although these pythons are not particularly large nor exceptionally powerful, their subterranean movements render them elusive and challenging to capture. Furthermore, they emit toxic gas, and should an ordinary disciple be caught in its spray, they may either perish or sustain grievous injuries. The devouring spirit python is a source of considerable concern to the overseers of the mines, as this creature has an insatiable appetite for ore crystals. Often, upon unearthing a vein, one discovers that many of the ore crystals have been consumed by these pythons. Nevertheless, the devouring spirit python does possess a certain utility. For instance, the discovery of one while excavating indicates the proximity of a mineral vein. Having received word of the pythons from Jiang Lang, Jiang Han's mind began to race with possibilities. He conducted a thorough examination and resolved to set off that afternoon to the nearby Tianyuan mine. This particular mine lies not far from Yunming Pavilion, nearly a 2-hour journey away. The mine is well guarded by numerous disciples, and a 9th-level Xianyu realm steward oversees it, notably one affiliated with the Lingya Ming lineage. Thus, his visit to the Tianyuan mine would be exceedingly convenient, alleviating any concerns regarding safety. Having just dispatched Jiang Peng and his companions, Jiang Han was uncertain whether Han Lifeng might seek retribution. He felt an urgent need to enhance his combat prowess. Acquiring an additional divine ability would bolster his strength. After exchanging a few words with Jiang Lang, who appeared unconcerned and merely reminded Jiang Han to exercise caution, Jiang Han returned to provide brief instructions to Jiang Li before descending the mountain alone once more. "Longju, have you yet located them?" In the courtyard of the Broken Army, Han Lifeng cast a grim gaze upon one of his subordinates, inquiring, "Have you scoured the surrounding mountains thoroughly? Are you certain there is no trace of the 3 of them?" A young man in his 20s shook his head and replied, "We have searched extensively. All our team members dispersed, and we even enlisted some ordinary disciples to assist in the search, yet we have found no sign of them." "What of the Dark City?" Han Lifeng pressed. "Has there been any word from the Reverse Dragon Hall? Have the assassins they dispatched returned?" I inquired. Long Ju responded gravely. "They stated they cannot disclose any information due to strict regulations. It appears something has gone awry." Han Lifeng sighed. "Jiang Han returned yesterday morning, and under normal circumstances, Jiang Peng, Ganyu, and the others would surely have returned by last night. The absence of any news at this point suggests an 80% likelihood of their demise. Is Jiang Han responsible?" Long Ju's eyes glinted coldly. "Shall we report him to the discipline hall and have them apprehend him for interrogation? Surely he would not withstand the hall's torturous methods." "Foolish." Han Lifeng shot him a glare. "What evidence do we possess? Without proof, the discipline hall would never apprehend anyone, let alone resort to torture. Do you think Sui Yi and Qi Bing would remain indifferent? Furthermore, if Jiang Peng, Gan Miao, and Gan Yu were indeed slain by Jiang Han, and he possesses evidence of our hiring assassins, he could easily turn the tables on us, and we would find ourselves in dire straits. What then shall we do?" Long Ju expressed his frustration, saying, "Is this matter to be left unresolved? Did Jiang Peng and the others perish for nothing? Let us wait a couple more days." Han Lifeng weakly waved his hand, replying, "If they do not return in 2 days, we shall report to the Internal Affairs Hall, stating that the 3 ventured into the mountains to hunt demonic beasts and may have fallen victim to them. Without evidence, we cannot implicate Jiang Han. Send someone to search once more." "Very well." Long Ju reluctantly conceded and departed. After a brief moment, he returned to report, "Captain, someone just spotted Jiang Han descending the mountain again. Should we pursue him?" "Descending again?" Han Linfeng's eyes flickered, uncertainty clouding his expression. After a brief pause, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Jiang Peng and his companions have mysteriously vanished, with no bodies found. Until we ascertain the situation, we must refrain from acting hastily. Do not rush. As long as Jiang Han remains within Yunming Pavilion, I shall eventually bring about his demise, I swear. Upon descending the mountain, Jiang Han made his way directly to Tianyuan Mountain. He reached his utmost speed while cautiously surveying his surroundings to ensure he was not being followed. Though he traversed the main road in broad daylight, exercising caution was always prudent. After more than an hour, he arrived at Tianyuan Mountain. This mine originally belonged to a nearby miner family, the Li clan. However, due to their weakness, they could not defend it and were nearly exterminated by the collusion of several prominent families. Consequently, the Li clan ceded the mine to Yunming Pavilion in exchange for protection. At the foot of the mountain, guards were stationed. Dressed in the attire of Yunming Pavilion and bearing the pavilion's token, Jiang Han was allowed passage without hindrance. Upon reaching the summit, a steward approached to greet him. Upon learning that Jiang Han was a member of the Killing God Squad, the steward's demeanor grew even more cordial. He was affiliated with the Li clan, specifically the Ling Yuming faction. Jiang Han politely declined the steward's hospitality and directly expressed his desire to enter the mine to hunt the spirit-devouring python. The steward promptly assigned a Li clan warrior, Li Ling, to guide Jiang Han into the mine. This mine had been excavated for several decades, and its tunnels were labyrinthine. Without the guidance of someone from the Li clan, Jiang Han feared he would become disoriented within. According to Li Ling, this mine was rich in Tianyuan stones, a material used for crafting weapons. Occasionally, some low-quality Shin crystals could be unearthed. Numerous spirit-devouring pythons resided here, with over 100 appearing each month. 3 disciples from the Xianyu realm were stationed within the mine year-round to exterminate these pythons. Although the spirit-devouring python posed minimal danger if one remained cautious to avoid ambushes, they were notoriously difficult to kill because they could burrow into the ground. Once they entered their burrows, pursuit became impossible. The two moved swiftly, covering half an hour's distance before arriving at the deepest part of the mine. Here, Jiang Han observed several miners diligently extracting minerals using specialized tools. Seated atop a stone within the cavern was a young martial artist, and Li Ling introduced him, saying, "This is senior brother Yin Xin, a third-level Xianyu realm practitioner and one of the guardians of this mine." Jiang Han nodded slightly. It seemed that this individual was indeed one of the 3 guardians stationed at the pavilion. Li Ling led Jiang Han over and conveyed the latter's purpose for visiting. Yin Xin cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Han and coldly remarked, "This is sheer folly. Although the devouring spirit python is among the weaker entities of the second tier of demon beasts, it remains a formidable foe. You have only just broken through to the Xianyu realm, and your first level of the Xianyu altar has yet to be established. Are you so eager to court death? Return, and come back only when you have constructed 2 levels of the Xianyu altar." Jiang Han was taken aback. After all his efforts to reach this place, he was now being dismissed. Yet, despite the harshness of Yin Xion's words, they stemmed from a place of concern for his safety, fearing he would fall victim to the devouring spirit python. Exercising patience, he replied, "Thank you for your warning, Senior Brother Yin, but I wish to test my mettle." Yin Xion's expression darkened as he observed the determination in Jiang Han's eyes. With a disdainful smile, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If you seek to embrace death, I cannot hinder you. Li Ling, bear witness to this, should any inquiries arise within the pavilion later. I shall not be held accountable." Chapter 46. Brother Jiang is remarkably powerful. At the bottom of the mine, there were 14 tunnels, each bustling with hundreds of miners at work. Jiang Han accompanied Li Ling as they roamed about, inquiring with the miners regarding the situation. Soon, one miner reported that a spirit-devouring python might appear in their vicinity due to the discovery of the celestial source or the day prior. The presence of serpentine tunnels, as thick as an arm, indicated the likelihood of the python's existence nearby. Jiang Han's spirits lifted. He settled down to meditate and quietly awaited the emergence of the python, with Li Ling by his side. Though Li Ling had only reached the 9th layer of the Purple Palace, making an encounter with the python perilous, Jiang Han belonged to the Killing God Squad, and he remained vigilant. After half an hour, a sudden hissing sound erupted from one of the serpentine tunnels. The nearby miners, seasoned and experienced, swiftly retreated while igniting a type of herb known to repel spirit-devouring pythons. Jiang Han's eyes snapped open as he hastened toward the tunnel, his battle blade drawn and his gaze alight with fervor. "Brother Jiang, be cautious," Li Ling called out, remaining in place, brandishing a torch with the burning herb and watching anxiously. From within the tunnel, a brown serpent's head, the size of a fist, emerged, its triangular eyes gleaming with a blood-red hue. Upon spotting Jiang Han nearby, the creature lunged forth, its massive jaws opening to unleash a noxious gas at an astonishing speed. "Brother Jiang, dodge!" Li Ling shouted in alarm, noticing Jiang Han standing still, frozen in place. The toxic gas possessed devastating corrosive abilities. Even a powerful figure like Yin Xin would be gravely injured, if not killed, if struck. Oh no, why isn't the esteemed figure from Yuming Pavilion evading? Has he lost his wits? Is he a master of the profound shadow realm? Some miners murmured from a distance, unable to tear their eyes away. Once the poisonous gas made contact, a significant portion of Jiang Han's flesh would be obliterated. A direct hit to the head would result in instant death. However, Jiang Han was not so easily ensnared by the poison. He swiftly activated the shadow-shifting technique, his original form materializing to the left as his blade, shrouded in multiple overlapping shadows, struck fiercely at the serpent's head. His current strength was formidable after 2 transformations of his physical body. Coupled with the berserker's might and the 7th layer of blade technique, this strike rivaled the prowess of a 4th or 5th layer master of the profound shadow realm. The spirit-devouring python, having extended itself a full 3 feet from the tunnel to attack Jiang Han, sensed the impending danger of his strike, but had no means to withdraw in time. With a thunderous crash, the serpent's head was left bloodied and mangled. Yet it remained intact as it quickly retreated back into the tunnel, attempting to flee. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Jiang Han would not allow the cooked duck to fly away. He immediately employed the mountain burrowing technique, digging a tunnel beside him and vanishing into the mountain. The miners were left dumbfounded, particularly by the mysterious shadow-shifting technique, while Jiang Han's mountain burrowing technique left them utterly bewildered. They merely witnessed Jiang Han charging toward the mountainside, his body penetrating into the mountain, leaving behind a dark tunnel. Remarkable. Compared to miners, Li Ling, being well-versed in many matters, was astounded and stood with his mouth agape for quite some time before exclaiming, "Indeed, the members of the Killing God Squad are extraordinary." After the passage of half a stick of incense, a dark figure shot forth, clutching a massive python in his grasp. The python was lifeless, its inner core extracted. Jiang Han tossed the corpse of the spirit-devouring python aside and addressed the miners. "I have no need for this. I only require the inner core. You may take the body." "Thank you, esteemed sir. Thank you." The miners rejoiced, for although the inner core was gone, the creature remained a second-tier monster. The materials from its body could fetch a considerable sum, a significant income for them. Jiang Han nodded slightly and resumed his meditative posture. After the miners had processed the python's remains, they continued their mining activities, albeit casting furtive glances at Jiang Han, their eyes brimming with reverence. As time elapsed, another spirit-devouring python emerged, prompting Jiang Han to act swiftly. This time, instead of striking at the serpent's head, he aimed for its 7-inch mark. The scales on the head were indeed somewhat hard, but the area at 7 inches proved less resilient, cleaved in 2 by Jiang Han's blade. He extracted the inner core but refrained from refining it in the presence of the miners, choosing instead to keep it. Once again, he gifted the serpent's remains to the miners, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude amidst joyous commotion, drawing the attention of nearby miners. Shortly thereafter, a miner hurried in and informed Li Ling, "Sir Master Yin requests your presence." Li Ling cupped his hands in respect to Jiang Han before exiting the mine shaft. Approaching Yin Xin and bowing, "Master Yin, you summon me?" Yin Xin, with an expression of indifference, inquired, "What is happening inside? It sounds quite raucous." Li Ling reported, "It was Brother Jiang who hunted down 2 spirit-devouring pythons and generously awarded the corpses to the miners. They were exceedingly delighted, hence the raised voices." 2 spirit-devouring pythons slain? Yin Xin expressed surprise, his head nodding slightly. "He possesses some skill. It must have been a fierce battle. Was he injured?" Li Ling replied, "Brother Jiang took merely a dozen breaths to slay the first python, and the second fell in a single strike. His prowess is extraordinary." And he emerged unscathed. "A single strike to slay it?" Yin Xin furrowed his brow, suspicion evident on his face. He inquired, "Is his battle blade an earth-tier Xian artifact?" "Certainly not," Li Ling responded. "Based on my observations, it appears to be a low-grade Xian tier blade." "Impossible." Yin Xin abruptly stood, exclaiming, "The spirit-devouring python has formidable defenses. How could he, a newly ascended Xianin realm practitioner, possibly slay it in one blow?" "Absolutely inconceivable." Li Ling offered a wry smile. "Brother Jiang is indeed powerful. He likely possesses 2 formidable divine abilities. In my estimation, his overall combat prowess rivals that of a 3rd-level Xianin realm practitioner." "Nonsense." Yin Xin, A third-level Xianyin realm practitioner himself, scoffed derisively, his face a mask of mockery. Are you blind? How could someone freshly ascended to the Xianyin realm awaken divine abilities? Li Ling shyly touched his nose and said, If you don't believe me, senior brother Yin, you may as well go and see for yourself. Humph. Yin Xian snorted coldly, crossing his arms as he strode into the mind passage. Just as he reached the end, a devouring spirit python appeared. With Jiang Han standing before the serpent S path, he watched as the python lunged toward Jiang Han, releasing a cloud of toxic gas. Yet Jiang Han did not flinch or evade. In a state of alarm, Yin Xian shouted, Are you foolish? Get out of the way. With a swift motion, Jiang Han materialized to the right of the devouring spirit python, his long knife slicing down with a piercing shriek, effortlessly severing the serpent's head. This, as he observed the shadow of Jiang Han dissipating amidst the concentrated toxic gas, and the immense serpent's head tumbling down alongside its limp body, Yin Xian blinked, doubting his own sight, when Jiang Han, wielding his battle knife, skillfully eviscerated the python and extracted its inner core. A group of miners joyfully rushed over to dissect the serpent's body. Only then did Yin Xian come to his senses. He glanced at Li Ling, who was teasingly watching him, and felt a flush of heat rise to his face. Li Ling had not been lying. This young junior disciple, who had just broken through to the profound void realm, had indeed awakened a supernatural ability. Moreover, his combat prowess seemed to surpass Yin Xian's own. He had slain numerous devouring spirit pythons, yet none had been as easily vanquished as Jiang Han had done. Chapter 47. Spirit-Seeking Technique. The extermination of the devouring spirit pythons proceeded remarkably well. After spending a day and a half within the mine, Jiang Han had successfully slain 10 devouring spirit pythons, acquiring 10 inner cores in the process. His heart raced with anticipation as he sheathed his battle blade, signaling to Li Ling that he needed a moment to relieve himself, and made his way toward a smaller mining passage. Upon entering the narrow tunnel, he extracted all the inner cores, using his blade to break them open, and commenced the process of refining the dark golden blood within. Before long, the essence of the 10 devouring spirit pythons had been completely refined, causing the celestial beast cauldron to stir with unusual energy. As before, the patterns of the devouring spirit pythons emerged, transforming into ethereal smoke that fused with his soul. A peculiar energy enveloped him, and a series of enigmatic messages materialized within Jiang Han's mind. Spirit-Seeking Technique. What is this? After a brief moment, Jiang Han opened his eyes. Disappointment etched upon his face. He had awakened a divine ability known as the Spirit-Seeking Technique. It was not a power that enhanced his strength, defense, or speed, nor did it provide any combat assistance. What he desperately needed was to bolster his combat prowess. What use did he have for a seemingly trivial ability? Muttering his dissatisfaction, he closed his eyes again to meticulously sift through the information in his mind. After what felt like an eternity, he finally opened his eyes, his expression marred by frustration. Indeed, the spirit-seeking technique was not intended for combat. It did not augment his strength and was entirely unrelated to fighting. Rather, it was an ability for locating spiritual objects. He could unleash a peculiar energy that rapidly expanded, allowing him to detect spiritual objects within a radius of 200 yards. What exactly are spiritual objects? Jiang Han pondered, perplexed by the utility of this ability. The most critical drawback was its limited detection range of merely 200 yards. What could he possibly achieve with such a confined scope? After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to give it a try. A faint, imperceptible white light flickered in his hand, which he gently placed upon the ground. The white energy in his palm immediately began to spread. To his astonishment, vivid images began to materialize in his mind, as if countless white tadpoles were swiftly swimming in all directions. There's a mineral crystal nearby? A luminous point appeared in his mind, as a white tadpole lingered in a specific location, conjuring the image of a white crystal in his thoughts. Aside from this mineral crystal, he found nothing else of interest. After several moments, the white tadpoles gradually faded, and the images in his mind vanished completely. Was this technique merely for locating minerals? Jiang Han felt a wave of despair wash over him. This ability was undeniably lackluster. Discovering a mineral vein was one thing, but could he even excavate it without permission? Most importantly, this technique's range was limited to 200 yards, while many mineral veins could lie buried thousands of yards deep beneath the surface. If only the detection range extended to several thousand or even tens of thousands of yards, he could have made a fortune by locating mineral veins for various factions, ensuring a life free from worry. But what could he accomplish with a mere 200 yards? Shaking his head in resignation, Jiang Han made his way back outside, feeling as if he had squandered 2 precious days on a useless technique. Just as he emerged, Li Ling approached briskly, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, there are signs of devouring spirit pythons in that mining passage. You must hurry, or they will escape." "Hurry for what?" Jiang Han rolled his eyes and remarked. "I won't kill it. Let senior brother Yin handle it. I shall return to Yuming Mountain." With his divine abilities awakened, yet rendered ineffective, Jiang Han found little enthusiasm in hunting the spirit-eating python. He turned to leave, prompting Li Ling to hastily step outside and summon Yin Xin to slay the creature. As Jiang Han emerged, Li Ling approached him, stating, "Senior brother Jiang, allow me to escort you. This mine is quite labyrinthine, and I fear you may lose your way." Jiang Han nodded in agreement and followed Li Ling out. Along the way, Li Ling warmly invited him to visit the nearby Li family town, extolling the beauty of his cousin. Given Jiang Han's youth and formidable combat prowess, Li Ling naturally sought to cultivate a favorable relationship, envisioning the prospect of him becoming a brother-in-law. Jiang Han, however, remained disinterested, responding with mere pleasantries. As they walked, they encountered a throng obstructing the path, dozens of miners laboriously hauling varying sizes of black stones. A few of the stones were quite large, requiring 2 or 3 miners to lift, significantly slowing their progress. "Clear the way," Li Ling commanded, but Jiang Han gestured for him to hold back. The incline was steep, and he worried that the burdened miners might lose their footing. "What purpose do these stones serve?" Jiang Han inquired, observing the miners' loads. "Isn't the Tianyuan stone quite small? Couldn't you simply break them open to retrieve it?" "These are not Tianyuan stones," Li Ling patiently clarified. "These are all Xianjing raw stones, destined for the gambling houses where people speculate on the stones." Speculation on stones? Jiang Han grasped the concept, recalling his previous visit to the Dark City with Jiang Lang, where Jiang Lang had purchased 5 stones to gamble, only to yield no Xianjing and lose 50 Xian stones. Noticing Jiang Han's budding interest, Li Ling continued, "Our mine produces only a scant amount of Xianjing, and even then, they are of the smallest grain, the lowest quality, hardly worth anything. My uncle believes that selling raw stones is more profitable than selling Xianjing. Regardless of whether the stones contain any Xianjing, transporting them to the gambling houses is still profitable. The gamblers are often quite foolish, forever dreaming of striking it rich with a top-tier Xianjing. Such luck is rare. Most raw stones contain nothing at all, and some that appear exquisite are mere fakes, designed to deceive. For instance, when we deliver these raw stones to the gambling houses, experts will evaluate them, filtering out those with potential for high-quality Xianjing. The remainder is deemed worthless, and they employ various deceptive tactics to entice naive gamblers. Of course, occasionally they do release some quality raw stones, which can lead to profits, but the majority are worthless." Li Ling elaborated on the intricacies of the trade, while Jiang Han stood in stunned silence. As he gazed at the dark stones, his mouth began to water, and his body trembled slightly. The thought of sudden wealth consumed him. In this moment, he realized that the 4th divine ability he had awakened was not useless at all. Rather, it was supremely extraordinary. "Senior brother Jiang, what is the matter?" Li Ling sensed that something was amiss and turned to Jiang Han, inquiring softly. Jiang Han, suppressing the surge of excitement within, took a couple of deep breaths to steady his emotions before replying. "This gambling stone appears quite intriguing, does it not? Brotherly, you are an expert in this field. Perhaps you could share your insights with me later?" The title of brotherly sent a wave of exhilaration through Li Ling, as the least esteemed disciple in the pavilion. To be addressed as brother by Jiang Han, a prodigy of the Killing God squad, was beyond his expectations. With a beaming face, he clasped his hands in gratitude and replied, "Senior brother Jiang, you are too kind. Once we step outside, I shall take you to the raw stone warehouse and provide you with a detailed explanation." "Excellent." Jiang Han nodded with a smile as the miners ahead cleared the path, allowing the two to swiftly make their way out of the cave. Upon exiting the mine, Li Ling led Jiang Han to the raw stone warehouse, which was brimming with stones of various sizes, easily numbering in the thousands. Li Ling began to impart his knowledge of stone appraisal to Jiang Han, explaining the nuances of crystal shell thickness and structural compactness. He elaborated on which patterns might indicate the presence of mysterious crystals and what types of stones were most likely to yield valuable treasures. Jiang Han listened intently, moving towards a sizable stone, where he gently caressed its surface, seizing an opportune moment when Li Ling was momentarily distracted. A faint glimmer flickered in the palm of his hand, and with his eyes closed, a flurry of white tadpoles rapidly expanded in his mind. There is something within. A white crystal, roughly the size of a mung bean, materialized in his thoughts, and a wave of euphoria washed over him. Wealth was within reach. Opening his eyes, filled with anticipation, he turned to Li Ling and said, "Brotherly, I sense that this stone contains something valuable. May we attempt to unveil its secrets?" Chapter 48. The greatness of power. Li Ling found himself in a predicament. After all, these were raw stones intended for sale. It would be one matter if they contained valuable materials, but if they did not, he would bear the responsibility. Moreover, the mine had strict regulations against the indiscriminate opening of raw stones. "Brotherly, do not trouble yourself," Jiang Han said with a smile. "I shall purchase this stone regardless of its worth. How could I possibly impose upon Brother Jiang?" Li Ling quickly realized that befriending Jiang Han was worth the risk of any penalties he might incur. Surely, his uncle would support him. He smiled and said, "Brotherly, please wait a moment. This raw stone is exceptionally hard and requires a specialized stone-cutting knife. I will fetch one." Li Ling summoned a servant, who promptly brought back a small white knife. The blade shimmered with a dark golden hue, appearing remarkably sharp. "Let us see if Brother Jiang's words hold true, and if there is indeed something inside," Li Ling said as he took the knife in hand. With a swift motion, the raw stone was effortlessly sliced as if it were mere wood. Unfortunately, the interior was pitch black, revealing nothing. As the blade glinted, Li Ling continued to carve away. Yet still, there was nothing to be found. He glanced at Jiang Han and reassured him, "Brother Jiang, do not be anxious. Perhaps the treasure lies deeper within?" Hiki. It is quite normal for most raw stones here to be devoid of material. Jiang Han maintained a stoic expression, fixated on the stone, and commanded, "Continue the cutting." Resigned, Li Ling resumed his work. As he sliced away, a stone the size of a human head was reduced to nearly half, yet the interior remained obsidian dark, revealing nothing. Li Ling paused and looked at Jiang Han, asking, "Should we keep going?" Jiang Han replied with unwavering certainty, "Proceed." Buzz as 2/3 of the stone was removed. A faint white light suddenly emerged from within. Li Ling's face registered astonishment, and he exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Jiang, you are indeed remarkable. There is something inside after all. We are about to be rich." At that moment, Jiang Han's gaze sparkled brighter than the luminous crystal within. The position and size of this crystal mirrored exactly what he had discovered through his divine sensing technique. Suppressing his inner excitement, he watched as Li Ling extracted a white crystal the size of a soybean. With exhilaration, Li Ling proclaimed, "This crystal is quite impressive for a low-grade one. Valued at no less than 2,000 Xian stones. Brother Jiang, you are truly extraordinary." Jiang Han replied with a faint smile, "I merely rely on luck, pure luck." Haha. Turning his attention to another stone nearby, Jiang Han began to examine it closely, touching here and inspecting there. Finally, he pointed to a stone the size of 2 heads, saying, "I sense there is something within this one as well. Brotherly, please cut it open." "Absolutely." Li Ling was filled with enthusiasm. The previous crystal was of considerable worth, and Jiang Han's casual request to cut again felt like a game. With a flurry of motion, the small knife danced in Li Ling's hand, and soon the stone was entirely sliced open, revealing nothing inside. Indeed, Jiang Han felt another surge of joy within him. He had previously utilized his sensing technique to examine the stone and found it empty. He had intentionally directed Li Ling to cut it. Li Ling consoled, "Brother Jiang, do not be anxious. Just cut a few more stones, with your luck. You are bound to uncover something remarkable. Today, feel free to cut as you wish. I will bear the responsibility." "Brotherly, you are truly righteous," Jiang Han exclaimed, giving a thumbs up as he examined the stones while Li Ling continued to showcase his expertise in identifying them. After a brief moment, Jiang Han selected another stone. With swift precision, Li Ling made dozens of cuts and, astonishingly, revealed yet another mysterious crystal. Although it was of the lowest quality, Jiang Han's luck seemed almost supernatural. Having successfully cut 2 stones, Jiang Han chose 2 more, only to find them devoid of any treasure, as he had anticipated. "All right, I think I shall stop here," Jiang Han decided, for his purpose in cutting stones was not mere amusement, but rather to validate his spirit-seeking technique. He and Li Ling made their way towards the storeroom. And just as they reached the door, he recalled something and inquired, "Brotherly, is there no possibility of cheating in this stone gambling? For instance, could someone employ divine symbols or secret arts to probe the raw stones? Wouldn't that result in substantial losses for the gambling house?" "Cheating is impossible," Li Ling explained with a smile. "You may not be aware, but all the stones wrapped around the ore are quite special. They contain a natural divine formation that prevents any energy from penetrating. As of now, I have yet to hear of anyone successfully probing through the wrapping to ascertain whether there are crystals within. Otherwise, the trend of stone gambling would not be so prevalent across the 9 provinces. You do not know? Li Ling continued. I have heard that in the largest dark city of Yunzhou, there exists a grand gambling house that held a stone gambling competition. They showcased numerous top-grade raw stones, allowing any means of examination as long as the stones remained unbroken. The event attracted countless wealthy patrons, and it is said that one of the raw stones was valued at over 100 million mysterious stones. Many powerful clans lost their fortunes in that extravagant gamble, though some did uncover exceptional heavenly-grade crystals, with one selling for an astronomical price of 10 billion mysterious stones. What? Jiang Han's body trembled as his heart raced. A crystal priced at 10 billion? That is utterly outrageous. If he were to participate in a few stone gambling competitions, perhaps he could become the wealthiest individual in Yuzhou. How intriguing. Jiang Han feigned composure, engaged in casual conversation with Li Ling for a bit, and then took his leave. Li Ling graciously urged him to stay, but Jiang Han was eager to return, making it impossible for anyone to detain him. As he sprinted home, countless thoughts whirled in his mind, and his excitement grew with each passing moment. Just days prior, he had been so impoverished that he could not even procure a few mysterious stones for a spiritual elixir. 2 days ago, he had been troubled by how to acquire mysterious stones, but unexpectedly, all his challenges had been effortlessly resolved with the awakening of a seemingly trivial divine ability. After spending 2 hours, he returned to the Yunming Pavilion without any hindrance along the way. The Break Army team had not appeared, nor had any assassins, which surprised him somewhat. By the time he arrived at the Yunming Pavilion, night had fallen. He glanced at Zhang Li and then hurried towards Jiang Lang's courtyard. Today, Jiang Lang had not gone out for leisure, and Jiang Han discovered him inside the room. Impatient, he did not knock, but pushed the door open directly, only to find Jiang Lang holding a piece of clothing to his nose, utterly enraptured. Jiang Han rolled his eyes, startling Jiang Lang, who hastily tucked away his apron and exclaimed with irritation, Jiang Han, do you not understand the concept of courtesy? Is it not customary to knock before entering someone else's abode? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Han clasped his hands together and replied, I apologize, Brother Jiang, it was my thoughtlessness. Jiang Lang smirked. Such recklessness. What if I were in the midst of grilling skewers? Your sudden entrance could easily lead to mishaps. Jiang Han blinked in confusion and asked, what do you mean by grilling skewers? Jiang Lang waved his hand dismissively. What is it with you? Bursting in like a whirlwind, at your age? Should you not exhibit a bit more composure? Transitioning to a more serious tone, Jiang Han inquired, Brother Jiang, do you possess any means of disguise? One that even the realms of mountains and seas cannot see through? Jiang Lang's eyes sparkled with mischief as he leaned in conspiratorially. What do you need such a disguise for? You require one that even the realms cannot detect? Are you planning to sneak into Yunming Palace to pilfer the Lord's intimate garments? Haha, my brother, you are truly ambitious. Chapter 49. Jiang Qizai innocence is not a shield when one possesses something precious. Jiang Han's desire for disguise stemmed from a fear of being scrutinized. He frequented the gambling house to procure Xin stones. Acquiring too few was pointless, while obtaining too many would inevitably draw the attention of the establishment. After all, gambling houses are not typically owned by ordinary individuals. There are undoubtedly formidable forces at play behind the scenes. If such a power were to focus on him, it would be impossible for Ling Yunming to protect him. Thus, while procuring Xin stones was a straightforward task, concealing his identity presented a significant challenge. Lacking knowledge of disguise techniques, he sought the assistance of Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang was not one to adhere to decorum, leaving Jiang Han somewhat exasperated. He spoke earnestly. I am serious. Do not inquire about my intentions. Simply tell me if you can assist me. Jiang Lang regarded him with a scrutinizing glance, his playful demeanor fading. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, disguising oneself is quite simple, and there are 3 methods to achieve it. The first involves utilizing a powerful disguise artifact. Many such artifacts possess the ability to obscure one's identity. However, if you wish to remain undetectable by those of the Mountain Sea reincarnation realm, you will require at least an Earth-grade artifact, which costs no less than several 100,000 Xian stones. The second method entails the use of medicinal pills. Certain pills can temporarily alter one's facial features and physique, yet to evade the scrutiny of a strong individual, these two do not come cheaply. A single pill conservatively costs between 3 to 5,000 Xian stones and lasts only a few hours. The third option is to employ divine talismans. Advanced talismans can also conceal a warrior's appearance and aura. Each can last for several hours, and their price is similarly steep, ranging from 3 to 5,000 Xian stones. 3 invisible black lines appeared on Jiang Han's forehead. All 3 methods were viable, yet exorbitantly priced. He had but a few Xian stones by his side. Hardly enough to gamble with his life. Observing Jiang Han's distressed expression, Jiang Lang grinned and said, "Little Han, why do you need to disguise yourself? Perhaps I can assist you." Jiang Han hesitated. He intended to keep his abilities a secret, for revealing them could have dire consequences. Yet, without Jiang Lang's help, he could not even afford the treasures necessary for disguise, let alone a few inexpensive raw stones. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Brother Jiang, do you recall the stone gambling?" "Stone gambling?" Jiang Lang replied, somewhat astonished. "What is there to recall? I partake every few days. Why do you ask?" "Here's the thing," Jiang Han carefully chose his words. "A few days ago, I ventured to the Tianyuan mine to hunt the devouring spirit python. That mine has Xian crystal raw stones, and in my spare time, I conducted some research. I discovered that I possess a certain aptitude for stone gambling. I can discern whether there are Xian crystals within the raw stones based on their patterns. I am confident I have an 80% chance of success." "What?" Jiang Lang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You are making an outrageous claim. You can discern raw stones? You have truly amused me." Jiang Han touched his nose and replied, "Why can't I?" With a sidelong glance, Jiang Lang retorted, "Stone gambling is a pursuit that many have studied for decades. Only to scratch the surface. You claim to have mastered it after merely a few days of observation? Do you have any idea how many individuals have immersed themselves in this for years, tirelessly researching and exploring? Do you understand the significance of claiming an 80% chance of success?" Jiang Lang paused momentarily before continuing. "Let me put it this way. In the realm of stone gambling, there are distinctions such as outer sect, entry-level, novice, master, and grandmaster. Do you have any idea how high the success rate is for a grandmaster when it comes to predicting price increases? At most, it's 70%. You've only been playing with stones for 2 days, and you dare claim you have an 80% certainty? Your audacity takes me by surprise." Jiang Han blinked, taken aback to learn that even a grandmaster's confidence in price increases was merely 70%. Could it be that he was, in fact, a super grandmaster? He felt no need to explain further. Instead, he pondered and said, "How about this? Let us head to the Dark City and engage in a few rounds. I'll demonstrate my skills to you." Words are meaningless. Seeing is believing. Seeing that Jiang Han was serious, Jiang Lang stood up and said, "Let us go. I'll accompany you for a bit of fun. I want to witness what it means to be a prodigy in stone gambling." Jiang Han followed him outside, and the two of them teleported from the southern city to the Dark City, heading straight for the gambling house. Since it was merely for a bit of amusement and to showcase his abilities to Jiang Lang, Jiang Han was unafraid of revealing his identity. They arrived at the largest stone gambling establishment, the Tianyuan Gambling House. Although night had fallen, the place was bustling with activity. In a hall spanning over 10,000 square meters, countless raw stones were displayed. People meandered through the space, many squatting in front of various stones, deeply engrossed in their study, while numerous attendants darted about. Customers frequently made purchases of raw stones, paying for them and then heading directly to the stone-breaking area, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiang Lang, no longer interested in the stones, turned to Jiang Han with a grin and said, "Prodigy Jiang, it's your turn to make a choice. Select freely. I'll cover the costs, and any profits from price increases will be yours." Jiang Han nodded and began to wander around, inspecting this stone and tapping that one, carefully examining the patterns on the raw stones, resembling a seasoned gambler. He spent a full half-hour in the establishment, having touched at least 100 stones. Jiang Lang, following behind, grew somewhat impatient and said, "Have you found your selections yet? You're acting as if you really know what you're doing. My time is precious. Please don't dawdle." "It's about time." Jiang Han set down a stone and leaned towards Jiang Lang, whispering, "I'll choose 5 stones. You can take them to be broken open. 3 of them contain profound crystals, while 2 do not." "Huh." Jiang Lang chuckled at his words, not questioning him further. Following Jiang Han's instructions, he selected 5 stones, spending over 200 profound stones, and instructed an attendant to break them open. "So, 3 of the smaller ones have profound crystals and 2 of the larger ones do not, right?" he asked, leaning in closer to Jiang Han, who nodded earnestly. Jiang Lang laughed even more, grinning widely. "It seems you truly don't understand. The 3 smaller stones have chaotic patterns, a whitish hue, and lack any python markings. They're clearly waste stones. If any of them yield profound crystals, I'll eat my hat. Jiang Han was taken aback, shaking his head with a smile. Brother Jiang, do we really need to resort to such extremes? Let us clarify. How much do you intend to eat? Fresh or leftover? Get lost. Jiang Lang rolled his eyes, replying angrily. Over 200 profound stones. If nothing comes out, you'll have to wash my underwear for a month. Not a problem. Let us go. Jiang Han patted Jiang Lang on the back, and the two followed the attendant into the stone-breaking area, where the atmosphere was even more vibrant. With many people observing and studying the process, every day, a plethora of raw stones are deciphered here. As individuals seek to glean insights based on the favorable outcomes of the stones, Jiang Han and his companions possessed 5 small stones, clearly of inferior quality, which the attendant handed over to the stone cutter without much notice. The stone cutter glanced at Jiang Lang and inquired, "How shall we proceed, young sirs?" Jiang Lang, with a casual demeanor, replied, "Just break them open." Very well. The stone cutter retrieved his tool and began to slice into the stones. Jiang Lang's attention was diverted to a massive raw stone on the left, where someone had already unveiled a promising find. The stone cutter first sliced through 2 larger stones, and as Jiang Han had anticipated, they yielded nothing of value, resulting in a rather dull outcome. Jiang Lang cast a teasing glance at Jiang Han before redirecting his gaze to the left, where exquisite materials were being unveiled. With a buzz, the stone cutter picked up a small stone and made a decisive cut, revealing a luminous white glow within. Jiang Lang's eyes immediately darted over to see a grain-sized dark crystal, his expression transforming in disbelief as he murmured, "Could it be that we truly struck gold?" This dark crystal, albeit of the lowest grade, held a modest value of around 500 dark stones. Yet, the fact that they had found something was paramount to Jiang Lang. It mattered not how much it was worth, but rather that it existed. Jiang Han, equally astonished yet feigning excitement, leaned closer to Jiang Lang and whispered, "Hold your tongue and observe the other 2 stones. Congratulations, young sirs, you have indeed struck gold." The stone cutter handed the dark crystal to Jiang Lang and proceeded to open the remaining 2 stones, which, as Jiang Han had predicted, yielded 2 more grain-sized dark crystals. Goodness! Jiang Lang was left speechless in his astonishment, while Jiang Han, filled with exhilaration, grasped Jiang Lang's hand and exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, you are truly remarkable. 5 stones, 3 of which have yielded results. What a gambling master you are." The commotion had drawn the attention of several onlookers. Yet the unveiling of merely 3 low-grade dark crystals did not create a significant uproar. The crowd merely regarded Jiang Lang and Jiang Han with envious glances, assuming they had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. "Ha ha." Jiang Lang erupted into laughter, flamboyantly waving the dark crystal as he declared, "Let us head to Yichuan Pavilion. Choose any courtesan you desire, my treat." Amidst the envious gazes of many, the 2 exited the gambling den. Once outside, Jiang Lang, brimming with excitement, tightly grasped Jiang Han's hand and asked, "Brother, speak honestly, were you simply lucky, or do you truly understand this?" "We can discuss that later," Jiang Han replied with a grin. "For now, let us address the matter of eating in an inverted position. Will you be consuming your own, or mine? Perhaps with a touch of chili sauce?" Chapter 50. A bold venture. Are you certain this isn't a ruse? This is no jest. Within the confines of the Killing God Academy, Jiang Lang paced back and forth, his expression turning serious as he earnestly inquired. Jiang Han sighed in resignation, "Brother, you've asked over 10 times already. You witnessed it with your own eyes." "Precisely because I saw it with my own eyes that I find it hard to believe," Jiang Lang retorted, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Had it not been for the recent revelation of 5 stones, and Jiang Han's accurate prediction of 3 minor stones containing treasures and 2 major ones lacking any, Jiang Lang would have suspected Jiang Han of deceit. Furthermore, although Jiang Han appeared visibly excited after the stone reveal, Jiang Lang was acutely aware that it was merely an act, indicating that Jiang Han was in complete control of the situation. This was indeed peculiar. The gambling culture surrounding stone betting had been entrenched in the Jiuzhou continent for millennia, with many masters dedicating their lives to research, achieving only a 70% success rate. Yet, Jiang Han had extracted 3 Xian crystals from 5 stones, with the other 2 stones chosen deliberately. This meant that Jiang Han's success rate soared to a staggering 100%. Such odds were terrifying. If this were to spread, the entire stone gambling industry would likely erupt in chaos. "Speak honestly, how did you accomplish this?" Jiang Lang's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "Don't give me any nonsense about observing patterns or appearances. You must have cheated." "How did you cheat?" Jiang Han was taken aback, momentarily stunned by Jiang Lang's piercing gaze. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "It's difficult to articulate. Perhaps I possess an extraordinary talent. My left eye can perceive certain illusions and vaguely sense whether there is value within the stones." Jiang Han refrained from fully disclosing his abilities to Jiang Lang, having known him for merely a few months. Although he believed Jiang Lang to be trustworthy, they had yet to reach the depths of brotherhood. Impressive. Jiang Lang's breath quickened, and he continued to pace within the room. After contemplating for a considerable time, he finally remarked, "Jiang Han, remember this. You must never disclose your abilities to anyone. Not to Li Pingping or Qi Bing, and certainly not to your sister. If word gets out, you will find yourself in grave trouble. And even the chief will be unable to protect you." Jiang Han was well aware of the implications, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, Jiang Lang flashed a grin. "You truly have a big heart, trusting me so readily. Are you not afraid I might betray you?" Jiang Han gazed intently at him. "Would you?" "Absolutely not." Jiang Lang declared with enthusiasm, "My fortune hinges upon you. Let us devise a plan to discreetly procure a handsome sum." Jiang Lang retrieved paper and pen, beginning to strategize. "First, we must disguise ourselves, and we cannot operate here in the dark city, as it would be too easy to trace. Secondly, we must avoid drawing attention, refraining from using premium materials, and instead, covertly amass wealth. Thirdly, we should not operate consecutively in one gambling house to avoid scrutiny. Fourth, fifth." Jiang Lang listed over 10 points, and Jiang Han silently nodded, realizing that seeking out this little rotund fellow had indeed been the right choice. He lacked the financial means to disguise himself, thus, he could only partner with Jiang Lang in this venture. The two individuals deliberated until midnight before finalizing their plan. Jiang Lang tossed aside his pen and declared, "It is settled. Tomorrow, I will procure the disguises, and I shall cover all expenses. We shall embark on this venture for half a month, and I shall take a 10% share of the profits." 10%? Jiang Han blinked in disbelief, questioning. "Brother Jiang, did I mishear you? Just a mere 10%? That seems rather insufficient." Jiang Lang grinned. "If all goes according to plan, we could amass at least 50 million Xian stones in half a month. I would have gained 5 million Xian stones effortlessly, enough for a year of indulgence at the Yichuan courtyard." "Absolutely not." Jiang Han insisted resolutely. "It shall be 50-50. That is final." Jiang Lang, taken aback, chuckled. "Little Han, I admire your straightforwardness and loyalty. However, let's be clear, brotherly ties must be respected. If I take too much advantage, we might not remain brothers for long. I value our friendship more than these Xian stones. Enough. If you continue this line of reasoning, I shall withdraw from the deal entirely. You must find another way." Jiang Han was equally surprised. He had not anticipated this seemingly lecherous little fellow to possess such principles. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, 40%, or else I will not partake in this endeavor. We shall part ways. Part ways, then. Jiang Lang slammed his hand on the table in anger. "I will give you a maximum of 20%. Any more, and you can consider our brotherhood over. 30%. Jiang Han abruptly rose and made for the door, coldly stating, "If you wish to proceed, then proceed. If not, let it be." "How ruthless you are." Jiang Lang shook his head in exasperation. "Little Han, you are too good to me, and it makes me uneasy. You seem uninterested in women. Are you perhaps harboring feelings for me? Just so you know, I am not. Well, let's just say, I am not appealing in that regard. Get lost." Jiang Han, though somewhat confused by the remark, recognized it was not a compliment. He exited, instructing, "Get everything ready by tomorrow. We shall set out upon your return. At your service." Jiang Lang bowed deeply, wearing a charming smile as he bid Jiang Han farewell. Later that night, Jiang Han retired to sleep, while Jiang Lang set out at dawn the following day, returning only in the afternoon. Sneaking into Jiang Han's room, he revealed a flash of light from a spatial ring, producing a black mask, 5 opulent robes, and another spatial ring. "Put these on," he instructed. Jiang Han picked up the spatial ring, inquiring, "Why did you buy me this?" Jiang Lang, at a loss for words, replied, "We must disguise ourselves as scions of a wealthy family. You cannot appear without a spatial ring. That would be laughable. These 5 outfits are quite costly, even more so than the spatial ring." Jiang Han, slightly incredulous, recognized this was all part of the plan. He infused the spatial ring with his Xian energy and donned it. As he adorned himself in a splendid white robe, his demeanor transformed dramatically. He refined the mask and placed it upon his face, which seamlessly melded with his features, altering them to resemble an ordinary young man. Meanwhile, Jiang Lang began changing his attire, donning the black mask, his visage swiftly transforming into that of a handsome youth. Truly remarkable. Jiang Han reached out to touch his face in the mirror, discovering no discernible differences. The mask had indeed concealed his identity flawlessly. He turned to Jiang Lang and inquired, "Are you certain that the cycle realm cannot see through this?" "Of course," Jiang Lang replied, rolling his eyes. "These two masks cost me 500,000 Xian stones. If the cycle realm could detect them, then that would be a sheer waste of resources." 500,000? Jiang Han murmured in astonishment, frowning as he asked, "Where did you acquire such a fortune in Xian stones?" "My grandfather is a grade Earth Divine Talismancer." Jiang Lang shrugged, explaining, "He can sell a single grade Earth Talisman for several 100,000 Xian stones. He has some considerable wealth. I have invested my entire fortune into this endeavor, and should it fail, I will hold you responsible." Jiang Han felt reassured and then scrutinized Jiang Lang's face, asking, "Why do you get to transform into a strikingly handsome figure while my appearance remains so ordinary?" "I want to switch masks." "What is there to switch?" Jiang Lang replied, "This mask can alter facial features, offering a total of 5 different appearances, each as diverse as one could imagine." With that, Jiang Han followed Jiang Lang's guidance to test the mask, and indeed, his visage transformed, confirming the extraordinary nature of this grade Earth artifact. "Enough of this. Let us embark on our mission." Jiang Lang waved his hand, then his tone turned serious. "Little Han, I have staked my entire fortune on this. Do not let me down. Otherwise, even if you possess some charm, I will not hesitate to confront you." Chapter 51. Is luck too good? The Jiuzhou continent is divided into 9 states, with the region where the Yunming Pavilion resides known as Yuzhou. Yuzhou boasts hundreds of dark cities, classified into 3 tiers based on their size and scale. The dark city nearest to the Yunming Pavilion is the smallest, categorized as a bronze tier dark city, referred to as Copper City. Above it lie the silver tier dark city, known as Silver City, and the gold tier dark city, called Golden City. The adjacent dark cities are interconnected, featuring teleportation arrays that facilitate direct passage. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang refrained from taking action in the Copper Tier Dark City near Yunming Pavilion. Instead, they teleported several times, exploring a circuit of dark cities. They changed their attire and hairstyles multiple times, altering their appearances, and lingered in one dark city for an entire day. This way, even if someone were to pursue them, it would be exceedingly difficult to trace their origins, as the bustling activity within the dark cities rendered tracking nearly impossible. Eventually, they settled in a silver tier dark city. Jiang Han initially aspired to venture into the golden tier dark city, given that the gambling establishments there were abundant with treasures, and discreetly acquiring some would not provoke much disturbance. However, Jiang Lang opted for Silver City, reasoning that while the Golden City offered great potential, the strength of those in control was uncertain. What if they saw through their disguises and uncovered their identities? All dark cities share a similar layout, with 4 main streets oriented towards the cardinal directions. The distinction lies in the varying lengths and sizes of the streets, as well as the different shops and businesses within. Silver City was significantly larger than Copper City. Jiang Han casually glanced around, perceiving it to be at least 5 times bigger with a greater influx of people. The two made their way to a Qilin gambling house, and upon entering, Jiang Han was taken aback. This gambling house was divided into 5 halls, each spanning over 10,000 square meters and filled with an array of raw stones of all sizes and peculiar shapes. The quality of raw stones varied across the 5 halls, and entry into the most luxurious hall required one to present a dark card to demonstrate their financial capability. The atmosphere within was particularly lively, bustling like a marketplace, a splendid venue. Jiang Han observed with concealed delight. The greater the crowd, the less attention he and Jiang Lang would attract. They could discreetly engage in their endeavors and flee with their earnings. Following their original plan, they commenced their actions by heading to the most economical 5th hall. They appeared to be young masters from affluent families, casually inspecting stones here and there. They also visited the stone testing area, leisurely lingering for an hour before selecting over 100 stones all at once. This time, Jiang Han did not specifically choose the raw stones, as they were too conspicuous. Instead, he selected mostly low-value stones, aiming to create an illusion of affordability, casting a wide net to test their luck. As they made their selections, the older patrons nearby could not help but intervene, expressing their disapproval. Whose children are these? That's not how one plays with stones. These small stones are practically worthless and won't yield anything. Indeed. Don't be deceived by the low prices. Nothing useful can be extracted. Why waste valuable? Wouldn't it be better to buy some for cultivation? Take heed of an elder's advice. This is not the proper way to gamble with stones. Jiang Han remained silent, while Jiang Lang flashed a confident grin, exclaiming, I'm not short on funds. There's no way that amidst all these stones, we won't uncover something of value. Even a blind cat might stumble upon a dead mouse. It's just common sense. Amidst the collective sighs of dismay from a group of gamblers, several attendants approached, ready to transport the stones chosen by the two to the cutting area. By the way, brother, can't we take the raw stones directly with us? Jiang Han pondered aloud, considering the possibility that if the stones could be directly placed into a spatial ring, it would offer a significant advantage. Who could predict what treasures might be revealed? Jiang Lang looked at Jiang Han with an expression of incredulity and replied, There has existed an unwritten rule in the gambling stone community for over a century. Stones purchased must be cut in the establishment and cannot be taken away. This is a tactic employed by the gambling house to draw in patrons, ensuring excitement on site. If a premium treasure is revealed, the establishment's reputation will soar. So don't even dream of taking them with you. Oh, Jiang Han followed Jiang Lang to the cutting area, and due to their substantial purchases, the gambling house assigned 3 cutters to assist them. A multitude of spectators gathered around, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. As anticipated, one after another, the raw stones were cut open, revealing nothing but plain rock. The 3 cutters operated with the efficiency of slicing melons, each stone yielding only shattered fragments. Whose child is this? What a wasteful endeavor! Who gambles like this, purchasing over 100 stones? Did these 2 even bother to examine them? I suspect they bought them with their eyes closed. I would wager they end up with nothing. The murmurs of disdain echoed around, and Jiang Lang's expression darkened as he heard the comments. After half of the 130 stones had been cut, and nothing of value had emerged, he felt increasingly uneasy. Casting a glance at Jiang Han, these stones were hardly worth much, collectively valued at just over 3,000 Xian stones. Yet, he had spent a staggering 500,000 Xian stones on 2 masks. If Jiang Han had made a poor choice, those masks would merely serve as personal trinkets. Jiang Han feigned urgency, leaning in to whisper, Do not panic. The good stuff is about to emerge. One of the cutters took a triangular stone and made an incision. And as the blade sliced through, a brilliant golden light erupted from within. Jiang Lang, upon seeing this, erupted in joy. Wow, we struck gold. Countless eyes turned towards them, and as the triangular stone revealed a golden nugget the size of a pigeon's egg, expressions of envy spread across the crowd. A golden radiant stone. That's worth at least 10,000 Xian stones. Just this one stone has already doubled our investment. And we only spent 3,000 on the whole lot. Oh, I had my eye on that triangular stone for days, sensing that its patterns were unique. But I hesitated to purchase it. What a fool I am. I saw it yesterday too. It had such an unusual exterior. I almost bought it. Oh, how foolish of me. These 2 kids are incredibly lucky. Just one stone brings them back to even. Why can't I have such fortune? The crowd of gamblers buzzed incessantly, a mixture of admiration, jealousy, and regret permeating the air. Jiang Lang and Jiang Han were brimming with exuberance, nearly leaping with joy, while Jiang Han feigned his excitement. Jiang Lang was genuinely elated. If he did not manage to sell, he would suffer a significant loss alone, buzzing with anticipation. It wasn't long before a stone cutter unveiled a piece of brown bark stone, and with a single stroke, it radiated a brilliant red glow. A red crystal, roughly the size of a fingernail, emerged from the stone. Gasps filled the air as the crowd erupted. Such a crystal was valued at no less than 60,000 Xian stones, an astronomical increase. A gambler struck his own face with a resounding slap, lamenting, I am but a fool. I examined this stone just this afternoon. The brown bark clearly indicated its potential. I bought it for a mere 100 Xian stones, and now it has skyrocketed 600 times. I must be a complete imbecile. Another individual echoed his despair. I have scrutinized this stone thrice, contemplated its purchase, yet hesitated. Indeed, I too am a fool. A stone that cost merely 100 Xian stones had yielded a fortune of 60,000 Xian stones, igniting a wave of envy and regret among the spectators. Many had observed this particular stone. Its distinctive brown bark was impossible to overlook. Hilariously, Jiang Lang erupted into boisterous laughter, his corpulent frame quivering with delight as he danced in exuberance. His faith in Jiang Han's integrity was affirmed. Fortune was within his grasp. This spectacle only deepened the discontent of the nearby gamblers. If seasoned stone gamblers had unveiled the increase, they would have merely offered their respect. Yet, these 2 foolish youths, seemingly ignorant of the intricacies of stone gambling, had haphazardly made their purchases, leading to such an extraordinary fortune. Let us depart. Several gamblers discreetly slipped away, intent on scouring various gambling halls for inexpensive stones. It was evident that they sought to emulate Jiang Han and Jiang Lang, casting their nets wide in hopes of acquiring a multitude of modestly priced stones. With a modest investment of a few thousand Xian stones, who knows? They might just uncover a crystal worth tens of thousands. Chapter 52. The Big Gamble. The subsequent stones proved to be rather mundane. Once they were all cut, nothing of significance was revealed. The two had invested 3,000 Xian stones, yielding a staggering return of 70,000, multiplying their capital over 20-fold, marking a considerable profit. This gambling establishment operated with utmost propriety and inquired if they intended to sell their Jin Yao stones and Xian crystals. Upon agreeing to the reasonable buyback price offered by the establishment, they were handed a dark card. This card was universally accepted across all the shadow cities, allowing transactions in all shops within, proving to be far more convenient than settling with Xian stones. Onward to purchase more stones. After receiving the dark card, Jiang Lang felt a surge of bravado. He patted Jiang Han on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Brother, let us separate to inspect the stones and spend this 70,000 Xian stones. Let us strive to multiply our fortune tenfold, returning home with 1,000,000 Xian stones to showcase our prowess to father." Jiang Lang's declaration incited a wave of murmurs around them. Many scoffed, doubting that this foolish, plump youth believed such fortune could be a daily occurrence. Did they truly consider themselves masters of stone gambling? The Xian stones acquired through luck would inevitably be lost through skill. Young man, know when to stop. You've earned quite enough. Do not squander your hard-earned Xian stones. Indeed, several thousand Xian stones is substantial. Do not toil to gain them only to lose them in haste. I dare wager they will soon find themselves devoid of funds. Take heed of my advice. Years ago, I witnessed a man who soared to great heights, earning millions of Xian stones within a month. Can you guess his fate? 6 months later, he lost everything and took his own life by jumping into the river. Some patrons offered their counsel, yet Jiang Lang remained unyielding, brimming with enthusiasm, insisting that they must uncover exceptional mineral crystals today, vowing to return only with 1,000,000 Xian stones. Jiang Han, somewhat taken aback, noted that Jiang Lang was deviating from their original plan. They had intended to make a tidy profit and depart, remaining absent from the Shadow City for several days. Each Shadow City was to be approached discreetly, garnering attention only when necessary. Jiang Lang's ostentatious behavior would undoubtedly attract unwanted scrutiny. With an air of bravado, Jiang Lang began his search for stones, prompting Jiang Han to follow suit. Seizing an opportunity, he inquired, "Brother, what is the plan? Let us go for broke." Jiang Lang whispered, "It is a rare chance to solidify our reputation. We must seize this opportunity and profit before departing." In an instant, Jiang Han comprehended the situation. Within the eyes of the patrons and the establishment, they appeared as two clueless young masters, fortunate to have stumbled upon valuable treasures. Such occurrences transpired monthly in gambling establishments, which remained indifferent, even welcoming such events as they served as excellent publicity. Then let us proceed. Jiang Han's gaze hardened with determination. Quietly, he instructed Jiang Lang, "You select 40 medium stones, while I will choose 10, purchase at your discretion." Jiang Lang nodded, roaming about freely. He selected stones that caught his eye at reasonable prices, summoning attendants to complete the purchases. "This stone is splendid, radiating joy. I shall buy it. This one is sizable. Perhaps it harbors something valuable. Purchase it. This stone bears an unusual hue, a hint of yellow. Acquire it. And this one, its shape resembles, well, something quite amusing. I shall buy it." Jiang Lang, filled with exuberance, purchased stones without a moment's hesitation, casually turning them over and instructing the attendant to take note of his selections. Was this sheer folly? A prodigal son indeed. The 70,000 Xian stones had scarcely warmed in his hands before he hastily returned them to the gambling den. The surrounding gamblers were left dumbfounded, ceasing to scrutinize the stones, engaging in reckless purchases instead. Word of this spectacle spread, drawing more onlookers from nearby gambling halls, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The more spectators gathered, the more delighted Jiang Lang became, for he was merely engaging in reckless buying while the true expert was Jiang Han, who had the capability to discern the stone's worth. Jiang Han examined the stones with casual indifference. He lacked the acumen for stone appraisal, but possessed the true skill of spirit searching. His hands glided over the stones, effortlessly determining their contents. He soon selected 10 stones, his heart racing with anticipation. Of the 9 chosen, None contained value, save for one, which housed a bloodstone the size of a human head. Under normal circumstances, such a stone would be valued at 50 to 60,000 Xian stones, yet he was uncertain of its true worth. Having finalized his 30 stones, he calculated the price to be 73,000 Xian stones. With grandiosity, Jiang Lang produced a dark card and added 3,000 Xian stones, declaring, "Bring these 30 stones to me for immediate appraisal." Many surrounding gamblers rolled their eyes in disbelief, some sighing heavily, noting that it had barely been half an hour since he acquired the 70,000 Xian stones, and now they were nearly gone. None held high hopes for these 30 stones. While they might contain something, it was unlikely to be of good quality. A significant collapse was anticipated. As the 30 stones were brought to the appraisal area, a throng of spectators gathered. It wasn't that Jiang Lang and Jiang Han's stones were particularly valuable. Rather, their audacious method of purchasing in bulk was novel and bold. The majority of onlookers had come to witness a farce, each gambler convinced of their own superiority, viewing others as fools. Once again, the same two appraisers approached, this time with a more cautious demeanor. The stones were larger than before, necessitating a layer-by-layer dissection. 1, 2, 10. After 10 stones were opened, not a single one contained anything of value. Mirthful derision spread among the crowd. Many spectators began to voice their mockery. Seasoned gamblers shook their heads, adopting an expression of "you should have listened to your elders," ready to impart their wisdom upon Jiang Lang. 11, 12, 18. Upon reaching the 18th stone, there was finally a discovery, but it was merely a common crystal the size of a fingernail, worth a mere 500 Xian stones. Jiang Lang's anxiety mounted, his composure faltering. Jiang Han's chosen stones had also yielded 7 without value. Could it be that Jiang Han had miscalculated? Was the 70,000 Xian stones truly a waste? 23, 24, 27. Some gamblers had already turned away, their interest waning. The spectacle had run its course, and the mockery had been delivered. The evidence was clear. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang were indeed foolish, having stumbled upon a stroke of luck, mistakenly believing themselves to be masters of stone gambling. 28. As the stone cutter delicately sliced through several layers of stone, a deep crimson radiance burst forth. The entire surface of the cut stone glowed red, prompting a chorus of astonished gasps from the crowd. "It's bloodstone, the brown bloodstone. My goodness, such a large specimen? It's about the size of a human head." Remarkable treasures had emerged, and the excitement was palpable. Everyone rushed to witness the extraordinary find. The managers of the gambling den hastily arrived upon hearing the news, as uncovering such a gem was a rare occurrence, happening no more than 2 or 3 times a month. With each careful incision made by the cutter, a bloodstone the size of a human head was revealed to the onlookers. Many in the crowd felt their hearts race, and some even had tears of envy in their eyes. Good heavens, such a sizable bloodstone must be worth at least 600,000 Xian stones. From a mere 70,000 to 600,000, an astonishing increase of nearly tenfold. What extraordinary luck these two young ones possess today. It infuriates me, truly infuriates me. I had my eye on that stone long ago, but lacked the Xian stones to claim it. The air was thick with a cacophony of voices, each echoing envy and regret. This stone had been on display for a considerable time, and many had taken notice, yet no one had acted. Suddenly, an elderly man shouted, "Everyone, look! There is a purple liquid within the bloodstone. This is stone marrow. This is a premium bloodstone, and its value is bound to multiply tenfold." Tenfold? 6 million? Upon hearing the elder's exclamation, Jiang Han and Jiang Lang were both taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. It seemed that this venture had escalated to an unexpected magnitude. Chapter 53. The genius of stone gambling. Is 6 million Xian stones a substantial sum? Strictly speaking, it is not particularly large. Some martial artists of the Mountain Sea realm or the influential figures of smaller families can readily procure such an amount. For instance, within the first gambling hall, some exquisite raw stones may demand upwards of 10 million Xian stones. Yet here we are in the 5th gambling hall. The raw stones available here are the most affordable in the Qilin gambling house, with this particular raw stone yielding bloodstone priced at 5,000 Xian stones. If it merely produced bloodstone, a 120-fold increase would not be extraordinarily remarkable. However, it has now yielded a premium bloodstone, valued at 6 million Xian stones, representing a staggering increase of 1,200 times. This is indeed alarming. Jiang Lang and Jiang Han commenced with 3,000 Xian stones, purchasing 2 rounds of raw stones, transforming their capital into 6 million. This constitutes a 2,000-fold increase, achieved in just over 2 hours. Such an accomplishment is not merely enviable, It is nothing short of legendary within the realm of stone gambling. While it is not uncommon for a few billion, or even tens of billions, of premium crystals to surface in this domain, those instances do not constitute true legends. The essence of a legend lies in the magnitude of the increase. If one spends 90 million on a raw stone only to uncover 100 million in value, it is unlikely to elicit awe. Many would deem it a loss, given the significant risk associated with a 90 million investment. In stone gambling, the crux lies in the gamble itself. It is about the thrill of risk-taking, the potential for immense profit. Now, Jiang Han and Jiang Lang have truly realized a massive profit, with their 3,000 Xian stones soaring 2,000 times, culminating in 6 million. This encapsulates the allure of stone gambling and elucidates why it has captivated the continent of Jiuzhou for so many years. However, at this moment, Jiang Han does not experience the thrill of gambling nor relish its joys. Instead, he feels a creeping unease, even a twinge of regret. This venture has deviated significantly from the plans he and Jiang Lang had devised. The stakes have escalated to a point where they feel beyond their control. Were he a formidable warrior or supported by a powerful backing, he might feel fearless and audacious. The reality is that he is merely a newly advanced martial artist on the threshold of the Xianin realm, and the many individuals in this gambling hall could crush him as easily as one would an ant. Their plan was to operate discreetly, profiting modestly with tens of thousands of Xian stones here and there. They had even strategized to conduct only one operation per dark city, ensuring they would not attract the attention of the gambling house or powerful figures. Yet now, this situation is bound to cause a stir. It is likely that word of it will spread throughout the dark city. The gambling house owner will undoubtedly take notice of them, and there may be those with ulterior motives who are covertly watching as well. Should their true identities be revealed, not only would future endeavors be jeopardized, but the 6 million they have just acquired may also be at risk. In a worst-case scenario, Jiang Han and Jiang Lang could find their lives in peril. To leave the Qilin gambling house with 6 million Xian stones after starting with 3,000 is a feat that could provoke severe repercussions if the gambling house owner is displeased. Can one truly operate such a large gambling establishment without the support of a formidable force behind it? In a matter of moments, countless thoughts raced through Jiang Han's mind as he glanced at Jiang Lang, who appeared equally stunned, seemingly rendered speechless by shock. Wahaha! Suddenly, Jiang Lang burst into hearty laughter, his excitement propelling him into a jubilant leap. He bounded over to Jiang Han, delivering a playful slap to the back of his head, exclaiming, "I am indeed a prodigy in stone gambling. Dear brother, do you concede? Ha ha ha, 6 million, can you believe it? The old man can only forge a supreme talisman for ha 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 ha. Let us see if he dares to call me a wastrel this time. Ha ha." Jiang Lang appeared almost beside himself with joy, pulling Jiang Han into his exuberance, even planting a kiss on Jiang Han's cheek. Resembling a newly affluent individual reveling in his newfound fortune, Jiang Han felt bewildered. What was Jiang Lang implying? The old man? What old man? Yet, as Jiang Lang chose to play this role, Jiang Han felt compelled to join in, striving to mirror his brother's excitement. He raised his thumb, declaring, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. A genius in stone gambling, destined to become the most formidable master of stone gambling in Yunzhou." A chorus of derisive laughter erupted around them. These two fools had stumbled upon extraordinary luck and dared to boast so shamelessly. A genius in stone gambling? The greatest master in Yunzhou? Forging a supreme talisman? Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Jiang Lang did not finish his thought, but his tone suggested that his grandfather's talismans could fetch 5 or 6 million. Such talismans must be of Earth grade, a feat achievable only by an Earth grade talisman master. The status of an Earth grade talisman master was no trivial matter. There were scarcely more than 100 in the entire Yunzhou. If this were true, these two fools were undoubtedly of considerable lineage, members of a prominent family. Some with ulterior motives displayed a glimmer of apprehension. 6 million was no trifling sum. Just moments ago, they had contemplated surreptitiously acquiring the two's mysterious stones, but now hesitance had crept in. In the dark city, while open conflict was prohibited, there were myriad ways to seize the stones: theft, seduction, deception, or even drugging. Manager, Jiang Lang shouted, "Are you willing to collect this exquisite brown bloodstone? If so, please provide a fair market price. Such a large gambling establishment cannot afford to deceive us, can it?" The manager of the 5th gambling hall had already been standing nearby, his expression resembling that of a man who had just lost his father. His establishment had unwittingly let slip such a grand opportunity. Although much of the blame lay with the stone appraiser, he knew he would be implicated. and perhaps his managerial position would be in jeopardy by nightfall. Please wait a moment, gentlemen, while I seek approval. With so many gamblers watching, the manager could only force a smile and bow, preparing to report the situation. There's no need for approval. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in splendid robes, exuding an air of distinction, approached. A flesh lump adorned his left cheek. He bowed to Jiang Lang and Jiang Han, introducing himself. Esteemed gentlemen, I am Qin Rong, the chief manager of the Qilin Gambling House. Congratulations on your extraordinary fortune today. You have unearthed a legendary stone in the realm of stone gambling in Yuzhou. We shall acquire this brown bloodstone for 6 million, and furthermore, we shall gift you both a VIP card, entitling you to a 10% discount on all raw stone purchases at any branch of our Qilin Gambling House in the future. Wow. Manager Qin exuded an aura of generosity, his demeanor grand and impressive. The Qilin Gambling House undoubtedly stands among the top 5 gambling establishments in Yunzhou, exuding an impressive grandeur. I have indeed made a friend in Manager Qin. The surrounding gamblers erupted in applause, captivated by Manager Qin's magnanimity. Typically, the relationship between gambling houses and patrons is adversarial. When gamblers profit, the house inevitably incurs losses. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang had amassed 3,000 Xin stones, costing the house a staggering 6 million. In a lesser establishment, one would scarcely receive even a polite smile, let alone a VIP card. They might even face difficulties as the house sought to buy back stones at a lower price to mitigate their losses. Manager Qin's approach, however, rendered the patrons quite comfortable. After all, who knows, they might unearth exceptional stones next time? Jiang Lang raised his thumb in admiration and said, "Thank you, Manager Qin. Should I indulge in gambling for stones again, I will certainly return to the Qilin Gambling House." Manager Qin laughed heartily. "You are most welcome. Here at the Qilin Gambling House, we welcome your exceptional finds. As long as you possess the skill and fortune, if you happen to unveil stones that appreciate 1,000-fold, I shall bestow upon you a golden VIP card, allowing you to purchase raw stones at an 80% discount. Should you discover a stone that appreciates 100,000-fold, we will grant you the Supreme Guest card with a 60% discount." A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, as many patrons envisioned the potential of discovering extraordinary treasures. Some eagerly began to wander about, searching for promising raw stones. Meanwhile, the manager swiftly delivered a hidden card, accompanied by a VIP card. Jiang Lang infused his energy to verify the numbers, confirming their accuracy. He then embraced Jiang Han and declared, "Let us go, brother. Tonight, we shall reserve the courtesan of Yichuan Courtyard. Wishing everyone good fortune. Manager Qin, we shall return shortly to continue our merriment here." Manager Qin smiled as he watched the two depart. After their exit, the manager of the 5th gambling hall approached with a serious demeanor, saying, "I am at fault. Please, esteemed manager, punish me." Manager Qin merely cast a glance at the manager without uttering a word. After a moment of contemplation, the manager gritted his teeth and added, "Esteemed manager, shall I arrange for someone to deal with them? Or perhaps should we investigate their backgrounds first?" Chapter 54. Embracing the error. Manager Qin remained silent, nearly walking outside with his hands clasped behind his back, while the steward of the 5th gambling hall hurriedly followed. Upon arriving at a small chamber at the back, as the steward entered, Manager Qin suddenly pivoted and struck him with a powerful slap. The force sent the steward crashing against the wall. Panicked, he scrambled to his feet and knelt heavily, exclaiming, "I am guilty. Please spare my life, esteemed manager." With an impassive expression, Manager Qin gazed at the steward and inquired, "Zhang Su, do you comprehend your transgression?" The imprint of a red handprint marred Zhang Su's face, and he felt a burning pain, yet he dared not touch it. Instead, he humbly admitted, "I mismanaged the situation, allowing such a significant loss to befall the gambling house. I deserve the gravest punishment." Bang! Manager Qin unleashed another fierce kick, propelling Zhang Su into the wall once more. Pain etched across his face. He felt at least 2 ribs crack under the blow. However, he refrained from uttering a word of complaint and gritted his teeth to kneel again, pleading, "Esteemed manager, in light of my years of diligent service, I implore you to grant me mercy." Fool! Manager Qin's countenance was frigid as he retorted, "Do you still not grasp your error?" Zhang Su's face reflected confusion as he clasped his hands together, beseeching, "Please, esteemed manager, enlighten me." In a cold tone, Manager Qin replied, "You allowed others to profit 2,000-fold, and 6 million was lost. Do you consider this a trivial matter? Is 6 million significant for our gambling house? The oversight lies with the gem appraiser. Your error was in attempting to confront those 2 patrons. discussing it within the gambling hall itself? Are you a simpleton? 6 million is inconsequential. This incident is not merely a loss for us. It presents a monumental opportunity to elevate our gambling house's reputation throughout Yunzhou. We must not only refrain from harming those two patrons, but also ensure their protection, safeguarding them from any harm. Two ignorant young masters. Blindly gambling in the Qilin gambling house, transforming 3,000 into 6 million overnight. Imagine the uproar this news would create. 6 million in mystic stones would catapult our establishment to fame in the gambling world of Yunzhou. Is that not valuable? How many gamblers would flock to our doors? What immense profits could it yield? Why would I issue VIP cards? Can your dull mind comprehend this? Upon hearing this, Jiangsu suddenly realized his folly. He had indeed been foolish to consider taking action against Jiang Han and Jiang Lang. Discussing such matters in the hall could ruin the gambling house's reputation, potentially costing billions in mystic stones. Slap. Jiangsu quickly responded, striking himself twice, bowing his head in contrition. Esteemed manager, your wisdom is unparalleled. I nearly jeopardized your grand plans with my ignorance. Paying. Ignoring Jiangsu, Manager Qin called out sharply. A middle-aged man in black entered. Manager Qin commanded. You heard the conversation just now, did you not? Immediately arrange for someone to discreetly protect those two young masters, at the very least. We cannot allow any incidents to occur in our shadowy city. Furthermore, ensure that this matter is disseminated widely. The more fantastical, the better. I want the gamblers in Yunzhou to be aware of tonight's events within 2 days. Additionally, after pondering for a moment, Manager Qin issued another command for the next fortnight. Let more information leak out, even at a loss. I want the Qilin gambling house to achieve unparalleled fame in Yunzhou during this period. The middle-aged man in black cupped his hands and departed, while Manager Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, murmuring to himself, are these two young masters truly blessed with extraordinary luck, or are they merely gambling prodigies putting on an act? At that moment, the two gambling prodigies were in the grandest restaurant within the city, having reserved the largest private room. They ordered the most exquisite dishes and the finest wines, spending a staggering 30,000 Xian stones in one sitting. As they beheld the lavish spread of delicacies and observed Jiang Lang gorging himself, his face smeared with grease, Jiang Han sat there in a daze, utterly speechless. After taking a sip of wine, Jiang Lang glanced at Jiang Han and slurred, Eat up. Why aren't you eating? Don't waste such expensive food. You really have a big heart. Jiang Han sighed and replied, What shall we do next? Should we take a few detours back by morning? This incident has far-reaching consequences. Continuing to take risks could cost us our lives. After much deliberation, Jiang Han resolved to sever this financial avenue, waiting a few years until the commotion subsided and their strength increased before cautiously returning to the fray. Return. Jiang Lang spat out a piece of bone, grinning widely as he said, If we don't rake in a few billion Xin stones, how can we face anyone upon our return? It's not easy to come out here. Let us just plan to stay for half a month. What? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, suddenly standing up. Have you lost your mind? Are you willing to trade your life for money? Don't be hasty, my young friend. Jiang Lang tossed aside a large piece of meat and wiped his hands with the tablecloth, saying, I assure you, there are definitely people watching us outside. And not just one group. If we return now, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Our identities will soon be exposed. At that point, survival will be difficult. And it could implicate the Yunming Pavilion. Jiang Han paused, contemplating before saying, We can visit a few more cities, and if necessary, we can buy 2 masks. Surely we won't be discovered? That's futile. Jiang Lang shook his head. Only a heavenly grade mask could help. Some adept trackers can easily pinpoint your location just by catching a whiff of your scent. Earth-grade masks may hide you from ordinary warriors, but not from professional trackers. Tonight's events have escalated significantly. Thus, we cannot leave just yet and must remain in this city. Concerned for Jiang Li, Jiang Han bit his lip and said, How much are heavenly grade masks? If not, we should buy 2. Heh. Jiang Lang shot him a sidelong glance. Don't even think about 2. You can't afford even 1. They cost 100 million Xian stones each. 100 million. Jiang Han sank back down, his expression darkening, filled with regret. Don't be so despondent. Jiang Lang approached and sat beside Jiang Han, saying, Who could have predicted that the outcome would be so extraordinary? The events have transpired, and we can only embrace the misstep, forging ahead into the abyss. Embrace the misstep? Jiang Han found himself perplexed. Indeed. Jiang Lang's expression turned grave. I have devised a new plan. I intend to operate within the shadowy city, specifically at the Qilin gambling house, for 3 to 5 days, aiming to rake in several 100 million Xin stones, and then depart without a trace. Several 100 million? Jiang Han's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? This gambling house ranks among the top 5 in Yunzhou, and the forces behind it are formidable. Are you seeking a premature end to your life? To merely observe a gambling house for a few days and expect to accumulate such wealth? Even if the proprietor were a fool, they would undoubtedly notice the anomaly. A person's luck cannot be perpetually favorable. Even if we fail to gather evidence of cheating, suspicions will arise. At that point, it won't just be them. The investigation could lead back to Yiming Pavilion, resulting in catastrophic consequences for the entire establishment. Do not panic." Jiang Lang replied confidently with a smile, showing in. "We have but one chance. After this endeavor, we will have no opportunity to act for at least 3 to 5 years. So it is imperative that we seize this moment to make a substantial profit. Rest assured, I have my own means of escape, ensuring that no one dares to investigate us. I guarantee I will facilitate your departure effortlessly, without revealing our identities." Chapter 55. The Great Collapse. A remarkable brown bloodstone has placed Jiang Lang and Jiang Han at the pinnacle of attention. From a mere 3,000 to an astonishing 6 million, this narrative is destined to become a legendary tale within the realm of stone gambling. Consequently, the two find themselves unable to depart in the immediate future, as numerous eyes are undoubtedly watching them. Having attracted such scrutiny, they resolve to seize the opportunity for substantial gain, followed by a period of retreat. With this fortune, their cultivation over the ensuing years will be well-resourced, allowing for focused and accelerated advancement. Although Jiang Lang does not explicitly articulate how they will safely depart after acquiring the funds, he is resolutely confident that a means exists. Jiang Han, after a contemplative silence lasting the equivalent of a half-incense stick, decisively slammed his palm on the table, declaring, "Let us proceed then. At worst, we perish. Accepting only 6 million would lead to inevitable shortages of profound stones in the near future, and fleeing now would render them equally immobile for years. Thus, he opts to trust Jiang Lang for this singular occasion. It's not so dire." Jiang Lang reassured him, placing a supportive hand on Jiang Han's shoulder. "Have faith in me. I will undoubtedly ensure your safe return. I am still in my prime, with countless beautiful maidens languishing in despair awaiting my rescue. I shall not easily meet my end." "Very well." Jiang Han nodded, then turned his attention to his meal, undeterred by anything else. This was his nature. Once a decision was made, he moved forward without hesitation or regret. The two indulged in a sumptuous feast before boldly checking into the finest establishment, the Dragon and Phoenix Inn, securing the most luxurious room at a cost of 5,000 profound stones for a single night, which caused Jiang Han considerable discomfort. Nonetheless, Jiang Lang insisted on this choice, for the Dragon and Phoenix Inn was the largest and safest inn in Yunzhou, offering them peace of mind and comfort during their stay. Having struck it rich, the two young men reveled in their wealth, embodying the extravagant behavior expected of affluent heirs. Jiang Han retreated to his room to cultivate and rest, while Jiang Lang, brimming with confidence, set out once more. He ventured to the Yichuan courtyard, where he extravagantly summoned 5 courtesans and reserved the finest private chamber. The tale of the 3,000 wager resulting in 6 million quickly spread through the Kirin gambling house under the direction of manager Chen, circulating throughout the dark city within half an hour. By the following morning, the story had permeated numerous nearby dark cities, and it was anticipated that within 2 to 3 days, most regions of Yunzhou would be aware of it. The next day, the Kirin gambling house was teeming with patrons drawn by the burgeoning fame. Manager Chen had prominently displayed the exquisite brown bloodstone in the 5th gambling hall, alongside the stone skin for public examination. Under Chen's intentional guidance, the betting frenzy escalated, with numerous participants raising their stakes by tenfold or more, and some even achieving increases of 200 to 300 times. As news spread through the efforts of Manager Chen's emissaries, the majority of gamblers from nearby establishments flocked to the Kirin gambling house. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, with throngs of people arriving from surrounding dark cities. In the afternoon, Jiang Lang and Jiang Han made their way to the Kirin gambling house, despite having indulged in revelry the previous night at the Yichuan courtyard. Jiang Lang appeared invigorated rather than weary, exuding a radiant confidence as he strode forward with an air of superiority. He tossed a pill to Jiang Han, and upon consumption, their voices took on a husky quality. Jiang Lang expressed concern that many would flock to the Qilin gambling house today, and if they encountered acquaintances, their identities could be compromised. Upon their arrival, the duo stirred a commotion, as numerous onlookers had come, eager to witness the stone gambling prodigy capable of yielding a 2,000-fold return. However, upon seeing Jiang Lang's ostentatious demeanor, many were left disillusioned. He appeared less a genius of stone gambling and more a fortunate fool. Undeterred by the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Lang strode confidently into room 3 of the gambling house with Jiang Han. Indeed, they had chosen the more expensive room 3 for its superior raw stones, as pricier stones often yielded higher quality results. All raw stones in the gambling house had been meticulously examined by the appraisers, who categorized them into different grades, assigning them to various rooms accordingly. I am a genius of stone gambling. Today, I shall earn 30 million, Jiang Lang proclaimed, though his hoarse voice lacked the commanding presence he intended. Inadvertently drawing a throng towards room 3. The foot traffic in the gambling house had surged tenfold compared to previous days. Fortunately, room 3 was sufficiently spacious, otherwise it would have been a crush of bodies, rendering it impossible to examine the stones. Manager Qin personally oversaw the proceedings in room 3, discreetly orchestrating further promotions for the room. Such a prime opportunity for fame could not be overlooked, even if he incurred losses amounting to billions in the process. The subsequent renown could yield profits in the hundreds of billions for the Qilin gambling house in the future. Jiang Lang and Jiang Han commenced their examination, feeling, tapping, and shaking the stones, even pressing their ears against them to listen, splashing water upon them. Their peculiar methods left many spectators bewildered. Was there truly such an approach to stone gambling? Could it be that the two were indeed experts? Perhaps yesterday's success was not mere luck, but rather a unique technique in stone appraisal. The raw stones in room 3 were approximately 10 times more expensive than those in room 5, with each stone valued at over 10,000 Xian stones. After more than an hour of scrutiny, Jiang Han and Jiang Lang employed their previous day's strategy and purchased 50 relatively inexpensive stones. Cast a wide net to catch many fish. The 50 raw stones cost them over 600,000 Xian stones, receiving a 10% discount, bringing the total to around 600,000. That will suffice. Let us take them for cutting, Jiang Lang declared exuberantly, gesturing for the steward Huang to arrange for the stones to be transported to the cutting area outside. Manager Qin had already arranged for the stones to be cut in the plaza to attract onlookers from all gambling halls, creating a sensational effect. Black Hawk. Manager Qin called out from the corner, addressing Black Hawk. Have Elder Su assess the stones they selected. Will they rise or fall? Manager Qin hoped for a significant rise. If the stones were to appreciate several times over, it would be ideal. With so many witnesses present today, the reach of their success would be even broader, enhancing the reputation of the Qilin gambling house. Black Hawk quickly departed and returned after a short while, reporting, Manager, according to Elder Su's assessment, it appears that their selection is likely to fail, and quite severely. Fail severely? Manager Qin's expression darkened. With so many promotions, how could they possibly face failure? This is far from a favorable situation. It will undoubtedly extinguish the enthusiasm of countless gamblers, leaving them utterly disheartened. What defines a gambler? These individuals are consumed by dreams of overnight wealth, fantasizing about lucrative opportunities. Jiang Lang and Jiang Han now serve as exemplars, transforming 3,000 into 6 million, a true legend that can greatly invigorate other gamblers. However, if the pair managed to earn 6 million yesterday only to lose it all today, they would swiftly transition from role models to cautionary tales. Yet, they have already chosen their stone, and a crowd of hundreds has gathered in the square. Manager Qin finds himself at a loss. He cannot simply retrieve the stone and allow them to make another selection, can he? Alas, it has collapsed again. Still, nothing. Ha ha ha, a genius in gambling stones. 8 consecutive cuts, and all yielded nothing. The square buzzed with excitement as 8 stones were sliced, revealing only hollow cores, yielding no results. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang's expressions darkened, their silence a testament to their discontent. 15 stones, 30 stones. After slicing 30 stones, they finally obtained a minuscule piece of dark crystal, worth a few thousand Xian stones. 40 stones, 50 stones. The remaining stones were quickly cut, resulting in 2 additional mineral crystals, yet their values were negligible, totaling merely 20 to 30,000 Xian stones. From 600,000, they garnered only 30,000. Pathetic. Haha, I told you so. What sort of prodigy could emerge from sheer luck? They possess no understanding of stone evaluation. How could blind purchases lead to profit? Are they not merely 2 fools? Calling them gambling prodigies? My grandson could outshine them in discernment. The murmurs around them grew louder, and Jiang Han and Jiang Lang's expressions grew increasingly grim. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Lang shouted, "Second brother, let us go. We shall head to the second gambling hall. The third may not have any goods. Today, we shall take a bold risk. After all, this 6 million was merely a windfall. Let us wager it all. What if we strike it rich and secure billions?" Chapter 56. The fish bites. Jiang Lang's words stirred a sensation among the onlookers. For many gamblers, several million Xian stones is no trifling sum. Did these two fools, Jiang Lang and Jiang Han, truly believe themselves to be prodigies of stone gambling? After laboring to earn a modest amount of Xian stones, were they really intent on spending it all in a single day? Young man, heed this old man's advice. Do not play recklessly. One's luck cannot remain favorable indefinitely. Indeed, the wealth amassed through fortune is often lost through lack of skill. Young man, it would be wise to know when to retreat. Truth be told, you do not grasp the depths of stone gambling. It is fraught with peril. A few gamblers nearby could not bear to watch the two squander their fortunes and began to offer counsel. Naturally, Jiang Lang and Jiang Han paid them no mind. Just as they prepared to head towards the second gambling hall, a voice caught their attention. Two simpletons, having stumbled upon a stroke of luck, genuinely believe they possess the skill to gamble on stones? They do not even understand the most fundamental techniques of stone appraisal. Huh. I wager that 6 million will be squandered today. The voice was not particularly loud, but similar derisive comments floated around the vicinity. What drew the attention of Jiang Lang and Jiang Han was the familiarity of this voice. Especially for Jiang Han, upon hearing it, his expression darkened, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Their gaze fell upon an elderly man with white hair and beard, adorned with a jade crown, Han Shiqi. Before arriving, Jiang Lang had given Jiang Han a medicinal pill to ensure their voices remained hoarse, all to avoid encountering acquaintances. Little did they expect that Jiang Lang's foresight would prove accurate, and they would indeed encounter someone familiar, Han Shiqi, present at the Qilin gambling house. Since returning to the Cloud Dream Pavilion, Han Shiqi had not shown himself even once. Jiang Han had assumed he was in seclusion, avoiding contact with others. Yet, unexpectedly, they met in this clandestine city. In truth, Han Shiqi was indeed wary of meeting anyone from the Cloud Dream Pavilion, choosing a life of seclusion. However, he was not in meditation. Having suffered a shattered divine altar, his realm had plummeted from the Mountain Sea realm to the Xianin realm, prompting him to abandon the path of martial arts and indulge in hedonistic pleasures. It was understandable that he would not make a spectacle of himself within the Cloud Dream Pavilion. Yet his restless nature led him to secretly revel in the dark city's vices. Gambling on stones happened to be one of Han Shiqi's interests. As the deputy pavilion master of the Cloud Dream Pavilion and the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, he was not in one of Xian stones. Given his inclination towards vice, it was only natural that he would be drawn to observe the happenings at the Qilin gambling house. Upon sighting Han Shiqi, a myriad of thoughts surged through Jiang Han's mind. He exchanged glances with Jiang Lang, and without a word, they reached an unspoken agreement. The two resolved to take advantage of Han Shiqi, a means to vent their frustrations. Receiving the message conveyed by Jiang Han, a cold smirk appeared on Jiang Lang's lips, his demeanor shifting to one of defiance. Suddenly, he pointed an accusatory finger at Han Shiqi and declared, "Old fool, whom do you deem a simpleton?" Many nearby observers snickered at the exchange. Why, amidst the jeers, did Jiang Lang suddenly lash out at Han Shiqi? The latter found himself at a loss for words. Everyone was making similar remarks, yet Jiang Lang had chosen to confront him directly. However, with Jiang Lang pointing a finger at him, how could he back down? Clearing his throat, Han Shiqi replied, "Young man, temper your indignation. The old man merely spoke a few truths, and it was for your benefit." What a foolish remark. Jiang Lang, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "What are you? Do you even have the right to judge us? Have you ever experienced a 2,000-fold increase?" Jiang Han chimed in, slightly lowering his voice as he pointed at Han Shiqi. "Old fool, do we not understand the art of stone betting? You claim to? Forget 2,000-fold. Can you even achieve a 200-fold increase?" The elder, lacking respect due to his age, knew nothing but to prattle on. Jiang Lang's words were harsh, but Jiang Han's were even more cutting. With so many eyes upon him, Han Shiqi's face turned an unsettling shade of pale, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, he could not stoop to exchanging insults with these two youngsters. Instead, he coldly responded, "I have been engaged in stone betting for decades. While I may not be an expert, I have seen more gains than losses. Achieving a 2,000-fold increase is indeed remarkable, but it is merely luck. Can you replicate such fortune every time? You two young men, I do not mean to be harsh, but you truly lack understanding of this craft. Do you comprehend the terms texture, python, type, and momentum? Have you encountered the Tianshui pattern, the Dibo pattern, the Shenheng python, the Jiaoyang python, the Dongling type, or the Jiolong momentum? Are you aware of the true techniques of stone betting? Han Shiqi elaborated eloquently, while Jiang Han appeared bewildered, and Zhang Lang seemed equally confused. Jiang Han blinked and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Haha." Han Shiqi laughed heartily, and many gamblers around them shook their heads in amusement, whispering amongst themselves, clearly recognizing that Jiang Han and his companion were utterly clueless. For a millennium, the art of stone betting has flourished throughout the Jiuzhou continent, with generations of practitioners documenting and refining techniques. Assessing a stone involves 4 critical aspects: texture, python, type, and momentum. Certain textures increase the likelihood of yielding quality goods. Some pythons indicate the potential for vast mineral crystals, certain types suggest higher probabilities of containing valuable materials, and certain momentum can lead to extraordinary outcomes. Jiang Han and Zhang Lang were completely ignorant of even the most fundamental techniques of stone betting. Their 2,000-fold increase from the previous night was purely a stroke of extraordinary luck. However, luck in the realm of stone betting cannot endure indefinitely. Eventually, one is destined to lose everything. Observing the disdainful expressions surrounding him, Han Shiqi, filled with a sense of pride, clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Young gentleman, heed my advice. You know nothing. It would be wise to walk away while you're ahead. Continuing could lead to your utter ruin." Spitting disdainfully, Jiang Han retorted, "Old fool, you speak so confidently, yet perhaps you are the one who understands? Shall we wager?" "Indeed." Zhang Lang nodded, pointing at Han Shiqi's nose. "Old fool, do you dare to wager against us? Let us bet 5 million Xian stones in an external match." Gasps of surprise echoed around them. The crowd, consisting of avid gamblers, thrived on the thrill of betting. Zhang Lang's proposition to wager 5 million against Han Shiqi was indeed intriguing. Han Shiqi paused, taken aback. 5 million Xian stones was no trifling sum. While he possessed such wealth, what if he were to lose? Despite his earlier eloquence and bravado, he possesses little talent in the realm of stone gambling. Over the years, he has suffered more losses than victories, and the techniques he just mentioned are merely borrowed from what he has overheard from others. Are you afraid to gamble? As Han Shiqi remained unyielding, Jiang Han grew impatient and, mimicking Jiang Lang, pointed a finger at Han Shiqi's nose, exclaiming, "Old dog, aren't you supposed to be knowledgeable? Aren't you a master of stone gambling? If you're too afraid to take a risk, then why don't you just leave and spare us the embarrassment?" Being berated by a mere youth, especially with hundreds of onlookers present, many of whom recognized Han Shiqi as the head of the Internal Affairs Hall of the Yunming Pavilion, was a humiliation he could hardly endure. Gritting his teeth, he finally conceded, "Fine, I'll gamble. But remember, if you 2 little brats lose, don't even think about dodging your debts." With a shared glance of amusement, Jiang Han and Jiang Lang felt a rush of triumph. After expending so much breath, they had finally hooked their prey. Chapter 57. Are you afraid? Upon catching sight of Han Shiqi, Jiang Han was immediately inclined to provoke him. Although the Dark City forbade murder and neither of them could kill Han Shiqi, there was nothing to prevent him from scheming against him. A sum of 5 million Xian stones was no trifling matter for Han Shiqi if Jiang Han could manage to swindle that amount from him. He would find himself laughing in his sleep. First, they needed to establish the terms of the wager. Han Shiqi spoke up, asserting that if they were to gamble, clarity was essential. After all, losing 5 million Xian stones due to confusion was no small matter. Zhang Lang, with a glint in his eye, suggested, "It's quite simple. Each of us will contribute 5 million to purchase stones, and whoever uncovers the most valuable goods will be deemed the victor." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Was the stakes truly so high? 5 million for stones, alongside an additional 5 million wagered externally, amounted to a total of 10 million Xian stones. If one were to invest 5 million and unveil nothing of worth, they would incur a loss of the entire 10 million. Han Shiqi possessed such wealth, yet it represented a substantial portion of his fortune. A loss here would severely deplete his resources. Han Shiqi hesitated, grappling with the enormity of the gamble. He lacked the confidence. After all, he was not a master of stone gambling. And what if things went awry? "Old man, are you afraid?" Jiang Han noticed Han Shiqi's reluctance and taunted him. "If you're scared, simply bark like a dog 3 times and leave the Qilin gambling house." Han Shiqi bristled with anger and retorted coldly, "Do you think I would be afraid? I can afford to lose 10 million Xian stones." "But wait, aren't you only in possession of 6 million Xian stones? If you invest 5 million to buy stones, how will you cover the loss of 5 million if you lose?" Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. Han Shiqi had a point. They indeed only had 6 million Xian stones left after their expenditures last night and earlier. While he was confident in his victory, he lacked the necessary funds. Haha. Jiang Lang laughed heartily, his gaze shifting to the onlooking Manager Qin. Manager Qin, could you assist us by verifying our funds? Of course. Manager Qin approached eagerly, recognizing these two young men as fortunate harbingers for him. Their external wager would undoubtedly add to the allure of the Qilin gambling house, regardless of the outcome. He approached with a respectful bow, introducing himself. I am Qin Rong. If you trust me, I shall witness this wager. Given Qin Rong's esteemed position, there was no doubt he would remain impartial as the proprietor of such a grand establishment. Han Shiqi presented a discreet card, which Qin Rong accepted, channeling his Xian power into it before nodding. This esteemed guest has sufficient funds. Qin Rong then turned his attention to Jiang Lang, who responded with a grin. We possess just over 500,000 Xian stones. However, I have a precious item worth 5 million. Would you permit me to present it to you separately? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Rong nodded in agreement. The two departed swiftly to a nearby chamber. Moments later, they returned, with Qin Rong declaring, this young gentleman indeed possesses a treasure valued at over 5 million. Thus, should he lose and be unable to produce the 5 million, our gambling house shall cover it. Agreed. With the Qilin gambling house as guarantor, Han Shiqi felt reassured, and the surrounding patrons buzzed with excitement. A wager of 10 million mysterious stones is a rare spectacle, especially when both parties are engaged in the art of stone gambling. Brother, let us proceed, Jiang Lang proclaimed, gesturing grandly. We shall head to Hall 2. This time we must choose wisely. Tomorrow marks the elder's birthday, and we ought to earn a bit more to procure some precious gifts for him, allowing him to revel in our generosity. There was an underlying message in Jiang Lang's words, causing Jiang Han to furrow his brow and cast a glance, which received Jiang Lang's confirmation. It was clear that Jiang Lang intended to return home the following day, implying that today would be their final endeavor. In other words, Jiang Lang urged Jiang Han to seize the moment decisively, for after this round, they would depart. Initially, Jiang Lang had suggested a 3 to 5 day venture, but he suddenly opted for a swift gain instead. Though Jiang Han was somewhat perplexed by Jiang Lang's intentions, he chose not to dwell on it further, resolving to seize this opportunity and then leave. Upon entering Hall 2, Han Shiqi contemplated for a moment before following suit. Naturally, the onlookers trailed behind, and soon the expanse of Hall 2 was teeming with spectators. Many more were arriving continuously. Had it not been for Manager Qin's intervention, the place would have been utterly overcrowded. An unprecedented gamble. This dark city, merely a silver-level locale, had not witnessed such lively events in many years. A crowd gathered outside, speculating on the outcome of the wager, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang exchanged few words, each diverging to select stones, their occasional glances signaling their planned collaboration. The average price of the raw stones here was around 100,000 mysterious stones each, and they aimed to choose approximately 50 stones, Jiang Lang opting for 30. While Jiang Han selected 20. Jiang Lang's 30 were picked at random, but Jiang Han's choices were critical. Winning against Han Shiqi was not the primary concern. Jiang Han needed to ensure they reaped at least several 100 million mysterious stones. This would be their sole opportunity for a considerable while, necessitating a strategic approach. Han Shiqi was visibly anxious, surrounded by several eager gamblers offering their advice. One would assert that a particular stone was bound to yield extraordinary results, while another would claim that a specific stone bore unique markings, promising a significant increase in value. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang had their own advisors as well, but Jiang Lang irritably requested they stand back, a sentiment echoed by Jiang Han. Their dismissive demeanor incited ire among some onlookers, who began to mutter disparaging remarks from a distance. These fools truly believe they possess a talent for stone gambling. Let us see them lose their shirts this time. Indeed, they know nothing. If this round proves profitable, I'll eat 3 pounds of dung. I'll add 2 pounds. As Jiang Lang and Jiang Han engaged in their usual antics, occasionally lifting stones to shake them, tapping here and striking there, even splashing water onto them and rolling them about. It appeared to the crowd that they were well versed in the craft, though in truth, they were far from it. Old Lu has arrived. Clear the way, Old Lu is here. He is a figure worthy of being called a master. The appearance of Old Lu had caused quite a stir. His reputation in the stone gambling circles of Yunzhou was formidable, having once achieved a record of 32 consecutive profitable outcomes. A commotion erupted outside as a diminutive yet spirited elder clad in a white robe entered, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Upon his arrival, Han Shichi's spirits lifted, and he hastened to greet him. He had once shared a meal with this esteemed Master Lu, thus their acquaintance was established. At such a pivotal moment, he naturally sought the sagacious insights of this luminary in the realm of stone gambling. Ha ha ha. Master Lu chuckled lightly, clasping his hands together. I have heard of a remarkable gamble taking place here, and I came to witness it. Please, do not mind me. A glimmer of hope flickered in Han Shichi's eyes as he implored, Master Lu, I humbly ask for your assistance. From a distance, Jiang Lang scoffed. Are you truly soliciting help? Shopkeeper Qin interjected. Since the gamble has commenced, it would be inappropriate to summon external aid. Let each rely on their own abilities. Master Lu nodded with a smile, saying, My skills are hardly noteworthy in such a setting. Han, your talents are no less formidable than mine. Be bold in your choices. Surely you can outmaneuver those two young ones. With a resigned sigh, Han Shichi lamented that had Master Lu arrived before the gamble began, he could have sought his assistance. Now, it would be against the rules. He steeled himself and began to scrutinize the stones meticulously. Meanwhile, Master Lu strolled about with his hands clasped behind his back. After examining several stones, he paused before a green stone, kneeling to tap it twice. Han Shichi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Once Master Lu had moved on, he approached the green stone, observing it closely. Noticing it was priced at a mere 100,000 Xian stones, he declared, I'll take this one. Mark it down. Excitement rippled through the onlookers, glancing at one another, realizing that Master Lu seemed to be secretly aiding Han Shichi. After a brief period, Master Lu wandered again, stopping before another stone resembling a camel, kneeling to tap it 3 times. Han Shichi's heart soared with joy as he followed closely. But his expression darkened upon seeing the price, 200,000? If he lacked the means, it would spell disaster. He cast a glance at the departing Master Lu, who paid him no heed. Gritting his teeth, Han Shichi declared, I'll take this one as well. Chapter 58, Congratulations to Old Han afterward. Old Lu no longer offered any hints, opting instead to retreat to a corner to enjoy his tea. With no other choice, Han Shichi resorted to selecting stones on his own, ultimately purchasing a total of 20 pieces after much deliberation. On the other side, Jiang Lang had nearly completed his selections. Choosing stones based purely on instinct, often, he would make his decision with just a fleeting glance, without examining the stone in detail. Jiang Han, too, was nearing the end of his choices, having settled on 16 stones, only one of which contained valuable material. It was a grotesquely shaped stone, riddled with pits, priced at 700,000 Xian stones, making it the most expensive among Jiang Han's selections. This stone harbored a fist-sized purple Xian crystal. Although Jiang Han was uncertain of the precise value, he knew that just this crystal alone was worth at least 100 million Xian stones. The larger the Xian crystal, the higher its worth. A crystal the size of a fingernail could fetch tens of thousands, while a fist-sized one would undoubtedly exceed 100 million. As for the remaining 4 stones, Jiang Han found himself in a quandary. In truth, there were numerous excellent stones in this second gambling hall, many of which contained valuable treasures. Jiang Han was apprehensive about overextending himself and not being able to conclude his dealings satisfactorily. His dilemma was not in selecting the stones, but rather in contemplating the magnitude of his potential profits. Would 1 or 2 billion suffice? After much contemplation, Jiang Han concluded that a profit in the range of 1 to 2 billion would be quite substantial, enough to indulge himself for several years and effortlessly advance to the 9th level of the Xianyu realm. Once he broke through to the Mountain Sea realm, he could always devise a means to acquire more Xian stones later on. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Han chose 3 stones that contained no valuable material. And for the final piece, he selected an ox-head stone, which concealed tens of millions of mining crystals. Remove them. With his selections complete, Jiang Han waved his hand grandly, prompting Jiang Lang to stride over with a broad grin, exclaiming, Second brother, I've made my selections. This time I feel confident. The stones I chose will yield at least 500 million. Jiang Han replied in kind, Brother, you are a gambling savant. You will undoubtedly succeed. I have confidence in my choices as well. I expect at least 100 million in returns. Many onlookers rolled their eyes, particularly at Jiang Lang's assertions. Which gambler, after purchasing stones, did not brim with confidence, convinced they would reap returns exponentially? Yet, each time reality struck, their dreams would be mercilessly shattered, leaving them with nothing but regret. Have you all made your selections? Manager Qin appeared, and upon receiving confirmation, 2 attendants approached to tally the prices. Both sides had stones priced around 5 million, with Han Shichi's selection slightly exceeding that by over 100,000, which was negligible. Lift them out and prepare to cut. With a grand gesture, Manager Qin signaled, and a dozen attendants sprang into action, transporting the selected stones outside to the square for cutting. At that moment, nearly 1,000 spectators had gathered outside the second gambling hall. And as the stones were brought out, excitement surged through the crowd. Everyone rushed toward the stone cutting area, eager to secure a good vantage point. Han Shiqi did not immediately exit. Instead, he approached the corner and directed his gaze toward Old Lu, inquiring, "Brother Lu, have you observed their stones?" Old Lu chuckled, offering no verbal response, but patted Han Shiqi on the shoulder before strolling outside with his hands behind his back. "Excellent." Han Shiqi trembled with excitement. And although Old Lu remained silent, he instilled unwavering confidence in him. It seemed victory was assured this time. 5 million. Han Shiqi swallowed hard, envisioning the prospect of winning that sum and perhaps spending half a month at the grandest pleasure house in the Golden Shadow City. It was said that there were not only beautiful human maidens but also enchanting fairies from the demon clan. Furthermore, if the prices soared, he might even amass several million more. Wealth was within his grasp. His hands quivered slightly as he hastened towards the exit. And at the moment he stepped out of the gambling hall, his previously stooped back straightened considerably, and his complexion flushed with vitality. As the center of attention, onlookers instinctively parted to create a path for him, and he strode back inside with his hands clasped behind him. In that moment, he felt as if he had reached the zenith of life, walking with an almost ethereal lightness. "Old fool, what are you dawdling for?" Jiang Lang's impatient voice rang out. Han Shiqi sneered a few times, entering the room and retorting, "What's the rush? Can't wait to lose to me." The two imbeciles would soon have reason to lament. "Let us get started." Jiang Lang, uninterested in further chatter, waved his hand, prompting the 3 stone appraisers on either side to commence their work. Jiang Lang and Jiang Han had 50 stones, more than double the amount, hence 2 appraisers were assigned. Manager Qin had instructed that the appraisers proceed with utmost caution, meticulously revealing each stone, for should they inadvertently damage the contents, the valuation would be compromised. Given the higher quantity of stones on Jiang Han and Jiang Lang's side, they naturally selected numerous inexpensive small stones, allowing for a faster pace of revelation. Before long, Jiang Han unveiled 3 stones, while Han Shiqi managed to reveal but 1, resulting in a complete debacle. The process continued, and soon 6 or 7 stones were uncovered. Yet still, neither side yielded any treasures. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement, and someone proposed a hypothetical: if neither side revealed anything, who would be declared the winner? There is no such hypothesis. Just as Han Shiqi began to cut into the 5th stone, he unearthed a thumb-sized dark crystal, valued at 200,000 Shin stones. "Congratulations, Old Han. Truly impressive, the first to strike gold." Nearby, those who bore ill will towards Jiang Han immediately congratulated Han Shiqi, purely to vex Jiang Han and Jiang Lang. Both Jiang Han and Jiang Lang's expressions grew somewhat grim, though it was all part of their act. They had already revealed 9 stones without yielding a single gain. Manager Qin furrowed his brow slightly, his lips moving as he communicated discreetly with an elder beside him, saying, "Elder Su, with your expertise, do you foresee these 2 youngsters faltering or flourishing?" Elder Su, the chief appraiser, scanned the stones with keen eyes, his lips also moving in quiet communication. "Manager, in my estimation, both sides have the potential to gain. However, I cannot ascertain who will prevail, as there are several stones on both sides that elude my understanding." Manager Qin nodded subtly. Not even Elder Su, nor many masters of stone betting, could decipher the intricacies of certain stones. The thrill of stone gambling lay precisely in this uncertainty. No one could predict what marvels would be revealed. The appraisers continued their work unabated. Jiang Han had just cut through the 14th stone and finally uncovered a treasure, albeit merely a yellow-scaled stone worth several tens of thousands. In stark contrast, Han Shiqi commenced the cutting of the green stone selected for him by Old Lu. With a single stroke, a gentle green radiance illuminated the surroundings, instantly igniting excitement among the crowd. As a 2-finger-sized green crystal emerged, the square erupted in fervor. The green Shin crystal, and so substantial too? Its value surged dramatically. This exquisite piece was worth at least 1,000,000 Shin stones. Congratulations to Old Han. The original stone cost a mere 100,000, now soaring tenfold. Ha ha. Old Han is certain to triumph. The most valuable camel stone is bound to appreciate significantly, securing this round for him. Many observers noted that Old Lu had discreetly guided Han Shiqi twice, once with this green stone and the other with a 2 million camel stone. The green stone, procured for only 100,000, had increased tenfold. This clearly demonstrated Old Lu's genuine expertise in stone appraisal. The camel stone, purchased for 2 million, need not appreciate tenfold. Even a threefold increase would yield 6 million Xian stones. Should the camel stone appreciate 3 to 5 times, Han Shiqi would make a considerable profit from stone betting, potentially surpassing Jiang Han and his companions by 5 million. That would be a double blessing. Tenfold, it must surely appreciate beyond tenfold. Han Shiqi's body began to tremble, his gaze fervently fixed on the camel stone. His mind was awash with vivid fantasies. If it were to appreciate beyond tenfold, he could earn over 10 million merely from stone betting. If he were to gain such a fortune, he would immediately head to Jinsheng to find a few enchanting companions. He must prepare plenty of Lokyang fruits. Han Shiqi swallowed hard, inexplicably feeling a surge of heat coursing through his body. Chapter 59. Let us once again extend our congratulations to Old Han. There exists an unwritten rule in the art of stone cutting. One begins with the less expensive stones, reserving the more valuable ones for later. The cheaper stones seldom yield remarkable results, thus providing a glimmer of hope for what lies ahead. The inexpensive stones chosen by Jiang Han were merely fillers, resulting in the initial cuts yielding no noteworthy finds. Before long, Jiang Han had cut through 30 stones, revealing only a single piece of Yunshui stone, valued at a meager several tens of thousands of Xianjing. This was merely a stroke of luck bestowed upon him by Jiang Lang's hapless selection. The adage 9 out of 10 bets lose holds its weight, particularly in the realm of stone gambling. Each gambling house employs skilled gem appraisers who assign varying prices based on the quality of the stones. Naturally, stones with the potential to yield valuable goods command higher prices, while 9 out of 10 stones are devoid of value. And even those that do contain something are often of inferior quality. Otherwise, how would the gambling houses profit? The gambling houses possess professional gem appraisers who can also assign prices to the raw stones. The initiative rests with them, and even if some stones appreciate in value, they invariably profit overall. Even if they suffer losses in the short term, they gain prestige, attracting more gamblers, ensuring that their profits will eventually be restored. The operation of a gambling house is a surefire venture. For over 1,000 years, why have such establishments proliferated if they were not profitable? On Han Shiqi's side, he had reached the 13th stone and managed to unveil 2 pieces, valued at over 300,000 Xianjing. In total, Han Shiqi had revealed 1,300,000 Xianjing, although he was still at a loss on paper. Jiang Han and his companions fared far worse, having only revealed a mere 100,000 from a 5 million investment. If this trend continued, not only would Jiang Han incur substantial losses in stone gambling, but he would also owe Han Shiqi 5 million Xianjing. They pressed on. Upon reaching the 38th stone, Jiang Han finally unearthed a valuable piece, a block of obsidian, valued at 800,000 Xianjing. This fortune was again a mere coincidence, a stroke of luck akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Of course, it was not solely Jiang Lang-esque good fortune. It was also orchestrated by Qin Rong, who had arranged for a leak. After all, with thousands of stones in the gambling hall, how could one easily stumble upon such a find? Congratulations to Old Han. Yet again a treasure emerged. Han Shiqi, surprisingly fortunate, cut through 17 stones to uncover another piece of Xianjing, valued at 400,000. Han Shiqi had thus recouped 1,700,000, far outpacing Jiang Han and Jiang Lang. However, Han Shiqi's expression reflected concern. He had only 3 stones left. Should he fail to reveal anything of value, he would face significant losses. If Jiang Han were to unveil something remarkable, it would spell disaster for him. Wait. Han Shiqi suddenly spoke up. Addressing the gem appraiser, cut the camel stone first. Han Shiqi was beginning to feel the pressure of this torment. He placed all his hopes on the camel stone. It was down to this one piece. If he were to meet his demise, he preferred it to be swift. Very well, the gem appraiser nodded, and the surrounding crowd of thousands held their breath. The gem appraisers from Jiang Han and Jiang Lang's side ceased their operations, their gazes fixated on the camel stone. This stone was valued at 2 million. Adorned with beautiful landscapes and 2 serpents of decent quality, and from a distance, it seemed to possess great potential. Even a novice in the realm of stone gambling could perceive that this particular stone was extraordinary, yet the precise nature of what it would yield remained indeterminate. The stone cutter gradually began to carve away at the edges, and with the first incision, a hint of blue was glimpsed within, eliciting a collective gasp from the crowd. Blue stones are not to be trifled with. They either contain nothing of value or are of exceptional quality, as the outer layer of the stone was meticulously removed, revealing a deep blue interior. Han Shichi's body trembled with anticipation. His gaze instinctively darted towards old Lu, who proudly lifted his chin. Stability restored. Han Shichi felt tears welling up as numerous onlookers began to congratulate him. Jealousy and envy sparkled in many eyes. This stone undoubtedly promised to yield something extraordinary. Is it possible that it might produce Blue Xinghe? Qin Rong inquired, directing his thoughts towards Old Su. Old Su furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding telepathically. There is an 80 to 90% chance. It all depends on its size. A faint smile emerged on Qin Rong's face, affirming that Old Su's judgment was indeed accurate. Han Shichi was bound to see returns that far exceeded his initial investment. The question now was how much profit he would ultimately gain. This gambling event had drawn considerable attention, and he naturally hoped that both Han Shichi and Jiang Lang would reap rewards. The subsequent word of mouth would undoubtedly attract countless gamblers to the Qilin gambling house, potentially netting billions in profit. Jiang Lang's gaze shifted towards Jiang Han, concern evident in his eyes. He had gathered from the nearby discussions that this camel stone was very likely to produce Blue Xinghe. The value of Blue Xinghe is substantial. If it were of significant size, it could be worth hundreds of millions. Jiang Han too felt a surge of anxiety. If Han Shichi were to unveil a treasure worth several hundred million, they would face a crushing defeat. Not only would they be unable to exploit Han Shichi, but he would instead profit immensely, which would be quite disheartening. The stone cutter continued his work, completely stripping the stone of its outer layer and revealing a deep blue stone the size of a human torso. This stone, uniformly deep blue and devoid of any impurities, was unmistakably a treasure. Han Shichi was on the verge of tears, his eyes fixated on the cutter's blade. Rise, rise, rise. Blue Xinghe, Blue Xinghe. Those surrounding him began to murmur softly, and Han Shichi echoed their fervor in his heart, as the cutter deftly peeled away layer after layer. The stone reached a size comparable to a human head when suddenly, a dazzling blue light erupted from within, momentarily blinding the multitude. Wow, Blue Xinghe. What a fortune. Such a large piece of Blue Xinghe. The crowd buzzed with excitement, estimating its worth to be at least 500 million. Let us once again extend our congratulations to Old Han. The Qilin gambling house erupted in jubilation. Although the stone had yet to be fully unveiled, the luminous blue glow was undeniable. The remaining stone, still the size of a human head, already radiated blue light, indicating that the Blue Xinghe was likely more than half that size, guaranteeing a value starting at 500 million. With a sudden weakness in his legs, Han Shichi sank to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Old Lu elevated his head even higher, though regret flickered in his eyes. Why had he not purchased it himself? Old Su felt a twinge of shame and unease, while Qin Rong maintained a smile, showing no signs of distress. The vast Kirin gambling house can afford a loss of 500 million. The more it rises now, the greater its future profits will be. How could this old dog be so fortunate? Jiang Lang and Jiang Han exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Although they had lost the bet, they could still earn 100 or 200 million, yet an uncomfortable feeling lingered within them. Suddenly, Master Jiesher emitted a sound of astonishment, causing the bustling square to fall into an abrupt silence. He lifted the blue stone, from the bottom of which dripped black liquid, and exclaimed in bewilderment, "Is there black water within this stone? Could it be that the Blue Xinghe has been devoured by the golden-eating worm? What?" A profound silence enveloped the crowd as countless eyes turned to the black liquid dripping from the stone, exchanging bewildered glances. Han Shichi abruptly sprang to his feet, taking a few steps forward while shaking his head vehemently. Impossible. Impossible. Cut it open. Under the gaze of innumerable spectators, Master Jiesher swiftly made 2 cuts, revealing a Blue Xinghe as large as half a head before the crowd. However, this enormous Blue Xinghe possessed a gaping hole, revealing a hollow interior, encased only by a thin layer of blue skin, filled entirely with murky black liquid. Bang! Han Shichi scrutinized it closely for a moment, his legs buckling beneath him as he rolled his eyes and fainted, the back of his head striking the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 60. Heavenly Crystal. In a mere span of a few breaths, Han Shichi traversed the chasm between heaven and hell. The gold-devouring worm is a uniquely peculiar beast. Devoid of any offensive capabilities, it incites a profound hatred in the hearts of countless individuals. This insidious creature is notorious for gnawing away at precious crystals, rendering them utterly worthless. For instance, the exquisite blue crystal presently unearthed, if left unscathed, would have fetched a staggering 500 million. Now, it is worth not a single coin. A grievous loss indeed. The 500 million he thought he possessed has vanished into thin air. and it is understandable that Han Shiqi would succumb to unconsciousness. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd, many expressing their dismay. Those who had previously harbored murderous envy now wore expressions tinged with dread, their jealousy and admiration rapidly dissipating, replaced by a hint of sympathy for Han Shiqi. Old Lu, once proud and unyielding, now bore no trace of regret. His initial judgment had proven correct. The stone had indeed contained something valuable. Yet it was devoured by the gold-devouring worm. This was beyond his control. Fate had conspired against Han Shiqi, and he was to be blamed for none but his own misfortune. It became clear to Elder Su, who nodded slightly and whispered to Qin Rong, "I sense something amiss with this stone, an inexplicable issue. Now I see the problem lay therein." Qin Rong sighed, his face reflecting his sense of loss. Had the stone yielded 500 million, this gambling affair would have garnered immense notoriety. Yet, upon reflection, the tale of the blue crystal being consumed by the worm might also serve as an intriguing narrative, captivating the gamblers and perhaps ensuring an even greater spread of the story. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang felt a wave of relief wash over them, exchanging glances. They observed the unconscious Han Shiqi with a sense of delight. Jiang Han and Han Shiqi were sworn enemies, while Jiang Lang belonged to the Lingyunming faction, having endured much from Han Jinyao's camp. The more misfortune Han Shiqi faced, the happier they became. As someone stepped forward to render aid, Han Shiqi slowly regained consciousness, his expression one of profound grief, as though he had lost a beloved parent. The stone analyst regarded him and gestured towards the remaining 2 stones, asking, "Shall we continue with these?" A flicker of weak light ignited in Han Shiqi's eyes. After a prolonged pause, he composed himself and weakly waved his hand. "Proceed." The stone analyst resumed his work on Jiang Han's side, slicing through stone after stone, each revealing nothing of value. Han Shiqi cast a glance, feeling a slight sense of comfort. Jiang Han's team had yet to uncover even 1 million in crystals, while Han Shiqi still held a significant lead. If he could maintain this advantage and ultimately win the 5 million, he would still emerge with a profit. No surprises awaited him. The remaining 2 stones did not yield any treasures. The last stone produced a mere 200,000 in crystals. Han Shiqi's total was now 1,900,000, incurring a loss of 310,000. All eyes turned towards Jiang Han's remaining stones. The gamble had reached a critical juncture, with Han Shiqi already suffering considerable losses. If Jiang Han's team failed to unveil anything of worth, Han Shiqi could still salvage over 1 million. However, should they succeed, Han Shiqi would find himself utterly defeated. One by one, the stones were sliced open. Han Shiqi's eyes began to gleam with hope, as the subsequent 3 stones turned out to be hollow, revealing nothing within. 5 stones remained. At present, Jiang Han's stock of Xian stones remains below 1 million. These 5 stones lack distinctive features. Perhaps they are all hollow. The gemologist's gaze shifted to the bullhead stone selected by Jiang Han, which he estimated could yield several million or crystals. With a single cut, a dazzling beam of golden light erupted. Bang! The moment Han Shiqi beheld the golden radiance, his legs weakened, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. The brilliance was blinding. From the severed stone skin, a golden or crystal, roughly the size of an egg, flickered into view. Golden lithium stone. This type of stone is quite common, frequently appearing in gambling establishments, yet an egg-sized golden lithium stone is a rarity, and its price is exorbitant. After merely glancing at it, Han Shiqi quickly calculated its value. 20 million. This golden lithium stone is worth at least 20 million. In other words, he had lost, and lost utterly. Not only would he forfeit 3,100,000 or crystals from the stone gamble, but he would also lose 5 million from the wager, totaling an 810,000 loss. This was a staggering sum. A significant portion of his lifetime savings lost in a single day. Around him, the atmosphere erupted. Countless gazes turned toward Han Shiqi, filled with pity. Just moments ago, he had nearly secured 500 million, and now he faced an 8 million loss. He had been fortunate not to have bled from rage. Additionally, many eyes were fixed on Jiang Han and Jiang Lang, brimming with barely concealed envy. What happened? What is going on? Jiang Lang, somewhat dazed, glanced around, pointing at the yet-to-be fully unveiled stone, asking, "Is this worth a lot? What is this thing? How much is it worth?" Manager Qin chuckled, replying, "Congratulations, young master. This should be a golden lithium stone, likely valued at 20 million. You struck it rich again. 20 million? Jiang Lang scoffed, for such a larger crystal. I thought it would be worth at least a few 100 million. But 20 million is decent. Ha ha ha. I've won 5 million from that old dog. Ha ha ha. He he he. Jiang Han continued to laugh foolishly, his attention fixed on the fainted Han Shichi, seemingly dazed by the prospect of 20 million. Soon, the gemologist extracted the golden lithium stone, and manager Qin confidently proclaimed, "We got 20 million. I am indeed a genius at stone gambling. Do you all concede?" Jiang Lang resumed his pretense, pointing at the severed stone skin, declaring, "I could tell at a glance that this stone was promising. It surely would yield. From every angle. It exudes an intangible force. Wait a moment. Did you choose this, second brother?" He. Jiang Han kept grinning, while a chorus of booing erupted around him, alongside countless remarks lamenting the unfairness of fate. These two fools, seemingly oblivious, had managed to strike it rich again. 5 million had transformed into 20 million? Within just 2 days, they had gambled 3 times. 3,000 had blossomed into 20 million. What an incredible multiplication. The gemologist continued his work, yet few paid attention. They were all engrossed in discussions about the golden lithium stone. The remaining 3 stones appeared to be of little worth, particularly the most expensive one, which was pockmarked and unsightly. Such stones are deemed worthless in the gambling world. Indeed, the 2 stones that followed yielded nothing of significance. Yet it matters little. Turning 5 million into 20 million is a commendable achievement. They also triumphed over Han Shichi by 5 million, rendering this grand performance worthwhile. Jiang Han chose not to observe the final stone, instead gathering with Jiang Lang as they commenced a discussion on where to celebrate afterward. Of course, both were feigning enthusiasm, fully cognizant of the underlying truth. The climactic spectacle lay within the most expensive and unsightly stone. Over there, the gemologist began his work. Harboring little belief in the stone's value, thus he proceeded without caution, slicing directly through its center. However, the moment his blade descended, a surge of purple aura erupted towards the heavens, soaring into the sky. Alongside this purple light, an extraordinary roar emanated from within the stone, akin to the ceiling of a colossal beast. With a clang, the gemologist staggered back, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes wide with terror. The onlookers, initially huddled in small groups, animatedly discussing matters, were startled by the radiant purple light and the beastly roar, turning their gazes in unison. Old Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, his lips quivering as he exclaimed, "The purple aura rises from the east, accompanied by the roar of dragons and tigers? Could it be the emergence of the celestial tier mystic crystal?" The celestial tier mystic crystal. Old Su fell into a daze, gazing at the dissipating purple aura in the sky, his expression one of despair and regret. With a pale countenance, he murmured, "To think I overlooked even the raw stone concealing the celestial tier mystic crystal. I must truly be blind, rendering my 60 years as a gemologist in vain." The celestial tier mystic crystal? Qin Rong's body trembled violently, the brilliance in his eyes blinding, his lips quivering as he gazed at the vanishing purple aura, murmuring, "It seems that before long, I shall become the chief steward at the main store." Chapter 61. You have lost in the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent. Treasures are classified into distinct grades. Heaven and earth, profound and yellow. Whether it be profound artifacts, techniques, elixirs, divine symbols, or rare materials, they are all categorized according to these 4 grades. Some items are further divided into superior and inferior tiers. For instance, the battle knife in Jiang Han's possession is a profound grade artifact, while the technique he practices, the 7-fold blade, is of the earth grade. The Xian spirit pill, meanwhile, is of the yellow grade. The yellow grade is the most common, the profound grade is relatively rare, the earth grade undoubtedly consists of fine items, and the heaven grade represents the pinnacle of existence. The same applies to Xuanqing. Xuanqing is a premium material essential for constructing divine altars. Each level of the altar requires the refinement of Xuanqing, thus making it exceedingly valuable, especially the higher grade Xuanqing. When constructing an altar, the greater the grade of the refined Xuanqing, the more benefits it offers. Heaven grade Xuanqing is worth a fortune. When a heaven grade treasure emerges, it is often accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. The moment this heaven grade Xuanqing was extracted, purple energy surged into the sky, accompanied by the roar of beasts, all manifesting the extraordinary nature of this gem. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone remained speechless in shock. Jiang Han was taken aback as he discerned that it was a purple Xuanqing, roughly the size of a fist. He believed it to be quite valuable, which is why he had chosen that unassuming stone, but he never anticipated such a commotion. He cast a glance at Jiang Lang, swallowing hard as he inquired, "Brother, how much do you think this is worth in Xianshi?" Jiang Lang inhaled deeply, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he replied, "At the very least, starting from 1 billion. Jiang Han was momentarily stunned, looking at Jiang Lang with confusion. His bewilderment did not stem from the purple Xuanqing's valuation of 1 billion, but rather from Jiang Lang's demeanor. According to their prior agreement, Jiang Lang should have been acting exuberantly, perhaps leaping for joy or exhibiting a manic blend of laughter and tears. Yet, Jiang Lang appeared devoid of any elation, instead exhibiting a faint look of discomfort. Suddenly, a voice disrupted the serene atmosphere. Han Shiqi regained consciousness, rubbing the back of his head in evident pain. He sat up, having fainted twice, and struck his head against the stone slab. A noticeable bump had formed, and now that he was awake, the ache was undeniable. His gaze wandered blankly around, attempting to recall the events leading up to his unconsciousness. He soon realized that countless eyes were fixed upon him, all filled with pity. It dawned on him that he had apparently lost the wager. He had incurred a loss of 8 million? His complexion turned ashen as he shook his head, struggling to rise. His eyes were drawn to the stone extraction area, where he beheld the purple light emanating from the unremarkable stone. His expression grew even grimmer as he asked, "Did they unearth another valuable item?" A nearby individual explained, "Old Han, your loss is not unjust. They've extracted a heaven-grade Xuanqing, estimated to be worth at least 1 billion. Puff. Han Shiqi's body jolted, and unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, he erupted, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed once more. Han Shiqi had fainted for the third time, this time spitting blood. Attention now shifted away from Han Shiqi, as the crowd turned their gaze toward the unremarkable stone. The atmosphere transformed into a vibrant marketplace, filled with a cacophony of lively chatter and excitement. The stone sculptor meticulously began his work, and moments later, an amethyst-sized purple crystal was revealed. Old Master Su cast a glance, his tone grave as he remarked, "The quality is impeccable. It is indeed a low-grade heavenly crystal." Qin Rong nodded in acknowledgement, then raised his hand to quell the surrounding cacophony. He proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations to the two young gentlemen for unearthing the extraordinary divine stone at my Qilin gambling house. We are offering a staggering 14 billion for this heavenly crystal." 14 billion. The crowd erupted in excitement. This unremarkable stone, originally valued at 700,000, had yielded a 14 billion heavenly crystal, a staggering increase of 2,000 times. Calculating the return on investment, Jiang Han and his companions had merely invested 3,000 crystals and were now reaping a profit of 14 billion. How many times was that? 46,000 times? Many silently calculated the figures, jaws agape in disbelief. Some gazes directed towards Jiang Han, and Jiang Lang turned malevolent. It was no longer mere envy or jealousy. A few began to plot ways to deal with them. To many, 14 billion represented an immense fortune. Two young men, seemingly only in the Xinyu realm? If they could be dealt with, that 14 billion would simply belong to them. Some eyes grew increasingly sinister, and the murderous intent of a few could not be concealed. Jiang Han sensed this. Yet, he felt utterly powerless, his gaze turning to Jiang Lang, who had previously ensured his safety. Jiang Lang's expression bore no trace of concern, nor excessive joy, his eyes fixed on Qin Rong as he stated, "We shall sell this stone. I kindly ask Manager Qin to exchange it for 14 dark cards. 1 billion each. As for the more than 20 million from the gold lithium stone, consider it a gift for you to enjoy some tea." Qin Rong raised his thumb in admiration. "You gentlemen are indeed generous. However, at our Qilin gambling house, we adhere to our principles, never to take advantage of any customer. The price shall be fair. Even if you were to unveil a supreme divine stone worth 100 billion today, we would still buy at market value. Bring it here." Qin Rong bellowed, "Immediately calculate the price for these gentlemen and prepare 10 dark cards as requested. Additionally, procure a golden VIP card for me. These two gentlemen have unearthed an extraordinary divine stone, and this signifies a fortuitous connection with our gambling house. Henceforth, they shall receive a 20% discount on all raw stones purchased here." The onlookers exchanged complex expressions. Some were astonished, others puzzled, and a few filled with admiration. This time, the Qilin gambling house had incurred significant losses, a staggering deficit. 3,000 had turned into 14 billion, yet Qin Rong displayed no anger, no signs of displeasure, nor sought trouble. Instead, he promptly settled the accounts for Jiang Han and his companion, even bestowing them with a golden VIP card offering a discount. Had Qin Rong lost his senses? Those who admired him believed Qin Rong embodied righteousness, and that the Qilin gambling house upheld principles, a true hallmark of a top-tier gambling establishment. Soon, the attendants delivered a dozen dark cards along with a golden VIP card. Jiang Lang verified each card. ensuring they contained over 14 billion crystals before pocketing the golden VIP card. He clasped his hands in gratitude towards Qin Rong, declaring, "Old Qin, I am honored to count you as a friend. The Qilin Gambling House's integrity shall undoubtedly establish it as the foremost gambling establishment in Yunzhou. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for Qin to be acquainted with two young gentlemen." Qin Rong chuckled and, with a gesture of respect towards those around him, proclaimed, "In the realm of business, there are gains and losses. The Qilin Gambling House has always conducted its affairs with integrity and transparency. I reiterate, should you wish to raise the stakes, feel free. If you can amplify them 1,000-fold, that is your prowess. We shall still acquire treasures worth hundreds of billions at market value." Jiang Lang decided against further pleasantries with Qin Rong. He pocketed the hidden card and strode confidently towards the unconscious Han Shiqi. Crouching down, he suddenly delivered a resounding slap to Han Shiqi, rousing him from his stupor. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Jiang Lang was audacious enough to act in the Dark City. Such an act would incur severe penalties. And if the Dark City were to impose a fine for this slap, it could easily amount to tens of thousands of Xian stones. However, the crowd soon realized that Jiang Lang had just earned over 10 billion. Did he truly need to concern himself with a mere few thousand Xian stones? As Han Shiqi regained consciousness, he opened his eyes to behold Jiang Lang's face. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and recalling the events that had transpired, he abruptly sat up, glaring furiously at Jiang Lang. "What are you staring at?" Jiang Lang coldly remarked. "Old fool, you lost. Now, pay the Xian stones 5 million. Chapter 62. The unwarranted strikes. Jiang Han watched with a tinge of envy as he observed the unfolding events. He too yearned to deliver a slap. He could not comprehend why Jiang Lang had acted in such a manner. Hesitant to intervene, he remained a mere spectator. Something felt amiss with Jiang Lang. After winning the heavenly level Xinjing, he should have been elated according to their original plan. However, his subsequent behavior left Jiang Han perplexed. He was particularly troubled by how Jiang Lang intended to extricate himself from the escalating situation. The matter had grown rather serious. With both of them possessing a considerable amount of Xian stone, countless eyes were fixed upon them. And it was likely that many were contemplating how to turn the situation to their advantage. Han Shiqi felt a burning sensation on his face, unaware that it was due to Jiang Lang's slap. His eyes flickered as he attempted to recollect previous events. In truth, he was devising a plan to evade accountability. After contemplating for a moment, he coldly declared, "What do you mean by losing? You too must have cheated at gambling. How could you possess such extraordinary luck day after day? Winning a heavenly level Xianjing is simply absurd. You cheated, and this wager is null and void." 5 million was no trifling sum, and most crucially, Han Shiqi could not fathom that their fortune was genuinely that remarkable. Winning 6 million from a mere 3,000 yesterday? Now, 5 million yielding a heavenly level Xianjing? Such fortuitous occurrences are hardly believable. His words sparked skepticism among many onlookers. If Jiang Lang and Jiang Han were indeed connoisseurs of gambling stones, their success would be understandable. However, the duo appeared utterly uninformed yet continuously reaped extraordinary rewards. Perhaps the first instance was mere luck, but repeated success raised suspicions. Suddenly, Jiang Lang raised his hand and struck Han Shiqi forcefully. Seated on the ground in the dimly lit city, Han Shiqi had not anticipated anyone daring to resort to violence. Thus, he was taken by surprise, receiving a resounding slap that left a vivid red mark on his face. A hush fell over the crowd. Jiang Lang had brazenly struck not once but multiple times. Was he provoking the Dark City? Given the commotion, it was certain that someone from the Dark City was nearby, and how could they tolerate Jiang Lang's repeated aggression? Stunned by the blow, Han Shiqi blinked and touched his stinging face, anger surging through him as he shouted, "You dare strike me? You dare to act against me in the Dark City? Do you wish to perish?" With a hum, Jiang Lang's spatial ring glimmered, revealing a black token in his hand. The token was entirely dark, adorned with a single, blood-red character, Jiang. At the moment the token appeared, countless onlookers were left in awe, particularly upon seeing the crimson character, which instilled a palpable sense of dread. The material of the token seemed extraordinary, and the blood-red character exuded an invisible power that conveyed an overwhelming pressure. "What is this?" Upon seeing the token, old Lu's eye twitched. He stealthily retreated, hiding behind several individuals. "Jiang?" Upon catching sight of the token, Elder Su's gaze narrowed, and he abruptly turned his attention to Qin Rong, seemingly seeking confirmation of something. Qin Rong's expression grew grave. He scrutinized the token intently before nodding emphatically, declaring, "The token is authentic." A collective gasp resonated throughout the crowd, many faces betraying their astonishment as they regarded the token with trepidation. Those who had previously insulted and mocked Jiang Lang and Jiang Han appeared particularly frightened, with some, emulating Elder Lu, stealthily retreating into the throng. In a dim corner of the square stood two warriors clad in black armor and helmets that obscured their faces. They had emerged from the shadows. But at the sight of the token, they silently withdrew. These individuals were enforcers of the Dark City. The character Jiang held particular significance, especially in its blood-red form, symbolizing absolute prestige and unparalleled authority in Yunzhou. This was due to the fact that the region was governed by three major factions, with the Jiang family reigning supreme among them. In other words, the Jiang family was the most formidable overlord of Yunzhou. Jiang Han, upon gazing at the token, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. As he observed the multitude of horrified expressions around him, his bewilderment only deepened. He did not comprehend the implications of the blood-red Jiang, yet he sensed that this token possessed extraordinary significance. It seemed to embody Jiang Lang's assurance of safe passage. Jiang? Jiang. Yu. Jiang Han faltered. Han Shiqi, as the head of the Internal Affairs Hall of Yunming Pavilion, understood all too well what this token represented. His complexion turned ashen, and his lips trembled as he stammered, "You are from the Jiang family of Wulong Mountain?" Jiang Lang, squatting before Han Shiqi, maintained a stoic expression, staring unblinkingly at him, causing Han Shiqi to feel weak and sweat profusely. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Lang finally spoke. No. Confusion washed over Han Shiqi, and the surrounding crowd was taken aback. Jiang Lang was not a member of the Jiang family? How could he dare to wield the Jiang family's token so brazenly? Han Shiqi felt as though he were being toyed with. Just as he prepared to respond, Jiang Lang continued, "Although I am not a member of the Jiang family, my grandfather is." Jiang Busi. A chorus of gasps ensued, and Elder Lu retreated a full step back, completely vanishing into the crowd. Elder Su had never heard this name, and turned his gaze to Qin Rong, who spoke up. "Indeed, Jiang Busi is not a member of the Jiang family, but he is the younger brother of Jiang Changxing, the current head of the Jiang family. Jiang Busi left the Jiang family 50 years ago and seldom used his birth name. He is better known by his moniker, the Undying Taoist." Undying Taoist. A stir of excitement rippled through the crowd. While many might not have heard of Jiang Busi, the name of the Undying Taoist was renowned. It became clear to many that Jiang Lang's earlier statement about his grandfather crafting a divine talisman for a mirror was perhaps a gross understatement. They had assumed he meant that his grandfather's talismans were valued at 5 or 6 million Xin stones. But now it was evident that such a divine talisman crafted by a master could be worth no less than 50 or 60 million. No wonder Jiang Lang proclaimed he was not a member of the Jiang family, yet possessed the family's token. Jiang Bude had betrayed the Jiang lineage, resulting in his removal from the family records. Nonetheless, it was entirely plausible for Jiang Bude to retain a token from the Jiang family, and it was perfectly understandable for Jiang Lang to carry it as a safeguard while venturing into the outside world. Jiang Lang's identity was thus established, and the gaze of the onlookers turned more reverent. The Jiang family instilled fear, and Jiang Bude was even more terrifying, for he was a madman. In the past, he had slain numerous members of the Jiang family, and countless powerful figures in Yunzhou had met their demise at his hands. While members of the Jiang family might still engage in rational discourse, Jiang Bude was utterly devoid of reason. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Cold sweat streamed down Han Shiqi's forehead. His complexion had turned not only pale, but also his lips were ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Slap, slap. Jiang Lang struck Han Shiqi's face with the token, coldly stating, "Old fool, do you think this young master lacks your meager amount of mystic stones? Does this young master require cheating to engage in a bet with you?" Huh. The token, though striking Han Shiqi's face, did not inflict pain, yet with each hit, Han Shiqi's body quivered, and he felt a pressing urge, as if he might lose control of his bladder. The crowd exhaled in relief. Jiang Lang's display of the token was not an act of arrogance, but rather a testament to his integrity. Indeed, how could the grandson of Jiang Bude resort to cheating? Being Jiang Bude's grandson, he was certainly not in need of such trivial mystic stones. His grandfather could effortlessly sell a few heavenly-grade divine symbols for billions of mystic stones. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from Jiang Han, who leapt high into the air, his leg transforming into a whip-like strike aimed directly at Han Shiqi's head. Startled, Han Shiqi instinctively sought to evade, but upon seeing the token before him, he hesitated, unable to move, and could only watch helplessly as that leg came crashing down. Boom. Jiang Han's kick drove Han Shiqi's head into the ground, blood gushing forth, his skull fractured. seemingly unsatisfied. Jiang Han raised his leg and brutally stomped down on Han Shiqi's chest while hurling curses. Old dog, how dare you accuse us of cheating? Have your eyes gone blind? You infuriate me. Old dog, I will crush you. I will crush you. Jiang Lang stood by, dumbfounded. Yet Jiang Han was undeterred, continuing to stomp with fervor, burying half of Han Shiqi's body into the earth. Jiang Han was oblivious to many things. He only understood one point: Jiang Lang could strike Han Shiqi, and so could he. On the surface, he was Jiang Lang's brother, the direct grandson of Jiang Bude. After all, Han Shiqi dared not retaliate, and there was no response from the Dark City. Such an opportune moment was not to be wasted. If one could strike, then strike they must, for it would be a shame not to. Chapter 63, Concealing One's Talents. Jiang Han and Han Shiqi are sworn enemies, a rivalry that cannot be reconciled. If given the chance, Han Shiqi would not hesitate to eliminate him, and likewise, Jiang Han would show no mercy should the opportunity arise. Were it not for the constraints of the Dark City, it is likely that Han Shiqi's head would have been crushed beneath Jiang Han's foot by now. Enough, second brother. Jiang Lang observed Han Shiqi, whose ribs were undoubtedly shattered, half of his body already sunk into the ground. He quickly grasped Jiang Han's arm, exclaiming, if this continues, someone will die. The enforcers of Dark City had just mobilized. He presented the Jiang family's token, and the response from Dark City had already demonstrated considerable leniency. If Jiang Han were to kill Han Shiqi, Dark City would have no choice but to intervene. For their ironclad rule states, a murderer within the city must pay with their life. Bang! Jiang Han stomped down once more, breaking another rib of Han Shiqi's. Before finally retracting his foot, he surveyed the crowd, who were exchanging glances, and cupped his hands in apology, saying, my apologies, I may have acted a tad impulsively. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Impulsively? If you weren't the grandson of Jiang Busi, would you dare to act so brazenly within the city? Even if you survived, you would still face severe punishment from Dark City, and a poor outcome could lead to decades of confinement. Jiang Lang and Jiang Han's audacity in publicly beating Han Shiqi to a pulp within Dark City had not provoked any action from its enforcers. This only solidified the crowd's suspicions about their identities. There was no doubt they were the grandsons of Jiang Busi. Some speculated that Dark City was not merely showing deference to Jiang Busi, but was rather favoring the Jiang family. Although Jiang Busi had distanced himself from the Jiang clan and had been removed from the family tree, he remained the younger brother of Jiang Chashing, the clan leader. You old fool. Jiang Lang glared at Han Shiqi, who was half embedded in the earth. I know you are not unconscious, so stop pretending. If you don't provide the Xian stones, my second brother may lose control. Jiang Han raised his foot once more, and Han Shiqi, bloodied and battered, struggled to support himself with both hands against the ground. His mouth filled with blood, he mumbled incoherently, I'll give it. I'll give it. Buzz. A spatial ring in Han Shiqi's hand shimmered, revealing a dark card. This contained 630,000 Xian stones, anything more. Consider it an apology to the two young masters. Jiang Lang took the dark card and handed it to Qin Rong, saying, Old Qin, please assist in exchanging this for a 5 million dark card. This is what we are owed. As for the excess 100,000, do I look like someone who is short on Xian stones? Many nearby were secretly impressed. Indeed, the young master of the Jiang family displayed remarkable composure. Dismissing the excess as trifling, Qin Rong arranged for an attendant to conduct the exchange and soon returned with 2 dark cards. Jiang Lang tossed the surplus dark card back to Han Shiqi and then produced a 1 million dark card, handing it to Qin Rong. Please deliver this to the management of Dark City. My second brother acted somewhat rashly earlier, and this serves as a fine. Very well. Qin Rong responded with a faint smile, acknowledging that Jiang Lang was indeed adept at handling affairs. Dark City had shown favor to the Jiang family, and Jiang Lang reciprocated by providing an explanation to Dark City. All settled. Jiang Lang clasped his hands towards Qin Rong and said, My brother and I must take our leave. The mountains are high and the rivers long. We shall have many more opportunities to meet, old Qin. Qin Rong smiled and returned the gesture, responding, It is my honor to forge a friendship with 2 brothers like you, Jiang. Jiang Lang then saluted the surrounding crowd and departed with Jiang Han, their figures gradually fading from view. As the 2 brothers disappeared, a myriad of onlookers in the gambling den displayed expressions of contemplation and admiration. The events of today's wager had surpassed their expectations, unfolding like a magnificent drama, truly remarkable. The Jiang brothers had wagered 3,000 Xian stones and amassed a staggering 14 billion. This extraordinary gamble would become a legendary tale, within the realm of stone gambling. Those present felt a shared sense of pride as witnesses to this momentous occasion. Suddenly, one individual spoke up. Do you think it's possible that Jiang Budai's two grandsons are merely pretending to be fools, and that they are, in fact, true experts in the art of stone gambling? This notion prompted a deep silence in the room as everyone pondered its validity. The name Jiang Budai resonated with significance. He was one of the few masters of divine symbols in Yuzhou. To become such a master, one must possess profound knowledge of divine formations. There is a saying in the Jiuzhou continent: every crystal is born from a natural divine formation within the stone, which continuously absorbs the essence of heaven and earth until it crystallizes. The art of stone gambling emphasizes the patterns and momentum of formations. Here, patterns signify the formations themselves. As every grand formation possesses its own distinctive motifs, the momentum reflects the inexplicable pressure that arises from the formation. When assessing stones, 3 of the 4 critical aspects relate to divine formations. Not every master of stone gambling is necessarily a master of divine formations, but it is certain that those who are masters of divine formations possess an innate talent for stone gambling, and masters of divine symbols are even more proficient. Earlier, when Jiang Lang and Jiang Han revealed emotions of shock, elation, and frenzy while opening the stones, they maintained an unnaturally calm demeanor, almost devoid of emotional fluctuation, upon revealing the heavenly grade Xin crystal. This was quite peculiar. Perhaps they were, indeed, masters of stone gambling. One person murmured to himself, recalling, the stones that surged in value last night and today were all selected by his younger brother. I remember distinctly. Another chimed in, indeed. Those exquisite brown bloodstones, the golden lithium stones, and this heavenly grade Xin crystal were all chosen by his younger brother. Some gamblers had witnessed the entire unfolding of events. Previously, Jiang Lang had overshadowed the scene with his ostentatious demeanor, diverting attention from Jiang Han. Now, however, the realization dawned upon many that all the stones that had appreciated in value were indeed selected by Jiang Han. Was it mere coincidence? Perhaps not. In a world rife with such occurrences, the probability of Jiang Han being a master of stone gambling had become increasingly plausible. Old Su, what do you think? Qin Rong turned his gaze toward Old Su, who bowed his head in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally replied, when the young master assessed the stones. I observed him closely and felt his approach lacked professionalism. Thus, he is either ignorant or possesses a skill in stone gambling that transcends our understanding. Qin Rong rolled his eyes and remarked, your statement is tantamount to saying nothing. Which of the two do you lean towards? Elder Su fell into contemplation once more. And after a while, he spoke. My intuition suggests that perhaps the young master is indeed a genius in stone gambling, merely concealing his talents. Indeed. Qin Rong nodded slightly and said in a hushed tone, my assessment aligns with yours. That token feels rather deliberate. Oh? Elder Su appeared puzzled, gazing at Qin Rong in confusion. The latter smiled faintly and remarked, does Jiang Buxi's grandson really need to bully others for 5 million Xin stones? They could acquire that 5 million without revealing their identities or presenting the token. If that is the case, what is their true intention? Abnormal occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. These two are not as simple as they seem, hence the likelihood of them concealing their capabilities is quite high. Elder Su furrowed his brow and inquired, should we investigate? No need. Qin Rong chuckled, the token is genuine, and that is sufficient. After all, if they are indeed geniuses in stone gambling, they will eventually make their move, and the truth will be revealed in due time. I surmise that when they act again, it will surely not be a trivial matter, and it will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire stone gambling community of the 9 provinces. Chapter 64, Jiang Lang. Have you lost your mind? In the span of a single day and night, 3,000 had turned into 14 billion. The Kirin gambling house within the Silver City gained notoriety, or rather, the very name Kirin Gambling House became legendary, spreading rapidly across all the dark cities of Yunzhou within mere hours. This news did not confine itself to the dark cities. It also permeated outward, reaching the major factions in various cities beyond. It is likely that, before long, this tale will echo across other continents. 2 youthful individuals, with an initial capital of 3,000, transformed their fortunes by winning 70,000 in the first round, 6 million in the second, and ultimately soaring to 14 billion in the third. Heavenly grade mystic crystals. These precious gems, while occasionally produced by various gambling houses in Yunzhou, lacked such a legendary aura. Typically, the raw stones that yield heavenly grade mystic crystals command exorbitant prices. Moreover, the wager between Han Shiqi and Jiang Han added layers of intrigue and excitement to this gambling affair. Most significantly, Jiang Lang revealed the Jiang family's token, affirming his identity as the grandson of the indomitable Jiang. The Jiang family reigns supreme in Yunzhou, while Jiang Wuxing is a master of divine talismans. The tale of a young heir from a prestigious family wagering stones and amassing 14 billion is simply irresistible. Naturally, patrons delighted in disseminating such sensational news. Qin Rong even dispatched individuals to subtly fan the flames of excitement. How could the news not spread like wildfire? The Kirin gambling house and various dark cities witnessed an exponential increase in foot traffic, with eager gamblers yearning to replicate the legendary exploits of Jiang Han and Jiang Lang. Dreaming of overnight riches. In numerous taverns and tea houses, discussions abounded, with the primary point of contention being whether Jiang Lang and Jiang Han were merely lucky or possessed genuine skill. Those who claimed luck pointed to their first-hand observations, citing their utter lack of understanding of the intricacies of stone gambling, ignoring patterns, textures, and quality. They selected stones solely based on which ones appealed to them visually, making arbitrary choices. Conversely, those who believed in their skill argued that one's fortune cannot remain consistently favorable, especially across 3 consecutive rounds. While it may be permissible for fortunes to rise, the degree of escalation seemed suspiciously exaggerated. As descendants of a master of divine talismans, they might possess an innate talent for stone gambling, perhaps deliberately concealing their expertise. Others speculated that this was a ruse orchestrated by the Kirin gambling house in collusion with Jiang Lang and Jiang Han. Otherwise, how could such remarkable gains be achieved so effortlessly? Particularly regarding the final stone that yielded a heavenly-grade mystic crystal. How could it have been released at such a low price? Were their appraisers truly inept? In truth, 2 hours after Jiang Han and his companions departed, all appraisers at the Kirin gambling house faced severe penalties, including Elder Su, with one appraiser being outright dismissed. This incident proved to be a boon for the Kirin gambling house, elevating its reputation, yet the significant oversight exhibited by the appraisers constituted a grave dereliction of duty. Qin Rong emerged as the principal beneficiary of this event, and alongside the headquarters reprimand of Elder Su and others, came an urgent directive. The higher-ups summoned Qin Rong back to his family, as the patriarch of the Qin clan wished to meet him. Qin Rong occupied a position of moderate standing within the Qin family. Otherwise, he would not have been stationed in a Silver City. Typically, he would go years without seeing the patriarch, and even then, it would merely be from a distance. Now, being personally received by the patriarch of the Qin family speaks volumes about the magnitude of this situation. It is foreseeable that upon Qin Rong's return, he will be met with a meteoric rise to prominence. Outside, the clamor is incessant, while Jiang Lang and Jiang Han sit leisurely in the inn. After departing from the Qilin gambling house, Jiang Lang escorted Jiang Han out of Silver City and transported them to the largest underworld city in Yunzhou, the Golden Underworld City. He then confidently led Jiang Han to the most opulent inn within. Once settled, Jiang Lang ordered a lavish feast and began to indulge in the exquisite fare, while Jiang Han remained motionless across from him, quietly observing. "What are you staring at?" Jiang Lang asked, his mouth greasy from the food, tossing a bone onto the table. "Are you taken aback by my dashing appearance? Let me tell you, no matter how many mystic stones you offer, I will not sell myself." "Bah," Jiang Han spat, glaring at Jiang Lang. "Don't you have anything to discuss with me?" Grabbing a piece of meat, Jiang Lang mumbled through a mouthful, "If you have questions, just ask. I'll tell you everything." "All right." Jiang Han nodded, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "Is the Jiang family truly formidable? Is Jiang Busi really powerful? Are you genuinely the grandson of Jiang Busi?" At this point, Jiang Han began to comprehend how Jiang Lang intended to ensure their safe escape. Who would dare to lay a hand on the grandson of Jiang Busi? Surely, there would be no pursuers. They could stealthily hide for a while and return to the Yunmeng pavilion undetected. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lang replied, "The vast Yunzhou is divided among 3 superpowers, which are the rulers of this region. The Jiang family is the mightiest among these 3. So, do you think the Jiang family is strong?" As for Jiang Busi, he is the younger brother of the Jiang family patriarch, who defected from the family years ago and was subsequently disowned. Nevertheless, his combat prowess is terrifying. He is a master of divine symbols, of which there are fewer than 10 in all of Yunzhou. As for the third question, I am not Jiang Busi's grandson. Think about it. If I were Jiang Busi's grandson, would I be hiding in a minor power like the Yunmeng Pavilion? What? Are you mad? Upon hearing Jiang Lang's final statement, Jiang Han felt a wave of unease wash over him. He abruptly stood up, glaring at Jiang Lang. Do you dare impersonate the grandson of such a powerful figure? If this reaches his ears, a mere word from him could spell the end for the Yunming Pavilion. The dignity of a strong man cannot be trifled with. And to impersonate his grandson, this matter will escalate swiftly throughout Yunzhou. By the time it reaches Jiang Busi, he won't even need to act personally. One word from him could doom the Yunming Pavilion. Do not panic. Jiang Lang grinned. Jiang Busi will not pursue this matter, for he left the Jiuzhou continent many years ago and will remain unaware of this incident. My grandfather was a loyal servant to the esteemed master for decades. Otherwise, how could I possess the Jiang family's token? Oh, Jiang Han finally exhaled in relief, but then reconsidered and frowned. Though Jiang Busi may be deceased, he was still the direct brother of the Jiang family patriarch. The Jiang family is likely well informed about Jiang Busi's circumstances. Under the guise of the illustrious name of Jiang Buji, we are indulging in reckless behavior. Do you not think the Jiang family will seek retribution upon us for this? Does Jiang Buji truly have two grandsons? The Jiang family is unlikely to intervene. Jiang Lang waved his hand dismissively and said, although Lord Buji is the younger brother of the head of the Jiang clan. Are you aware of the treachery he committed against his family in the past? He slaughtered 3 elders of the Jiang family and dozens of clan members. Many within the Jiang family harbor deep-seated hatred for him, who would concern themselves with his affairs on a daily basis. Furthermore, while Lord Buji indeed has 1 son and 2 grandsons, they reside outside the Jiuzhou continent and are unlikely to return. Therefore, rest assured, this identity cannot be unraveled, and we can remain at ease. I see. Jiang Han sat down awkwardly, finding Jiang Lang's explanation quite convincing. If what he said were true, there would indeed be no issues. They could leverage Jiang Buji's formidable reputation to evade all troubles and withdraw unscathed. However, Jiang Han couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He scrutinized Jiang Lang for a moment before asking, are you concealing something from me? Or perhaps, what you have stated is entirely fabricated? Absolutely not. Jiang Lang rolled his eyes and retorted, why would I deceive you? What would I gain from it? Are you truly going to hand over all 14 billion Xian stones to me? That is out of the question. Jiang Han replied with unwavering decisiveness. I risked my life to obtain those, should you attempt to swindle my Xian stones. I shall inform Zui that you wish to pilfer the master's undergarments. Jiang Lang spewed his drink, pleading for mercy. My little ancestor. You must not utter such words carelessly. Zui Pingping would crush me into a meat patty. Chapter 65. The Sacred Body at Last. Jiang Lang's spatial ring shimmered, revealing 10 dark cards. He tossed them to Jiang Han, saying, let's split this. That's 1 billion. The rest is mine. 1 billion? Jiang Han frowned. Without a moment's hesitation, he returned 3 dark cards, stating, let's each take half. As brothers, there's no need to haggle. Without you, I wouldn't have obtained the Xian stone. And I might have lost my life. What do you mean? Jiang Lang shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Han, retorting, now that you have money, you're acting all high and mighty? Do you pity me? Jiang Han gazed sincerely at Jiang Lang and replied, you know that's not my intention. Jiang Lang waved his hand dismissively, declaring, enough with the nonsense. Brothers stick together for life. We have more to achieve. This isn't a one-time affair. If you keep talking, I'll leave right now, and you can return alone. All right. Jiang Han relented, yet his respect for Jiang Lang had risen a notch. Not everyone could remain unfazed in the face of 3 billion Xian stones, nor could they so resolutely decline. Jiang Lang recalled something and said, we'll likely need to stay low for a while after this return. Think carefully about what Xian artifacts, materials, elixirs, and techniques you need, and buy them all at once to avoid drawing attention next time you venture out. Furthermore, I suggest acquiring a high-level technique for concealing one's presence. Otherwise, as your cultivation advances rapidly, you'll easily arouse suspicion. Understood. Jiang Han nodded. Cultivating in the Xian Yu realm requires a substantial amount of Xian materials, as each level of the divine altar necessitates the infusion of these materials, such as Xian crystal, gold lithium stone, and brown bloodstone. Human cultivation entails unlocking 9 secret chambers, which, once opened, require the construction of divine altars to stabilize these chambers. The initial construction of the 9 altars is relatively straightforward, yet it becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. It is akin to constructing a tall building. The higher it rises, the greater the risk of collapse. Thus, the construction of the 8 altars necessitates the refinement of various Xian materials to enhance their stability. Additionally, there exists another crucial aspect, The awakening of divine abilities. Why do so few in the Purple Mansion realm awaken such powers? It is only achievable in the Xianyu realm, as the Purple Mansion altar requires only Xian power for its construction, without the need for any Xian materials. In the Xianyu realm, however, the refinement of Xian materials becomes essential. Only when these materials are infused into the altar can one hope to awaken divine abilities. What are Xian materials? They are treasures naturally formed within the universe, special crystallizations of various elements. These treasures contain a myriad of extraordinary elements embodying the essence of the cosmos. The precious gifts of nature. The pinnacle of martial arts cultivation emphasizes the unity of heaven and humanity, the merging of the Great Path. How does one achieve harmony with the universe? How does one integrate with the Great Path? Can it be done without reason? Can it be achieved casually? A bridge must exist. Infusing various Xian materials into the altar establishes a connection between the martial artist and the universe, in the Great Path, allowing the body to harbor the divine treasures nurtured by nature and the seeds of the Great Path. In other words, divine abilities are merely the rudimentary application of the laws of the universe, the surface of the Great Path. This is precisely why, as one progresses in cultivation, the journey becomes increasingly arduous, requiring more and more celestial and earthly treasures. The essence of martial arts lies in the continuous integration with the universe and the unity with the Great Path. The more one seeks to integrate, the greater the need to construct increasingly expansive bridges, requiring more refined and rare materials. The more exquisite these materials are, the more harmonious the connection between the cultivator and the cosmos, thus rendering a deeper communion with the grand principles of existence. Naturally, this augments one's combat efficacy, awakening a plethora of astonishing powers. The path of cultivation necessitates not only diligence and innate talent, but also an abundance of rare materials, colloquially referred to as mystical resources. In a single night, Jiang Han amassed a fortune, having previously lacked the mystical stones to purchase even a single elixir. Now that he possesses such resources, it is only logical to procure copious amounts of mystical materials and medicinal elixirs, thereby accelerating future cultivation and enhancing combat prowess. The technique of breath control becomes imperative. Otherwise, it would be absurd for someone as destitute as he, devoid of any assets, to experience a rapid elevation in realm without consequence. Have you made a decision? What attributes of mystical materials do you wish to refine? Jiang Lang inquired, interrupting Jiang Han's contemplation. Jiang Han, not particularly versed in this matter, shook his head and replied, whatever seems good for refining. I'll buy a variety of mystical materials of different attributes. Actually, I suggest you pursue a single attribute path. Jiang Lang's expression turned grave as he continued. In other words, I recommend that you refine materials of one specific attribute, such as ice, focusing solely on ice attributes. What? Jiang Han frowned. If I refine only one, the journey ahead will be arduous. Singular attribute materials are more challenging to procure. Moreover, awakening powers will be quite difficult. What distinguishes refining one attribute from multiple ones? Mystical materials can be categorized into numerous attributes, the most common being the 5 elemental materials of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside others like ice, lightning, wind, darkness, and light. If one refines hybrid attributes, then any material can suffice, purchasing whatever is inexpensive. However, focusing on a singular attribute complicates procurement, limiting choices and consequently escalating future expenditures of mystical stones. Do you lack powers? Jiang Lang suddenly smiled lightly. Although I am unaware of how you awakened your powers, I presume you are not in want of them, correct? Thus, the significance of refining multiple versus singular attribute materials is essentially the same for you. After all, awakening subpar powers would be of little use, am I mistaken? That is indeed a valid point, Jiang Han retorted. But please provide me with a compelling reason to refine singular attribute materials. Because, a gleam of aspiration shone in Jiang Lang's eyes as he spoke. It is said that refining singular attribute materials offers the opportunity to achieve a sacred body. For example, if Qi Bing were to persist in refining ice attribute materials and could cultivate beyond the realm of heaven and man, she might attain the sacred body of ice. The sacred body? A spark of interest flickered in Jiang Han's eyes as he inquired, is it truly formidable? Jiang Lang responded with unwavering certainty, unrivaled among peers, possessing a devastating prowess. Now it was clear to Jiang Han. While refining multiple attribute materials may facilitate a swifter cultivation pace, it risks awakening inferior powers. Conversely, Although refining singular attribute materials may not yield powers as readily, achieving a sacred body would render one invincible amongst peers. Does Jiang Han lack powers? Within the recesses of his mind, there resided over 20 mythical beasts within the heavenly beast cauldron. By hunting these creatures, he could acquire more than 20 formidable divine abilities. Thus, he found himself devoid of any lack in this regard. Given this, perhaps he could embark upon the path of the sacred body? Jiang Lang added, "You may first refine a type of profound material. If that path proves unfruitful, you can always revert to synthesizing multi-attribute profound materials. There is no conflict in that." "Indeed," Jiang Han exclaimed, casting aside his hesitations. He slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Let us go and procure the profound materials. Afterward, I shall retreat home to cultivate in seclusion. No need to venture out." Jiang Lang flashed a grin and replied, "This inn is operated by a colossal trading consortium. If you provide a list, they can deliver the goods right to your doorstep. The reason I brought you here to stay is to eliminate the need for running around to purchase the materials, thereby ensuring greater safety." With a hum, Jiang Lang produced a hefty tome and said, "Select your items and compile a list. I will speak with the steward here. I am acquainted with him and will see if a discount can be arranged." "Discount?" Jiang Han queried, his skepticism evident. This was the largest dark city, and the inn was run by a super trading consortium. How could Jiang Lang possibly know the steward here? Before Jiang Han could pose further questions, Jiang Lang had already turned and exited the guest room. Chapter 66, Jiang Han, you were staying an hour later. Jiang Lang entered with a steward. Jiang Han had already compiled a list, purchasing a staggering 900 million Xian stones in one go. Among his acquisitions were 3,000 bottles of Xian Shindan, over 10,000 pieces of thunder attribute materials, a terrestrial-level breath-concealing technique, a defensive terrestrial-level martial skill, 2 sets of terrestrial-level battle armor, a terrestrial-level battle knife, and a tome on constructing divine altars, among others. Remarkably, the steward granted Jiang Han a discount, reducing the total by 50 million Xian stones, which caused Jiang Han to regard Jiang Lang with newfound respect. Jiang Lang did not reveal the list, stating that everything had been acquired. The two remained at the inn for 2 days, during which they changed their attire and altered their appearances before departing separately. Following their plan, they employed a series of teleportations, with Jiang Lang meticulously charting their course. They altered their appearances and garments repeatedly, traversing several nearby shadow cities. As teleportation within the shadow cities of Yunzhou required minimal Xian stones. After a dozen teleportations, they ultimately reconvened in a small shadow city near Yunming Pavilion, and then teleported back to Yunming City. Standing in the southern part of Yunming City and gazing upon the familiar streets, Jiang Han felt a surreal sensation, as if he had awakened from a dream. Though he had been away for merely a few days, it felt as though months had passed. He had departed without a single coin and returned with an abundance of treasures amounting to 900 million, alongside 150 million Xian stones. The twists of fate in life are indeed extraordinary. Returning home, it was time for seclusion. Jiang Han, now brimming with confidence due to his vast collection of materials and elixirs, believed he could ascend to the 9th level of the Xian Yu realm in a remarkably short period. Just as the two departed, a voice of astonishment emerged from a private room on the 2nd floor of a nearby tavern. Had they glanced upwards, they would have recognized the speaker as Han Shiqi. Most of Han Shiqi's injuries had healed, evidently due to the use of top-tier elixirs. He was drinking with Steward Chen in the tavern when, through the window, he caught sight of Jiang Han and Jiang Lang. Initially, Han Shiqi paid them little mind, but after a few glances, an inexplicable sense of familiarity struck him. Upon deeper reflection, he found something amiss. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang bore an uncanny resemblance to the two who had won 5 million from him at the Qilin gambling house and had subsequently injured him. Although they wore masks and different clothes, there was a critical flaw. Their physiques were unalterable, particularly Jiang Lang's noticeably stout figure. The more Han Shiqi pondered, the more certain he became, especially since the two had just returned from a shadow city, raising his suspicions. A few years prior, Han Shiqi had enjoyed a measure of wealth, finding it relatively easy to acquire Xian stones while in the Shanghai realm. However, after his Shanghai altar was destroyed, the expenses of recovery had drained his resources significantly. Following his regression in rank, he lost interest in martial pursuits and indulged in a life of pleasure, leading to extravagant expenditures. He had dwindled his entire fortune to just over 10 million Xian stones. Having suffered a 10 million loss at the Qilin gambling house, Han Shiqi was left severely wounded, both financially and in pride, especially after being thoroughly humiliated by Jiang Han. For days, he had been so enraged that he could hardly eat. Today, however, his mood had improved slightly, thanks to Steward Chen's invitation for drinks. And he was taken aback to see Jiang Han and his companion returning from the Shadow City. "What is the matter, Hall Master?" Through the window, Elder Chen observed the silhouettes of Jiang Lang and Jiang Han, mistakenly believing that Han Shiqi harbored a grudge against Jiang Han. He proclaimed, "Rest assured, Master, I shall eventually ensure the demise of that scoundrel Jiang Han." Han Shiqi remained silent, pacing back and forth in the room, deep in thought for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Chen Zhang, assist me with a task." "Master, your wish is my command." Elder Chen, having attained his position through Han Shiqi's patronage, was akin to a loyal hound in his service. "Conduct a discreet investigation," Han Shiqi instructed. "I require a comprehensive account of Jiang Han and Jiang Lang's activities over the next fortnight, particularly their visits to the Dark City and the frequency of those visits. Furthermore, expend some spirit stones to gather intelligence on their endeavors in the Dark City, what they have purchased, and their overall activities. The more detailed, the better." Elder Chen furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat apprehensive. While Yuming City was relatively easy to investigate, filled with members of their faction, the Dark City posed a formidable challenge, where information was likely unattainable even for spirit stones. Han Shiqi's expression darkened, prompting Elder Chen to grit his teeth and bow respectfully, declaring, "I shall do my utmost." "Go. Attend to it at once." Han Shiqi waved his hand, and although Elder Chen was puzzled by the motives behind Han Shiqi's inquiry, he dared not ask further and hastily descended the stairs. Once Elder Chen had departed, Han Shiqi remained lost in thought within the tavern, his expression growing increasingly cold. "If it is indeed you, then this shall be entertaining." Moments later, a cold smile crept across his face as he murmured to himself, "Daring to impersonate the grandson of Jiang Busi, your audacity knows no bounds. If this news reaches the Jiang family, even 10 Lingyunmengs couldn't protect you." 14 billion. A glint of greed flickered in Han Shiqi's eyes as he raised a cup and drank deeply, chuckling, "If it truly is them, acquiring this 14 billion would suffice for my indulgences for decades." Meanwhile, Jiang Han and Jiang Lang had entered the Shura courtyard, oblivious to Han Shiqi's scrutiny. "Drink." A delicate voice rang out from within the courtyard, and the two turned to find Zhuo Yi instructing Jiang Li in swordsmanship. Jiang Li appeared to have only recently begun practicing, wielding the sword with unsteady movements. "Brother." Upon spotting Jiang Han's return, Jiang Li dashed over. Jiang Han embraced her, softly inquiring, "Little Lier, what sword technique is Sister Yi teaching you?" Jiang Li looked up, her large eyes as pure as pearls, and replied, "Sister Yi says this is called the Willow Leaf Sword Technique." "The Willow Leaf Sword Technique?" Jiang Lang frowned, glancing at Zhuo Yi. "Ping Ping, this is a terrestrial-level profound technique. Little Lier has just begun her martial journey. Is it appropriate to teach her such an intricate technique?" Buzz. A massive hammer materialized in Zhuo Yi's hand as she swiftly moved, delivering a brutal strike towards Jiang Lang. "Have you lost your mind?" Jiang Lang summoned a divine talisman, shattering it to conjure a vast light shield that blocked the blow. However, he was still propelled by the immense force, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall. Zhuo Yi glared fiercely at Jiang Lang and said, "Jiang Fatty, I have warned you before. If you call me Ping Ping again, I shall not hesitate to smash you. It's already flat, even flatter than I am." Jiang Lang murmured softly, baring his teeth as he struggled to rise. Zhuo Yi directed her gaze at Jiang Han and inquired, "Jiang Han, where have you been with this glutton? I haven't seen you for days. I must tell you, this glutton is no good. Do not let him lead you astray." Jiang Han chuckled awkwardly, but Jiang Lang interjected indignantly, "What do you mean by lead you astray? I took Xiao Henin to gather mystic materials. The Internal Affairs Hall is so stingy that Xiao Henin hasn't had any mystic materials to cultivate. We've toiled for several days to acquire a few tens of thousands of mystic stones, and now he can finally practice with them for the next few months." Tens of thousands of mystic stones. Zhuo Yi eyed Jiang Lang and Jiang Han with suspicion. Suddenly, she approached Jiang Han and whispered conspiratorially in his ear, "Jiang Han, has Jiang Lang introduced you to accompany those wealthy older women? I must warn you, you cannot engage in such activities. Although we may be poor, we must maintain our dignity and integrity." "What are you talking about?" Jiang Han exclaimed, flustered, as Jiang Li listened nearby. He quickly retorted, "Captain, I have no interest in older women." "No interest in older women?" Zhuo Yi blinked. Then her expression shifted as she pointed at Jiang Han, saying, So you've become a rabbit master, then? Oh my. Jiang Han, you've become tainted. You're completely sullied. Stop, stop, stop. Jiang Han was utterly speechless. He explained, Jiang Lang and I merely went up the mountain to gather herbs and hunt magical beasts. We were fortunate enough to collect several excellent spiritual herbs and slay hundreds of magical beasts, which is how we earned those tens of thousands of mystic stones. That is good to hear. Sui breathed a sigh of relief, exhaling deeply as she said, in any case, you must stay on the right path and uphold your self-respect. I've heard that the older women in the Dark City are quite perverse, with all sorts of peculiarities. Your fragile physique cannot withstand such things. Jiang Lang, listening eagerly, exclaimed, how do you know so much? Do you have connections? Introduce me. Jiang Han cannot handle it, but I can. As long as the price is right, I'm open to any experience. Chapter 67. Not human. With an abundance of elixirs and rare materials at his disposal, Jiang Han plunged into a fervent period of cultivation. He tirelessly secluded himself, first refining 2 vials of Sui Xinghe, which solidified the foundation of the Sui secret repository. The Sui Xinghe, a Sui grade elixir, proved to be exponentially more effective than its predecessors. Subsequently, he embarked on the construction of a divine altar. Unlike the Zifu altar, the Sui altar demanded the meticulous refinement of rare materials. Moreover, the interaction between different materials could result in either harmony or conflict, with some refusing to meld. Should the materials clash, the stability of the altar would be compromised, leading to its potential collapse. The first layer of the Sui altar required 5 types of materials, the second layer 6, and the third 7, resulting in an ever-increasing level of difficulty. Each material varied in quantity, necessitating continuous experimentation and calculation. Typically, practitioners of the Sui realm would begin with small amounts of materials, meticulously testing and refining their values before formally commencing construction, often a process spanning several months. However, Jiang Han, either unable to wait or emboldened by his wealth, forcefully proceeded without preliminary tests. If materials conflicted, he would simply dismantle and reconstruct. If the quantities were incorrect, he would again dismantle the altar and start anew. With an abundance of Sui Xinghe and countless rare materials at his disposal, he prioritized the speed of his cultivation over the conservation of resources. His wastefulness in materials and elixirs was 2 to 3 times greater than that of others. Yet he managed to save several months of time. In a mere fortnight, he successfully constructed the first layer of the altar, reaching the first stage of the Sui realm. Since the disappearance of his parents, Jiang Han had lived in poverty. Had he come into such wealth in the past, he would have been frugal. However, following the events in Jiang family town, he realized a fundamental truth: elixirs, rare materials, and precious stones were mere external possessions. True strength was paramount. Without power, no amount of wealth could ensure safety. With formidable strength, wealth would naturally follow. Thus, despite the apparent extravagance of his methods, he harbored no doubts. The looming threat of Han Shichi and Han Jimiao hung over him like 2 swords poised to strike at any moment. Jiang Han urgently needed to bolster his strength to protect himself and Jiang Li. Continuing the construction of the altar also afforded him the opportunity to practice the concealment technique. After successfully completing the first layer, he did not pause for rest. He spent half a day with Jiang Li, providing her with some Xinling Dan before retreating once more. This time, he intended to cultivate the concealment technique, a terrestrial-grade skill that, once mastered, would allow him to mask his realm from even the reincarnation stage, serving as an exceptional means of hiding his true strength. In a luxurious villa in the southern part of Yumeng City, a conversation unfolded. Are you saying that upon returning from the Tianyuan mountain range, Jiang Han had Li Ling cut 4 pieces of raw stone, and the first one yielded Xinjing? Furthermore, subsequent cuts also produced Xinjing? After returning from the Tianyuan vein, he immediately went to the Tianyun gambling house in Dark City with Jiang Lang. Then, after only a day's stay, Jiang Lang ventured alone into Dark City. Later, the two returned to Dark City again, remaining there for several days without anyone noticing their whereabouts. Han Shichi's countenance transformed vividly upon hearing the report from Elder Chen. He meticulously inquired about various details, his complexion growing increasingly flushed, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Noticing the continual changes in Han Shichi's expression, Elder Chen curiously inquired, "Is there something amiss, master?" "Nothing at all." Han Shichi waved his hand, urging Elder Chen to remain calm. Deep down, he was already filled with doubt, particularly regarding Jiang Han, a mere country boy who had ventured to the Tianyuan mine to hunt the spirit-eating python and to cut Xinghe stones. From 4 raw stones, he had extracted 2 pieces of Xinghe and had rushed straight to the Tianyun gambling house upon his return. Everything was exceedingly suspicious. How could a rural lad, likely possessing little more than a few Xian stones, dare to gamble? Furthermore, Jiang Han and Jiang Lang had been absent in the dark city for several days, their timelines aligning perfectly. It had to be them. After pondering for a moment, Han Shiqi felt nearly certain, regardless of the truth. He resolved that it was better to err on the side of action than to let them slip away. After all, he harbored a deep-seated enmity toward Jiang Han. He intended to eliminate him eventually, and Jiang Lang was affiliated with Ling Yiming, so his demise would also be advantageous. He turned his gaze toward Elder Qin and instructed, Qin Zhong, devise an excuse over the next few days and find a way to send the God-slaying squad on a mission to the wilderness. We must not act recklessly in Yuming City, lest Ling Yiming become enraged. Therefore, it is essential to lure Jiang Han and Jiang Lang out to the outskirts, where we can find a means to eliminate them. Then, those billions of Xian stones will be ours. Upon returning, Qin Zhong issued several missions under the auspices of the Internal Affairs Hall, offering substantial resource rewards, designating them for elite teams exclusively. However, a few days after the tasks were announced, several elite teams attempted to accept the missions but were turned away by Qin Zhong for various reasons. While the God-slaying squad remained utterly silent, Sui was currently in seclusion, on the verge of completing the construction of her 7th divine altar, and had no interest in undertaking any missions. Qi Bing, known for her reclusive nature, rarely ventured out. Liu Ming spent his days either cultivating, dozing off, or eating, showing no inclination to frequent the Internal Affairs Hall. Jiang Lang, elusive and ever wandering, likely knew of the bountiful rewards associated with the tasks. Having recently acquired 300 million Xian stones, he had no desire to engage in any missions. As 10 days passed, Han Shiqi began to press for progress. With no other options, Qin Zhong issued 2 more tasks with enormous resource rewards, simultaneously requesting the God-slaying squad to execute them in the name of the Internal Affairs Hall. The disciples of the Internal Affairs Hall approached Sui, but she remained in seclusion. Qi Bing ventured out once and, upon learning that both Sui and Jiang Han had been in closed-door training, politely declined. With no alternatives left, Qin Zhong acknowledged that the God-slaying squad, being an elite team, had the prerogative to decline routine tasks. Unless a significant event compelled them to act, there was no way to draw them out. Han Shiqi understood that continued requests for the God-slaying squad's involvement would arouse suspicions from Sui and Jiang Han, and thus he had to bide his time. This waiting period extended for 4 long months. Along with a prior month, Jiang Han had been in seclusion for a total of 5 months, and today, he was forcibly called out. An incident had occurred. Upon Jiang Han's emergence, the members of the Killing God Squad were present outside. Sui, with a grave expression, spoke. A beast tide has emerged in the Longan mine vein. The 5th Elder has commanded the mobilization of 5 elite squads to eradicate the monsters. Jiang Han, the Longan mine vein is of utmost importance to us. We cannot afford any losses, thus your retreat must be interrupted. Indeed, Jiang Han nodded slightly, showing no objection. The Yunming Pavilion had provided protection for their siblings, and since there was a matter at hand, he naturally could not remain indifferent. Sui cast a curious glance at Jiang Han and inquired, have you cultivated the concealment technique? I cannot sense your realm at all. You have successfully constructed the first layer of the Xinyu Divine Altar, haven't you? Qi Bing glanced over casually and found she too could sense nothing. Yes, it is a concealment technique given to me by Brother Jiang. Jiang Han casually deflected the inquiry, adding, I have indeed successfully constructed the first layer. Thank you for your concern, Captain. That is good to hear. Prepare yourself. We shall depart for the Longan mine tomorrow. Sui waved her hand and pulled Qi Bing away to discuss the details of the monster eradication. Liu Ming returned to sit beneath the large tree, and Jiang Lang approached Jiang Han, saying, be honest, have you successfully constructed the 2nd layer of the Divine Altar? After 5 months, and with an abundance of profound materials and medicinal pills, Jiang Lang found it hard to believe that Jiang Han had only constructed a single layer. Jiang Han smiled faintly and whispered, I have already constructed the 3rd layer of the Divine Altar. What the? Jiang Lang's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, are you even human? How did you break through to the 3rd level of Xianyu in just 5 months? I have been training for so long, and I have only reached the 4th level of Xianyu. You are almost catching up to me. Hiki. Jiang Han grinned and replied, if I had not been interrupted from my retreat, give me another half month, and I could likely have constructed the fourth layer. Monster, not human. Beast. Chapter 68. The uncontrollable Yuming Pavilion is home to over 1,000 individuals. Sustaining such a large number incurs substantial monthly expenses. Relying solely on the tributes from its several hundred villages and towns is utterly insufficient, especially considering the vast resources required for the numerous formidable practitioners. The primary source of income for Yunming Pavilion stems from 5 major mines, alongside a few medicinal herb mountains. Among these, the Longyun mine stands as the largest. Renowned for its abundant supply of Dragafall stones, a crucial material for weapon forging. Approximately 30% of Yunming Pavilion's revenue is derived from this mine, making it the lifeblood of the organization. Nestled deep within the Tianhu mountain range, the mine lies within a territory teeming with ferocious beasts. However, an immense divine formation has been erected around it, rendering it impervious to ordinary creatures. Yet, the mine hosts thousands of personnel daily, and their sustenance and supplies amount to considerable expenses. Furthermore, the Dragafall stones are substantial in size. Relying solely on spatial rings for transportation would necessitate an exorbitant number of them. Thus, transport convoys routinely traverse between the mine and Yunming City. Each convoy escorted by several disciples and 2 stewards, maintaining a semblance of safety. Recently, a beast tide has erupted near the mine, obstructing the transport convoys from entering, which poses a grave threat. Should this situation persist, the miners could very well face starvation, and the vast quantities of Dragafall stones excavated would remain trapped within. This is a significant concern for Yunming Pavilion. The elder in charge of the mine has personally issued orders to mobilize 5 elite teams and 10 ordinary teams to exterminate the beasts. The Shashin team is among them. In the southern district of Yunming City, within Han Shichi's villa, has the Shashin team departed? Han Shichi inquired, his hands clasped behind his back as he addressed Qinzhong. Qinzhong nodded affirmatively. They set off this morning. I witnessed it myself. Good. Han Shichi surveyed the 5 individuals present. All were at the Xianyu realm, with 2 serving as stewards from the Internal Affairs Hall, Qinzhong and Lu Jun. One at the 9th level of the Xianyu realm and the other at the 8th. Among the remaining 3, 2 were not affiliated with Yunming Pavilion. They were the clan leaders of 2 allied families, Kai Jin of the Kai family and Zhou Jinliang of the Zhou family, both at the 6th level of the Xianyu realm. The last individual was Han Linfeng, Han Shichi's grandson, who had recently broken through to the 5th level of the Xianyu realm. Aside from Han Linfeng, the other 4 possessed higher cultivation levels than Han Shichi. Yet it was evident that they regarded him with the utmost respect. The reason for their deference, except for Han Linfeng, lay in Han Jinmao, the vice master of Yunming Pavilion and a formidable presence at the 7th level of the Shanhai realm. Furthermore, Han Shichi himself had once been a powerhouse of the Shanhai realm, still holding considerable prestige within the pavilion. Thus, aligning themselves with Han Shichi naturally meant they were also connected to the influential Han Jinmao. Hall Master. Qinzhong glanced at Han Linfeng and remarked, "The 4 of us can handle this matter. There's no need for Linfeng to join us, is there?" "No." Han Linfeng interjected, "I must go. Jiang Peng and Gan Miao have gone missing for quite some time. It is evident they are beyond saving. I have harbored this feeling for too long. And this operation against Jiang Han is an opportunity one cannot afford to miss. Let him go." Han Shichi waved his hand and remarked, "Young individuals must traverse certain experiences. Otherwise, how can they truly evolve? Your task this time is rather straightforward. Capture Jiang Lang and Jiang Han, particularly Jiang Han, who must be taken alive. Rest assured." Qinzhong chuckled and responded, "Hall Master, our 5 possess combat prowess that surpasses that of the Killing God Squad. Moreover, we do not intend to target Zhuo Yi and Qi Bing. We merely need to divert them. With Jiang Han and Jiang Lang's low realms, they shall be effortlessly subdued." Han Shichi pondered for a moment and deemed it manageable. Noting that Zhuo Yi and Qi Bing were both at the 7th level of the Profound Ghost Realm, and 2 of the stewards could easily suppress them, in his eyes, Jiang Han, Jiang Lang, and Niu Ming were utterly insignificant. Even the 2 at the 6th level of the Profound Ghost Realm, Kai Jin and Shou Jinyang, would suffice. Han Shichi gestured, "Go forth, and remember, under no circumstances should you reveal your identities. If you do, I cannot guarantee your safety." "Yes." The 5 clasped their hands in respect and swiftly departed. As they exited the small courtyard, Han Lifeng displayed a sinister grin, his gaze directed towards the dragon-falling mine. Grinning, "Jiang Han, this time I shall see who can protect you. I will ensure that you suffer beyond imagination. So many demon beasts?" Several miles away from the dragon-falling mine, Jiang Han and the others gazed at the densely packed demon beasts at the foot of the mountain, feeling overwhelmed. They had anticipated some circumstances before their arrival. Knowing it was a beast tide, they expected numerous demon beasts, but they were unprepared for such a staggering quantity. The base of the mountain was teeming with them, easily numbering in the thousands. While the majority were first-tier demon beasts, there were still a significant number of second-tier ones. Let us commence. Sui, mounted on her white tiger and wielding a colossal hammer, directed her gaze towards Niu Ming, saying, "Niu, as per our usual protocol, you charge ahead while we eliminate the foes from behind." Understood. Niu Ming wasted no time, swinging his dual axes as he charged downward. Sui turned to the captains of two nearby ordinary squads, instructing, "Follow closely behind our team, primarily to eradicate first-tier demon beasts and avoid provoking the second-tier ones." The two squad leaders nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grain, for their leaders were at the second and third levels of the profound ghost realm, and the remaining members were predominantly at the 8th and 9th levels of the purple mansion realm. They dared not provoke the second-tier beasts. Kill. Qi Bing brandished a long sword, an aura of frost emanating from her as she followed Niu Ming into the fray. Sui swiftly followed suit, while Jiang Lang remained behind, addressing Jiang Han, "Brother Han, my combat prowess is lacking. You take the lead, and I shall provide cover." Jiang Han rolled his eyes. Usually, he was affectionately called Little Han, yet in battle, he was suddenly Brother Han. Jiang Lang was rather peculiar. Kill. Jiang Han summoned a black long knife, a terrestrial-grade weapon he had procured in the Dark City, and he was clad in a set of terrestrial-grade soft armor for optimal protection. He surged forward with the group, with Jiang Lang closely trailing him. Roar. The demon beast horde was stirred into a frenzy, and waves of them charged forth, roaring in unison. Niu Ming led the charge at the forefront, his body glowing with a yellowish light, and his skin transformed, resembling a creature adorned with yellow scales, as though he had morphed into a beast of the earth. Several monstrous beasts leapt into the air, charging towards Niu Ming from various directions, their gaping maws ready to tear at him, while their sharp claws aimed to rend his flesh. Yet, Niu Ming appeared as an indomitable titan, impervious to the onslaught. The attacks of these creatures, one of which was a second-tier beast, inflicting no harm upon him whatsoever. With a forceful extension of his arms, he flung the two beasts that were gnawing at his arm away. His axe swung mightily, reducing the two creatures to mere pulp in an instant. Impressive. Jiang Han observed from a distance, filled with admiration. Niu Ming's prowess was astonishingly dominant, his defensive capabilities utterly extraordinary. He resembled an unyielding Buddha. With a swift motion, Qi Bing was the second to strike. Breaking through from Niu Ming's left, her sword gleamed with radiant light, followed by a surge of frigid air. As she brought her sword down with great force, the chilling aura cascaded forth like an icy dragon, instantaneously encasing a dozen beasts in solid ice. Astounding. Jiang Han stood in stunned disbelief, marveling at Qi Bing's extraordinary abilities. If he were to face her, becoming an ice sculpture would mean awaiting his demise helplessly. Isn't Bing formidable? Jiang Lang remarked with a sly smile, noticing Jiang Han's expression. Bing is following the path of the ice saint body. Little Han, do not harbor any thoughts about her. You are ill-equipped to handle it. Let me take charge. I am preparing to transition to the fire saint body. Otherwise, before I know it, I might end up as a popsicle myself. Chapter 69. The Rift Beast Ape Sui was the third to make her move. She charged forth on the right side of the white tiger bull, swinging a colossal iron hammer with wild abandon. Any beast that dared approach her could not withstand a single strike. Those unfortunate enough to be struck by her hammer were reduced to mere pulp. An astonishing display of power. Don't even think about it, Jiang Lang murmured as he followed Jiang Han. This woman is far too violent and has a fiery temper. Marrying her would mean a life of turmoil. Besides, she is too calm, unlike my older brother. Jiang Han, exasperated, turned to him and said, "We're here to slay beasts. Can we focus?" Suddenly, a small red snake darted up from the ground. Jiang Han swung his long knife, cleaving the snake in two with ease. Two more beasts approached from either side, but Jiang Han refrained from unleashing his full power, wary of revealing his true strength. Instead, he employed a technique of shifting forms, his figure flickering as he began to engage the approaching creatures. Up ahead, Qi Bing and Sui had taken the initiative to confront a second-tier beast, while Jiang Han concentrated on dispatching first-tier foes. Having undergone 2 transformations and achieving the 3rd level of the profound shadow realm, he found it exceedingly effortless to hunt first-tier beasts, even without exerting his full strength. Jiang Lang trailed behind Jiang Han, one hand clutching several talismans while the other held a shield. He resorted to launching talismans at the beasts, exhibiting a rather cowardly approach. His talismans were quite potent. For instance, an explosive talisman detonated upon impact, severely injuring or even killing first-tier beasts. There were also fire talismans that ignited the beasts, and gravity talismans that immobilized them upon contact. What a waste, Jiang Han thought, bemused. Although these low-tier talismans were not particularly valuable, being mere yellow-grade talismans, each still cost several hundred Xian stones. Jiang Lang was essentially throwing away Xian stones on first-tier beasts, and he, with his 4th level of the Profound Shadow Realm, was too afraid to engage in close combat. How fearful he must be of death. With the God of Death squad leading the charge, the other 2 ordinary squads faced a significantly easier task. The captains of the 2 squads arranged their members in formation, advancing steadily while continuously eliminating beasts. Battles raged on the surrounding hills, with 5 elite squads and 10 ordinary squads participating in the fray. Each elite squad operated alongside 2 ordinary squads, a strategy designed to minimize casualties and accelerate the extermination process. After more than 3 hours of fierce combat, dusk was approaching. Zhuodi, spotting a relentless wave of beasts surging from the forest in the distance, exchanged glances with Qi Bing and shouted, "Everyone, gather around me. We shall carve a bloody path to the Longyan mine." There were far too many beasts to eradicate completely today. If night fell, the wilderness would become perilous. Thus, it was imperative to clear a path to the mine first. With Niu Ming and Zhuodi leading the way, all followed in their wake, including the 2 ordinary squads, while Qi Bing took up the rear to cover their retreat. "Bing Bing, I'll help you," Jiang Lang called out as he wove through the crowd, rushing towards Qi Bing. Covering the rear was no simple task, as countless beasts would be in pursuit. Although Qi Bing was strong, the burden was immense. "Get lost." Qi Bing coldly uttered a remark, but Jiang Lang stubbornly lingered by her side, leaving her with no choice but to disregard him. With Jiang Lang's assistance, Qi Bing felt considerably more at ease, as she no longer had to worry about being ambushed by the monstrous beasts. Jiang Lang's divine talismans provided her ample protection. Jiang Han pushed to the forefront, aiding Zhuodi and Niu Ming in alleviating their burden. With a powerful strike, Jiang Han cleaved a formidable first-tier beast in 2. Zhuodi glanced over, her brow furrowing as she inquired, "Jiang Han, how do you possess such strength? You don't seem to be merely at the 1st level of the Xianyu." Jiang Han smiled and replied, "I possess a certain divine ability that amplifies my strength." "Oh." Zhuodi ceased her questioning and focused intently on vanquishing the beasts. At that moment, a colossal ape with blood-red fur charged in from the left. Towering over 2 meters tall, resembling a miniature mountain. Its claws glowed ominously with a crimson aura, presenting a fearsome sight. "Crackling ape." Zhuodi's expression shifted slightly as she informed Niu Ming and Jiang Han, "This is a 2nd-tier beast. It possesses a divine ability that allows its claws to easily shatter low-grade Earth-tier artifacts. Do not approach, or your weapons will be destroyed." "Ice sister, come quickly." "Understood." Qi Bing floated over gracefully, leaving behind a remark, "Fatty, hold on for half a stick of incense." "What?" Jiang Lang's face paled as he beheld the frenzied horde of beasts pursuing them, shouting, "Bing Bing, are you trying to endanger your husband? Hurry back. I can't hold them off." "Jiang Han, go assist Fatty Jiang," Zhuodi called out as she mounted her white tiger and charged toward the crackling ape. Qi Bing was even quicker. Upon nearing the beast, a torrent of icy air surged from her sword, encasing the ape in a thick layer of ice. Bang! Zhuodi, with her petite frame, leapt high and brought her massive hammer crashing down upon the ape's head. The crackling ape fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Yet its head remained unbroken, merely oozing blood from a gash, its defenses astonishingly formidable. Roar! Infuriated from the injury, the crackling ape let out a wrathful howl, its claws glowing with a blood-red light as it viciously swiped at Qi Bing and Zhuodi. The 2 quickly retreated. Qi Bing's divine ability could not be continuously unleashed and required time to recuperate. Without Qi Bing's freezing power, Zhuodi dared not approach. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared above the crackling ape. Jiang Han had executed a spatial shift. Upon his arrival, Zhuodi and Qi Bing gasped in shock, with Zhuodi exclaiming, "Jiang Han, are you out of your mind?" Ignoring their concerns, Jiang Han positioned himself atop the ape's shoulders, thrusting his long blade forcefully into the gash on its head. He poured all his strength into that strike, embedding half the Earth-tier blade deep within the creature's skull. Boom! The crackling ape collapsed, twitching momentarily before succumbing to its injuries. the crimson light in its claws slowly fading. Zhuo Yi and Qi Bing exchanged glances, each reflecting on the audacity of Jiang Han's actions. Though perilous, his timing had been impeccable, delivering a fatal blow. His divine ability was astonishingly powerful, allowing him to teleport to the top of the crackling ape. Bing Bing, help. As Jiang Lang continuously unleashed divine talismans, obliterating the encroaching beast horde, he found himself overwhelmed by their sheer numbers, prompting him to cry out for assistance. What is that dreadful noise? Qi Bing furrowed her brow, choosing to disregard Jiang Han as she gracefully moved to the rear of the formation. Lefty Yi had no time for contemplation, for the beasts nearby were multiplying, and she was compelled to carve a bloody path to lead everyone to the Dragonfall mine. Noticing that he had become inconspicuous, Jiang Han swung his battle knife, sending one beast flying, and then thrust his blade fiercely towards the chest of the splitting soldier ape. Indeed, he was in pursuit of the ape's inner core. His defiance of Left Yi's orders and the considerable risk he undertook were driven by purpose. This splitting soldier ape was the fifth beast within his celestial beast cauldron. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, he could not afford to let it slip away. This ape must fall by his own hand, for otherwise he could not awaken his divine powers. Having extracted the inner core and secured it within his spatial ring, Jiang Han dashed towards Left Yi, joining her in the eradication of the beasts. Jiang Han, you must not act so recklessly again, Left Yi exclaimed upon his approach. We only need to wait a little longer for Sister Bing to unleash her divine powers, and I will easily be able to dispatch the splitting soldier ape. You need not take such risks. I merely wish to contribute, Jiang Han replied with a faint smile. Rest assured, Captain, I know my limits. Lefty Yi refrained from further protest, and the group continued to carve their bloody path towards the Dragonfall mine. Half an hour later, as dusk descended, they finally arrived at the Dragonfall mine. Jiang Han gazed from a distance, his heart and soul stirred. Atop a distant mountain stood an imposing ice city, its walls towering 100 feet high. The icy walls, pristine, thick, and smooth, rendered the entire city a majestic spectacle, with humans appearing as mere ants in comparison. This wall was, in fact, a divine formation. Lefty Yi proudly explained. In the past, the Celestial Wolf Hall sought to seize this mine, resulting in numerous fierce battles. Subsequently, my father enlisted a master of divine formations to construct this grand array, which took half a year to complete. Once the formation was established, the Celestial Wolf Hall abandoned all hope. Even a third-tier beast could not breach this icy barrier. Unless a fourth-tier beast were to appear, the Dragonfall City could never be conquered. Chapter 70. Zhujuju upon sighting Zhuo Yi, Qi Bing, and their companions. The disciples guarding the Cloud Dream Pavilion on the city walls lowered a heavy iron gate forged from cold steel. Leading the way, Zhuo Yi entered the city. Although referred to as a city, it bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary mining site. At its center lay a vast pit, surrounded by numerous houses, with a spacious flat area only at the entrance. A steward awaited at the gate, greeting Zhuo Yi and subsequently arranging for someone to escort the group to their resting quarters. After a day of arduous travel and several hours of fierce combat, they were weary and famished. The Killing God Squad, being an elite team, was assigned relatively comfortable accommodations, granted a secluded courtyard. Among them, Jiang Han and her 4 companions each enjoyed their own room. However, the living conditions and meals here paled in comparison to those at the Cloud Dream Pavilion. Zhuo Yi and Qi Bing, devoid of any airs of nobility, dined together with the group. While Qi Bing ate sparingly, Zhuo Yi, petite in stature, possessed a remarkable appetite. Rest well, Zhuo Yi remarked after their meal. Given the current situation, it is apparent that we cannot eradicate the threat in a short time. It will take at least 10 days to half a month to replenish our strength and prepare for tomorrow's battle. As the group returned to their quarters to sleep, various teams gradually entered the city, each bearing some degree of battle losses. By the stroke of midnight, 5 elite squads and 10 ordinary squads had reported in, and the casualty count was tallied. On this day of purging, 7 had perished, and over 30 were injured, with 9 left crippled. Fortunately, the deceased and injured were all ordinary disciples of the Purple Mansion realm, which was not considered a significant loss for the Cloud Dream Pavilion. With hundreds of villages and towns under its command, and a population nearing 100,000, the younger generation of martial artists from various families continued to emerge like mushrooms after rain. A few casualties could easily be replaced, as long as the elites remained unharmed. It was inconsequential. Boom, boom, boom. At the break of dawn the following day, a deep and resonant bell tolled, signaling assembly. Jiang Han and her companions hurriedly arose to gather in the open area. This was the Demon Slaughter Squad, led by Yunfei, the grandson of the second elder, who was at the 8th level of the Mystic Realm. Next was the Heavenly Calamity Squad, commanded by Lu Hong, the grandson of the 5th elder. The Dragoness Descent Mine was under the 5th elder's jurisdiction, and they would soon encounter him. Lu Hong also stood at the 8th level of the Mystic Realm, a match for Qi Bing in terms of combat prowess. Then there was the Gale Chaser Squad, led by the charming girl with twin ponytails, Sui Xinghe, the granddaughter of the 3rd elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, at the 7th level of the Mystic Realm. She and Qi Bing were regarded as the 2 goddesses of the Cloud Dream Pavilion. Ahem. Sui Xinghe, feeling rather pleased with herself, shamelessly proclaimed that she, along with Qi Bing and Sui Xinghe, were the 3 prodigies of the Cloud Dream Pavilion, completely disregarding her own flat figure. In the open area, Jiang Pengzi began to introduce Jiang Han to the elite squads and the daily losses incurred by Sui. Jiang Han glanced casually, noting that Sui Xinghe was indeed a beauty, and her disposition seemed amiable. Many greeted her, and she responded with a smile, in stark contrast to Qi Bing's perpetually cold demeanor. Xiao Hanchan. Jiang Lang observed Jiang Han's lingering gaze upon Sui Xinghe and whispered, "If you wish to pursue Sui Xinghe, be prepared. Marrying her means you can never stray outside your vows." Her grandfather, the esteemed leader of the Law Enforcement Hall, known as the Cold-Faced Bear, is reputed to turn wayward individuals into eunuchs. Jiang Han found himself somewhat speechless, while he merely cast a few glances at Sui Xinghe. Jiang Lang had conjured an entire narrative. Silence. A steward bellowed, and the gathering fell into a hush as an elder emerged from a courtyard, stepping before the crowd. Salute to the 5th elder. The assembly bowed in unison, with Jiang Han quickly following suit, cupping his hands in respect. The 5th elder surveyed the assembly with a grave demeanor and declared, "I need not elaborate on the significance of the Longyun mines to our sect. Beyond the city lies a realm teeming with demonic beasts, presenting you all with a valuable opportunity for honing your skills. From today forth, each team shall disperse from the city, with Longyun City as the nucleus, to exterminate the nearby demonic creatures. The merits earned from these hunts shall belong to you. All of you must heed this warning. Do not act recklessly. Advance gradually as you cleanse the area. Survival is paramount for growth. Should you perish, nothing remains. Each team will be provided with a signal flare. Unless you encounter beasts of the 3rd tier or above, do not hastily signal for assistance. Now off you go." With the 5th elder's command, signal flares were promptly discharged, and the city gates swung open as the teams set forth. For the elite teams, this was of little concern. Yet the ordinary teams felt trepidation. The 5th elder had instructed each team to fend for themselves, which posed a significant risk should they confront a 2nd-tier beast. However, as they radiated outward from Longyun City, the threat diminished considerably. If matters grew dire, they could retreat to the city, where the stewards of the profound realm stood guard. Surely, they would not turn a blind eye to their plight. Let us proceed with our tasks. Sui summoned her beast companion, and with a flash of brilliance, the white tiger appeared. She leapt gracefully onto its back, leading the charge westward. Jiang Han and the others followed suit, their spirits lifted. Although there were many demonic beasts, none of the 3rd tier had made an appearance. For them, 2nd-tier beasts merely represented an opportunity for training, devoid of significant peril. The proximity to Longyun City, with the 5th elder stationed within its walls and a plethora of disciples from the Yunmeng Pavilion nearby, ensured that their formidable strength would likely shield them from mortal danger. Jiang Han felt a sense of optimism, particularly as he had hunted a split-weapon ape the previous day, suggesting a plentiful supply of these creatures in the vicinity. Should he manage to hunt 10, he would acquire another divine ability, thus making him all the more enthusiastic about the extermination of demonic beasts. After traversing several hundred zhang, they encountered their first demonic beast. Sui, at the forefront, charged forth on her white tiger, wielding a massive hammer wherever she passed. The beasts either perished or sustained grievous wounds. Brother Jiang. Jiang Han, observing Sui's retreating figure, inquired with curiosity, "What divine ability has the captain grasped? Her offensive power seems vastly superior to that of an ordinary 7th-tier practitioner." "You've noticed?" Jiang Lang grinned, whispering, "Sui Xinghe has refined soul-based materials, and she has now comprehended a soul-based divine ability. Her hammer strikes carry a soul attack, capable of stunning her foes. Additionally, her hammer is the pinnacle of Earth-tier mystical artifacts, combined with her mastery of several techniques that augment her strength, rendering her attacks fearsome. With a single strike, even if one manages to endure, the resulting dizziness leaves them vulnerable to the next blow. The notion of a soul attack. Jiang Han felt a surge of alarm. This phenomenon truly was insurmountable. Once one is rendered unconscious, the only option is to await their demise. Speaking of which, Xiao Jiangli is also suitable for a soul-based path. Jiang Lang recalled something and remarked, Jiangli's soul is exceptionally pure, possibly a pristine soul entity. Once she reaches the Xianyu realm, she could pursue the soul path. Soul cultivators are comparable to the sacred bodies, their offensive capabilities being both enigmatic and ferociously potent. With a promising future ahead, Jiangli? Jiang Han furrowed his brow and inquired, how can you discern that Jiangli's soul is exceptionally pure? What constitutes a pristine soul entity? And how is it determined? Just look at her eyes. Jiang Lang rolled his eyes and explained, typically, when infants are born, their eyes possess a remarkable purity, which gradually becomes clouded with impurities as they grow. Consider Jiangli's eyes, nearly 12 years old, yet they remain strikingly clear and bright. Akin to two pearls, this suggests she may indeed possess a pristine soul entity. Of course, I am not entirely certain. Only a soul cultivator could ascertain this. It seems plausible. Jiang Han pondered for a moment. Jiang Lang's reasoning held merit. Jiangli's eyes had always been remarkably pure, resembling two exquisite pearls. Perhaps an opportunity should be sought to introduce her to a soul cultivator for guidance. Jiang Lang suggested, then quickened his pace. Turning to Jiang Han, he said, enough pondering. Let us get to work, or else Sui Xinghe will unleash her wrath. Fatty, dare you utter Sui Xinghe again? Jiang Lang's voice was overheard by Sui, who was battling a monster not far away. She raised her massive hammer, glaring menacingly at Jiang Lang. Do you believe I want to knock you unconscious and toss you into the beast's den? In an instant, Jiang Lang shrank back, hastily nodding and offering a conciliatory smile. Zwa Juju, I was wrong. I will never call you Ping Ping again. Can I address you as Juju instead? Is Juju unappealing? How about Dada? Shoddy? Rolly Polly? Whoosh. Zwa soared into the air, her enormous hammer crashing down, burying Jiang Lang deep into the earth. Chapter 71. Ambush atop the majestic Dragon Descent Mountain, a colossal ice city stood as the epicenter of activity. Surrounding this frozen fortress, over 20 small teams comprising 300 disciples from the Cloud Dream Pavilion flourished in all directions. One by one, the monstrous beasts fell beneath their blades, staining the nearby mountains with their crimson blood. A separate group had been organized to incinerate the corpses of the slain beasts, for a pileup of bodies could lead to a devastating plague. Aside from the elite teams, the other squads adopted a cautious approach, focusing solely on the extermination of first-tier beasts. Consequently, the catastrophic losses suffered on the first day were not repeated, and no further lives were lost. In contrast, the elite team boldly sought out second-tier beasts, finding first-tier creatures to be devoid of challenge. The thrill of hunting second-tier beasts provided them with a sense of accomplishment. Throughout the day, the Killing God team successfully dispatched over a dozen second-tier beasts, while their first-tier kills surpassed 100. Jiang Han once again hunted 2 split soldier apes, obtaining 2 drops of their essence. As before, Qi Bingbing froze the apes in place, and Sui struck them with a powerful blow, allowing Jiang Han to swiftly deliver a lethal stab to the beast's skulls. The trio's coordination became increasingly refined. They effectively took down several second-tier beasts through their combined efforts. Their synergy was nothing short of exquisite. Qi Bing could encase the beasts in ice or slow their movements. Sui's formidable strength could inflict head injuries that left the beasts dazed and sluggish, and Jiang Han's sudden strikes often pierced through their skulls with lethal precision. As twilight approached, Sui signaled for the team to return. The number of beasts was overwhelming. It would take more than a few days to clear them out. To sustain their stamina and energy was essential for prolonged combat. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain 1,000 feet away, several figures emerged. Observing the retreating backs of Jiang Han and her companions, a handsome young man furrowed his brow and remarked, "This one do. Are we to linger in the wilderness indefinitely?" "Do not fret, young Master Lin Feng," Chen Zhang reassured with a smile. Elder Wu has issued orders for each team to operate independently. At this pace, the distances between the teams will widen significantly within 2 or 3 days, allowing us the opportunity to act. Indeed, added another steward, Lu Jun. Given our proximity to Dragon Descent City, if we strike and they signal for reinforcements, it could spell trouble for us. What if young Master Lin Feng returns first and comes back in 3 days? Suggested Zhou Jianliang, the clan leader of the Zhou family, whose imposing figure and polished bald head contrasted with the ingratiating smile on his face. It may take 3 or 4 days for them to disperse adequately. at which point the teams will be at least several dozen miles from the city. Even if aid arrives, we shall have ample time to make our escape. Zhou Jinliang believed that young Master Han Linfeng, accustomed to a life of luxury, would find it unbearable to spend the night in the wilderness, thus persuading him to retreat. Enough. Han Linfeng waved dismissively. It's merely a few days. I can find a cave to cultivate in. I can withstand this little hardship. I must personally capture Jiang Han and torment her to relieve the hatred that festers within me. By the way, Han Linfeng recalled another matter and inquired, what accounts for the unprecedented ferocity of this beast tide? Historically, such a congregation of demonic beasts has never occurred, has it? I am uncertain, Qin Zhong remarked. His brow furrowed, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. It is indeed peculiar. Could it be that something significant has transpired deep within the Tunhu Mountains? Have the beasts been driven out? Yet, why do they all converge towards Longyan Mountain? Regardless, Lu Jia interjected with a wave of his hand. Such matters are best left to the esteemed figures within the pavilion to ponder. We should focus on our own tasks. Let us proceed, nightfall approaches. And we must seek refuge in the cave from last night. The five did not linger, swiftly turning away. On their journey, they encountered demonic beasts but refrained from slaying them, opting instead to merely send them flying. Having previously dispatched too many, they were wary of leaving traces behind. The subsequent 2 days unfolded much like the first. Each squad engaged in their own battles, purging the surrounding demonic creatures. For Jiang Han, fortune smiled upon him over these 2 days as he faced 6 rending soldier monkeys, which he and Qi Bing dispatched with ease. Having already brought down 8 of these beasts, Jiang Han felt a growing impatience. With dusk approaching, he yearned to continue his hunt. After 3 days of relentless extermination, the area surrounding Longyan City, spanning nearly 100 miles, was devoid of demonic beasts. However, given the mobilization of the main forces for this clearing operations, it was imperative to eradicate all nearby beasts in one fell swoop. This endeavor proved fruitful for the various squads, as slaying demonic beasts garnered merit, which could be exchanged for mystical artifacts, elixirs, and techniques. Furthermore, the materials harvested from the beasts were retained by the individuals, resulting in a windfall for all disciples. Sui Xinghe and Qi Bing were particularly generous, offering all the spoils from the beasts to Jiang Han, Jiang Lang, and Yao Meng. As the daughter of the pavilion master and the granddaughter of the grand elder, their resources were ample. In the span of 3 days, 14 individuals fell in battle, with over 20 sustaining serious injuries, a loss deemed normal given the sheer number of beasts and the intensity of the conflict. Fatalities were inevitable. On the 4th day, early in the morning, Jiang Han and his companions set out, with Jiang Han resolutely leading them back in the direction they had traveled the previous day. Having slain 3 the day prior, he aimed to hunt 2 more today. Indeed, by midday, he encountered 2, and with fervor, he stored their inner cores in his spatial ring, feeling invigorated. He chose not to refine them immediately, intending to wait until nightfall to amalgamate the essence of 10 drops of blood. By afternoon, the Shashan squad ventured into a mountain dense with foliage, teeming with demonic beasts, prompting a fierce struggle. The creatures inhabiting this mountain were peculiar, known as the sheep-faced spider. These spiders could spin silk, which was remarkably sturdy. Jiang Han found that even with diminished effort, he could not sever the intertwined strands. Fortunately, the sheep-faced spiders lacked formidable offensive power, making their silk the primary nuisance. After more than an hour of fierce combat, they finally eradicated the nearby swarm of spiders. Exhausted, the group slumped against the trees, devoid of pretense, seeking respite. Suddenly, 2 sharp sounds pierced the air from the left. Qi Bing and Zui, reacting swiftly, directed their gazes toward the source. Their expressions shifted in unison. Qi Bing leapt into action, her sword dancing as a wave of icy energy surged forth, sweeping toward the front. In midair, 2 arrows gleaming with a ghostly light were frozen by a chilling aura. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang exchanged glances, both their eyes betraying a flicker of fury. These arrows were evidently laced with deadly poison, a clear intent to claim their lives. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of 2 arrows slicing through the air resounded once more, targeting Zhuodi and Qi Bing respectively. This time, Qi Bing was prepared. Without invoking her powers, she wielded her sword and deflected the arrows. How audacious! How dare you ambush me? Zhuodi shouted furiously as she sent the arrows flying, spotting a figure flickering in the distance. She wasted no time and shot forth with her petite form. With a roar, Qi Bing too was incensed. Had she not reacted swiftly during the first volley, they both might have faced a slow, agonizing death from poison. Someone sought the lives of both her and Sui, and she would not stand idly by. Qi Bing sprinted forward, while Niu Ming bellowed, unleashing his form, his body adorned with earthy yellow scales as he charged forth. Pursue. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang exchanged another glance, both filled with uncertainty. Sui and Qi Bing held esteemed statuses. To dare assassinate them was tantamount to declaring war against Ling Yunming and the Grand Elder. Who possessed such audacity? Damn it! A large handful of talismans appeared in Jiang Lang's hand as he roared. Anyone who dares to assassinate my Bing Bing shall face death today, regardless of their identity. Chapter 72. A grave dug for you in his hand. Jiang Lang brandished a silver divine talisman. With a flash of brilliance, his speed surged dramatically. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the distance. How many divine talismans does this lad possess? A hint of perplexity flickered in Jiang Han's eyes. If Jiang Lang were merely a yellow-tier talisman master, how could he wield such an abundance of high-level talismans? He must have consumed hundreds over just the past few days. Qi Bing and Sui moved with astonishing swiftness, and the trio soon disappeared from sight. What could Jiang Han do? He could only press forward alongside Niu Ming in pursuit. After a brief chase, they encountered a sheep-faced spider, its webbing filling the air. The speed of both Jiang Han and Niu Ming was inevitably hampered, and they needed to clear the strands to advance. The further they ventured, the more sheep-faced spiders appeared. Qi Bing, Sui, and Jiang Lang had completely vanished, and Jiang Han's brow furrowed. He contemplated using his tunneling technique to traverse underground. But he was uneasy leaving Niu Ming alone behind. Though Niu Ming possessed formidable defensive strength, his intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Akin to a soul missing a fragment of its essence, he would be vulnerable alone. With a fierce yell, Niu Ming swung his giant axe, cleaving through web after web. Unfortunately, the sheer number of sheep-faced spiders continued to hinder their progress. Suddenly, Jiang Han felt the scene before him flicker. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. A surge of alarm coursed through him as he recalled Han Shiqi's divine ability, the Veil of Night. Has Han Shiqi arrived? Jiang Han tensed, instinctively sensing something amiss. Han Shiqi's power shrouded the area in complete darkness, yet the dimness he experienced now was merely obscured, with the sheep-faced spiders still present and multiplying. Wait, where's Niu Ming? He scanned his surroundings, only to find Niu Ming had vanished, and a sense of dread settled within him. His mind raced as he quickly surmised that a trap had been laid. Someone intended to kill him or perhaps target Sui and Qi Bing. Without further hesitation, a dark golden light illuminated his hand as he propelled himself downward. Employing his tunneling technique, he descended into the earth, knowing it to be the safest refuge amidst the chaos above. Nearby, Niu Ming's vision similarly distorted. He bellowed in fury, swinging his axe relentlessly. He spun in place and unexpectedly dashed backward. As Niu Ming's figure faded into the distance, three silhouettes leapt down from a towering tree above the forest. One was a striking young man, another sported a prominent bald head, while the third was a middle-aged man with a goat-like beard. These three were none other than Zhou Jinyang, Han Linfeng, and Kai Jinju, the head of the Kai clan. Kai Jinju's illusionary arts indeed proved formidable. Han Linfeng gave a thumbs up to the bearded Kai Jinju, who smiled with pride. Zhou Jinyang's ring sparkled, revealing two long swords in his grasp as he gazed at the tunnel Jiang Han had dug. All right, let us get to work. We mustn't let this lad escape, or it will be difficult to explain to Lord Han. I will descend and pursue. You two stay above. Han Linfeng. Lord Han? Han Shiqi? Jiang Han, still within the tunnel, had not excavated deeply and could hear their conversation with clarity. His complexion turned cold, and an overwhelming fury ignited in his eyes. Today, it was indeed a trap, a scheme aimed specifically at him. Han Shiqi sought to eliminate him, while Sui, Qi Bing, and Jiang Lang had been lured away. Niu Ming, oblivious to the malevolent forces at play, charged recklessly behind him. Now, he stood alone, outnumbered by three adversaries. Without hesitation, Jiang Han delved into the underground passage, moving swiftly as he periodically unleashed a palm strike, causing the tunnel behind him to collapse. As he ran, he extracted the inner core of the cracking soldier ape, refining its blood essence. Among his pursuers, only Zhou Jinyang entered the tunnel, the others remained outside. A golden radiance enveloped the two daggers in his hand, and with a flourish, he shattered the debris of the collapsed tunnel effortlessly, hastening his pursuit. As he chased after Jiang Han, his body occasionally collided with the tunnel walls, causing vibrations that alerted Kai Jin and Han Linfeng above, who followed the disturbance, once bathed in golden light. Zhou Jinyang's daggers transformed into instruments capable of slicing through steel, effortlessly reducing the rubble to dust. As a sixth-level practitioner of the Xianyu realm, his speed was formidable, rapidly closing the distance to Jiang Han. This could not continue. Jiang Han sensed the footsteps drawing nearer and, while hastily refining the blood essence of the cracking soldier ape, contemplated his options. Should he burrow deeper underground? He recalled a tactic used against the assassins in the Dark City. The deeper one went, the thinner the air became, perhaps prompting his enemies to retreat. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed. The pursuers behind him felt at least like 5th or 6th level practitioners of the Xianyu realm, and given their apparent age, they had likely mastered numerous profound techniques. If the bald-headed one practiced a technique akin to the tortoise breath, he would surely suffocate. Unlike before, fortune did not favor him this time. Buried hundreds of feet below lay a golden stone coffin and murderous vines. Jiang Han pressed on, steeling himself for a desperate fight. Though he was at the 3rd level of the Xianyu realm, his physical form had undergone another transformation, granting him violent strength and the ability to shift forms. Moreover, the 7th blade could amplify his power significantly. His combat prowess might not be inferior to those at the 5th or 6th levels of Xianyu. There remained a possibility of survival through a fierce struggle. Hastening the refinement of the blood essence, he resolved that if he was to engage in a death match, acquiring additional techniques would be advantageous. He fervently hoped that this new ability would not be as ineffective in battle as the spirit-seeking technique had proven to be. The 8th, 9th, and 10th drops. As the final drop of blood essence was refined, the heavenly beast cauldron in his mind radiated an overwhelming light. The relief of the cracking soldier ape soared forth, morphing into azure smoke that merged with his soul. Simultaneously, an inexplicable energy surged from the cauldron, enveloping his entire being. A piece of information materialized in Jiang Han's consciousness, and upon processing it, ecstasy illuminated his face. Shatter Soldier. The 5th technique had manifested, aptly named Shatter Soldier. It closely aligned with Jiang Han's expectations, derived from the bloodline powers of the cracking soldier ape. This technique could not directly kill, yet it possessed the potential to assist in slaying foes. With his heart steady, Jiang Han's gaze shifted purposefully. He ceased his flight. With swift movements of his arms, he expanded the surrounding space, transforming the tunnel into a cavernous chamber. He was already prepared for a fierce battle, and now with an additional mystical power, his confidence surged, leading him to abandon any thoughts of retreat. If a confrontation was inevitable, it was essential to create favorable conditions. The narrow tunnel was unsuitable for his teleportation technique. Thus, he frantically clawed at his surroundings, quickly expanding the space into a cavern several yards in diameter. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a bald figure emerged from the tunnel behind him, brandishing 2 gleaming daggers that illuminated the cave. No retreat. Zhou Jianliang, observing Jiang Han cowering in the corner, broke into a grin. His slanted eyes fixated on Jiang Han as he sneered, "Kid, don't resist. I'm only here to apprehend you. Should you choose to resist, I will have no choice but to sever your tendons and shatter your 2 altars." Buzz! Jiang Han's spatial ring glimmered, and a pitch-black long knife materialized in his hand. He slowly raised the blade, pointing it at Zhou Jianliang, and declared, "Old Baldy, I have specifically dug a grave for you. Do you like it? If not, I can assist you in making some renovations." Chapter 73. Rest in peace. Jiang Han's audacity left Zhou Jianliang momentarily stunned, yet he soon chuckled, shaking his head. "Youngster, do not presume that mastering a couple of mystical abilities renders you invincible. I have consumed more salt than you have rice in your lifetime." With a cold smirk, Jiang Han retorted, "Old bald man, despite your age, you are still only at the 5th or 6th level of the Xianyu realm. Have you lived long enough to turn into a dog? Consider this. Why does that old dog Han Shiqi go to such lengths to target me? He wields tremendous power in the Yunming Pavilion, and I have no backing. He dares not openly act against me. Have you ever pondered the reason?" Zhou Jianyang paused, taken aback by the question, which had not crossed his mind. He merely thought it an honor to carry out Han Shiqi's bidding. The more they assisted Han Shiqi, the greater the benefits for the Zhou family. Whoosh! Jiang Han had anticipated this moment of distraction. He surged forward, closing the distance between them in an instant, and bellowed, "Old bald man, receive my 7-fold blade." Despite his age, Zhou Jianliang, as the head of the Zhou clan, was not without his wits. Reacting swiftly, he noticed the long blade descending upon him and smirked, crossing 2 gleaming golden daggers to parry the strike. The golden sheen of his daggers did not signify their high grade, but rather his remarkable ability, sharpness. This was a gold-based ability that could enhance the sharpness of weapons manifold. His daggers, already of earth-grade quality, under the influence of sharpness, rivaled heavenly-grade weapons. He recognized that Jiang Han's weapon was also of earth-grade. Yet he was confident that with 2 strikes, the long blade would shatter. Without his weapon, how could Jiang Han contend with him? However, as Zhou Jianliang's dagger swung towards Jiang Han, the latter suddenly froze, only to sense a rush of air behind him the next moment. Teleportation. Zhou Jianliang felt a chill run down his spine, recalling Han Shiqi's earlier warning about Jiang Han's teleportation ability. He berated himself for being so negligent, reacting just in time. He wielded one dagger backward to block, while the other aimed downward, attacking from both directions to force Jiang Han to retreat. Shatter. Jiang Han had been waiting for this very moment, activating the newly awakened ability. A crimson aura enveloped his right hand, his fingers sharpening as he lunged to grasp Zhou Jianliang's dagger while simultaneously using his long blade to guard against the attack. Huh. Zhou Jianliang turned in disbelief, witnessing Jiang Han attempt to seize his dagger with his bare hand. He wore an expression akin to one witnessing folly, with the sharpness enhancement. Not even a shield of earthgrade could withstand the dagger without being punctured. Crack, 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 to Zhou Jianliang's utter astonishment as Jiang Han's right hand, surrounded by the crimson energy, grasped the dagger. It disintegrated upon contact with the red glow, crumbling into dust. What? Zhou Jianliang could hardly believe his eyes, exclaiming in shock, his face a portrait of disbelief. Jiang Han, with bare hands, attempted to seize the dagger imbued with the power of sharpness, only to find it disintegrated into powder. Could his hands be akin to a heavenly-grade artifact? Bang! Jiang Han's battle blade collided with Zhou Jianliang's dagger below, both startled by the outcome. A chip had been knocked from his earthly-grade weapon. Was this dagger truly that sharp? Jiang Han swiftly utilized a technique to retreat, for such a weapon was not something he wished to see destroyed. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianliang lunged at the residual shadow of Jiang Han with his dagger, striking nothing but air. He gazed at the hilt of the dagger in his other hand, the shock in his eyes intensifying. Whoosh! Jiang Han once more launched an assault, executing the shift technique twice in succession. Seizing a prime opportunity, he shattered Zhou Jianliang's remaining dagger with a claw strike. His long blade followed suit, ruthlessly slicing into Zhou Jianliang's thigh. Hiss! Zhou Jianliang was momentarily dazed, fear gripping him. With 2 of his daggers destroyed, the weapons within his spatial ring were merely of the mysterious grade. How could they withstand Jiang Han's onslaught? Flee! Without hesitation, he turned and dashed into the tunnel. Yet, as he entered, a glimmer of blade light flashed before him, aimed directly at his face. At the critical moment of life and death, Zhou Jianliang exceeded his limits, kicking upward with one leg, his hand striking the tunnel wall, propelling him backward into the pit. Old Baldy! Jiang Han approached the tunnel entrance, coldly addressing Zhou Jianliang. I told you this is your grave. You should stay put and not attempt to escape. Buzz! Zhou Jianliang's spatial ring shimmered, producing a long blade. With a furious roar, he unleashed a blinding strike towards Jiang Han, imbued with the force of thunder. Jiang Han chose not to employ the shift technique this time, standing firm. As the long blade descended, his left hand glowed with a crimson light, bracing to meet the blow head-on, while his right hand blade viciously targeted Zhou Jianliang's calf. Crack, crack, crack. As expected, the long blade was reduced to powder by Jiang Han's grip, and he delivered a fierce strike to Zhou Jianliang's calf. Had Zhou Jianliang not retreated swiftly, his leg might have been severed. Hiss! Zhou Jianliang gasped in pain, fear evident in his eyes. Jiang Han's prowess was terrifying. He could effortlessly shatter his weapons, leaving him at a loss for how to retaliate. Jiang Han advanced with his blade, and Zhou Jianliang gritted his teeth, drawing forth a long sword to thrust at Jiang Han. Jiang Han remained motionless, extending a hand to grasp the sword, which shattered into fragments in an instant. Whoosh! Jiang Han then forcefully pulled, leaving a deep gash on Zhou Jianliang's abdomen. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably as Zhou Jianliang attempted to staunch the flow with his hands, but to no avail. It's over. Zhou Jianliang felt despair wash over him. His combat ability was not formidable. His sole advantage lay in the sharpness of his technique, which now seemed utterly ludicrous in the face of Jiang Han's power. Jiang Han continued to close the distance, cautious not to press too closely, wary of the old man as potential to strike back in his final moments. The old bald man is already trapped like a fish in a barrel. He can easily be worn down, piece by piece. Young master! Zhou Jianliang slowly retreated, a flattering smile adorning his face as he spoke. I have merely been deceived by Han Shiqi. Could you, young master, show mercy and allow me a chance to live? In the future, should you have any commands, the Zhou family will wholeheartedly comply. What? You wish to surrender? A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Han's eyes as he replied earnestly. You will heed all my orders? If I command you to kill Han Linfeng, would you acquiesce? Certainly, Zhou Jianliang declared decisively, cupping his hands in respect. Just give the order, young master. I shall not hesitate to eliminate Han Linfeng, and Han Shiqi will meet the same fate. Excellent, Jiang Han bellowed, then swung his blade, unleashing a powerful strike aimed at Zhou Jianliang's bald head. Just as Zhou Jianliang had offered his respectful gesture, he was taken aback by Jiang Han's swift attack. With his back against the muddy wall, he had no room to retreat and could only raise his hands in defense. Zhou Jianliang's hand was severed, writhing in agony on the ground. He glared at Jiang Han with the fury of a venomous serpent, bellowing, Wretched brat, you disregard the principles of martial ethics. May you meet a dire end. Alas. Jiang Han sighed softly. You claim to have consumed more salt than I have rice, yet in these years, you have truly degraded to a lowly state. Believing everything I say? Enough of your curses. Find peace here. With that, Jiang Han relentlessly continued to strike, delivering 7 or 8 blows until Zhou Jianliang lay dead at his feet. Chapter 74. Death Without Closure. What has happened to the silence? On the ground above, Jiang Han and Zhou Jianliang watched as Han Linfeng dispatched a nearby goat-faced spider with a single sword strike. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, could old Zhou have fallen prey to that young fellow's trickery? Impossible. The patriarch of the Kai family, Kai Jin, shook his head emphatically. Old Zhou is at the 6th level of the profound shadow realm. His sharp divine abilities are quite extraordinary. He moves through the earth with a speed comparable to Jiang Han, who has only recently broken through the profound shadow realm. How could he possibly be old Zhou's match? Then why has there been no sound for so long? Han Linfeng's expression darkened with concern. Earlier, when Zhou Jianliang pursued Jiang Han, he would make contact with the tunnel walls every few paces. This allowed Han Linfeng and Kai Jin above to gauge his position through the vibrations in the ground. Now, after several dozen breaths of silence, Han Linfeng could not help but feel a sense of unease. However, Kai Jin held firm confidence in Zhou Jianliang. He unleashed a beam of black light from his hand, ensnaring a nearby goat-faced spider in an illusion, causing it to spin in place. Young Master Linfeng, do not be anxious. Perhaps old Zhou has already subdued him and will emerge shortly. Suddenly, a slight disturbance rippled through the ground beneath them. Han Linfeng's face brightened with hope as he exchanged glances with Kai Jin. Has old Zhou succeeded? Boom. Just as the words left his lips, the ground erupted, and a black long knife shot forth, aiming directly at Han Linfeng's left leg. The speed of the blade was astonishing the moment the ground stirred. The knife had already emerged. Han Linfeng barely had time to react before it slashed brutally across his calf. Ah! Han Linfeng screamed in agony, quick to respond. Kai Jin delivered a powerful palm strike to Han Linfeng's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Kai Jin's action proved wise, for the knife's momentum was relentless. Had he not propelled Han Linfeng away, the blade would surely have severed his other leg as well. Manifest the illusion realm. After sending Han Linfeng flying, Kai Jin's other hand shimmered with black light, targeting Jiang Han, who had just burst forth from the ground. Emerging, Jiang Han immediately sensed the world around him dimming. Kai Jin and Han Linfeng had vanished. Even Han Linfeng's earlier cries of agony abruptly ceased, as if he had been transported to another realm. Such a miraculous divine ability. Jiang Han wielded his long knife, brandishing it around him to thwart any potential attacks from Kai Jin. Remaining composed, he closed his eyes, held his breath, and attuned himself to the surroundings. After casting his illusionary spell, Kai Jin summoned a long sword, launching himself forward to strike directly at Jiang Han's face. Here it comes. A profound sense of danger surged within Jiang Han as he perceived the chilling intent of death approaching. Without hesitation, he unleashed the shattering soldier technique, transforming his left hand into a lethal claw, enveloped in crimson energy, and clawed fiercely at the incoming threat. Crack! 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 Kai Jin's long sword met Jiang Han's claw and shattered into fragments, reduced to powder. He was inwardly horrified. This was a weapon of the earth grade, yet it had been so easily destroyed. With a sudden swing of his long blade, Jiang Han unleashed a fierce strike, prompting Kai Jin to retreat hastily. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have surely been cleaved in two by Jiang Han's weapon. The scene before Jiang Han gradually brightened, indicating that Kai Jin's illusionary technique could only influence reality for a fleeting moment. He propelled himself forward, the long knife leaving multiple afterimages in its wake as it sliced towards Kai Jin. Once more, Kai Jin conjured a long sword to parry Jiang Han's onslaught. However, Jiang Han abruptly halted in his tracks, and the space behind him began to tremble ominously, a lethal aura manifesting as a long knife descended menacingly toward Kai Jin's back. Teleportation? A wave of shock washed over Kai Jin, and he swiftly rolled forward, unleashing another beam of dark energy, once again ensnaring Jiang Han in a realm of illusions. Flee. A glance at the writhing Han Linfeng on the ground steeled Kai Jin's resolve. He refrained from pursuing Jiang Han further, seizing Han Linfeng and making a hasty retreat. Emerging from the earth, Jiang Han noted the absence of Shou Jianyang, which implied the possibility of Zhou having fallen to his blade. Jiang Han effortlessly shattered Kai Jin's earth-grade mystical artifact and wielded the enigmatic art of shadow shifting with such prowess that it instilled a sense of dread within Kai Jin. Kai Jin's most formidable technique was his illusion, which, while peculiar, lacked true strength. Once he approached to attack, a seasoned combatant could easily discern his intentions from the murderous intent he exuded. Just moments ago, Jiang Han had effortlessly pinpointed his attack's trajectory. Thus, the prospect of killing Jiang Han appeared daunting, as any misstep could lead to his own demise. With Han Linfeng's leg broken, Kai Jin dared not linger, believing that delivering Han Linfeng alive would serve as a means of atonement for his failures. After a brief moment, the scene before Jiang Han returned to normal, and he cast his gaze into the distance, spotting Kai Jin's retreating figure. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his blade and pursued. Han Linfeng was the grandson of Han Shiqi. Would his death incite Han Shiqi's wrath? Would it provoke Han Jima to take action against him? Such considerations were foreign to Jiang Han. He was a man of action. Should someone seek to end his life, he would disregard all else and strike back without hesitation. Life and death were but a matter of fate. Those who sought his demise would find no sanctuary, not even from the mightiest of foes. As he sprinted forward, a goat-headed spider drew near. But Jiang Han deftly evaded it using his shadow-shifting technique. Ahead, Kai Jin, burdened with the howling Han Linfeng, struggled to evade the relentless assault from the goat-headed spider, significantly hampering his speed. Within mere moments, Jiang Han closed the distance between them. Jiang Han. Kai Jin turned to see the ferocity radiating from Jiang Han, and he shouted, "Show mercy where you can. You have already severed young Master Linfeng's leg. Can you withstand the fury of the Vice Pavilion Master should you slay him? Spare your ancestors." Jiang Han, advancing with his long knife, emanated an overwhelming aura of menace. He coldly replied, "I shall bear the Vice Pavilion Master's wrath, but first, you must endure my fury." With a swift leap, Jiang Han soared into the air, using a tree trunk to propel himself higher, akin to an eagle descending upon its prey as he charged at Kai Jin. Kai Jin's weapon glimmered with dark energy, but this time, Jiang Han was prepared. He suspended himself mid-air, poised for the confrontation. His true form flickered into existence beside Kai Jin, the long blade sweeping towards Kai Jin's neck with the ferocity of thunder, accompanied by trails of afterimages. Kai Jin, discarding Han Linfeng to the side, swiftly positioned his long sword to parry the strike. Jiang Han's left hand glowed ominously with red light as he lunged upwards. Kai Jin's sword was shattered once more, and Jiang Han's battle blade surged forward, ruthlessly aimed at Kai Jin's neck. With a resounding thud, a head, once full of life, soared into the air, a fountain of crimson erupting from the severed neck. Kai Jin's body convulsed a few times before crashing heavily to the ground. Han Linfeng stood nearby, and the severed head of Kai Jin landed squarely atop him. His wide eyes still bulging, fixated upon him. Pale with fear, Han Linfeng hastily swatted away Kai Jin's head, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Jiang Han, momentarily forgetting the agony of his broken leg. "Don't kill me," he cried, witnessing Jiang Han approach with his bloody blade. Desperately, he dug his hands into the ground, dragging his broken leg backward. "Jiang Han, if you take my life, my uncle will surely avenge me. Even Ling Yunming won't be able to protect you." Jiang Han remained silent, advancing steadily, the aura of death coalescing around him. Panic surged within Han Linfeng as he shouted again, "Jiang Han, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I beg you, I don't want to die." It was too late. "Too late," Jiang Han replied coldly, and with a swift motion. The long blade drew back, blood gushing forth as Han Linfeng's head tumbled to the ground. His head collided with Kai Jin's, both pairs of eyes wide open, eternally unblinking in death. Chapter 75. A true predator. Jiang Han gazed at the lifeless bodies on the ground, his mind in turmoil. Surrounding him were the sheep-faced spiders, who would soon begin to feast upon the corpses. However, the bones were impervious to their appetite. The unmistakable marks of his battle blade severing their necks would be all too evident, making concealment nearly impossible. Would he truly have to shatter every bone? Even then, traces would remain. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed in the distance. Jiang Han looked up to see three figures approaching with remarkable speed. Despite the dim light filtering through the trees, he immediately recognized them as Sui, Qi Bing, and Jiang Lang. The trio spotted him from afar and rushed over. As they drew near, they were met with the sight of two headless corpses. Sui exclaimed, "Jiang Han, were you ambushed? Are there still enemies nearby?" Jiang Han wiped his blade against Han Linfeng's white robe, sheathed it, and replied, "No, I have dealt with them all." Qi Bing propelled herself off a large tree, landing gracefully beside Jiang Han. Her expression soured as she surveyed the gruesome scene. It was evident she had never taken a life before, and the brutality was unsettling for her. Sui and Jiang Lang followed closely, with Sui having blood on her hands before. Glancing at the corpses with a composed demeanor, while Jiang Lang remained largely unfazed. "Wait," Sui exclaimed, spotting two heads that appeared somewhat familiar. After a quick inspection, her eyes widened in shock. "Isn't this Han Lifeng?" "Indeed," Jiang Han nodded. "After you left, they ambushed me. Those two intended to divert your attention. Their true target was me. Rest assured, Captain, I shall bear the responsibility alone. I will face justice at the court of punishment." "What nonsense!" Sui retorted sharply, her eyes narrowing. "Well done. I had long wished to eliminate him. Besides, they struck first. What is there to fear?" Jiang Lang turned his gaze towards the head of Kai Jin and remarked, "This appears to be Kai Jin, the patriarch of the Kai family. He is a lackey of Han Shiqi. It seems this was all part of Han Shiqi's scheme. The two I encountered felt like Qin Zhang and his companions. This all aligns perfectly. Han Shiqi, that old dog." Sui seethed, her fury igniting. "We had agreed to let bygones be bygones in Jiangjia town. Yet he dares to send assassins after us. Unacceptable. I must report this to my mother. Fatty, hand me a messaging talisman." Jiang Lang retrieved a talisman and handed it to Sui. She infused it with her mystical energy, transforming it into a blank sheet. With a single hand, she inscribed a message upon it, then tossed the talisman into the air, where it miraculously transformed into a paper kite and soared away. What a wondrous talisman! Jiang Han marveled inwardly, while Qi Bing's complexion began to regain some color. Unable to contain herself, she stole a glance at Kai Jin's severed head and furrowed her brow. Addressing Jiang Han, "I recall Kai Jin was at the 6th level of the mysterious realm and possessed an illusionary technique. How did you manage to defeat him?" "Indeed." Sui's eyes sparkled with astonishment, her gaze fixed on Jiang Han. "How is it possible for you, at the 1st level of the mysterious realm, to slay a warrior of the 6th level? This is unfathomable." Jiang Han touched his nose and remarked, "It's merely good fortune. I possess an innate perceptiveness. When Kai Jin attempted to ambush me with an illusion, I countered and dispatched him." "Remarkable," Jiang Lang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Xiao Han, your combat prowess is truly formidable. You are a born harbinger of death." Qi Bing, however, regarded Jiang Han with skepticism, her belief wavering. The disparity between the 1st and the 6th levels of the Xianyu realm is substantial, 5 levels apart. Their differences in strength, speed, and reflexes are considerable, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve a kill even in a surprise attack. Kai Jin, as a clan leader, is far from being a mere dandy like Han Linfeng. He possesses a wealth of combat experience. Jiang Han swiftly shifted the topic, asking, "What shall we do with the body? How do we proceed from here?" "That is simple." Jiang Lang grinned, his spatial ring glowing as a white vial appeared in his hand. "I have corpse dissolvent, which can turn bones into blood and obliterate all traces, leaving no evidence behind. Even if Han Shiqi suspects we are responsible, he has no proof to act upon. This incident was initiated by their provocation. They can only suffer in silence. Destroy the corpse?" Sui hesitated, casting her gaze towards Qi Bing. "Should we take the body to the criminal law hall? Perhaps Grandfather Xiong can help us? We acted in self-defense. What can Han Jimao say?" "I'm not sure. You might want to contact the pavilion master to inquire about the next steps," Qi Bing replied, lacking experience in such matters. "Yes, ask my mother," Sui said. Looking at Jiang Lang, who could only produce another communication talisman, Sui inscribed words upon it, and the talisman transformed into a paper kite, soaring away. Nearby, a sheep-faced spider drew closer, prompting the group to wait for Ling Yuming's response while they dealt with the arachnid. A muttering emerged from a thicket several paces away, where the ground subtly quivered, and a small head emerged. It resembled a child's in size, yet bore the features of a middle-aged man, complete with a distinctive mustache. He gazed at Jiang Han and the others from a distance, whispering, "Han Lifeng has been slain?" This may provoke Ling Yuming and Han Jimao. I must warn the young wolf lord to act swiftly. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications. After speaking, the head slowly sank back into the earth, curiously leaving no hole behind, as the soil seamlessly covered it. It vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared at all. After waiting for a while, instead of the paper kite returning, Niu Ming arrived, a little slow-witted. He had wandered around the base of the mountain before finding his way back. Sui scolded him for his foolishness, yet Jiang Han remained unconcerned. It was enough that Niu Ming had returned safely. After another while, a paper kite streaked back like a flash of light. Sui hastily seized it with one hand. After a brief glance, her spiritual energy ignited, transforming the kite into azure smoke. She waved at Jiang Lang, saying, "My mother instructed you to handle the body discreetly. As if this event never occurred. She will take care of the rest." Hiki. Jiang Lang grinned, saying, "You might want to turn around. The scene is rather gruesome." Sui promptly turned around, but Qi Bing shook his head, his face pale as he said, "No, I must witness this with my own eyes. It is an essential trial on the path of martial arts. Then I shall watch as well." Sui responded, turning back. "Wait a moment." Jiang Han motioned with his hand, then utilized his earth-penetrating technique to burrow underground. He soon emerged, dragging a corpse and holding two severed hands. He tossed Shou Jinliang's body aside and remarked, "Let it be cremated together." This man was affiliated with Han Linfeng. This? The three of them gazed at the bald head, exchanging glances of bewilderment. Qi Bing, with a knowing look, turned to Jiang Han and said, "Shou Jinliang, head of the Zhou family, at the 6th level of the Xianyu realm, possessed sharp divine abilities. Jiang Han, did you also inadvertently slay him during an ambush?" Sui, her face filled with awe, exclaimed, "Wow, Jiang Han, you are incredible. 2 at the 6th level of the Xianyu realm, and 1 at the 4th level besieged you. Yet you managed to turn the tables? I truly did not misjudge you. You are a born warrior. Bringing you back to the Yunming Pavilion was the wisest decision I ever made. Jiang Han, you are truly formidable." Jiang Lang looked at Jiang Han with admiration, saying, "From now on, I shall follow you. Brother Han, let us conquer together. Get lost." Chapter 76. The transformation. Jiang Lang reduced 3 corpses to nothingness. He sprinkled a fine powder from a vial, and wisps of white smoke began to rise from the remains, which slowly dissolved into blood, ultimately leaving not even a trace of bone behind. What a remarkable substance. Be sure to reserve 2 vials for me. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with greed as he observed the corpse-dissolving powder, realizing that it could serve not only to eliminate remains but also to ambush foes. A mere sprinkle could swiftly turn an unsuspecting enemy into a puddle of blood. "Here you go." Jiang Lang generously tossed 2 vials to Jiang Han, but cautioned, "You'd best refrain from using this against enemies. Many powerful beings are familiar with it. A careless misstep could result in you being caught in its effects." Jiang Han inhaled sharply, a chill running down his spine. Indeed, this substance was a double-edged sword, one that could just as easily consume its wielder if mishandled. Sui and Qi Bing struggled to suppress their nausea as they witnessed the entire process of the corpse's dissolution. Once the bodies were completely transformed into blood, both Qi Bing and Sui succumbed to their revulsion and began to vomit. "Bing, let me help you." Jiang Lang teased as he approached Qi Bing to offer comfort, only to be met with a swift slap that sent him sprawling. Jiang Han glanced at the crimson puddles on the ground before springing into action. Launching a goat-faced spider into the fray, he dispatched the creatures, allowing their blood to mingle with the remnants of the corpses. Afterward, he burrowed underground, collapsing the passageway and tidying up the surroundings, before gesturing for everyone to depart. "Let us return. The sky is already dimming." As they made their way back, their spirits dampened by the prospect of further beast hunting, an orange flare erupted in the northwestern sky, bursting into vivid color. A call for aid? The group looked up, their expressions shifting dramatically. Each of them possessed a signal flare, dispatched by the 5th Elder, intended for summoning assistance in the face of a 3rd-tier beast. Has a 3rd-tier beast appeared? Let us investigate. Sui proclaimed with excitement, for such creatures rival the strength of the esteemed Mountain Sea realm. Typically, they dwelled deep within the Tianhu mountain range, so the prospect of encountering one was thrilling. Moreover, as the young master of her sect, she felt a profound sense of duty. How could she remain idle while her comrades faced peril? "We cannot go," Qi Bing interjected, grabbing Sui's arm. "A 3rd-tier beast is beyond our capabilities. The 5th Elder has surely already mobilized. With the situation unclear, we should return to Longyan City." Jiang Lang nodded in agreement. "What if this is a trap set by Han Shiqi? We should head back to the city." Very well, Sui conceded reluctantly, and the group hastened toward the city. With the emergence of a third-tier beast and the mobilization of the fifth elder, the defensive forces of Longyan City were stretched thin, and any unforeseen circumstances could necessitate their assistance. As they hurried, they encountered disciples of Yunming Pavilion who were also retreating to the city after exterminating beasts. Who could say how many third-tier beasts were out there? In such uncertain circumstances, returning to the city was undoubtedly the prudent course of action. After an arduous half-hour of running, twilight enveloped the landscape, and the distant silhouette of Longyan City came into view. Seeing the city intact, the group felt a wave of relief as disciples of Yunming Pavilion began to gather at the city gates. Open the gates. Beneath the city, over 20 disciples of the Yunming Pavilion had gathered, vociferously clamoring. However, a steward stationed atop the city wall bellowed, "Do not be hasty. Please wait below for a moment. Once the remaining disciples have returned and their identities verified, we shall open the gates together." The fifth elder had ventured outside the city to provide assistance, taking with him 3 stewards, leaving only 2 profound stewards within the city. They could not afford to be careless and refrained from opening the gates easily. What if there were spies hidden among the disciples below? "Wang Cheng, have you lost your senses? Look who stands before you." A burly young man clad in fine garments shouted angrily, "Open the gates at once, or I shall report you to my grandfather. I have toiled all day hunting beasts, and you dare to keep me outside? What is the meaning of this?" As Jiang Han and his companions arrived at the city gate, they could hear the young man's furious tirade from afar. Sui and Qi Bing furrowed their brows. The speaker was Lu Hong, the fifth elder's grandson. Known for his usual restraint, why was he behaving so tyrannically today? Upon noticing Sui and the others rushing towards the gate, Lu Heng's eyes glimmered with urgency. He bellowed again, "Wang Cheng, open the gates. If you delay any longer and a third-tier beast were to attack, we would perish outside. Can you bear the responsibility for that? If you do not open the gates, I shall hold a grudge against you." Sui and Qi Bing were increasingly puzzled, while Jiang Han and Jiang Lang sensed that something was amiss. Why the rush to enter Longyan City? The steward Wang Cheng appeared conflicted. Lu Heng was the fifth elder's grandson, and the fifth elder had long been the city's guardian. Offending Lu Heng would not bode well for him. By protocol, he was obligated to verify the identities of all disciples below first. However, upon seeing Sui and Qi Bing approaching, he decided to set aside his concerns. He shouted, "Young Master Hong, do not fret. Open the gates." With a series of clicks, the enormous gears atop the wall began to turn, and the cold iron gates slowly ascended. Qi Bing and Sui felt an unsettling tension in the air, but could not pinpoint its source. Something was amiss. Jiang Han's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the individuals behind Lu Hong. Drawing his long blade, he roared, "We cannot open the gates. There is something wrong with those people behind Lu Hong." A palpable malice. Just as the gates began to rise, Jiang Han sensed a murderous intent from the trio behind Lu Hong. As the gates opened and the disciples began to enter the city, why did those individuals exude such hostility? This was clearly not right. Suddenly, the spatial rings of the 3 individuals behind Lu Heng illuminated simultaneously, weapons appearing in their hands as their auras surged dramatically, revealing them to be formidable practitioners at the 8th and 9th levels of the profound realm. In a flurry of attacks, several Yunming Pavilion disciples were instantly drenched in blood, screaming as they were forced to retreat. "Charge in," one of them shouted, racing towards the city gates. In response, Qi Bing shot upwards as Jiang Han cried out, the temperature around her plummeting to freezing point. With her sword drawn, she unleashed a wave of icy energy directed straight towards the city gates. With a low hum, a silver talisman materialized in Jiang Lang's hand. As he channeled his mystical energy, the talisman transformed into a beam of yellow light that soared towards the city gate, where it erupted in a brilliant explosion. An invisible force instantly enveloped the 3 individuals, bathing them in a golden glow. "Close the city gates. Close the city gates." Wang Cheng, situated above, finally grasped the situation and shouted urgently. Several disciples of Yunming Pavilion hurriedly manipulated the mechanisms to lower the massive cold iron gate. Attack! From the thicket on the left, dozens of figures surged forth, shouting as they charged recklessly toward the gate. Among them, the first 10 were unexpectedly powerful practitioners of the Xianyu realm. A gravity talisman? This is dire. After the 3 were enveloped in the yellow luminescence at the gate, their speed drastically diminished. Just then, Qi Bing unleashed a chilling aura that swept over the area, instantly encasing the trio in ice. Boom. Sui dashed forward, her hammer smashing one adversary into a pulp. Jiang Han, executing a technique of shadow movement, appeared before the remaining two. In a swift motion, his blade flashed, leaving a crimson line across their throats, blood gushing forth. The icy prison enveloping the two began to dissipate, and they slowly raised their hands to clutch their necks, yet blood poured through their fingers. Gradually, they fell backward, their eyes filled with a sense of unwillingness. Despite being formidable practitioners at the 8th and 9th levels of the Xinghe realm, they were utterly overwhelmed by the coordinated effort of Qi Bing, Jiang Lang, Jiang Han, and Sui, succumbing in mere moments, a death that felt unbearably stifling. This predicament was not entirely their fault. Their thoughts were solely fixated on the city gate, intent on breaching the defenses of Longan City. Little did they anticipate Jiang Lang possessing a gravity talisman, a treasure of the earth tier. Once ensnared by such a potent talisman, their bodies were rendered sluggish under the immense gravitational pressure, leaving them unable to evade Qi Bing's frigid sorcery. Frozen solid. They were no different from chickens and ducks awaiting slaughter. Chapter 77. The young wolf lord, did you kill them? Lu Cheng's face turned ashen upon witnessing the deaths of the three. His body staggered, and he collapsed onto the ground. In a daze, he muttered, "It's over. They've placed a curse on me. With their demise, I cannot survive either." Bang! A glint of icy cold appeared in Zui's eyes as she delivered a swift kick, sending Lu Cheng sprawling into the nearby flat ground. Several of his teeth were knocked out, and blood flowed profusely from his mouth. Kill. A throng of dozens surged from the mountain below. Zui brandished her hammer, ready to charge, while Qi Bing turned, sword in hand, exuding an aura of lethal intent. "It is the pups of the Tianlang Hall," Jiang Lang remarked coldly from a distance. He then turned to Jiang Han, and their eyes exchanged a shared understanding. Jiang Han declared firmly, "The city gates are shut. Longan City is secure. We must retreat." With that, he employed the mountain-penetrating technique, his figure plunging into the earth. Jiang Lang waved his hand, urging, "Do not hesitate. Into the tunnel." Qi Bing and Zui exchanged a glance, awakening to the reality. Given that the city gates were closed, it was nearly impossible for this handful of attackers to breach them, even with a few formidable warriors. The gates could withstand several hours of assault. Since Longan City was safe, why should they continue to fight to the death? Among the dozens below, there were over 10 in the Xinghe realm. "Niuxiong, go in," Zui shouted. Niuxiong promptly followed her into the depths. Fortunately, Jiang Han had excavated a sufficiently spacious tunnel. Otherwise, Niuxiong's imposing stature might have become wedged. Once Niuxiong was inside, Qi Bing and Zui followed suit. As for the members of Lu Cheng's team nearby, they were disregarded. Lu Cheng had conspired with the Tianlang Hall to ambush Longan City. Who could tell if the rest of this small team had betrayed them? Flee. As Lu Cheng's remaining team members saw the attackers approaching, they noticed Zui and her companions burrowing into the tunnel. One individual, his eyes flickering, suddenly shouted and dashed to the right. The others, witnessing this, scattered in various directions, their hearts heavy with confusion and panic. Lu Cheng, unexpectedly accompanied by 3 individuals he claimed were his friends, left the rest of his team in the dark. They had done nothing wrong, yet suddenly found themselves branded as traitors. The throng below had reached the city gates, which were now firmly shut. Staring at the 3 lifeless bodies, their expressions twisted with rage. "Young Wolf Lord, what shall we do?" A group of eyes turned toward a young man clad in a black robe, adorned with a golden tattoo on his left forehead. His formidable presence, bolstered by his prowess at the 9th level of the Xinghe realm, was accentuated by the massive blade he wielded. With a shadowy gaze directed at the tunnel, he gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it." After plotting for so long, success was within reach, and yet Zui and Qi Bing have returned? Such ill fortune. The Tianlang Hall had meticulously orchestrated the beast-tied assault on the Longyun mine. It was no mere coincidence, but a deliberate ploy. Luring the 5th elder away from Longan City was part of their grand design, all for this moment to seize entry into the city. Everything had unfolded smoothly until the arrival of the Killing God squad disrupted their plans. Greedy wolf. Lu Cheng, astonishingly, did not flee. Seeing the group rushing toward him, he approached, clutching his bloodied mouth. He gazed at the young man and said, "I have acted according to your instructions, as you can see. This matter bears no relation to me. It is the misdeeds of Zui and her companions. You must quickly provide the antidote. Do not fret. The antidote shall be administered." With a broad grin, Tanlang swiftly appeared before Lu Hang, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly with one hand. He directed his gaze towards Wang Qing atop the city wall and declared, "Wang Qing, open the city gates, or I shall slay Lu Hang. Should Lu Hang perish, the 5 elders will inevitably exact their vengeance upon you." Wang Qing's expression turned icy as he scoffed. Tianlang, do as you wish. Lu Heng's collusion with foreign enemies is a capital offense. If you do not execute him, your return to the pavilion will lead to your demise all the same. Do you aspire to seize the Longyan mine? That is but a fanciful dream. This mine rightfully belongs to our Tianlang Hall. Tanlong's voice rose in fury. Years ago, Sui Xinghe forcibly seized our mine. We have merely come to reclaim what is ours. With a resounding crash, Tianlang struck down with great force, sending Lu Heng sprawling over a distance of more than 10 feet. He gestured, saying, "Take Lu Heng back. Comply, and you shall receive the antidote upon reaching Tianlang Mountain. Otherwise, your fate is sealed." To Tianlang Mountain? Lu Heng's countenance turned ashen. His survival upon arrival was uncertain, and his grandfather, the fifth elder, would undoubtedly be implicated. With his grandson within Tianlang Hall, how could the upper echelons of Yunming Pavilion place their trust in the fifth elder? Lu Heng understood clearly that his best course of action was to take his own life in atonement while loudly proclaiming that this matter was unrelated to his grandfather. Yet, previously, he lacked the courage to end his own life. Otherwise, he would not have assisted those from Tianlang Hall in deceiving the city gates. Once a person exhibits weakness for the first time, the resolve to end their own life dissipates. It is akin to a courtesan, once she has unfastened her garments. The subsequent disrobing becomes exceedingly natural. Lu Heng was taken away, and Tanlong's avaricious gaze swept towards the city wall as he issued a venomous command, launched the signal flare, and let the lurking wolf cubs spring into action. Annihilate all disciples of Yunming Pavilion outside the city. With a whoosh, a signal flare ascended and exploded in midair. Tianlang directed his attention towards the subterranean passage. Waving his hand, "Old Chun, you five accompany me to hunt down Sui Yi and Qi Bing. The rest disperse and pursue the Yunming Pavilion disciples who have not returned to the city." Understood. A group of individuals clasped their hands in acknowledgement, and Tianlang, accompanied by 5 formidable practitioners of the Xianyu realm, plunged into the depths, chasing after Jiang Han, Sui Yi, and the others. The city gates had been firmly shut, and they had missed the opportune moment to seize the city. They could only redirect their efforts to hunt down the disciples of Yunming Pavilion. Kill. After the signal flare was launched, numerous concealed teams from Tianlang Hall surged forth, commencing their search for the martial artists of Yunming Pavilion. With several hundred disciples of Yunming Pavilion engaged in the extermination of demonic beasts, only half had returned to the city. Over 100 disciples remained outside. Now the targets of the pursuing Tianlang Hall disciples. Deep underground, over 10 feet below the surface, Jiang Han hastily excavated the passage as he led his companions forward, while Qi Bing, at the rear, relentlessly struck the cavern walls, causing the tunnel to collapse. Except for Niu Ming, who remained oblivious, the expressions of the 4 were grim. Especially Sui Yi, who was exceedingly anxious. The audacity of Tianlang Hall to assault Longyan City was unfathomable. Although the gates had been sealed, the uncertainty of what would transpire next weighed heavily upon their hearts. Should the Dragonfall City be breached, the Yunming Pavilion would suffer catastrophic losses. For this mine is the lifeblood of the pavilion. No. After a brief moment of deliberation, Sui Yi addressed Jiang Han. "We must dig upwards. I must immediately send a message to my mother to inform her of the events transpiring here. It is perilous for us to venture out now. We should proceed a little further." Jiang Han replied, expressing concern about the risks of emerging too soon, as they had not traveled far, and encountering a circle of dozens could lead to dire consequences. "Sui Yi, do not be hasty." Jiang Lang chimed in from behind. "Wang Cheng must have relayed the message at the earliest opportunity. The pavilion is likely already informed." Indeed. Sui Yi felt a slight relief, realizing that Wang Qing and the others stationed at Dragonfall City surely possessed communication talismans. Such a significant matter could not have gone unreported. But where shall we go now? It is impossible to enter Dragonfall City. Sui Yi pondered aloud, recognizing that without clarity on the situation, the city gates would remain shut, leaving them stranded in the wilderness. To Yunming City, Jiang Han declared decisively, "Remaining here serves no purpose. The enemy's whereabouts are unknown, and we are exposed while they remain concealed. To roam aimlessly would only lead to our demise. We must conserve our strength and return to await the Pavilion Master's comprehensive strategy before we act." Jiang Han is correct. Qi Bing's voice rang out from the back, resolutely stating, "We cannot run about recklessly, risking our lives. We must return and gather all necessary information before making our move." Bing Bing and Han Han are right. Jiang Lang agreed. If I am not mistaken, the Tianlang Hall is poised for an all-out war against us. This battle will not conclude in mere months. Do not worry. There will be ample opportunities for you to fight. An all-out war, you say? Sui Xinghe's aura brimmed with menace as she coldly declared. Then I shall ensure that those few young wolf lords pay dearly for daring to invade our Yunming pavilion. I will make certain they regret their actions. I heed your counsel. We shall return. Chapter 78. Imminent confrontation. Jiang Lang had surmised correctly. After Jiang Han and his companions had traveled for more than 10 miles, emerging into the open air, a paper kite unexpectedly flew in and landed in Sui Xinghe's hands. She glanced at it and nodded, stating, "It is a message from my mother, urging us to safeguard ourselves, avoid combat, and return immediately to Yunming City." Without further hesitation, the group hastened their pace, racing toward Yunming City through the night. Along the way, they encountered ferocious beasts but refrained from engaging. They chose to evade whenever possible. And if not, they circumvented their path underground. Not only Sui Xinghe, but all the captains of the external teams received similar messages. They were instructed not to return to Longyun City, but rather to proceed to Yunming City. If they lacked the capability to traverse safely, they were to seek refuge wherever possible. The emphasis was singular: protect oneself and survive. Yunming City, both the southern and northern districts, was ablaze with lights. A cacophony of chaos. News had already spread, and affluent merchants residing in the southern district were preparing to flee. Within the Yunming Palace atop the ascending immortal peak, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a purple gown, her youthful visage betraying her nearly 40 years, sat at the head of the table. Ling Yuming was flanked on her left by the Grand Elder Qi Tiandu, the third elder of the Punishment Hall, Xiongyu, and the fourth elder, Yin Jun. To her right sat the Deputy Pavilion Master Han Jinmao, the second elder Yin Shanwei, and the sixth elder Feng Qi. These 7 constituted the pinnacle of strength within the Yunming Pavilion, complemented by the fifth elder and a matron, totaling 9 formidable beings of the Shanhai realm. In addition to them, over 80 practitioners of the Xianyu realm stood in the hall, comprising the heads and deputy heads of various halls, alongside numerous stewards. Upon receiving word from Longyun City, Ling Yunming ordered the great bell to be rung, summoning all the powerful members of the Yunming Pavilion. The Heavenly Wolf Palace is scheming to seize our Longyun mine, the lifeblood of our pavilion. Should it be taken, we shall all face starvation. What is to be done? Despite her youthful appearance, Ling Yunming commanded an imposing presence, her tone calm, yet heavy with authority. Han Jinmao rose, clasping his hands in reverence. "Pavilion Master, there is no need for further words. If the Heavenly Wolf Palace desires war, then we shall meet them in battle. We will fight to the last man. The Longyun mine must not be lost." The Grand Elder stood, also offering his support. "Pavilion Master, I advocate for war." The remaining elders promptly echoed their agreement. Despite years of internal strife, the Longyun mine was a shared foundation. Without it, would they all be left to the mercy of the winds? In that moment, the two factions set aside their grievances and united against a common foe. To fight to the death, the 80-plus practitioners of the Xianyu realm chorused with unwavering resolve. "Excellent." Ling Yuming rose abruptly, her composure unshaken, and declared with fierce determination, "Deputy Pavilion Master, you, along with the Grand Elder and Third Elder, shall lead 50 stewards to Longyun Mountain for support. Ensure the preservation of Longyun City." Understood. Han Jinmao and the Grand Elder accepted their orders. Swiftly descending the mountain with 50 Xianyu realm warriors galloping on their dragon lion steeds. "Second Elder." Ling Yuming turned to the Second Elder, instructing, "Immediately dispatch messages to all affiliated families. Any warrior of the 8th layer or higher in the Purple Mansion realm, except those essential for guarding, must arrive at the foot of Yuming Mountain within 3 days to await further instructions." Understood. The Second Elder departed with 2 attendants, overseeing the External Affairs Hall, which coordinated with hundreds of villages and towns. This time, Ling Yuming was preparing for an all-out war. Summoning several thousand warriors from vassal families with cultivation levels above the 8th layer of the Purple Mansion. Fourth Elder, Ling Yuming commanded, "Immediately arrange for the storeroom to release 70% of the medicinal pills, mystical artifacts, and divine symbols within the pavilion. Distribute a portion as per the usual protocol, with the remainder allocated based on merit. Concurrently, ensure that the Alchemy and Artifact Hall is fully engaged in the refinement of various medicinal pills and mystical artifacts, and oversee the necessary procurement and related affairs to prepare for unforeseen circumstances." Yes. The Fourth Elder, who managed the Artifact Hall, departed with his attendants. for logistics were of utmost importance in the impending battle. Sixth Elder Ling Yunming directed the final elder immediately arrange for scouts to investigate the situation and patrol our territory. Activate all hidden spies. I require comprehensive intelligence on the Heavenly Wolf Hall. Additionally, once arrangements are complete, you shall personally visit the Seven Fiends Mansion to report the Heavenly Wolf Hall's proactive assault on Longan Mountain and request the 4 mansion lords to uphold justice for us. Understood. The sixth elder left, responsible for intelligence work, though he had, in truth, failed in his duties. The forces of the Heavenly Wolf Hall had launched a surprise attack on Longan City without his prior knowledge. However, with the imminent battle, Ling Yuming chose not to pursue accountability at this moment, merely chiding him lightly. As Ling Yuming issued commands one after another, the atmosphere in Cloud Dream City grew increasingly lively. Dragons and lions galloped down from the mountains, and warriors continuously entered and exited the city. The teleportation array to the Dark City flickered to life, and it seemed the inhabitants of Cloud Dream City were restless that night. In the latter half of the night, messages began to return, though they were predominantly grim. First, the fifth elder had been ambushed by 2 elders from the Heavenly Wolf Hall. Although he narrowly escaped back to Longan City, he was severely injured, his combat power greatly diminished, rendering him unable to fight in the short term. Secondly, a significant number of warriors from the Heavenly Wolf Hall had arrived, and it was feared that most of the small teams outside the city faced dire circumstances. Yet, there was some good news. The Killing God squad had successfully evaded danger and was en route to Cloud Dream City. Sui Xinghe and Yunfei were unharmed. Though some members of their team had perished, they managed to flee successfully. After Han Jinmiao and others arrived near Longan Mountain, the warriors of the Heavenly Wolf Hall quickly retreated, likely ensuring the survival of the remaining disciples who had been fortunate enough to escape death. The following day, the ramifications of Ling Yunming's decree reverberated across hundreds of miles, igniting fervor among the nearby hundreds of families. These families, all vassals of the Cloud Dream Pavilion, dared not disregard the orders issued. Accompanying this command were promises. For each enemy slain, rewards would be granted, and those who excelled could directly join the Cloud Dream Pavilion. Additionally, any family that displayed valor in battle would not only receive resource rewards but also gain extra opportunities to join the Cloud Dream Pavilion, along with shares from minor mines and other benefits. This stirred the hearts of the prominent families, prompting an immediate response. Aside from the necessary guardians left behind, all martial artists above the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm within the clans mobilized towards Yuming City, with several hundred families participating. Most possessed practitioners of the Profound Ghost realm, and the average number of martial artists at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm reached 6 or 7. Notably, illustrious clans like the Jiang and Du families boasted 20 to 30 individuals at this level. The Jiang family previously had 4 practitioners in the Profound Ghost realm, yet, regrettably, the elder had perished, and the 3rd elder, Jiang Shaodian, was slain by Jiang Han, leaving only 2 in the Profound Ghost realm. Thousands of martial artists, numbering between 3,000 to 4,000, gathered in a grand procession towards Yunming City, while various supplies and resources were mobilized. The city bustled with activity. An overwhelming atmosphere of tension enveloped the air. Reports from spies on the 6th elder's side continued to flow in, revealing that the Heavenly Wolf Palace was similarly amassing all affiliated families and forces, totaling around 4,000 martial artists. Their strong practitioners emerged in droves, converging en masse towards the Dragonfallen Mountain. A great battle loomed on the horizon, ready to erupt at any moment. Chapter 79. A grim omen. By the time Jiang Han and her companions returned to Yuming City, it was already the following morning. They had traversed the mountains throughout the night, constantly beset by ferocious beasts, leaving them utterly exhausted in body and spirit. Upon their return, they had no time to rest at the Killing God courtyard before being summoned to the Ascending Immortal Peak, where Ling Yuming awaited their presence. Despite their extended stay at Yuming Pavilion, Jiang Han had yet to meet Ling Yuming. Without pausing to freshen up, the group ascended the peak in their disheveled state and entered the Yunming Palace. In the Grand Hall, Ling Yunming occupied the highest seat, flanked by 2 maidservants, both of whom were unexpectedly practitioners of the Xianyu realm. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The group bowed respectfully, and Zui affectionately called out Mother. She quickly approached Ling Yuming, her expression anxious as she inquired, Mother, what is the current situation? Is Longan City safe? Jiang Han stood upright, casting a glance at Ling Yuming, noting how strikingly similar she was to Zui. However, Ling Yuming possessed a more alluring charm, while Sui Yi exuded a delightful innocence. The most prominent resemblance between the mother and daughter was their shared demeanor. Ling Yunming replied coolly, Longyun City is temporarily safe. The deputy pavilion master and the grand elder have already gone there. You need not worry. Her gaze swept over the group as she continued. Your efforts have significantly contributed to the preservation of Longyun City. Your merits have been duly recorded, and you may exchange them for various resources later. Qi Bing and Jiang Lang promptly expressed their gratitude with deep bows, while Niu Ming lagged slightly in his response. Sui Yi whispered a few words to Ling Yuming, who then turned her attention to Jiang Han, saying, Jiang Han, you performed admirably. Your contributions are the most substantial. Strive diligently in your cultivation. I hold great expectations for you. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Jiang Han replied with a respectful clasp of her hands. My sister and I owe our lives to the young Pavilion Master. Serving the Yunming Pavilion is my duty. Indeed. Ling Yuming nodded slightly. In due course. Send your sister to Yunming Palace to serve as one of my maidens. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's heart soared with joy. Since he often ventured out, he had always been anxious about Jiang Li remaining in the Killing God courtyard. Having Jiang Li by Ling Yuming's side would undoubtedly offer him peace of mind regarding her safety. He expressed his gratitude, and Ling Yuming waved her hand dismissively, saying, Very well, you may return to rest for now. In a couple of days, when the others have gathered, you will accompany the main force to battle. Following the Grand Elder's orders once you arrive at Longyun City. This conflict is expected to last 2 to 3 months, possibly even half a year, so prepare yourselves mentally. Above all, prioritize your safety. Survival is paramount for a future. Additionally, do not concern yourselves with those 3 individuals you killed. I will handle it. The group acknowledged her instructions, and Ling Yunming dismissed them, keeping Sui Yi behind. Upon returning to the Killing God courtyard, Jiang Li rushed out to embrace Jiang Han, tears streaming down her face. The turmoil within Yunming Mountain had led Jiang Li to hear many unsettling rumors, leaving her terrified that something had happened to Jiang Han. It's all right. I am resilient, and I won't perish. Jiang Han, seeing Jiang Li's tearful expression, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly offered her comfort. Once Jiang Li had calmed down, Jiang Han recounted Ling Yunming's invitation for her to serve as a maiden in the Yunming Palace and informed her of their impending journey to the Longyun mine in a few days. Becoming a maid at Yunming Palace, Jiang Li felt little concern for herself. Her worries were primarily for Jiang Han, who was once again preparing for battle. Fearing for his safety, Jiang Han could only offer soothing words before taking a bath and retreating into seclusion once more. Ling Yuming had mentioned that the war with the Tianlang Hall would be protracted, involving thousands of combatants. Jiang Han was apprehensive that the conflict might persist for some time. Thus he was determined to expedite the construction of the 4th layer of the divine altar, ensuring his survival in the impending turmoil. As time passed, the martial artists from hundreds of villages began to converge at the foot of Yunming City, forming a dark mass that seemed endless. Tents sprang up in succession, creating a sprawling campsite. The atmosphere within Yunming City grew increasingly bustling, with countless supplies and provisions being mobilized in preparation for the impending battle. Is Lin Feng still absent? There has been no news from Zhou Jianyang and Kai Jin either. No sightings, no remains. In the administrative courtyard of the northern city of Yunming, Han Shiqi paced restlessly, his expression dark and foreboding. Shen Zhong nodded gravely, stating, Indeed, the 3 seem to have vanished from existence. I personally conducted inquiries and dispatched numerous individuals to search discreetly. Yet all efforts have yielded no information. Master, it appears their fate is grim. Grim? Han Shiqi halted abruptly, his body swaying dangerously, nearly collapsing. His lips quivered as he shook his head defiantly. That cannot be. Lin Feng will not perish. 5 years ago, I consulted a diviner who foretold that Lin Feng would live to be 150, destined to achieve the realm of reincarnation. No, he cannot die. Han Shiqi had lost a son in the battle that shattered his Shanghai divine altar, and Lin Feng was his only grandson. Should Lin Feng perish, it would mean the end of his lineage. Chen Zhong reached out to steady Han Shiqi, offering consolation. Master, there is no need for despair. Jiang Han and the others have returned for 2 days without incident, and the Pavilion Master has not held us accountable. Perhaps the 3 encountered the forces of Tianlang Hall and were compelled to evade. They may return in a few days. However, Chen Zhong himself held little faith in this notion. He and another had diverted Sui Yi, Qi Bing, and Jiang Lang, allowing Zhou Jianliang and the others to launch an ambush against Jiang Han. With Jiang Han returning safely, Lin Feng, Zhou Jianyang and Kai Jin had escaped their grasp. If they were not captured, they were likely either in retreat or had met with misfortune. That very night, Han Jimao had accompanied the Grand Elder to Longan Mountain, where the warriors of Tianlang Hall had temporarily withdrawn. In the span of 2 days, if Lin Feng, Zhou Jianliang, and Kai Jin were alive, they should have returned by now. Han Shiqi waved his hand dismissively, pushing Chen Zhong away. Internally, he too had succumbed to despair. Zhou Jianyang and Kai Jin were both formidable practitioners at the 6th level of the Xinyu realm, seasoned and astute. If they had encountered no peril, they would have returned by now. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhong inquired, "Master, should we inform the deputy pavilion master of this situation?" "Not yet." Han Shiqi shook his head. "Let us observe for a few more days. The battle at Longan Mountain is imminent. It is best not to disturb him for the time being." Qin Zhongdao addressed the hall master, stating that both the Zhou and Kai families had dispatched individuals to inquire about the matters concerning Zhou Jianliang and Kai Jin. The Lord had issued a summons, and representatives from both families had arrived. "Send someone to pacify the members of the Kai and Zhou families first." Han Shiqi pondered for a moment and replied, "Inform their representatives that I have dispatched them on a covert mission, which will require 3 months before they can return. They must not speak indiscreetly." "Understood." Qin Zhong departed, leaving Han Shiqi with a countenance even darker, his pallor resembling that of a ghost. He stood transfixed, gazing out the window in the direction of Longan Mountain, tears streaming down his face. Through clenched teeth, he declared, "Ling Feng, if you have truly fallen victim to Jiang Han, I vow that I shall expend every ounce of my being, regardless of the cost, to exact vengeance upon Jiang Han and restore your honor." Chapter 80. A few strikes, brother. You must be cautious. Beneath the peak of the immortal ascension, Jiang Li wept profusely, her sorrow evident. Jiang Han was to join the main force heading to Longan Mountain, a journey that would last at least several months. With the impending full-scale battle at the Tianlang Hall's Yunming Pavilion, where experts gathered like clouds, the perilous nature of the situation was unmistakable. Jiang Li, having only Jiang Han as her kin, was naturally filled with worry and trepidation. "Little Li, do not cry." Jiang Han gently patted Jiang Li's head, a pang of guilt piercing his heart. Since arriving at the Yunming Pavilion, he had devoted most of his time to training, seldom accompanying Jiang Li or taking her out for leisure. Now, as they faced another separation of months, he felt a deep reluctance. "Rest assured, little Li," Jiang Lang proclaimed confidently, patting his chest, "with your brother Lang here, he will undoubtedly return unscathed. You may find peace in that." Sui Yi cast a scornful glance at Jiang Lang and smiled. "Little Li, once the battle concludes, Sister Yi promises to return you a complete brother." Ceasing her tears, Jiang Li turned and followed an elderly maid towards the peak, glancing back and waving as she walked. "Let us depart." After Jiang Li ascended the immortal peak, Jiang Han mounted the longshore horse with a wave, while Zhuo Yi, Qi Bing, and the others also mounted their steeds. The group slowly rode outward, converging with Xiong Jingjing, Yun Fei, and their team in the square before galloping down the mountain together. At the base of the mountain, warriors from various clans had long awaited in formation. As Jiang Han and his companions dismounted, they discovered a clearing filled with individuals clad in armor, standing erect. Many young men and women bore excited expressions, their eyes aflame with fervor, especially upon seeing the talented elites from Yunming Pavilion like Qi Bing and Xiong Jingjing, which stirred even greater exhilaration. Some bolder young maidens from lesser clans began exchanging flirtatious glances with Yun Fei and the others. Jiang Lang, ever the show-off, roamed his gaze across the maidens, occasionally winking and whistling. Jiang Han noticed some young women casting fiery looks in his direction. As a member of the elite team from Yunming Pavilion, he was not unappealing, and it was natural for the maidens of lesser clans to take an interest. Before their leader, an elder, had descended, Jiang Han and his companions rode to the side to wait. Shortly after they halted, several individuals approached, most of whom were there to greet Zhuo Yi and Qi Bing. Zhuo Yi, being the daughter of Ling Yunming, held a prestigious status, prompting the lesser clans to seek connection. Clip-clop, 2 riders approached. Jiang Han casually glanced over, only to furrow his brow upon recognizing the newcomers, an elderly man and a beautiful young woman. He knew both, being the second elder of the Jiang clan, Jiang Haiyan, and his daughter, Jiang Yao. Jiang Haiyan, accompanied by Jiang Yao, greeted Zhuo Yi and Qi Bing. Zhuo Yi responded perfunctorily, while Qi Bing remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Jiang Haiyun's gaze fell upon Jiang Han, and with a smile, he clasped his hands in greeting. "Nephew Jiang Han, do you still remember your clan uncle?" At 50 years of age, Jiang Haiyun was a formidable figure at the 5th level of the Xianyu realm, a skilled member of the Jiang clan. He was not aligned with the faction of the 3rd elder, Jiang Shaodian, and bore no grievances with Jiang Han's father, Jiang Henshui, having never oppressed Jiang Han, thus positioning himself as a neutral faction among the elders of the Jiang family. Jiang Haiyun approached Jiang Han with a warm smile, bowing his hands in a gesture of respect, clearly intending to foster goodwill. He had long been stationed in Yumeng City, not only to manage the Jiang family's enterprises there, but also to cultivate relationships with the higher-ups of Yumeng Pavilion. With Jiang Han now a member of the elite team of Yumeng Pavilion, possessing extraordinary talent and formidable combat prowess, Jiang Haiyun certainly wished to avoid animosity with him. Unfortunately, Jiang Han had grown indifferent to the Jiang family. Having been deeply wounded by them, he desired no further entanglements. Thus, he merely returned the bow with a cold demeanor. Offering no response, Jiang Haiyun, feeling awkward, was about to say a few more words to alleviate the tension when Jiang Yao, his youngest daughter, became displeased. Having grown up in Yunmeng City, she was accustomed to being treated like royalty due to her stunning beauty and commendable martial arts talent. Whenever she returned to the Jiang family, she was the center of attention among the younger generation. Now, witnessing Jiang Han's blatant disregard for her father, her expression turned icy, and she scoffed, muttering, "A toad that climbs high has forgotten its origins. What a disgrace." As soon as Jiang Yao's words escaped her lips, the expressions of those around shifted dramatically, and Jiang Han's gaze turned frosty. Before he could respond, Sui Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Jiang Yao, then turned to Jiang Haiyun with a mocking smile, stating, "Elder Jiang, Jiang Han is a member of my Killing God team. If he is not worthy, does that imply that we are unworthy as well?" The weight of her words unsettled Jiang Haiyun, who hastily bowed his hands in apology, exclaiming, "Forgive me, young pavilion master. Esteemed guests, my daughter is thoughtless and speaks out of turn. I shall discipline her severely upon our return." Jiang Lang looked at Jiang Yao with a playful glint in his eye, remarking, "What a lovely young lady. Yet she possesses a pair of eyes that look down upon others." Young and fiery, Jiang Yao could not tolerate such an insult. Her eyes filled with tears as she pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Lang, retorting, "You are the one with contemptuous eyes. You are a dog. And so is your entire family." Qi Bing, typically reserved and seldom engaging with strangers, broke her silence, gazing at Jiang Haiyun and saying, "Elder Jiang, is this how you raise your children? If you cannot manage, I shall assist you." With a swift motion, Jiang Haiyun slapped Jiang Yao, leaving a vivid handprint on her fair cheek as he bellowed, "Silence. Return at once." Sobbing, Jiang Yao clutched her face and galloped towards the gathering place of the Jiang family's warriors. Jiang Haiyun, once more bowing in apology, rode off in the same direction. At the gathering place, the number of warriors was sparse, although the Jiang clan had many martial artists of the 8th layer of the Purple Mansion. Over 30 had fallen to Jiang Han's hand, leaving only a little more than 20 remaining. The clan leader continued to claim to be in seclusion, with the 2nd elder leading the charge. Upon seeing Jiang Yao return in tears and witnessing Jiang Haiyun's obsequiousness, the onlookers noted Jiang Han, who sat indifferently on his dragon lion mount, not sparing a glance in their direction, leaving their feelings incredibly complex. Just months prior, this boy, tormented daily by Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao, had transformed into someone beyond their reach. The 2nd elder brought Jiang Yao, full of enthusiasm, to approach Jiang Han. But to her dismay, he completely ignored her, resulting in a humiliating experience. Truly, fortunes change swiftly, as the saying goes. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Returning in tears, Jiang Yao was soon surrounded by several young ladies of the Jiang clan, who comforted her. With a mocking tone, they began to ridicule Jiang Han, and after much coaxing, Jiang Yao finally ceased her sobs. "Humph." With a vengeful glare directed at Jiang Han, who sat aloof on his steed, she muttered through clenched teeth, "Young Master Lin Feng intends to take me as his wife. The Yunming Pavilion will inevitably fall into the hands of the Han family. Just wait until I become the lady of the pavilion. I shall find a way to rid myself of that scoundrel Jiang Han." The others around her shared her sentiments, their expressions mirroring her disdain. Jiang Han, however, caught a glimpse of her resentful gaze but remained unfazed. Beside him, Jiang Lang sensed the tension. Casting a glance at Jiang Yao, he teased Jiang Han, "Little Han, it seems this girl has taken a dislike to us. Perhaps you should give her a few lashes to teach her some discipline?" Jiang Han rolled his eyes, recognizing the underlying jest in Jiang Lang's words, and chose to remain silent. Zhuo Yi then interjected, if anyone is to administer punishment, it should be me, not you. Jiang Han. With a grin, Jiang Lang replied, you wouldn't be able to manage it. Your strength is insufficient. Besides, as a young lady, even with a tool, it would ultimately seem unseemly. HM? Zhuo Yi's ring gleamed, and a red whip materialized in her hand as she glared at Jiang Lang. You fat fool. Do you wish to experience my strength firsthand? Chapter 81. The general's triumph at the cost of thousands of lives. Half an hour later, Elder Yin Shanwei, accompanied by several stewards, descended from the mountain. With fervor and passion, he delivered an impassioned speech emphasizing the gravity of the impending battle. He warned that should the Yunming Pavilion falter, the precious resources of various clans would be seized, their kin enslaved, and their wives and daughters taken. He promised countless rewards, rallying everyone to unite against a common foe and fight valiantly. With a grand gesture, Elder Yin commanded the thousands to break camp and march towards Longan Mountain. The procession was an impressive sight, stretching for miles, with numerous supply carts trailing behind, flags fluttering in the wind, and an atmosphere of grim determination enveloping the scene. The march was eerily quiet. Amidst so many martial artists, the threat of beasts in the Tianhu mountain range had either sent them fleeing or resulted in their extermination. After 3 days, the entire force finally arrived outside Longyan City. The city, vast in size, had hastily constructed numerous wooden shelters in recent times. Although somewhat cramped, accommodating thousands of people posed little challenge. Upon arrival, Han Jinmo issued a decree. During the war, martial law would be enforced within the city. No one was permitted to roam freely. All were to remain in their quarters, cultivating their skills and awaiting orders. Each martial artist was also given a Xian spirit pill, and those who distinguished themselves could exchange merits for various resources. As long as they achieved victories in battle, an abundance of supplies would be available. The Killing God squad continued to reside in their previous courtyard, receiving daily meals delivered to them. Jiang Han and his companions paid little attention to anything else, retreating to their rooms to cultivate. Jiang Han, foregoing food altogether, entered seclusion immediately upon arrival, determined to successfully construct his 4th-level Xianyu altar. With the imminent onset of battle weighing on his mind, he sought to elevate his realm and enhance his combat prowess. 5 days later, Jiang Han emerged from seclusion. Having successfully constructed the 4th-level Xianyu altar, now a 4th-level martial artist. Despite having consumed pills to replenish his energy, 5 days without food had left him ravenous. After a refreshing bath, he eagerly prepared to feast. Zui Yi and Qi Bing were still engaged in their own seclusion, while Niu Ming dozed in the courtyard. And Jiang Lang sat alone, languid and bored. Upon Jiang Han's emergence, Jiang Lang was overjoyed and chattered incessantly. Battle in 3 days? No action from those above the Shanhai realm? Hearing Jiang Lang's words, Jiang Han, while eating, asked in confusion, who decreed this? Why are the elders not taking action? Are we to fight to the death while they watch? Jiang Lang explained, an envoy from the Seven Fiends Mansion has arrived. They have issued an order that both sides will engage in fierce combat within the nearby 33 peaks. Each side must send 200 fighters within 5 days. And no more than 10 martial artists from the Xianyu realm are permitted. If casualties exceed 2,000 on either side, that side is deemed the loser. And the victor claims the Longan mine. What? Jiang Han's confusion deepened as he set down his bowl. On what grounds does the Seven Fiends Mansion issue commands? The Longan mine rightfully belongs to our Yuming Pavilion, and yet it is being used as a wager. This is utterly unjust. Are you unfamiliar with the Seven Fiends Mansion? Jiang Lang furrowed his brow, noticing Jiang Han's bewilderment. He elaborated, the Tianlang Hall of Yuming Pavilion, along with the nearby Leihua sect, all belong to the vassal-level power of the Seven Fiends Mansion, just as your Jiang family relies on the Yuming Pavilion. The Qisha Mansion possesses numerous formidable beings from the reincarnation realm, wielding the power of life and death over the Yunming Pavilion. What, may I ask, is a lord-level force? It appears that Jiang Han is utterly bewildered. Having come from the countryside, he has not been privy to such matters. Since arriving at the Yuming Pavilion, he has devoted himself entirely to cultivation, neglecting to inquire into these affairs. It seems you truly know nothing. Jiang Lang sighed and said, allow me to elucidate the power dynamics of our Jiuzhou continent. Jiang Han sat up straight, attentively listening as Jiang Lang continued. The Jiuzhou continent does not have nations, but instead hosts countless forces of varying sizes, scattered like stars across the land. These forces differ in strength, classified into various tiers, the most powerful being the immortal level forces, followed by the dominator level, monarch level, lord level, and finally, the weakest, the vassal level forces. Weaker forces align themselves with stronger ones. Lord-level forces depend on vassal-level forces, vassal-level forces on monarch level on dominator level, and dominator level on immortal level. This structure resembles a pyramid, where each tier governs the one below it. The two most powerful immortal-level forces merely need to oversee the several dominator-level forces beneath them to effectively control the entire Jiuzhou continent. Your Jiang family, along with the several hundred other families involved this time, constitutes the smallest forces at the Lord level. The Yunming Pavilion's Tianlang Hall is the weakest among the Lord-level forces, while the Qisha Mansion stands as a vassal-level force. The Jiang family, to which Jiang Busi belongs, is a monarch-level force, one rank stronger than the Qisha Mansion. The strength of these forces varies, as does the caliber of their warriors. For instance, the strongest among the Lord-level forces only possesses those at the Mountain Sea realm, with our Pavilion Master and Han Jimao being formidable experts in that realm. The Qisha Mansion, a vassal-level force, boasts warriors at the Reincarnation realm, while the Jiang family, a monarch-level force, has experts at the Celestial realm. The Dominator-level forces are home to warriors at the Void-breaking realm, and the Immortal-level forces harbor those at the Earth Immortal realm. Naturally, some major forces may also possess one or two experts from higher tiers. It is said that the head of the Jiang family has reached the Void-breaking realm, and two Immortal-level forces possess experts at the Divine Presence realm. While the Immortal realm has not been seen in Jiuzhou for many years, Jiang Lang expounded tirelessly for over half an hour. And it was only then that Jiang Han began to grasp the overall structure of power in the Jiuzhou continent, realizing the vastness and complexity of this world. The Jiuzhou continent is home to two Immortal-level forces, each controlling half of the land, situated in the north and south. They do not directly manage the affairs below them, but instead exert control through a clearly defined hierarchy of forces. It is akin to two towering trees standing tall on the Jiuzhou continent. The two Immortal-level forces serve as the trunks of these trees. The Dominator-level forces as slightly smaller branches, the Monarch-level forces as thicker limbs, the Vassal-level as the finest twigs, and the Lord-level as the leaves. But wait. Jiang Han pondered this carefully and said, if the Tianlang Hall and the Yunming Pavilion both belong to the Qisha Mansion, why does the Qisha Mansion not intervene to prevent the two major forces from waging war? The rules appear to encourage a brutal struggle, where the lives of thousands must be sacrificed before respite is granted. Engaging in conflict among ourselves, the Tianlang Hall and the Yunming Pavilion have seen countless casualties. Is this not detrimental to the very foundation of the Qisha Pavilion? With a faint smile, Jiang Lang remarked, what constitutes a foundation? Why does the Qisha Pavilion require so many experts in the Purple Mansion and Xinyu realms? They can easily amass a multitude of those in the Mountain and Sea realms. The true foundation of the Qisha Pavilion lies in its elite Reincarnation realm powerhouses. A single Reincarnation realm expert can annihilate a group of Mountain and Sea realm warriors. As he paced, Jiang Lang turned his gaze towards Jiang Han and continued. What the Qisha Pavilion seeks are prodigies. The reason for its indulgence in this war largely stems from their search for talent. True genius is not forged through the mere accumulation of resources, but is born from the crucible of life and death battles. The Qisha Pavilion lacks not in resources, but in promising seedlings. Do you understand now? In truth, Jiang Lang paused before elaborating. The hundreds of minor families under the Yunming Pavilion frequently engage in warfare amongst themselves. Whether it is for territory or resources, the Yunming Pavilion generally refrains from interference. Some conflicts are even instigated by them. What is their intent? To unearth geniuses. On the vast continent of Jiuzhou, what is most abundant is not warriors, but talent. The existence of numerous mediocre warriors only squanders resources. The essence of these brutal skirmishes is not solely to select the talented. There is a deeper significance, namely, to eliminate the mediocre warriors, allowing them to perish. This is how resources can be conserved, concentrating them on the talented, thereby nurturing even more formidable fighters. It is indeed merciless. Jiang Han comprehended the weight of these words and sighed. These rules are excessively sanguinary, devoid of humanity. Thousands of warriors bleed upon the verdant mountains, their corpses strewn across the fields. How can one bear such a sight? There is no alternative, Jiang Lang replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. These rules have been entrenched in the Jiuzhou continent for millennia. It is not only the Tianlang Hall and the Yunming Pavilion. Even the great powers above frequently engage in conflict. Occasionally, even the Jiang family is compelled to battle with rival factions of similar standing. The resources of this land are finite, yet the lifespan of warriors is prolonged, with the younger generation continuously emerging to grow powerful and seize resources. One must determine whose blade is sharper and whose methods are more astute. A general success is often built upon the bones of countless others. Jiang Lang's gaze grew distant, and he lamented, for anyone aspiring to become the strongest, they must tread upon the corpses of innumerable souls. There is no other way. Chapter 82. The battle commences 3 days later. The inaugural battle began. The warriors chosen for this campaign were all selected from above, with the family warriors below and the fighters from the Yunming Pavilion's combat hall lacking the qualification to volunteer. The Shashin squad was notably absent from the battle roster. Among the 200 warriors embarking on this first engagement, 150 hailed from the family clans beneath, while 50 were dispatched from the Yunming Pavilion. Of the 10 warriors at the Profound Abyss Realm, 6 were stewards from the Yunming Pavilion, and the remaining 4 were formidable experts from the family clans, all uniformly at the 9th level of the Profound Abyss Realm. It was abundantly clear that Han Jimiao placed great importance on this inaugural battle, as evidenced by the formidable lineup he dispatched. His intentions were unmistakable. He aspired for victory in the first skirmish to bolster the morale of the Yunming Pavilion. Prior to the confrontation, Han Jimiao, along with the 2 elder counselors, made an appearance, reiterating his promises. He assured that by slaying enemies, the warriors could earn merit, which could be redeemed for various resources. Furthermore, those who perished in battle would receive generous compensation, alleviating any concerns for the warriors engaged in combat. The 200 warriors donned the Yunming Pavilion's insignia and marched forth with great fervor. Upon exiting the city, they dispersed, with the 10 Profound Abyss Realm warriors separating and each leading a contingent of 19 into battle. The battlefield was located at the nearby 33 peaks, all designated as combat zones where the warriors were required to endure 5 days and nights of fierce fighting before returning to their respective encampments. Given the prolonged nature of the conflict, it rendered the assembly of 200 warriors together rather futile. If the 400 combatants were to clash in close quarters, victory would likely be determined within mere hours, resulting in far greater casualties. Thus, both sides opted to divide their forces. Those daring enough could venture forth alone, as long as they achieved their goal of slaying enemies. Upon learning that he was not included in the first round of combat, Jiang Han chose once again to enter seclusion. Within his spatial ring lay an abundance of profound materials and medicinal pills, and with time at his disposal, he resolved to continue constructing his divine altar to enhance his combat prowess. Otherwise, should he fall victim to the battlefield, it would be a disservice to allow the Tianlang Temple to benefit from his amassed resources. Sui Yi and Qi Bing similarly followed suit, while Niu Ming seemed to spend his days in slumber, raising questions about whether he possessed a unique technique that allowed him to cultivate in his dreams. Only Jiang Lang appeared disinterested in cultivation, often restless, frequently sneaking out at night and returning only at dawn, leaving his activities shrouded in mystery. As 5 days swiftly passed, countless individuals emerged from their meditative states, stepping out of their dwellings to witness the outcomes of the battle at the city gate square. The results were devastating. Of the 200 who had departed, fewer than 50 returned, and over 20 bore injuries, with some being carried back, limbs severed. 4 of the 10 Profound Abyss warriors had perished, and 2 were gravely wounded. By vanquishing foes, they could collect their insignias, allowing for the tallying of battle achievements and merits. An official from the Internal Affairs Hall commenced the enumeration, and the results cast a pall over the crowd. Approximately 100 adversaries from the Tianlang Temple had fallen, yet only 3 from the Profound Abyss Realm had been slain on their side, signifying a defeat for the Yunming Pavilion in this round. The returning Profound Abyss warriors elucidated the reasons for their loss. 3 lesser wolf lords from the Tianlang Temple had participated, all of whom were at the 9th level of the Profound Abyss Realm. While the realms were identical, these 3 lesser wolf lords possessed formidable abilities, their combat prowess overwhelming that of their counterparts. Had it not been for the 2 valiant warriors from the Profound Abyss Realm who risked their lives to severely injure 2 of the young wolf lords, the entire army would have faced annihilation. The Celestial Wolf Palace boasts 6 formidable wolf kings, 2 wolf queens, and 7 young wolf lords. These 7 young lords represent the pinnacle of strength among the younger generation within the Celestial Wolf Palace, each possessing combat prowess at the 8th or 9th level of the Profound Abyss Realm, along with formidable divine abilities. Upon hearing this, Sui Yi was indignant and promptly sought to battle alongside Qi Bing. However, Han Jimiao declined her request, advising her to retreat and focus on her cultivation to strive for a breakthrough to the 9th level of the Profound Abyss Realm. The Grand Elder similarly instructed Qi Bing to return and cultivate in seclusion until he could achieve the 9th level of the Profound Abyss realm. Qi Bing had been constructing his 9th divine altar for some time, with ample resources at hand, a breakthrough imminent. Sui had recently advanced to the 8th level of the Profound Abyss realm and was currently in the process of establishing her 9th divine altar. Together, they were among the most formidable young talents in the sect. During the second round of battle, the Killing God squad did not deploy any members, much to Jiang Han's relief, as he seized the opportunity to continue his training. Sui and Qi Bing understood that without a breakthrough to the 9th level, they would likely remain unselected for battle. Upon their return, they immediately entered seclusion, while Niu Ming unusually refrained from dozing off in the courtyard and retreated to his room. The courtyard was left with only Jiang Lang, who languidly passed the time. During the day, he occasionally returned to his quarters to refine talismans, while at night, he would stealthily venture out. Within Long'an City, aimless wandering was prohibited, yet Jiang Lang managed to elude the patrolling enforcement teams each time, employing some unknown method. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. The conflict between Yunming Pavilion and Celestial Wolf Mountain had already escalated to 4 rounds. With over 500 casualties on the side of Yunming Pavilion and more than 300 on the side of Celestial Wolf Palace. In terms of numbers, Yunming Pavilion was significantly disadvantaged. A pall of gloom enveloped Long'an City. Should this situation persist, Yunming Pavilion would face defeat. Defeat would signify the loss of the Long'an mine, the lifeblood of Yunming Pavilion. Should the mine be lost, the pavilion's annual income would plummet. Without the Profound Stones, how could they procure resources to enhance their warriors? If the warrior's strength stagnated, Yunming Pavilion would inevitably weaken. This vicious cycle would ultimately lead to the pavilion's obliteration. Akin to how Tianning Mansion was supplanted by Yunming Pavilion in years past. If Yunming Pavilion were to be vanquished, the prominent families under its banner would not fare any better. Their fortunes were intertwined, thriving together or suffering together. The atmosphere within Long'an City was undeniably oppressive, with many cursing Celestial Wolf Palace, while others directed their ire towards the Seven Fiends Mansion for allegedly favoring the wolves. Yet, despite the outcry, no viable solution emerged. A single reincarnation realm warrior from the Seven Fiends Mansion could easily sweep through Yunming Pavilion. What could they possibly do? As the 5th round of battle commenced, Han Jinmao became resolute, bestowing upon all combatants a potion that temporarily enhanced their strength. This potion was exceedingly costly, with 200 doses distributed at once, a considerable investment. The efficacy of these potions was apparent, as after 5 days, 120 warriors returned, having claimed over 100 lives from Celestial Wolf Palace, thus regaining some ground. However, as the 6th round began, Celestial Wolf Palace similarly provided their warriors with strength-enhancing potions. Moreover, the 2 young wolf lords who had been gravely injured in the 1st round returned to the fray, resulting in a bloodbath, with only 30 warriors returning. And today marked the culmination of these events. Qi Bing has emerged from seclusion, successfully establishing the 9th layer of the Xianyu Divine Altar, thus becoming a formidable force within the 9th realm of Xianyu. Han Jinmao, with a sweeping gesture, commanded the Shashan team to emerge tomorrow to participate in the 7th round of battle. The Shashan team comprises 5 individuals at the Xianyu realm, alongside 5 more, meticulously selected by Han Jinmao, who chose 5 notably powerful warriors. Among them, 3 are the heads of various clans, while the remaining 2 are esteemed elders from 2 other families. The remaining 190 individuals have been carefully chosen, all seasoned combatants from the Zifu realm. Han Jinmao harbors high hopes for Qi Bing, anticipating a resounding victory to turn the tide in their favor. Jiang Han was roused from his meditation, feeling somewhat resigned. If granted another half-month, he might have successfully constructed the 5th layer of his divine altar. After a refreshing bath and a hearty meal, he sought out Jiang Lang to inquire, "Have you managed to gather any information? Are there any Moen beasts nearby?" The Moen beast is the 6th beast on the Heavenly Beast Cauldron, and Jiang Han had entrusted Jiang Lang to investigate before his retreat. Indeed, Jiang Lang replied with certainty. However, there are none at the 33 peaks. Outside of that, their numbers are not plentiful. This beast is the most formidable among 2nd-tier demon beasts, capable of emitting terrifying magical sounds that can disorient and bewilder. With your level of soul strength, encountering one would likely leave you dazed, easily becoming a meal for the Moen beast. What purpose do you have in seeking this out? Such a monstrous creature? Jiang Han mused, his brow furrowing into a frown. If he could slay 10 Moen beasts, he would acquire a new divine ability. This would significantly enhance his chances of survival in the impending conflict, potentially aiding Yunming Pavilion in reversing the tide of battle. However, upon hearing Jiang Lang's words, he felt a pang of frustration. How could he obtain the sixth divine ability if he could not vanquish the Amoing beasts? Chapter 83. Divided forces at dawn on the following day, 200 warriors assembled for battle, personally escorted by the Grand Elder and the Third Elder, each receiving a badge and an exploding profound pill. The Grand Elder, without further ado, cast a glance at Qi Bing and waved his hand, signaling the troops to move out. Except for the God Layer squad, the remaining 5 from the profound spirit realm were all formidable warriors of the 8th or 9th level. Not particularly youthful. The eldest among them was Gu Yufeng, the patriarch of the Gu family, age 49. According to customary practice, 10 warriors from the profound spirit realm should lead 19 others each upon leaving the city. At the city gate, Sui spoke up, Patriarch Gu, our Godslayer squad intends to act in unison, and you may lead the remaining warriors as you see fit. What? Gu Yufeng and the other 4 from the profound spirit realm exchanged bewildered glances. What was Wei Yi playing at? The Godlayer squad, with its 5 members from the profound spirit realm, would not be leading any troops? This arrangement placed immense pressure on them. The terrain of the nearby peaks was intricate. With an increased number of personnel, their movements would become increasingly cumbersome. Each of them was originally tasked with leading 19 warriors, but now they were expected to manage 39, making them more conspicuous and vulnerable. Carrying a group of warriors from the Purple Mansion realm was, in fact, a burden to them and offered little assistance in combat. Should they encounter a formidable adversary, they would find themselves encumbered. Zui's proposal seemed somewhat unreasonable. How about this? Zui observed the troubled expressions on the 5 warriors' faces and suggested, you need not lead any troops. Instead, the 5 of you can move together, while the warriors from the Purple Mansion realm operate independently. Our 2 teams can act separately to ambush the warriors from the Heavenly Wolf Palace. Once we eliminate their profound spirit realm warriors, the remaining 190 from the Purple Mansion realm will be easily dispatched. This, Gu Yunfeng and the others exchanged glances once more, hesitating. The primary concern was that all 5 were leaders or elders of their respective families, and the majority of the 190 warriors were from these families. If they separated and the lower-ranking warriors encountered opponents from the Heavenly Wolf Palace, led by their own profound spirit realm warriors, it was possible that none of their people would survive. Patriarch Gu, Jianghan interjected suddenly. You could consider this. You take your 190 warriors and proceed slowly, or even find a place to hide. Our squad can advance first to see if we can eliminate a few of their profound spirit realm warriors. If we succeed, victory in this battle will be assured. Upon hearing this, Gu Yufeng and the others nodded in agreement, finding Jianghan's strategy quite appealing. After some discussion, they decided to consolidate their forces and hide in a nearby cave for 2 days, waiting for Jianghan and her team to achieve some success before moving out. And thus, it was settled. With a wave of her hand, Zui departed with Qi Bing, Niu Ming, Jiang Lang, and Jiang Han. The rationale behind this decision stemmed from their collective deliberation. Bringing along a multitude of warriors from the Purple Mansion realm served no purpose and would only hinder their progress. The 5 members of the Godlayer squad complemented one another, and together they could unleash a formidable fighting force. Niu Ming would primarily defend and draw fire, while Zui and Qi Bing would take the lead in offense. Jiang Han was adept at stealth attacks, and Jiang Lang excelled in support. At the city gate of Long'an City, the 4, Jiang Han, Qi Bing, Jiang Lang, and Zui joined forces, swiftly dispatching 3 powerful adversaries from the high ranks of the profound spirit realm, revealing much about their capabilities. Conversely, if the 5 individuals were to separate, their combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Someone like Niu Ming could easily be exhausted to death, and Jiang Lang would be in even greater peril. Zui chose not to release the White Tiger, and the 5 of them proceeded to walk briskly towards the northern mountains. The grand camp of the Tianlang Hall lay several hundred miles to the north, nestled within a large mountain, with their adversaries naturally approaching from that direction. The 5 moved swiftly, traversing more than 10 mountains in just over 2 hours. After a month of fierce battles, there were no ferocious beasts remaining in the nearby peaks, allowing the group to advance with relative ease. However, they occasionally encountered corpses along the way, stripped of their insignias, leaving them uncertain of the deceased's allegiance, compelling them to cover their mouths and circumvent the grim sights. As they neared their destination, the potential for enemy encounters loomed ever closer, prompting the group to slow their pace. They began to consume their rations, replenishing their strength in preparation for the impending conflict. After another half-hour of travel and crossing several more mountains, Jiang Han proposed, "Captain, what if you and Niu Ming separate from Bing Jia, maintaining a distance of 300 zhang? Jiang Lang and I will traverse underground alongside you. This way, we can easily detect enemies while concealing our own strengths. Should you discover anything, signal us, and we will provide immediate support." "That sounds feasible." Sui Yi and Qi Bing exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Sui Yi instructed, "You two can proceed underground, with Jiang Lang in the center. Bing Jia and I will flank you on either side." Niu Ming, not the sharpest, raised concerns about his ability to respond quickly. Hearing this, Jiang Lang shrank back, saying, "Do I have to go alone? I'm scared. Perhaps I should accompany Bing Bing? You and Niu Ming can team up while I explore underground by myself." "Get lost." Qi Bing huffed coldly, drifting to the left, while Sui Yi disregarded him and moved to the right. Jiang Han chuckled and reassured Jiang Lang, "Don't be afraid. If you encounter any enemies, just shout loudly, and I will come to your rescue." Jiang Han dug a hole and led Niu Ming underground, leaving Jiang Lang with no choice but to proceed alone. He began to slow his pace, constantly scanning his surroundings with furtive glances, resembling a thief about to pilfer something. Jiang Han and Niu Ming advanced through the earth, not digging too deeply, just half a zhang beneath the surface, enabling them to sense any significant disturbances above. Suddenly, after a short while, the ground ahead trembled, accompanied by Sui Yi's piercing cry. Jiang Han hastened his digging, racing towards the commotion, while Jiang Lang and Qi Bing sped in the same direction. By the time Jiang Han arrived at the battlefield, Sui Yi was already fiercely engaged in combat. Leading the charge was a young man mounted on a black demon wolf, wielding the formidable power of the 7th realm of the Xianyu stage, flanked by 19 warriors at the Purple Mansion stage. 20 opponents were besieging Sui Yi, who stood resolute and undaunted, wielding a massive hammer against them. With remarkable prowess, she sent 2 adversaries flying, their ribs shattered, killed outright by her might. Swift as a hawk, Qi Bing, despite being at a distance, was the quickest to arrive. Propelling herself off a tree with one leg, she glided through the air like a feather, her longsword emanating a chilling frost that lowered the temperature in the vicinity. "Qi Bing?" The young man riding the black wolf was taken aback upon seeing Qi Bing, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. A radiant light emanated from his hand as he forcefully struck in the direction of Qi Bing. A fierce gale erupted from his palm, so powerful that it uprooted a large tree nearby, causing Qi Bing to retreat hastily. "Ha!" The young man unleashed another strike, summoning another gust of wind, which sent Sui Yi and her hammer tumbling through the air. He struck the wolf's head and bellowed, "Run, flee swiftly." Although the young man was at a lower realm than Sui Yi, being at the 7th level of the mysterious abyss, he still found it challenging to contend with her, let alone face Qi Bing, who possessed formidable powers at the 9th level. His abilities were wind-based, primarily focused on generating fierce winds to drive away foes rather than inflicting harm. Realizing the futility of continuing the fight, he understood that staying would surely lead to his demise. Suddenly, the ground before him erupted, and a shadow shot forth, a black blade aimed directly at his mount. The massive black wolf. With a resounding crash, the wolf, a mere first-tier beast, was cleaved open by the blade. The young man reacted swiftly, launching himself skyward from the wolf's back. He swung his hand, creating a gust of wind that propelled him away from the impending danger. A roar echoed as another figure emerged from the ground. Niu Ming, brandishing a battle axe, descended upon the nearby Purple Mansion warriors with reckless abandon, cleaving 2 of them in half with a few powerful swings. Thinking of escaping? In front of the young man from the Heavenly Wolf Hall, a portly, unscrupulous figure emerged from the bushes, grinning widely as he brandished a handful of talismans. "Little thief, I have 28 Earth-tier talismans here. Which one would you like?" Despair washed over the young man as he beheld Jiang Lang's talismans. No longer attempting to flee, he abruptly turned, brandishing his long sword and charging towards the pursuing Jiang Han. His expression twisted with rage as he shouted, "You, at the 1st level of the mysterious abyss, dare to hunt me? You shall perish. I will take a scapegoat with me." Chapter 84. Who is this youth? The numerous Earth-grade divine talismans in Jiang Lang's possession plunged the youth from the Sky Wolf Palace into despair, with just one talisman striking him. He knew that with Qi Bing and Sui Yi in pursuit, he would perish even with 9 lives. Aware of his imminent demise, he resolved to drag someone down with him. Jiang Han, seemingly at the 1st level of the Xianyu realm, became his target for this grim fate. With a radiant crimson light emanating from his sword, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger unleashed, his presence as formidable as a mountain. Roaring as he charged at Jiang Han, unleashing the full might of his 7th level Xianyu realm power, He was confident he could easily dispatch a mere first-level opponent. Jiang Han. Retreat. Zhuyi and Qi Bing rushed towards them at full speed, witnessing the youth from the Skywolf Palace pounce upon Jiang Han like a vicious beast, prompting Zhuyi to urgently call out. Yet, Jiang Han did not retreat. The assailant's speed was overwhelming, and his sword had already locked onto him. There was no time to escape. Gripping his long knife, he surged forward to meet the attack, unleashing the 7th-level blade technique. His knife trailing phantoms as it struck fiercely at the youth from the Skywolf Palace. Die. A sinister smile crept across the youth's face as he brought his sword down with tremendous force, believing he could easily send Jiang Han's long knife flying and cleave him in two. However, at the moment the sword descended, a flicker of brilliance surrounded Jiang Han, and he suddenly stood firm in place. The youth's sword pierced through Jiang Han's form, striking nothing but air. Jiang Han had executed a swift shadow shift, appearing behind the youth, and with a powerful swing of his long knife, aimed for the young man's midsection. True to his prowess as a 7th-level Xianyu realm expert, the youth reacted with astonishing speed. Without turning around, he retracted his sword and thrust it backward from beneath his arm. Bang! Jiang Han's long knife struck the youth's waist, but instead of flesh, the sound of metal clashing resonated, revealing the presence of soft armor beneath his clothing. The youth's sword shot out from his armpit, aimed directly at Jiang Han's chest, its speed rendering Jiang Han unable to evade. In response, Jiang Han unleashed the Shattered Soldier technique, his left hand glowing with crimson energy, transforming into lethal claws that grasped for the sword. Simultaneously, he yanked down his long knife, aiming for the youth's left calf. Crack, crack, crack. The Shattered Soldier technique was devastating. The youth's sword shattered into fragments, reduced to powder. The youth turned in shock, his face reflecting disbelief, before letting out a scream as Jiang Han's sharp knife sliced through his left calf, severing it cleanly. With desperation, he saw Jiang Han's knife swing again, and in a moment of life and death urgency, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, summoning a fierce gale. Jiang Han was blown backward, tumbling through the air, while the youth collapsed in agony, writhing on the ground. Die. Zhuyi arrived just in time, a colossal hammer descending from above. The youth could only watch helplessly as the hammer crashed down, his body crushed into a pulp. From the side, Jiang Lang soared over, assisting the fallen Jiang Han to his feet, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he exclaimed, "Little Han, that technique of shattering weapons was incredibly impressive. Is it a divine ability?" Qi Bing descended as well, choosing not to pursue the other Purple Mansion realm fighters, her gaze fixed on Jiang Han, filled with curiosity. Just moments ago, when the warrior from the Celestial Wolf Hall struck at Jiang Han with a sword, had he not shattered the weapon, he might have faced a fatal blow. Such formidable prowess naturally piqued your curiosity. Ah, merely a fleeting insight, Jiang Han chuckled, observing the scattered retreat of the Purple Mansion realm warriors. Are you not pursuing them? Not at all, replied Zhuyi, carelessly putting away her hammer. Bullying the weak is not the style of this lady. Once we have vanquished the formidable experts of the Celestial Wolf Hall, these Purple Mansion warriors will be nothing more than lambs ready for slaughter. Let Gu Yunfeng and the others handle them. Zhuyi and Qi Bing were not easily provoked, and neither was Jiang Han. As long as he faced no threat, the act of killing held little significance for him. Presently, with his battle prowess, even a multitude of 9th-tier Purple Mansion opponents could not harm him, making the pursuit seem unnecessary. Throughout the encounter, Jiang Lang had remained passive, while Niu Ming wielded his axe, roaring as he relentlessly pursued and struck. Let us depart. Zhuyi, concerned that Niu Ming might be surrounded and overwhelmed by the approaching enemies, picked up a badge from the clothing of a fallen youth and led the group onward. Unbeknownst to them, hovering 200 feet above was a colossal iron warship, silently suspended in the air, its presence unnoticed by the fierce combatants below. On the deck stood two figures, an elderly man clad in a white robe with a long white beard, holding a black dragon-headed cane. And before him stood a beautiful young woman in a yellow dress, adorned with a silver longsword at her waist, yellow embroidered shoes on her feet, and a crown of small yellow flowers atop her head. She was more enchanting than the blossoms themselves. Teleportation? Instantaneous movement? Weapon shattering? The stunning young woman in yellow gazed down at Jiang Han, her delicate brows arching as she inquired, "Yang Bo, who is this young man?" The elder, leaning on his dragon-headed cane, replied with a smile, "Saintess, this young man is Jiang Han. A year ago, Zhuyi brought him back from a small town to the Cloud Dream Pavilion. He is a member of the God of Death Squad, and is said to have comprehended 2 or 3 divine abilities even while in the Purple Mansion realm." "Oh, The young woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue, though her expression remained inscrutable. She did not press for further details, merely stating, "Let us follow him." Understood. Yang Bo waved his hand, casting a streak of light as the warship gradually set in motion. The vessel glided through the air without a sound, remaining entirely undetected by Jiang Han and his companions below, as if it possessed the power of invisibility. As Jiang Han and the others sprinted with fervor, they caught up with Niu Ming and were about to suggest a brief respite when three figures shot towards them from a distance. Two of the three bore distinct tattoos on their faces, exuding an aura as solid as a mountain, their momentum akin to a rainbow. While the last one was evidently also a ninth-tier expert of the profound realm. Shadow Wolf, White Wolf. Zhuoyi's expression shifted slightly upon recognizing the trio. Two of them were the young lords of the Celestial Wolf Hall, possessing tremendous strength and formidable divine abilities. Zhuoyi exchanged a glance with Qi Bing, both feeling a twinge of hesitation. Had only two ninth-tier profound realm warriors approached, they would have faced them without a second thought. But with three now in sight, the situation became precarious. Could Jiang Han, Jiang Lang, and Niu Ming collectively withstand one of the ninth-tier profound realm warriors? As Zhuoyi and Qi Bing hesitated, Niu Ming, with a fierce roar, charged ahead wielding a battle axe. His skin radiated a dazzling earthen hue, adorned with intricate patterns that made him appear as though enveloped in a layer of earthen scales. Onward! Zhuoyi and Qi Bing sighed in resignation. Qi Bing turned to Jiang Han and Jiang Lang, instructing, "You two surround the individual on the left alongside Niu Ming. You shall engage the White Wolf, while I will take on the Shadow Wolf. Exercise caution, and if you find yourselves at a disadvantage, Jiang Han, you must retreat underground immediately, without concern for us." Understood. Jiang Han tightened his grip on the battle knife, his eyes ablaze with fervor and a resolute fighting spirit. He had slain a 6th-level Xianyu expert before, and the 7th-level adversary encountered earlier seemed unimpressive. Now, he pondered the strength of a 9th-level Xianyu opponent. He yearned to test his mettle. Jiang Han surged forward, while Jiang Lang shrank back, furtively hiding behind a boulder. Peering out with half his head exposed, he gazed at the three 9th-level Xianyu experts charging towards them. A frown etched on his face as he lamented, "Oh dear mother, there are 3 9th-level Xianyu beings, and 2 of them are the infamous young wolf lords. Do you think there are merely 3 Han Linfangs? Alas, having such thoughtless teammates is truly my misfortune." Chapter 85, The Wolf Lady with a Booming Laughter. The formidable trio soared through the air, and the imposing figure of the Shadow Wolf, with a countenance as sinister as its name, called out to Qi Bing from a distance. "Qi Bing, I have awaited your arrival for long. At last, you have emerged. I intend to capture you alive and bring you back as my wolf lady." In a swift motion akin to an icy butterfly, Qi Bing glided forward, silent and composed, her sword emanating a chilling aura as it lunged directly at the Shadow Wolf. Meanwhile, Zhuoyi, displeased, wielded her massive hammer and struck fiercely at the White Wolf. Turning her gaze towards the Shadow Wolf, she declared, "Shadow Wolf, have you no mirror? Your visage is as repulsive as a toad. It makes one nauseous. How dare you boast so brazenly?" As Qi Bing and the Shadow Wolf engaged in a series of swift exchanges, he chuckled heartily, "Zhuoyi, with your flat figure, even this toad of mine finds you beneath notice." In an instant, Zhuoyi erupted in fury, her hammer dancing through the air as she forced the White Wolf to retreat. With determination, she soared towards Qi Bing, saying, "Sister Bing, you handle the White Wolf. I shall crush this Shadow Wolf into oblivion." "Very well," Qi Bing responded succinctly, intertwining with Zhuoyi as she charged towards the White Wolf. The Shadow Wolf, now faced with the furious onslaught of Zhuoyi, laughed again, abandoning further words to focus on the battle. Boom. Meanwhile, Niu Ming charged forward with his axe, only to be sent sprawling by a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Xianyu realm. This adversary, appearing to be in his 40s with small dreadlocks adorning his head, wielded a long knife. Niu Ming was no match for him. Within mere exchanges, he received several cuts and was knocked back thrice. Despite sustaining 3 gashes across his chest, waist, and thigh, Niu Ming's remarkable defense merely left 3 streaks of blood, with the wounds rapidly healing. After unleashing his divine powers, he felt transformed into a berserker, disregarding the attacks from the man with dreadlocks, engaging in a life-for-life combat style. Jiang Han rushed in, cautious not to attack recklessly. Instead, he provided support from the sidelines, occasionally intervening to alleviate Niu Ming's burdens. The dreadlocked man was exceptionally powerful, his reflexes astoundingly swift, wielding his long knife with an apparent lack of technique that concealed several profound skills. Jiang Han's attempts at ambush were effortlessly thwarted, as the long knife swept through the air like a shooting star, easily deflecting Jiang Han's strikes. Neither the dreadlocked man nor Jiang Han unleashed their divine powers. Jiang Han only amplified his strength with berserk energy. His shattered soldier technique was a lethal move that could not be employed lightly. It required a single strike to shatter the dreadlocked man's long knife, else he risked being cleaved in two. Bang! Niu Ming was hurled away once more. Now adorned with 7 or 8 additional wounds, bloody yet intact. Though he appeared battered, his bones remained unbroken, though his speed had noticeably diminished. Clearly a result of excessive blood loss. Whoosh! After sending Niu Ming flying, the dreadlocked man arced his long knife towards Jiang Han's neck. The strike was elusive. Jiang Han sensed the blade sweeping towards him, but feared it might suddenly change course to cleave him open. He retreated swiftly, but the dreadlocked man was even quicker, leaving Jiang Han with no option but to employ his shifting technique. He materialized behind the dreadlocked man, poised to launch a surprise attack. Hee. The man with dreadlocks let out a cold laugh, his long blade sweeping through the illusion of Jiang Han before retracting swiftly, accompanied by a piercing shriek as he launched a fierce counterattack. At the moment he struck, the surrounding winds seemed to respond to his call, coalescing into 3 formidable wind dragons that surged towards Jiang Han. Divine power. Jiang Han's eyes narrowed. The dreadlocked man had finally unleashed his supernatural abilities. This power was exceedingly formidable. The man clearly aimed to annihilate Jiang Han with a single blow. The 3 wind dragons roared as they ensnared Jiang Han, who felt as if he were sinking into a quagmire, finding it nearly impossible to move. Whoosh! The dreadlocked man swung his blade like a thunderclap, targeting Jiang Han's neck. Should this strike connect, Jiang Han feared for his very life. Just then, a burst of yellow light erupted behind the dreadlocked man, and Jiang Lang materialized out of thin air, standing a mere 10 feet away. Could Jiang Lang truly render himself invisible? It appeared he had employed a very advanced invisibility talisman. He ignited a divine talisman in his hand, sending forth a stream of yellow light that struck the dreadlocked man instantly. The man found himself enveloped in this yellow glow, feeling as though an immense weight had descended upon him, rendering him immobile. Seizing this opportune moment, Jiang Han could not afford to hesitate. He channeled all his inner strength, causing his aura to swell dramatically, enveloping him in the essence of the 4th layer of the Xianyu realm. Straining to break free from the bindings of the 3 wind dragons, he swung his long blade, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he aimed for the dreadlocked man. Humph! Just as the blade was about to cleave the man's skull, the dreadlocked man snorted coldly, and a crimson light suddenly enveloped him, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth.